Within the classroom, all eyes converged upon the slowly entering figure of Chen Qing, and in an instant, a wave of laughter erupted like a tidal surge. Behold, Chen Qing. Quite impressive. 18 years have passed, yet he has failed to awaken even a single Dao rhyme. Truly, he deserves the title of the #1 waste at our Qingmao Academy. Someone jeered loudly. Haha, even that tree brother from our village has awakened a Dao rhyme of wood. And here he is after 18 years accomplishing nothing. If I were in his shoes, I would have long since withdrawn from school and sought work in a factory, or perhaps simply hung myself from a crooked tree. What a disgrace. Another chimed in, laughing uproariously, their cackles echoing as though they might lift the roof off. The surrounding mockery buzzed incessantly like a swarm of mosquitoes, inescapable and stifling yet. Chen Qing appeared oblivious, his demeanor as tranquil as still water, his face betraying not a hint of disturbance. In his grasp, he held a long sword, its blade exuding an aura both ancient and sharp. It was the sole precious artifact left to him by his parents before their mysterious disappearance. For 18 long years, he had devoted himself to the pursuit of awakening the Dao rhyme of the sword, tirelessly honing his skills day after day. Drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, yet never once allowing himself a moment's slack. Yet fate, it seemed, delighted in playing cruel tricks, as each year on the day of awakening, he returned home in disappointment, having failed to awaken any Dao rhyme, rendering him the target of ridicule among his peers. Chen Qing was originally a traveler from Blue Star at the tender age of 8. He lost his parents, who left him only this sword as company. In this unfamiliar world, there were none of the awakening professions or special talents he had known. Instead, only unique Dao rhymes awaited. Dao rhymes resemble the spiritual roots found in cultivation novels. For instance, a person awakening the Dao rhyme of fire would experience significantly enhanced efficacy when practicing fire-related techniques. Dao rhymes are categorized into 9 levels, with a first-level Dao rhyme signifying that one's efficiency in cultivating fire techniques is double that of an ordinary person without Dao rhymes, while a 9th-level Dao rhyme would yield an astonishing 9-fold increase. In this world, individuals may awaken Dao rhymes from birth until the age of 18. Some innate prodigies even emerge from the womb bearing Dao rhymes, destined to become formidable figures in the future. Most ordinary individuals typically begin to awaken Dao rhymes after the age of 8. Thus, the nation has instituted an annual free Dao rhyme awakening day funded by the government, commencing from the age of 8. Over the past decade, Chen Qing had never missed an opportunity. He was always the first to arrive at the designated awakening site established by the state. Initially, he was the youngest among the participating children, but this year he found himself the eldest. Surveying his surroundings, most of the children were around 8 or 9 years old, at most 11 or 12, while he had already reached the age of 18. Even the awakening officials tasked with assisting him had grown quite familiar with him. This year, predictably, he had again failed to awaken any Dao rhyme. Before he even returned to school, the Awakening Center had informed the teachers of his situation, so by the time he entered the classroom, the school had already spread the news that he was the only student in years to have failed to awaken a single Dao rhyme. He understood well that after today, he would likely be advised to withdraw from the academy. Though a sense of reluctance filled his heart, he recognized that someone like him, devoid of Dao rhymes, would possess the slowest cultivation speed. Those with Dao rhymes typically cultivated at least twice as fast. As he delved deeper into his training, the gap between him and others would only widen, making expulsion seem his sole fate. As expected, no sooner had he taken his seat than the familiar martial arts teacher approached the doorway and called out to him, "Chen Qing, come here for a moment." With a sense of resignation, Chen Qing followed. The teacher was indeed there to counsel him on his withdrawal from the academy. He did not cry or argue, merely listened quietly as the teacher spoke at length for an hour. As he slowly exited the classroom, the mocking voices of his classmates followed him. This waste has finally left. Over the years, even without Dao rhymes, Chen Qing had been the most diligent among his peers. Some classmates who had awakened their Dao rhymes early had not progressed as swiftly as he. Chen Qing had once been recognized as a genius within the academy despite lacking the advantage of Dao rhymes. His cultivation speed was not inferior to many of his classmates. He had displayed an extraordinary talent in martial arts training, often defeating those with 4, 5, or 6 Dao rhymes in sparring, leaving them feeling immense pressure. Throughout these years, his remarkable performance had cast many classmates into shadows, and even several teachers frequently used Chun Qing as an example to admonish others, fostering resentment among many students from a young age. However, today, as he prepared to leave the academy, those who had long been overshadowed by him breathed a sigh of relief, as if the dark clouds that had loomed overhead for so long had finally dissipated. One male classmate, seeing Chun Qing disappear from view, continued to mock loudly, thinking to cultivate the sword path with just a broken sword and no Dao rhyme. What a waste of air! Living is a waste, and dying is a waste of land. The noise of his classmates surged and fell. Just as the words left the boy's lips, a sword shot through the air like lightning. Crack! It shattered the glass. Whoosh! It zipped past the crowd, embedding itself in the wall directly in front of the speaking classmate. In the next moment, a figure slowly approached. It was Chun Qing, who walked up to the boy, his gaze icy and unwavering. Then, right before him, Chun Qing grasped the sword hilt and drew it out, its tip pointed squarely at the boy's chest. In a calm tone, he inquired, "What's this? Are you implying that you, a 3 Dao rhyme wielder, believe you could defeat me? Care to try?" The male classmate gulped nervously. He had never anticipated that, on the verge of expulsion, Chun Qing would dare to take such a bold stance. Initially, he had thought to seize the opportunity to mock Chun Qing since he was leaving anyway. But now, he dared not look down upon him in the slightest. Chun Qing was a figure of renown within the academy. Even without a single Dao rhyme, he could still suppress many students to the point of breathlessness. Holding the sword, Chun Qing lightly tapped the boy's face with the back of the blade, saying, "Go on, keep talking." Why the sudden silence? Terrified, the boy stumbled backward, stammering, Chun Qing, you've been expelled, yet you dare to act so arrogantly in the academy." At these words, Chun Qing swiftly retracted the sword, gripping the hilt with both hands, and with a swift motion, he plunged the sword into the back of the boy's hand, pinning him to the wooden desk. Chun Qing simply stated, "If you're unsatisfied, you may challenge me at any time. If you lack the courage, then bow your head and live as a humble person." Silence enveloped the room, the very air thick with tension. Those who had mocked Chun Qing just moments ago now shouted, "Chun Qing, don't go too far. This is the academy." Yet the next instant, Chun Qing yanked the sword from the boy's hand with a swift motion. The boy screamed in pain. Immediately afterward, Chun Qing swung his sword, moving with incredible speed. Swish, 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 he struck repeatedly. In mere seconds, several classmates bore cuts across their arms, backs, and chests. Not only that, but their trousers were also swiftly torn apart by Chun Qing, falling to the ground with a thud, causing a stir among the surrounding female classmates. Standing firm, Chun Qing sheathed his sword and coldly declared, "If a person lacks the courage, every one of you can challenge me. I wouldn't mind facing you all at once." With that, without waiting for a response, Chun Qing approached one of the students he had injured, his gaze icy as he asked, "Care to try?" Then, he turned to another injured student and repeated, "What about you?" Finally, he scanned the entire room and questioned loudly, "What about all of you?" The room fell utterly silent, not a soul daring to utter another word. At this moment, the classroom was enveloped in complete stillness, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. As Chun Qing made his way home in silence, a figure suddenly emerged ahead, blocking his path. He lifted his gaze, frowning slightly at the familiar face. It was Qi Tian, a prominent figure at Qingmao Academy. Known for his rapid cultivation and impressive martial arts achievements, many teachers regarded him as a leader of the next generation. Moreover, he had awakened the 9th Dao rhyme of gold at the tender age of 3. Chun Qing did not consider Qi Tian's presence here to be mere coincidence. This abandoned factory area was seldom visited, making it an ideal spot for anyone wishing to do him harm. Chun Qing looked at Qi Tian and asked, "What do you want?" Qi Tian circled Chun Qing slowly, smiling as he said, "Chun Qing, I've been keeping an eye on you for quite some time." Chun Qing's brow remained furrowed as he retorted coldly, "We don't seem to be acquainted." Qi Tian continued to circle around Chun Qing, once, twice, and then placed a hand on Chun Qing's shoulder, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially, "Strange changes, unchanging oddities. Oh, and one more thing, I possess a system." At that moment, Chun Qing's heart raced with shock. Why had this person divulged such explosive news upon their first meeting? Moreover, considering the audacity of such a statement, He realized that regardless of its truth, Qi Tian must possess some form of assurance. Whether driven by a system task, some other motive, or perhaps even a desire to eliminate him. Chen Qing endured the tumultuous emotions stirring within him, and, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, inquired, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Suddenly, Qi Tian enveloped Chen Qing's shoulders in a jovial embrace, exclaiming, "Hey, Chen Qing, I awakened my system at the tender age of 3. While it has provided some assistance over the years, the aid has been rather modest. However, 3 years ago, the system issued a particularly rewarding task. Would you like to know what it entails?" Chen Qing promptly shrugged off his shoulder, regarding him with caution and coldly retorting, "Are you suggesting I should be killed?" Qi Tian was taken aback and hurriedly replied, "What are you talking about? How could I ever be that kind of person? We're still so young, must you always think about violence?" Chen Qing raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Are you jesting with me?" Qi Tian continued, "The system assigned me a task, instructing me to seek out others like myself and unite with them. This task was given to me 3 years ago, and since my arrival at Qingmao Academy, I have been searching for my kind. To be frank, I have scrutinized every individual at the school, and you are the most likely candidate to be the so-called outsider demon." Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively tightening his grip on the sword in his hand, and pressed on, "What does your system intend for you to do with this so-called outsider demon?" Seeing Chen Qing's vigilance, Qi Tian quickly reassured him, "Oh, there's no need to be so tense. Since I've laid everything bare and admitted to being an outsider demon myself, we need not hide from one another. The system simply instructed me to unite with you, another outsider demon. The precise reason remains unclear to me. It merely promised that upon success, I would be rewarded with a particularly powerful skill, something akin to sending friends on the wind, though I'm not entirely certain what that entails." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing, despite having lived for decades and experienced much, turned pale with astonishment, internally exclaiming, "The celestial path-killing move, sending friends on the wind?" Yet he maintained an unruffled facade, stating, "I have no understanding of what you speak, the outsider demon. Sending friends on the windy am unfamiliar with it all. I shall assume you are merely jesting, that if there is nothing further, please step aside, I must take my leave." In response to Chen Qing's words, Qi Tian simply smiled faintly and replied, "Your vigilance is commendable. I admit that revealing all this to you was somewhat abrupt, but you must believe me when I say that my intent today is merely to forge a friendship." "I decline." After declaring so, Chen Qing mentally scoffed, pondering, "Do you even hear what you are saying? Sending friends on the wind. Making friends. How could those words even coexist?" Qi Tian burst into hearty laughter, his voice bright and robust, proclaiming, "I understand you were just expelled from the academy, but I have come to assure you that you shall surely return tomorrow. Consider it my earnest intention to befriend you." With an expression devoid of emotion, Chen Qing coolly inquired, "Why do you wish to assist me?" Qi Tian, with unwavering resolve, patted Chen Qing's shoulder and responded, "I am certain you hail from Blue Star Huaxia. Have you ever heard the phrase, 'Do not underestimate the youth in poverty'? We have both traversed through realms who could possibly look down upon the other. Though you have yet to awaken your Tao rhythm, we as transmigrators must surely be chosen ones. Thus, I extend my goodwill towards you." With that, Qi Tian turned to depart, seemingly having come solely to make a friend. As Chen Qing observed Qi Tian's retreating figure, his gaze turned icy. Just then, a sudden ding resonated in his mind, followed by a prompt. Detected host discovery of the outsider demon reward. The swordsmanship killing move, 5-finger heart sword. System task. Exterminate the outsider demon. Chen Qing's eyes narrowed gradually, his murderous intent surging within him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he called out, "Hey, Qi Tian, wait. I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Qi Tian's heart leapt with joy, and he burst into laughter as he approached Chen Qing, exclaiming, "You've thought it over so quickly. I knew you had discernment. If we unite, we can surely upheave this world." As Qi Tian laughed and drew closer, Chen Qing simply regarded him silently before casually stating, "In fact, I awakened 9 paths of sword Tao rhythm today." Upon hearing this, Qi Tian's brow arched slightly, and a hint of barely perceptible excitement flickered in his eyes. "Huh? Really? That's magnificent. I knew I hadn't misjudged you." Qi Tian exclaimed, quickly closing the distance as golden swords began to swirl around him. "It ends here," Chen Qing remarked coldly upon witnessing Qi Tian's reaction, slowly closing his eyes. In the next instant, he retracted all his aura, positioning his palms together in front of his chest, resembling a monk in deep meditation. Qi Tian, puzzled, thought to himself, "What is he doing? Have I exposed some flaw?" Suddenly, Qi Tian seemed to grasp something. Waith appears to be cultivating something. Gradually, Chen Qing's right hand, fingers pressed together against his left palm, seemed to extract something precious from within, and his right hand slowly formed a fist. His left palm remained steady while his tightly clenched right fist began to rise from his chest, progressing towards his shoulder, ultimately coming to rest directly above his head. Chen Qing's left hand was open, standing resolutely at the center of his chest, while his right hand, a fist raised high above his head. Qi Tian's expression turned to one of horror as he mentally screamed, "No doubt about it. He must also possess a system. This must be some powerful killing move bestowed upon him by the system. Damn!" His face filled with disbelief, he began to sprint towards Chen Qing, shouting, "Chen Qing, listen to me. As transmigrators, we ought to support one another." However, before he could utter his final words, Chen Qing's raised fist suddenly thrust its thumb upwards. In an instant, a beam of sword light shot forth from the heart of his elevated fist. It was swift too swift. The sword light flickered and vanished into his forehead. With a single strike, the outsider demon Qi Tian fell, lifeless. In his final moments, he faintly heard Chen Qing's cold voice declare, "Five-finger heart sword, first sword." Chapter 2. The marvelous body of 10,000 gold. Chen Qing returned home with a calm demeanor and a light step. His heart brimmed with certainty, for the location of Qi Tian's demise was far from his residence. Nestled in a remote area, moreover, no matter how one investigated, it was evident that Qi Tian had perished on the path of the sword, while Chen Qing himself possessed not a shred of sword intent. How could a man devoid of sword intent possibly slay a prodigy who had awakened such prowess at the tender age of 3? As he crossed the threshold of his home, a sudden chime resonated in his mind, detected that the host has slain the otherworldly demon Qi Tian, receiving all of Qi Tian's sword intents as rewards, totaling 10 golden sword intents. Reward, 100 contribution points. This unexpected notification left Chen Qing momentarily frozen in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. What struck him with profound shock was not merely that the system could claim the opponent's sword intents, but rather that Qi Tian possessed the exceedingly rare 10 sword intents. In the common perception of the world, ordinary individuals might awaken at most 1 to 9 sword intents, while the existence of 10 sword intents was akin to the legendary 10 absolute bodies. A symbol of unparalleled talent, of course. This world was not limited to the 10 absolute bodies of the Gu world. Every path had its own formidable physique akin to the 10 absolute bodies. For instance, the sword path's 10 sword intents were known as the clear heart of the sword. Before he could fully comprehend this monumental shock, another voice echoed in his mind, detected that the host possesses a physique of 10 sword intents, elevating to the marvelous body of 10,000 gold. Upon hearing the system's words, he instantly grasped the implications, a surge of excitement swelling within him. Those devoid of sword intents could still cultivate. Yet they often found themselves limited to practicing generic, attribute-less martial skills, which were primarily designed by their creators to assist in cultivation, lacking in true offensive, healing, or defensive efficacy. Previously, due to his relentless effort, he had managed to surpass some of his classmates temporarily, but as time stretched on, both his cultivation speed and actual combat prowess would increasingly lag behind. Furthermore, lacking the ability to practice potent offensive, healing, or defensive martial skills, he found himself unwelcome wherever he went, unable to integrate into groups within the academy, unable to join teams, and even struggling to secure a suitable job post-graduation. However, the situation had now transformed. He had acquired 10 golden sword intents, signifying that he could not only cultivate powerful golden martial skills, but would also experience a significant increase in both the speed of understanding techniques and the pace of cultivation. Of course, there were still drawbacks. From Qi Tian, he learned that the latter also possessed a system, leading him to speculate that perhaps all individuals who traversed into this world were equipped with their own systems. Moreover, based on his previous observations of Qi Tian's demeanor, it was evident that the latter did not genuinely wish to befriend him. Rather, He coveted the sword intents that Chen Qing possessed. It seemed that among these otherworldly demons, a competitive relationship prevailed, resulting in a situation of mutual destruction upon encounter. As for the system, Chen Qing, well versed in the lore surrounding celestial beings, understood the existence of fate. While this world might lack such a concept, regardless, if one could not cultivate to their fullest potential, they would not even qualify to be a pawn, let alone aspire to overturn their fate. Thus, this was not a matter to be contemplated at present. Though Chen Qing held a profound love for the sword path, he had seized the golden sword intents, compelling him to primarily focus on the golden path for the time being. Fortunately, the golden path was renowned for its emphasis on combat, and it was not incompatible with the use of swords. Despite his love for the sword path, what could he do in the absence of sword intents? Was he to adhere strictly to the so-called rules, allowing them to bind him? Even without the clear heart of the sword or the enhancement of authentic sword intents, he remained confident in his ability to carve out his own brilliance along the path of the sword. Having sorted through these myriad thoughts, Chen Qing resolutely cast aside all worries. He sat down calmly, legs crossed naturally, and began to circulate the 10 golden sword intents within him, fully absorbing the golden spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. After merely an hour, Chen Qing was astonished to discover a remarkable elevation in his cultivation level, having advanced a complete minor realm. It was worth noting that after over a decade of cultivation, he had only barely reached the initial stage of the first tier, yet now he had already entered the mid-stage of the first tier. Moreover, he keenly sensed that even if he ceased his cultivation at this moment, his body seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, perpetually absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings. This unique experience was something that those with 9 sword intents could only aspire to. Typically, those with 9 sword intents would need to quiet their minds for meditation, actively drawing in spiritual energy to cleanse their meridians and achieve advancement. Yet, as the marvelous body of 10,000 gold, Chen Qing enjoyed an unparalleled advantage, witnessing his cultivation level steadily rise without conscious effort. This extraordinary sensation left Chen Qing feeling invigorated, as though he were immersed in an indescribable joy. After another hour of cultivation, he decided to pause. At present, he lacked any suitable techniques for his cultivation. The only options available to him were the low-tier golden techniques provided by the Academy. Sword intents transformed the human body into a microcosm. Each sword intent represented 100 square meters of space available for storing spiritual energy from the heavens, and the earth. 9 sword intents corresponded to 900 square meters of storage, while 10 sword intents could accommodate 1,000 square meters. Techniques served to refine the spiritual energy within this storage space. At this moment, the golden spiritual energy Chen Qing absorbed was rather loose and of low quality, akin to the difference between 95 and 98 octane gasoline in terms of mileage. Lower quality spiritual energy yielded subpar results upon application. Hence, techniques were essential for enhancing the quality of spiritual energy. While sword intents primarily elevated storage capacity and recovery speed of energy. Previously, the technique he practiced was an attribute-less breathing technique known as the Heaven and Earth Spiritual Energy Breathing Method, the most ordinary and generic of its kind. Now that he possessed golden sword intents, it was imperative to select a golden technique that suited him, for only then could he cultivate effectively. Otherwise, it would be wiser to rest and recuperate during this time rather than engage in blind cultivation. With this thought in mind, Chen Qing decisively summoned the system. System, what are contribution points used for? Ding. Contribution points can be exchanged in the system shop for techniques, martial skills, killing moves, and other knowledge-based skills. Aside from slaying otherworldly demons, how else can contribution points be obtained? Ding. Contribution points can be acquired by hunting otherworldly demons and great monsters, or by submitting techniques, martial skills, killing moves, etc. that the system lacks in exchange for contribution points. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen Qing's furrowed brow relaxed. Thankfully, in addition to otherworldly demons, he could also obtain points by hunting great monsters or submitting techniques. Unlike the elusive otherworldly demons, great monsters and techniques were plentiful in this world. Opening the system shop, he declared, "I wish to exchange for a golden technique." Ding! The system shop is now open. Detected that the host's contribution points are only 100. Thus, only techniques and martial skills below 100 contribution points are accessible. Ding! Golden techniques priced at 100 or below detected. 1. Golden Radiance Spirit Control Technique, low-grade earth-level technique, priced at 60 contribution points. 2. Metal Refining Divine Classic, low-grade earth-level technique, priced at 65 contribution points. 3. Golden Flame Annihilation Technique, upper-grade earth-level technique, priced at 88 contribution points. The Golden Radiance Spirit Control Technique emphasizes enhancing control over spiritual energy, with substantial improvements in both storage and quality upon cultivation. The Metal Refining Divine Classic focuses on spiritual cultivation, merging the spirit with the golden path, enabling easy discernment of illusions, while allowing one to transform their spiritual energy into golden energy to enhance the resilience and attack power of magical treasures. Injecting this energy during forging can also improve the quality of magical artifacts. The Golden Flame Annihilation Technique, despite its name suggesting a connection to flames, primarily emphasizes physical enhancement, utilizing the power of gold to manifest flames within the body, continuously honing oneself through the burning force. After perusing the descriptions of these 3 techniques, Chunqing slowly shook his head. While each technique possessed its own intricacies and piqued his interest, their advantages were evident, as were their shortcomings, and none aligned with his aspirations. Chunqing preferred a technique that could balance the development of his abilities, shaping him into a practitioner devoid of weaknesses. Thus, he once again inquired of the system, do you have any techniques suitable for me? Even if they are not of the golden path, it matters not. As soon as he finished speaking, the familiar notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Upon detection, there exists only one technique suitable for the host below 100 contribution points. Myriad Path Sword Evolution Technique, low-grade mysterious technique, priced at 99 contribution points. Effect: can enhance the quality of the technique by absorbing various sword intents. For every successful integration of a sword intent, such as golden sword intent, water sword intent, fire sword intent, etc., the technique's grade will correspondingly improve. This technique evolves the sword path through myriad intents, allowing for transformations such as golden sword path and water sword path upon cultivation. Upon seeing the price, Chunqing nearly exclaimed in frustration. You expect me to pay 99 for a low-grade mysterious technique, while the upper-grade earth-level technique above is only 88? That's outrageous. However, despite his verbal complaints, he understood the formidable nature of this technique and its suitability for himself. Firstly, he has a penchant for wielding a sword and has resolutely decided that even after cultivating the golden path, he will not abandon his sword. Secondly, he possesses the formidable 5-fingered heart sword technique, which, when combined with this skill, would significantly amplify its power. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that this technique seems to be beneficial only to those like us, the celestial outsiders. For the locals, merely awakening a single path resonance is already a considerable achievement. Some exceptionally gifted individuals, even if they awaken 2 or 3 different path resonances simultaneously, and each path contains more than 5 resonances, integrating these into the 10,000 Paths sword technique may only elevate it to the upper tier of the mystic ranked. In this light, it would be more advantageous to focus on honing a terrestrial-level technique suited to one's own path. However, Chunqing is different. As a celestial outsider endowed with the system, he can directly seize the path resonances of others. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. Being a celestial outsider, he must adopt a broader perspective. After a moment of introspection, Chunqing resolutely declared, very well, I shall choose the 10,000 Paths sword technique. In an instant, his 100 contribution points diminished by 99, leaving him with a pang of regret. Gazing at the solitary remaining contribution point, he inquired of the system, are there any martial arts techniques available for a single contribution point that would be suitable for my current stage? After a brief silence, the system indeed recommended several first-tier martial techniques, each priced at 1 contribution point. Ding, gathering chi to form a sword, high yellow-grade martial technique, price, 1 contribution point. Golden Sandstorm, high yellow-grade martial technique, price, 1 contribution point. Sword point, high yellow-grade martial technique, price, 1 contribution point. To Chunqing's astonishment, all these martial techniques were at least high yellow grade, yet they were offered at the meager price of 1 contribution point each. This revelation made him realize the formidable purchasing power of contribution points to Qing City's Qingmao Academy. High yellow-grade martial techniques could be considered treasures, yet they were so inexpensively priced in the system's marketplace. This comparison truly rendered the value of the 10,000 Paths sword technique immeasurable. Chun Qing selected 3 techniques from the plethora available. The first was gathering qi to form a sword. Characterized by its powerful sword energy, delivering immense force but requiring a short range and a buildup of energy. The second was Golden Sandstorm, capable of conjuring a whirlwind of metal attributes around oneself. Akin to a sandstorm, with a wide area of effect and rapid casting, albeit with relatively modest power, struggling against those with high defenses. Lastly, Sword Point, which, while not requiring a sword for its execution, belonged to the sword path. Akin to the Six Meridians Divine Sword from Jin Yong's novels, launching sword attacks from the fingers, boasting a long attack range with each finger having its strengths, though overall power was somewhat lacking. After all, this was the Six Meridians Divine Sword. What man of China could resist the allure of shooting lasers from his fingers? Chapter 3. Baiyu Academy. Upon acquiring the 10,000 Paths sword technique, Chen Qing refrained from rushing into action. He first diligently fulfilled his daily sword practice and then returned home to sit cross-legged, initiating his cultivation of the newly acquired sword technique. Time slipped away quietly, and when the crisp crow of a rooster echoed, Chen Qing abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he had unknowingly immersed himself in cultivation for 7 to 8 hours. Nevertheless, he did not feel excessively fatigued. Perhaps it was the miraculous effects of the technique, or perhaps the euphoria of experiencing a boost in strength that made him forget his weariness. It is noteworthy that typically only those at the 4th or 5th tier of strength could maintain their vigor post-cultivation. Yet he was merely at the mid-tier of the first stage. During his training, Chen Qing joyfully discovered that the Golden Path spiritual energy within him had been refined into solidified golden swords. Each golden sword contained spiritual energy equivalent to that found in several dozen square meters of natural spiritual energy, yet they occupied a minuscule amount of space. Moreover, due to his possession of the golden marvelous body, the technique operated automatically, continuously transforming the spiritual energy within him into this solidified golden sword form, which thrilled Chen Qing immensely. After a simple wash-up, the old-fashioned landline at home suddenly rang. Chen Qing approached it somewhat perplexed. In this age of smartphones, the landline left by his parents had become a rarity, rarely receiving any useful calls beyond telemarketers. Yet, he had never discontinued its use, consistently paying the phone bill, hoping for a call from his parents. Upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number and initially assumed it was yet another telemarketing call, ready to pick it up only to hang up immediately. However, upon answering, he heard a familiar voice on the other end. "Hello? Chen Qing, why didn't you come to the academy today?" Chen Qing was momentarily bewildered and instinctively replied, "Academy? Did I not get expelled?" His words carried a hint of sarcasm. The voice of his homeroom teacher came through next. "Hurry back. I believe you still have potential for development. Come back quickly." Chen Qing let out a cold laugh, retorting, "Oh? What makes you think I have potential? Wasn't I just called a waste yesterday? Wouldn't my presence at school only bring shame to the academy?" The homeroom teacher, somewhat impatiently, replied, "Oh, but weren't you able to overpower your classmates despite not awakening a resonance? No worries, the academy has decided to cultivate you properly, so come back." Chen Qing's thoughts shifted, and with a chilling smile, he mused that it must be that Qi Tian, whom he had slain, had prompted the academy to retract his expulsion before seeking him out. Otherwise, how could this homeroom teacher possibly want him back? Naturally, he had no intention of returning, so he coldly stated, "Oh, I forgot to mention, on my way home yesterday, I inexplicably awakened a resonance." The homeroom teacher, upon hearing this, excitedly inquired, "Really? How many resonances?" Chen Qing continued, "Of course. It's 9 sword path resonances." The homeroom teacher immediately responded with elation, "I told you, Qi Xiao wouldn't let you return for no reason." Chen Qing, "Oh, you truly are a good student of mine. All these years of nurturing you have not been in vain. I always said you had a foundation in swordsmanship, practicing tirelessly with your sword every day. Come back, and the school will certainly cultivate you well." After the homeroom teacher finished speaking, he became unconsciously animated. "This is splendid. If he comes to the academy, another prodigy emerges. This year, I might directly be promoted to the director of education. The principal will undoubtedly be thrilled to hear that there are 2 students with 9 resonances in the academy." However, fantasies are often sweet yet fleeting. Chen Qing merely replied coldly, "I'm sorry, teacher, but after returning home yesterday, I enrolled in the neighboring Baiyu Academy. and I have already been accepted. Chun Qing was well aware that this homeroom teacher was a sycophant. He not only refused to return to his original academy, but also intended to join the rival academy. This was not merely to vex the homeroom teacher. He was not so petty. Primarily, with the protection of Baiyu Academy, even if there were any repercussions from the Qi Tian incident, they would undoubtedly safeguard him. If he remained at Qingmao Academy, he would surely face a stringent investigation. Although he was confident that nothing would be uncovered, wasting precious cultivation time would be infuriating. Upon hearing that Chen Qing had enrolled in the neighboring academy, the homeroom teacher was immediately infuriated, shouting, "What? Who allowed you to attend Baiyu Academy? Was it sanctioned by the teacher? Was it sanctioned by the academy? The academy has invested so much in your development over the years," as he finished yelling. The homeroom teacher coldly scoffed, "Chen Qing, let me tell you, if you do not return to Qingmao Academy, from now on, you will be an enemy of the academy. I will ensure that Qingmao Academy spares no effort to ruin your reputation." "Chen Qing, hello, Chen Qing, are you even listening to me?" the homeroom teacher continued to shout. Yet, the only response he received was the sound of the call disconnecting. On the other end, the homeroom teacher erupted in a fit of rage. Cursing vehemently, he was genuinely furious, for after years of nurturing this student, he had been snatched away by the rival academy, and a 9-resonance individual at that. Who would have thought that Chen Qing would awaken so late? Regardless, a 9-resonance individual is a genius anywhere, and every academy would be vying for him. Filled with regret, he resolved to approach the principal. Soon, the homeroom teacher arrived at the principal's office. After knocking, he heard an impatient voice from within. "Come in." The homeroom teacher hesitantly stepped inside, only to discover not only the principal but also several members of the Qi family. The Qi family was not considered a prominent family in Qingmao City, merely a small to medium-sized clan, yet due to Qi Tian, who publicly claimed to possess 9 resonances, even his parents had not disclosed the 10 resonances, he had become the family's hope. Seeing this gathering, the homeroom teacher felt a sense of foreboding and timidly addressed, "P principal." The principal frowned and coldly inquired, "Li teacher, what brings you here?" The homeroom teacher stammered, "Principal, I have a student who has just been found to possess 9 sword path resonances." The principal, with visible impatience, responded, I know. Yet the next moment, as if suddenly realizing something, he slammed his hand on the desk. "What did you say?" The homeroom teacher timidly repeated, "One of my students has awakened 9 sword path resonances." The principal, now agitated, slammed the desk again. "What? 9 sword path resonances? Quickly, bring him here." The homeroom teacher stuttered. He. The principal, anxious, pressed, "What is wrong with him? Why are you speaking so hesitantly?" The homeroom teacher replied, "He was just expelled yesterday." Upon hearing these words, the principal's mind was immediately flooded with the image of a certain student, one who carried a slightly worn and antiquated long sword upon his back each day. This student had once been a prodigy of the academy, only to become the subject of ridicule after failing to awaken his Tao rhythm for an extended period. The principal then asserted, "I care not what methods you employ, but you must retrieve him for me." Was he not expelled? Just bring him back and offer him generous terms, perhaps a scholarship as well. The homeroom teacher timidly replied, "But, principal, he was accepted into Baiyu Academy after his expulsion yesterday." Upon hearing this, the principal nearly choked, his old blood threatening to spurt forth. The members of the Qi family, overhearing this exchange, grew anxious. Qi Tian's father stepped forward, exclaiming, "What? He is also a practitioner of the 9 Tao rhythms. And a swordsman at that. My son perished under the pure sword path. He must be the one who killed my son." Teacher Li instinctively retorted, "Impossible. Qi Tian is a high-level first-tier student, while Chen Qing is merely a low-level first-tier. How could Qi Tian, the academy's top genius, be slain by Chen Qing?" Qi Tian's parents insisted, "How can you say that? What if he ambushed our son?" Principal, you must seek justice for us." The principal waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "That is not possible. We witnessed your son's death. He was slain in a single stroke. Even if ambushed, a newly awakened Tao rhythm practitioner would require a formidable killing move to achieve such a feat. Yet he is merely a destitute orphan. How could he possess such a technique?" Suddenly, the principal seemed to realize something, saying, Teacher Li, did you not mention he was accepted into Baiyu Academy? Use his alleged assault on our academy's Jin Dao rhythm practitioner." Qi Tian, as pretext to summon him back for investigation. If we cannot have him, neither shall Baiyu Academy. Should he return to Qingmao Academy, we shall let bygones be bygones, and all will be well. The Qi family members, upon hearing this, were immediately displeased and retorted, Principal, what are you saying? Our son is dead. He was also a genius of the academy. How can you speak this way? The crowd erupted into shouts. The principal, however, remained composed, stating, as you desire, I misspoke earlier. Since he is also a practitioner of the Nine Dao rhythms, should he have encountered some fortuitous event granting him a powerful killing move, we must bring him to the academy and hand him over to the enforcers for examination to truly render you justice. The Qi family was even more dissatisfied, questioning, what if he is indeed the murderer? Will you not protect this Nine Dao swordsman for the sake of the academy? The principal's expression darkened at this accusation, and he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Qi family, if you continue to cause a ruckus here, I shall expel you. Upon hearing the principal of Qingmao Academy say such a thing, the Qi family members were incensed. Qi Tian's father scoffed, Humph, since Qingmao Academy cannot provide us justice, we shall seek it ourselves. With that, they stormed out, pushing past the obstructing teacher Li. The principal sneered, Humph, a mere mid-sized family dares to flaunt its might before Qingmao Academy. If your Qi Tian were still alive, I might have given you some respect, but now he is dead. Moments later, the principal coldly addressed Teacher Li. Do you understand what must be done? Teacher Li, taken aback by the principal's words, nodded. Understood. Principal, I know what to do. Very well. Go and convey my intentions to all the teachers at the academy. Chen Qing must be brought back to Qingmao Academy at all costs. If he truly goes to Baiyu Academy, even if Qi Tian's death has other causes, we must place the blame squarely upon him. Do you understand? The principal continued. Understood. Understood. Teacher Li nodded eagerly as he exited the office. Humph. Meanwhile, the Qi family was engaged in discussion. Qi Tian's father coldly stated, quickly investigate this Chen Qing for me. I want you to dig deep. One of the Qi family members inquired, Patriarch, do you truly believe he is the one who killed Tian Er? Qi Tian's father replied frostily, how could that be? The principal of Qingmao is undoubtedly correct. Only 3 practitioners of the Nine Dao rhythms have emerged from the entire Qingmao city, with Tian Er alive. We had the hope of advancing to a large family, but now that he is gone, our prospects are bleak. And this Chen Qing, being a backgroundless practitioner of the Nine Dao rhythms, will undoubtedly attract the attention of larger families. We cannot compete with them. Therefore, to avoid creating enemies, we must use this pretext to eliminate him in the cradle. Regardless of whether Tian Er's death was his doing, we must place the blame upon him. Do you understand? Upon hearing these words from Qi Tian's father, the others came to a realization and chorused, Understood. Understood. Chapter 4 Apologies. I was so preoccupied with beating him that I almost forgot about both of you. As the morning breeze swept through and sunlight poured down, Chen Qing stood before the Grand Academy, gazing up at the prominently displayed Baiyu Academy sign, his longsword slung across his back as he made his way toward the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, upon seeing him, bellowed, You young rascal, what are you doing loitering about at this hour? The major examinations are imminent. Hurry to your classroom. If the principal or your teachers catch you, you'll be in for it. Just as Chen Qing was about to respond, the gatekeeper shoved him through the entrance, muttering, No time for chatter. Get to class. Chen Qing shrugged in resignation. He was destined to enter anyway, and it saved him the trouble of speaking. In this world renowned for martial arts, the academy held 8 classes daily, 6 of which took place in the training grounds. At that moment, students from various classes were training in the arena, some sparring with each other while others practiced solo, each move showcasing their grace and prowess. Chen Qing strolled along the edge of the training grounds, noting the sparse attendance during class hours. Suddenly, a white figure dashed toward him at great speed. Chen Qing extended his hand and intercepted the newcomer. It was a girl clad in Baiyu Academy's uniform, dressed in a pristine white short-sleeve shirt. Her long white hair cascading gently behind her, swaying like flowing silk in the breeze. Her pale blue eyes resembled clear lakes, deep and enchanting. Her fair complexion was as pure as fresh snow, and her beauty was striking, leaving one momentarily breathless. The girl furrowed her brow and glared at Chen Qing, asking, Why are you stopping me? As she spoke, a subtle chill emanated from her, a coldness that washed over Chen Qing, making him realize she must have trained in the ice path. Chun Xing had intercepted her primarily because the others were in class, and he needed to ask for directions. He promptly said, "Excuse me, classmate. Could you tell me where the admissions office is?" The beautiful girl shot him a disdainful glance and pointed to a nearby building, saying, "That building, on the 3rd floor. You'll see it once you go up." Chun Xing expressed his gratitude, saying, "All right, thank you." Just as he turned to leave, an alarm bell rang in his mind. Sensing impending danger, he instinctively looked up just in time to see a plastic bottle plummeting toward him from above. Chun Xing sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it as the bottle crashed to the ground. Frowning, he glanced toward the source of the bottle, spotting a bald-headed boy on the training platform, flanked by 2 lackeys. The bald boy, noticing Chun Xing's evasion, shouted, "Oh, you managed to dodge that?" One of the lackeys chimed in, "I've never seen this guy before. He's got a sword on his back. Could he be a new arrival?" Chun Xing's brow furrowed slightly as he began to circulate his golden Dao energy within him. Just then, the white-haired girl, Bai Yuner, swiftly stepped in front of Chun Xing, addressing the bald boy, Wang Gang. "Don't go looking for trouble." Chun Xing instantly understood. Wang Gang must have seen him stop Bai Yuner to ask for directions and was now deliberately provoking him. Wang Gang on the platform was initially taken aback, but then he plastered a grin on his face, saying, "Oh, Yuner, what are you talking about? I merely tossed away some trash and didn't he manage to get it in the bin?" One of the lackeys couldn't hold back a laugh. "Boss, your excuse is a bit too absurd. The trash bin is far away from the training ground. You can't possibly miss it by that much." Wang Gang's expression darkened, and he smacked the lackey on the head. "Did I ask you to speak? If you can't say anything sensible, then keep quiet." He then turned back to Bai Yuner with a sycophantic smile, saying, "Yuner, I've been having some issues with my training lately. Would you care to come up and offer me some guidance?" Just as Bai Yuner was about to respond, a flash of sword light streaked through the air like lightning, striking Wang Gang's left arm with a swift thunk. "Ah!" Wang Gang cried out in agony as blood gushed from his arm. The onlookers gasped, all eyes turning to Chun Xing, who stood with his right hand partially clenched into a fist, a single finger pointing at Wang Gang. His gesture resembled the 6 meridian sword technique from Jin Yang's martial arts novels, yet it was not entirely the same. This sword finger was more flexible and convenient, allowing each finger to be used independently and in various combinations. The thumb Shaoshang sword is fierce and powerful, capable of shattering the enemy's defenses with a direct assault. The index finger's Shangyang sword is agile and unpredictable, adept at exploiting the enemy's vulnerabilities. The middle finger's Zhongcheng sword exudes a formidable aura, striking swiftly at vital points. The ring finger's Guanchong sword is elusive and enigmatic, its movements difficult to anticipate, disrupting the enemy's mental state. The little finger's Shaozi sword is renowned for its speed, striking like lightning and incapacitating foes in an instant. On this occasion, Chun Xing employed the swift technique of the little finger's Shaozi sword, catching Wang Gang completely off guard. With a cold expression, Chun Xing slowly lowered his hand, a hint of frostiness gleaming in his eyes. The bald studentess underlings on stage widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces flushed with rage as one of them shouted, "You sword-wielding brat, what on earth are you doing? How dare you act violently in the academy?" Chun Xing paused momentarily, then calmly replied, "I apologize." The 2 underlings, ignited like barrels of gunpowder, sprang to their feet, one of them pointing an accusing finger at Chun Xing and bellowing, "What good is your apology now? Let me tell you, just wait. Do you know who our big brother is? Our big brother is protected by Senior Li Yin." UVE stirred up a hornet's nest. "If you know what is good for you, kneel down and apologize to my brother, and pay him 10,000, or we'll at least break one of your legs." Chun Xing remained unfazed, leisurely responding, "Oh, sorry." This time, the 2 underlings were utterly enraged, cursing, "Are you only capable of saying that? You ignorant fool." Chun Xing merely retorted coolly, "Oh, sorry." These nonchalant words seemed to pour fuel onto the fire, igniting their fury. "Are you done yet?" one underling shouted, his face crimson and veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, Chun Xing merely curled his lips into a barely perceptible cold smile, a glint of ice flashing in his gaze. The next moment, he slowly extended his left hand, raising his middle finger straight up, as a surge of robust and fierce sword energy rapidly coalesced at his fingertip, embodying the domineering and powerful Zhongcheng sword. Simultaneously, he extended his right hand's middle finger in a swift motion, He struck with both hands like a hawk diving for its prey, pointing his fingers forcefully at the knees of the two underlings. In an instant, two streams of sword energy burst forth like wild stallions, accompanied by a sharp, piercing whistle, charging directly towards the critical points of the two underlings' knees. Crack, crack. Two sharp sounds echoed as one underling's left knee and the other's right knee were simultaneously pierced by the fierce sword energy. They had no time to evade, only feeling a surge of excruciating pain at their knees before collapsing heavily to the ground, their faces etched with terror and agony. Chen Qing looked down at the two kneeling figures, his expression impassive, and remarked, "Sorry, I was so focused on dealing with him that I nearly forgot about you too." Chapter 5. Overturning the scene, the noise here was overwhelming, and it wasn't long before a crowd began to gather. Some members of Wang Gang's class were furiously shouting, "Who the hell is this sword-bearing brat? How dare he injure someone from our class?" Chen Qing raised his hand to his forehead, a sudden thought flickering in his mind. He contemplated that since he had come here to showcase his abilities, he might as well create a bigger commotion, as long as he controlled the situation, ensuring to only injure and not kill. The school would undoubtedly intervene to resolve the matter. With his mind made up, Chen Qing strode forward. Bai Yuner observed him, her brows slightly furrowing before breaking into a radiant smile as she softly remarked, "Interesting." Uncontrollably, she began to follow closely behind him. Chen Qing noticed her presence, but thought that as long as she did not provoke him, he would not engage in conflict with her, especially since she had previously directed him. Chen Qing leaped onto the high platform. The martial arts arena was filled with numerous platforms. Some hosted teachers giving lessons, while others saw students engaged in combat and sparring, each scene varying in intensity. The high platform Chen Qing ascended was precisely where the third class of the senior year, participating in the final examination, was situated, and there was no teacher present at that moment. As Chen Qing stepped onto the platform, someone had already taken Wang Gang to the infirmary, while several others quickly surrounded Chen Qing, pointing at him and angrily shouting, "What have you done? Why did you attack for no reason?" Chen Qing glanced at them, extended his palm, and after a moment of contemplation, decided to employ the less potent Shaozi sword. He raised his hand and pointed, a stream of sword energy instantly shooting towards the person questioning him, landing with a sharp smack against their palm. Chen Qing moderated his strength, the sword energy merely slicing through a layer of skin. The individual immediately cried out in pain, glaring at his bleeding palm with gritted teeth. Among the crowd, which was predominantly male, at least 20 students stood up, their expressions filled with fury as they questioned, "What are you doing? How dare you act violently in front of so many of us?" Chen Qing replied calmly, "He provoked me first. I was merely acting in self-defense." Upon hearing Chen Qing say this, the crowd erupted in a chorus of accusations and curses. He listened to the onslaught of reproaches, tilting his head slightly as if genuinely considering their words, then sighed and rubbed his forehead, feeling a sense of ennui. After a pause, he slowly drew the sword from his back, maintaining a tranquil demeanor as he stated, "How about this? All of you come at me together. If you defeat me, I will apologize." One individual from the crowd, who had previously clashed with Wang Gang, widened his eyes in shock and anger, shouting, "How incredibly arrogant! Who do you think you are?" Chen Qing's expression remained stern as he coldly replied, "Are we fighting or not? If not, just admit you're cowardly and stop wasting breath." At these words, the male students felt insulted, their anger igniting as they rallied together, united against him regardless of their previous affiliations with Wang Gang. One student, likely the class leader, shouted, "Girls, step back to avoid any injuries." Chen Qing smirked disdainfully. Without further ado, he unsheathed his sword, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah, taking 2 steps as one, launching himself towards the nearest individual. The person, taken aback, shouted in alarm, "Rock armor?" Instantly, his arm was encased in a layer of hard rock, resembling a suit of rocky armor, and he swung his fist toward Chen Qing's sword. Unfazed, Chen Qing calmly infused his sword with golden energy from within, enhancing its sharpness dramatically. With a casual flick, he swung the sword, slicing through the man's fist as if it were mere tofu, carving a deep gash into the rocky armor and causing blood to spurt forth. The student cradled his injured arm, collapsing in agony, while Chen Qing's control over his strength showcased his exquisite swordsmanship. Having spent over a decade honing his skills without awakening the Dao rhythm, enduring scorn, He had no thus. Chun Qing designated the class leader as his target to eliminate. Swiftly charging towards him, during his assault, he encountered several obstructive classmates, whom he dispatched with a single strike or two, either piercing their calves, slashing their abdomens, or striking their necks with the back of his sword. Almost all who attempted to impede him were effortlessly dispatched in a mere exchange. Before awakening his Dao rhythm, Chun Qing had already possessed an advantage in duels against his classmates due to his swordsmanship. Now, endowed with 10 Dao rhythms of the Gold Dao, particularly the remarkable manifold of the Golden Marvel body, he was able to draw upon an almost inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy while executing first-level techniques. Showcasing the formidable power of his Dao body, at that moment, the scene was witnessed by surrounding students and teachers engaged in their studies, causing the atmosphere to grow increasingly lively. Countless gazes were directed towards their combat arena, with some teachers hurrying to the scene. On a distant martial arts platform, a teacher of the Feather Dao suddenly unfurled a pair of wings from his back and soared into the sky. Racing towards Chun Qing with astonishing speed in midair, he shouted, "What are you doing? Stop fighting. Did you hear me? No student is allowed to engage in combat. Anyone who dares to continue will face severe punishment." However, his voice seemed to vanish into the tumultuous clamor of the training ground. Nevertheless, he continued to rush towards Chun Qing, who took note of the approaching figure, pondering to himself, it seems I must conclude this swiftly. At that juncture, the more than 20 students on the ground had dwindled to a mere 7 or 8, with Chun Qing's icy gaze fixed upon them. The class leader was being shielded by his companions. Clearly the primary ranged attacker of their small team, Chun Qing deftly evaded their strikes. He gradually sheathed his sword, then cast a steady gaze at the group, with his sword now in its sheath. Chun Qing quickened his pace, skillfully dodging water projectiles while charging towards his adversaries. At that moment, a male student shouted, "Protect the class leader." He planted his hands into the ground, raising a rock to erect a stone wall in their midst. Chun Qing, upon seeing this, let out a cold smile, internally mocking their lack of coordination. While the stone wall shielded the class leader, it also hindered him from launching ranged attacks, allowing Chun Qing to advance directly. The wall was not particularly large, measuring only 2 to 3 meters at most, sufficient to block a sword thrust. Yet since Chun Qing did not utilize a thrust, he simply maneuvered around it. The students behind the stone wall looked on in sheer terror as Chun Qing beamed at them with a radiant smile. Without even drawing his sword, he struck with the scabbard, swiftly dispatching 3 of them with precise thrusts to their abdomens and slashes to their necks. The remaining 4 stared in shock at Chun Qing, who merely smiled faintly before extending 5 fingers towards them. With a swift motion, he unleashed a close-range sword strike, sending forth 5 beams of sword light that instantly eliminated 3 more. At that moment, the teacher of the Feather Dao had approached, exclaiming, "Cease this at once. I warn you, if you dare to draw your sword, you will face severe punishment." He prepared to descend from the air to intervene. Chun Qing simply chuckled coldly, while the class leader, eyes filled with terror, spread his hands and declared, "Water mirror." A massive circular water disc appeared before him, a defensive water technique that not only absorbed some damage but also possessed a degree of rebound capability. Observing Chun Qing's momentum, the class leader sensed he would not relent easily and utilized the water mirror as a precaution. Indeed, Chun Qing slowly raised his long sword to his chest, presenting a seemingly cheerful yet chilling smile. He then gradually drew his sword and forcefully slashed at the water mirror, which, like thin paper, was cut through with a swift crack, shattering into countless droplets. In the next instant, numerous golden swords formed from Gold Dao spiritual energy shot towards the class leader. Piercing through his body, the impact of the intense Gold Dao sword energy caused him to tremble violently before collapsing to his knees, gasping for breath, cold sweat pouring down his face. Chun Qing surveyed the last of his fallen adversaries, sheathing his sword with satisfaction as he surveyed the chaotic scene before him. The once 20-strong group now lay scattered, some unconscious, others writhing in pain on the ground, while the class leader, paralyzed by fear from the Gold Dao sword energy, lay crumpled in terror. Just then, the Feather Dao teacher soared down, landing beside Chun Qing and bellowing, "What have you done? Do you intend to kill him?" Chun Qing merely scoffed lightly, responding in a nonchalant tone, "Not at all. I simply severed the water mirror before him." "And what about those swords?" the teacher demanded. his eyes wide with fury. Oh, that's merely the manifestation of my sword intent. Chen Qing replied calmly. The teacher, incredulous, exclaimed, "How is it possible for a teenager to possess sword intent?" Sword intent is a unique state and powerful pressure formed when a swordsman integrates their strength, speed, sword will, and the surrounding environment, by manipulating the condensed gold Dao spiritual energy into sword shapes. He directed them towards the class leader. In reality, this energy merely had form without inflicting substantial harm. Chen Qing cleverly utilized this form in conjunction with his own strength and speed to create an oppressive sensation akin to sword intent, leading the class leader to mistakenly believe he had been pierced through, thereby successfully intimidating him. The teacher, still in disbelief, queried, "Which class are you from? Who is your teacher?" Chen Qing, unfazed, resheathed his sword and met the teacher's gaze with composure, stating, "I am here to enroll in your school. I am not yet an official student." Upon hearing this, a nearby girl exclaimed, "No way! You just walked in and took down over 20 boys from our class, and then you say you're not from here?" The teacher, equally astonished, could hardly close his mouth at that moment. Bai Yuner burst into laughter, stepping forward with keen interest. "This is too amusing. What is your name?" Chen Qing glanced at her and replied indifferently, "My name is Chen Qing." Bai Yuner extended her hand with a smile, saying, "I am Bai Yuner, pleased to meet you." Chapter 6. Successful Enrollment, Generous Treatment in the Principal's Office. Chen Qing, Bai Yuner, the class leader, and the Feather Dao teacher were all present. The principal's expression was stern, his cold gaze sweeping over the group. The class leader had merely been intimidated by Chen Qing's sword intent, suffering no serious injuries. The other students were absent because they had been sent to the infirmary after their defeat. The principal of Baiyu Academy regarded Chen Qing and coldly stated, 18 years old, a student from Qingmao Academy's third-year class 2. Expelled yesterday after failing to awaken your Dao rhythm, am I correct? Chen Qing replied, "You are correct, principal." The principal snorted coldly and continued, "So what brings you here? Don't think that just because Qingmao Academy rejected you, Baiyu Academy will accept you." Chen Qing merely smiled faintly, responding, "Principal, Qingmao Academy's rejection is their loss. What I did today is simply a greeting gift for you." Upon hearing this, the principal slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming angrily, "What kind of greeting gift? You walked in and took down over 20 of my students, and you call that a greeting gift?" In the next moment, Chen Qing slowly spread his hands. A sword formed of gold Dao spiritual energy hovering in the air, and he said, "I meant what I said. That is their loss. Tell me, principal, do you think I am here to present a gift or to stir up trouble?" The principal's pupils constricted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the gold Dao spiritual energy sword in Chen Qing's hand. "What? You awaken 9 Dao rhythms. How is that possible?" Beside him, the Feather Dao teacher quickly added, "Yes, principal, he indeed awakened a Dao rhythm, and I sensed it is of the gold Dao. However, whether it is 9 Dao rhythms remains uncertain." The principal commanded, "Come, let me see." He produced a spherical instrument embossed with a palm print and instructed Chen Qing, "Place your hand on it." Chen Qing recognized the device. It was designed specifically to measure Dao rhythms. The sphere bore 9 markings. A single Dao rhythm would fill the first mark, 2 would fill the second, and so forth. If one possessed 9 Dao rhythms, all 9 marks would be filled, and should one possess 10, the entire sphere would appear plump and emit a faint golden light. However, this device had its drawbacks. Lower Dao rhythm users could not masquerade as higher Dao rhythm users. For instance, one with a single Dao rhythm could not appear as a 2 Dao rhythm user. Yet, higher Dao rhythm users could conceal part of their Dao rhythms. Chen Qing, being a 10 Dao rhythm user, could easily disguise himself as a 9 Dao rhythm user, and the measuring device would reveal no anomalies. Chen Qing extended his hand towards the measuring sphere. In the next moment, the first mark filled completely, and the principal's expression softened slightly. Immediately following, the second, third gradations were filled in succession. Upon reaching the 6th gradation, the principal, who had been watching, could no longer contain his restlessness, while the class monitor displayed a look of astonishment. It is worth noting that the class monitor, being the most outstanding student in the class, had only achieved 5 levels of Dao Rhyme, whereas at this moment, Chen Qing's manifestation of Dao Rhyme had already surpassed him. The 7th and 8th gradations were filled. Both the principal and the teachers stood up in excitement. Even if Chen Qing were not to be a practitioner of the 9th level of Dao Rhyme, The mere attainment of these 8 levels would warrant significant attention from the academy. Finally, when the 9th gradation was filled, the principal slammed the table in exhilaration, his face lighting up with an extraordinarily radiant smile, his authoritative demeanor dissipating as he hurried over to grasp Chen Qing's hand firmly, exclaiming, "Student Chen Qing, leaving Qingmao Academy to join our Baiyu Academy is undoubtedly the wisest choice you could make. Splendid." At this moment, the class monitor could not help but interject, "Principal, what about us students?" The principal promptly replied, "Student Li, you needn't worry. After today, do not speak of this matter outside. No one is to mention it. The academy will provide you all with a satisfactory resolution. The medical expenses will be fully covered by the academy, and additionally, each of you will receive a month's worth of complimentary nutritional meals. Let this matter pass quietly, shall we?" Upon hearing this, the class monitor anxiously retorted, "Principal, but he has taken down over 20 of our classmates." Before he could finish, Teacher Yu Dao hastily patted his shoulder and advised, "You should thank the principal." In his heart, Teacher Yu Dao was silently exclaiming, "Do you realize what the situation is? Not only could he easily take you all down, but even if he were to leave you injured, the principal would still protect him. This is a practitioner of the 9th level of Dao Rhyme, a monumental achievement in the principal's teaching history, a veritable treasure for the academy, to be cherished. The principal had not asked you to apologize, which was already a considerable courtesy." After hearing Teacher Yu Dao's words, the class monitor disdainfully pouted and turned away, saying, "I see." This scene surprised Chen Qing, who mused inwardly. Although the class monitor feels aggrieved, his ability to endure at such a young age is indeed commendable. The principal, brimming with excitement, held Chen Qing with one hand while his gaze fell upon Bai Yuner, his smile growing even more radiant, as if he could already envision the academy's glorious future. Observing the principal's reaction, Chen Qing's eyes flickered towards Bai Yuner, pondering, could it be that Bai Yuner is also a practitioner of the 9th level of Dao Rhyme? Or possibly even the 10th? Soon, the principal's actions confirmed his speculation. The principal cheerfully patted Bai Yuner's hand, saying, "Yuner, student Chen Qing has just arrived and is still unfamiliar with many matters of the academy. So I would like to ask you to take good care of him during this time. You both are practitioners of the 9th level of Dao Rhyme. It would be beneficial for you to spar with each other. You see, your abilities far exceed those of your peers, and they have often been reluctant to practice with you. Now that Chen Qing is here, you have a suitable training partner." The principal then turned to Chen Qing, stating, "Student Chen Qing, the academy will certainly not treat you unfairly. All tuition and fees will be waived, and you will receive 3 nutritious meals a day. Should you have any additional requests, the academy will do its utmost to accommodate them. If you have any concerns regarding expenses after entering university, feel free to bring them up with the principal, and I will certainly assist you." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing inwardly sighed. Is this the distinction between geniuses and ordinary individuals? The treatment is indeed lavish. Little did he know that practitioners like him and Bai Yuner, both at the 9th level of Dao Rhyme, were exceedingly rare within the academy, often taking years to recruit even one. Yet this year, 2 have emerged at once. Being a practitioner of the 9th level of Dao Rhyme signifies the academy will achieve remarkable results in the upcoming major examination, which will naturally attract significant attention from higher authorities, thereby securing substantial funding. The amount of funding is exceedingly considerable. Not only would it cover Chen Qing's university fees and various expenses, but it could sustain his education for 100 years without running out. He then said, "Principal, I do have a small request. Since I only awakened my Dao Rhyme yesterday, I have missed quite a few courses related to it. I wish to reside in the academy until the major examination to make up for this lost time." The principal immediately responded, "A trivial matter. Although Baiyu Academy primarily operates as a day school, I will arrange a room for you. You need only focus on your studies and preparations for the exam. As long as you perform well, there is no need to worry about anything else." Chen Qing's decision to stay in the academy stemmed from 2 reasons. Firstly, he sincerely wished for more time to cultivate, having only awakened his Dao Rhyme just yesterday and fallen behind in related courses. Secondly, he understood that Qingmao Academy would not easily let him go, and once the news of Qi Tian's death spread, it was inevitable that trouble would ensue. Within the academy, there exists a relatively safe and quiet environment that would allow him to concentrate wholeheartedly on his cultivation, making this the most suitable and necessary decision for him at this moment. Chapter 7. Selection of Martial Techniques. Chen Qing was assigned to Class 1 of the senior year, alongside Bai Yuner, His feat of single-handedly taking down all the boys from Class 3 of the senior year quickly spread throughout Baiyu Academy with astonishing speed. Initially, people were skeptical about Chen Qing's achievement of defeating over 20 individuals alone, but upon learning that he was a practitioner of the 9th level of Dao Rime, their doubts were laid to rest. It is important to note that a practitioner of the 9th level of Dao Rime possesses a cultivation speed and comprehension of martial techniques 9 times superior to that of a practitioner of the 1st level, and their spiritual energy recovery speed is similarly 9 times greater. Consequently, the notion of one person defeating over 20 others no longer seemed so incomprehensible. Of course, another significant reason for the swift acceptance of his prowess was that Bai Yuner, upon entering the academy, had frequently been harassed by a senior student, and in a fit of anger, she had directly incapacitated that senior for a month. Since then, no one in the academy dared to provoke her. Thus, as a fellow practitioner of the 9th level of Dao Rime, Chen Qing often encountered glances of fear, admiration, jealousy, and resentment from others while navigating through the academy. Chen Qing paid little mind to the complex gazes of his classmates as he settled into the room that the principal had specially arranged for him in the faculty lounge. The living facilities here were complete, even more luxurious than his original home. After all, aside from the sword on his back, he possessed nothing, so he did not return home but moved in directly. Once he had tidied up, he decided to visit the school library in search of martial techniques to enrich his skills. In the battle from the previous day, he had already amassed sufficient offensive martial techniques. However, a person's combat prowess must encompass the 4 aspects of healing, mobility, defense, and attack, with no weaknesses to be considered a competent practitioner. Currently, his sword finger technique was still in its infancy, capable of reaching a maximum distance of only 3 meters. Beyond this range, its power would diminish sharply. When reaching 5 meters, the effectiveness of the sword finger would be nearly negligible, making it difficult to inflict substantial damage upon an adversary. It was said that a complete sword finger technique could pierce stone and sever metal from 100 meters away, which stood in stark contrast to Chen Qing's current capabilities. Martial techniques and cultivation methods are classified into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with each grade further divided into lower, middle, and upper levels. With only about 10 days remaining until the major examination, given his current abilities and the time constraints, even with exceptional talent, it would be impossible for him to master this sword finger technique to a consummate level in such a short period. Thus, Chen Qing stepped into the academy library, acutely aware of his shortcomings and intending to seek out martial techniques in the realms of healing, defense, and mobility for his cultivation. Although the major examination was just around the corner, he firmly believed that with the enhancement of his 9th level of Dao Rime, he could achieve a satisfactory level of proficiency in these techniques before the exam. Chen Qing soon arrived at the Baiyu Library, and upon entering, he was greeted by shelves filled with various texts. He bypassed the less relevant books and made his way to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor of the library housed all the martial techniques cataloged by Baiyu Academy. In contrast to the alliance, family, or sect-based systems, the nation of Huaxia operates as a unified entity, which brings with it numerous advantages. While the state cannot guarantee an individual's upper limits in cultivation, students from affluent families are allowed to utilize heaven-grade martial techniques during the major examination. However, the state ensures a minimum developmental pathway, allowing students to freely learn low-level yellow-grade martial techniques. Moreover, across various cities within the Huaxia region, academies provide such learning opportunities, avoiding the necessity of financial expenditure or contributions for acquiring yellow-grade martial techniques, as often depicted in some cultivation novels. For ordinary students, merely studying the academy's assigned low-level yellow-grade martial techniques without any outstanding performance in healing, attack, mobility, or defense, coupled with inadequate Dao Rime, poses a significant risk of failing the examination, which would likely lead them to enroll in vocational colleges. Families with high hopes for their children, even if financially constrained, would invest in yellow-grade middle-level martial techniques in one of the 4 domains, hoping to secure a place in a prestigious academy during the major examination. As a component of the national education system, another benefit of the academy is that each institution has its own specialized martial techniques. To strive for better rankings in examinations, academies impart their signature martial techniques. For example, Baiyu Academy boasts 8 yellow-grade middle-level universal martial techniques, each created by its past principals. These techniques are quite unique, as they adapt to the Dao direction of the student transforming into corresponding martial techniques. Among the 8 yellow-grade middle-level martial techniques at Baiyu Academy, the one created by the current principal Bai Qianfeng is called Stepping Through Snow to Seek Plum Blossoms. Principal Bai Qianfeng is a practitioner of ice-related Dao, and this martial technique originally belonged to the ice attribute, but he has transformed it into a non-attribute martial technique. Consequently, when practitioners of different attributes practice it, remarkable transformations occur. For instance, when a fire element practitioner learns Stepping Through Snow to Seek Plum Blossoms, it becomes a martial technique known as Flame Walk. As soon as Chen Qing stepped onto the second floor of the library, a teacher approached him briskly with a warm smile. The teacher looked at Chen Qing and kindly inquired, "You must be student Chen Qing, correct?" Chen Qing nodded slightly. The teacher casually remarked, "Follow me. The dean has specifically selected a martial skill for you." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself, "Is this what they call the treatment of a genius? Special privileges wherever one goes." At that moment, other students in the library who were also selecting martial skills cast envious glances in Chen Qing's direction. Among the lower-grade students, someone whispered, "Look, that's Chen Qing, who single-handedly defeated 20 seniors yesterday. I heard he possesses 9 golden Dao rhythms." Another student chimed in, "It's truly enviable. He arrives and immediately enjoys special treatment from the academy. You must understand, the intermediate yellow-tier martial skills are not for just anyone. Only the top 50 from the monthly assessments can learn them, and they must sign a confidentiality agreement to do so." A classmate added with a hint of jealousy, "He is fortunate. He doesn't even have to take the assessment to learn intermediate yellow-tier martial skills." Someone immediately retorted, "Hmph, if you could defeat over 20 boys from a single class, you wouldn't need to take the assessment either." Amidst the gazes of admiration and jealousy, Chen Qing followed the teacher into a small room. As soon as he stepped inside, the teacher produced a glass pendant from his pocket and handed it to him. Chen Qing's expression turned quizzical, prompting the teacher to explain, "This is a high-level yellow-tier golden Dao defensive martial skill bestowed upon you by the principal in his personal capacity. When you crush it, the information will automatically be stored in your mind. You will need to sign a confidentiality agreement later, but I'm giving this to you now." Additionally, this room contains 2 books each of offensive, healing, defensive, and mobility intermediate yellow-tier martial skills. The dean has selected the defensive skill for you, which is this pendant. He wants you to choose 1 book each from the healing and mobility skills. The dean also informed me that he learned through recordings that the offensive martial skill you were studying previously is of considerable caliber. Thus, you may learn offensive martial skills, but do not focus solely on them. At this stage, concentrate on mastering the offensive skills you have learned and the defensive skill provided by the dean. The healing and mobility skills should follow, and once you have no weaknesses in these areas, you may begin studying the other 2 offensive martial skills. Chen Qing nodded in gratitude to the teacher, saying, "Thank you, teacher. Please extend my thanks to Dean Bai." The teacher, feeling gratified, patted Chen Qing on the shoulder. "Study diligently. The dean has high hopes for you." He mentioned that if you perform excellently this year, he will fully cover your living expenses in university without requiring any contracts or conditions. Furthermore, you are welcome to come to this room anytime before the major exams, and you may freely browse the books inside. With that, the teacher handed Chen Qing a key, admonishing, "Remember, aside from you and Bai Yuner, do not allow other students to enter casually. Do you understand?" Chen Qing promptly replied, "Understood, teacher." After expressing his thanks once more, the teacher departed the room. Once alone, Chen Qing shattered the glass pendant, and a surge of consciousness regarding the golden Dao defensive martial skill flooded his mind. This was a storage medium that combined the Dao with technology. Once shattered, the information would linger in his mind for 3 days. He quickly discerned that this martial skill was called Copper Skin, Iron Bones, a purely golden Dao martial skill, and surprisingly, it was classified as high-tier yellow. What astonished him further was that, unlike the other 8 martial skills in the room, this one was not attribute-less. It was a genuine, pure golden Dao martial skill of high-tier yellow. The dean certainly had great acumen, executing his plans with meticulous care. He neither violated the academy's rules nor failed to provide him with such a significant gift. All without any additional conditions. Such a method of winning people over was indeed impressive. Chen Qing silently marveled. The Copper Skin, Iron Bones martial skill is divided into 3 stages. The first stage, utilizing golden Dao spiritual energy, it adheres to the skin and bones through special meridians, creating preliminary defense that enhances skin elasticity and bone strength. The second stage. The skin and bones are permeated by Golden Tao spiritual energy, aligning the skin's defensive capabilities closer to that of true metal, while the hardness of the bones approaches that of steel, gradually transforming into genuine copper skin and iron bones. The third stage. Achieving great mastery. It becomes a passive skill that autonomously defends without the need for activation, and it can absorb the natural Golden Tao spiritual energy to nurture and enhance itself, becoming a formidable means of defense. After reviewing the introduction to copper skin, iron bones, Chunqing shifted his attention to the 8 martial skills on the shelf, intending to select his skills before rationally allocating his training time. His gaze soon landed on the Snow Tracing Plum martial skill created by Principal Bai Yufeng. This martial skill facilitates movement assistance by generating a path of light beneath the feet, with different attributes yielding various effects. For instance, the ice attribute reduces friction for gliding. The flame attribute forms a fiery halo around the feet, generating thrust to increase speed, while the unique quality of the Golden Tao lies in its metallic resilience, akin to equipping the feet with precision-controlled springs, allowing for enhanced movement after familiarization and explosive rapid displacement through stored energy. Chunqing felt that this mobility skill would offer a distinct advantage in practical applications, prompting him to decisively choose it. Ultimately, Chunqing finalized his selection of martial skills. For mobility, he chose the Golden Tao version of Snow Tracing Plum, known as Golden Path. For defense, he relied on the high-tier yellow copper skin. Iron Bones. For healing, he selected the skill named Spirit Spring, also referred to as Golden Spring, which, in its initial training phase, forms a spirit spring within the body, automatically absorbing spiritual energy to replenish itself, healing injuries when needed. Additionally, he picked the offensive high-tier yellow martial skill Flash Blade, which involves delivering strikes in harmony with his Golden Tao. Chapter 8. This will be your capital for bragging in the future. After selecting his martial skills, Chunqing began to focus and comprehend. Golden Path is rather unique. It requires condensing spiritual energy within the body into 2 golden rings. When activated, these rings extend from within to beneath the feet, providing Chunqing with additional movement elasticity, thereby enhancing his speed. Golden Spring, being a healing martial skill, requires constructing a structure resembling a spring within the body. When spiritual energy is infused, it transforms into healing water. In moments of injury, this golden spring water can be summoned to mend wounds. The training difficulty for these 2 martial skills is not great, as long as the specific forms are successfully constructed within the body. Subsequent strengthening can be achieved by repeatedly washing the golden rings and golden spring with spiritual energy through special meridians. Chunqing planned to focus initially on training Golden Path to form the golden rings. Being a Golden Tao body, Wanjin Miaohua, he possessed a unique advantage. Once the forms of the golden rings and golden spring were established within, even during sleep, his body would autonomously wash the rings and spring with spiritual energy, continuously enhancing them. This convenience in martial skill training was a gift from his Tao-bodied. As time slowly passed, after a morning of practice, Chunqing finally established a preliminary form of the golden rings within. Though these 2 rings appeared somewhat feeble and not solid, seemingly easy to break, Chunqing was nonetheless quite satisfied. At that moment, his stomach growled in hunger, prompting him to decide to rise and grab something to eat. The instant he stepped into the dining hall, he keenly sensed several unfriendly gazes directed at him. Just then, a girl approached him directly. She sported playful twin ponytails and had a sweet appearance that made her seem particularly charming and lively. The girl spoke first. "You must be Chunqing, right?" Chunqing remained silent, simply nodding slightly. The girl continued, "I'm the class monitor of Class 1. You can call me Jujio." Upon learning she was the class monitor, Chunqing offered a warm smile and politely extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Class Monitor Jujio. What brings you to me?" Jujio appeared somewhat nervous and spoke to Chunqing. "You should go to the exclusive food line over there shortly to get your meal, and leave right after. Don't eat in the dining hall." Chunqing's brow furrowed again in confusion as he asked, "Why? Is the academy forbidding me from eating here?" Jujio bit her lip. Anxious as she explained, "Are you really unaware or just pretending? You fought Zhou Hao from Class 3 yesterday, and his older brother is coming to cause trouble for you." Chunqing raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly replying, "His older brother is coming to find me. What could he possibly want?" Jujio anxiously retorted, "You really are playing dumb. You defeated his little brother, so he will definitely come to settle the score. Zhou Hao's older brother, Li Yin, was once a student at Baiyu Academy. He later got into a prestigious university in Shangjing, and now that he has graduated and returned to our city, he joined the Demon Slaying Association founded by the Zhao family and is a squad leader there, so his strength is quite formidable. Chen Qing's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing an intrigued expression as he remarked, "Oh, is he really going to confront me in the dining hall?" Juju's eyes darted around nervously before she leaned in closer to Chen Qing like a cautious little rabbit. She attempted to tiptoe to whisper in his ear but awkwardly realized her height was only about 1.55 meters, while Chen Qing had already grown to 1.85 meters, making her a full 30 centimeters shorter. Even on tiptoe, she couldn't reach his ear. Observing this, Chen Qing slightly bent down, presenting his ear to her. Juju whispered, "I just overheard Zhou Hao saying he plans to come find you for trouble soon. He will publicly challenge you to a duel outside. If you refuse, he will say you are cowardly, claiming you have 9 Dao rhythms but dare not face him, and he'll roast you over a fire. In my opinion, you should heed my advice. Quickly grab your meal and return to avoid this storm." Chen Qing chuckled softly. "Oh, I'm a bit face-blind. Could you tell me which one Zhou Hao is? I shall endeavor to maintain a distance from him in the future." Zhang Juju nudged Chen Qing and then extended a little finger, discreetly pointing towards a table on the left. At that table sat 5 or 6 individuals, their malevolent gazes fixated upon Chen Qing, as if their eyes could ignite flames. Chen Qing glanced over and noticed one person with a bandaged hand, while 2 others had wheelchairs beside them. He couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "In such a state, what compels them to dine in the restaurant?" He nearly burst into laughter. After taking in the scene, Chen Qing straightened up, placed a hand on Jing Banjiang's shoulder, and said, "Thank you, class leader. You should go eat. There's no need to worry about me." Zhang Juju shot him a glare and replied, "You listen to me. After the meal, make sure to leave quickly. If they come looking for trouble, I can't help you. The teacher instructed me to keep an eye on you, so don't stir up any trouble." Chen Qing promptly agreed. "All right, class leader. You go ahead. It's better they don't cause you any trouble." After a few steps, Zhang Jujiu turned back to glare at him once more, returning to their table while gesturing animatedly, implying that he should not cause any disturbances. Chen Qing nodded and waved, signaling her to attend to her own affairs. Once Zhang Jujiu departed, Chen Qing leisurely approached the sterilizing cabinet, retrieved a set of utensils, and then made his way to the designated dining area to fill his plate. He noticed Zhang Jujiu staring intently at him, her eyebrows furrowed, which struck Chen Qing as quite amusing. Balancing his meal, he walked toward Zhang Jujiu's direction. She assumed he was coming to join her, feeling a twinge of anxiety. However, she thought that if Chen Qing truly approached, Zhou Hao and his group would likely refrain from making a scene in front of her. The class leader. Nevertheless, just as Chen Qing was nearing Zhang Jujiu, he suddenly veered to the side, taking a few more steps before heading straight to Zhou Hao's table and finding a vacant seat. Seated beside Zhou Hao were the 2 individuals he had reprimanded the previous day, along with 2 unfamiliar faces. They were utterly unprepared for Chen Qing's bold approach, their eyes bulging with rage as they glared at him. This sight sent a jolt of alarm through Zhang Jujiu's heart, prompting her to mutter, "This fool. Didn't I tell him to avoid Zhou Hao? Why is he gravitating toward them?" Her friend Wang Yi reassured her. "It's fine, class leader. The use of spiritual power is strictly prohibited in the dining hall. Zhou Hao and his crew can only hurl a few provocations. After we finish eating, we can ensure Chen Qing's safety." Zhang Jujiu sighed in resignation. Well, it seems there's no other choice. Upon sitting down, Chen Qing nonchalantly took a few bites of plain rice, which bewildered Zhou Hao and his companions, for all that was on Chen Qing's plate was the monotonous white rice. As he ate, he suddenly turned and glared at Zhou Hao and his group, who initially looked taken aback but quickly returned his gaze with fierce indignation. Yet, Chen Qing remained unperturbed, reaching over to snatch a chicken leg from Zhou Hao's plate, devouring it without a care. Zhou Hao erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table and bellowing, "Chen Qing, you are crossing the line." Chen Qing feigned ignorance, finishing off the chicken leg and then looking directly at Zhou Hao, spitting the bone onto his face. Zhou Hao's face flushed with rage as he shouted, "Chen Qing, you are asking for trouble." Chen Qing rose leisurely, extending his right hand beneath the table, and with a forceful motion, flipped the entire table over with a loud crash. Caught off guard, Zhou Hao and his companions were sent sprawling, tumbling to the ground in disarray. Chun Qing's gaze turned frigid as he fixed his stare on Zhou Hao, slowly raising his right hand, activating his spiritual energy before bringing it down with a resounding slap that echoed through the air. Knocking Zhou Hao flat, he then crouched down, picked up the fallen plate, and approached the downed Zhou Hao, seizing his collar and delivering a resounding blow with the plate to his head. With no intention of stopping, Chun Qing repeatedly struck Zhou Hao's head with the plate, the force bending and distorting the dish rather than inflicting significant harm, given that they were both intermediate-level practitioners. Finding the exercise uninteresting, Chun Qing scrutinized every move of Bai Yuner while privately pondering. She appeared unchanged, yet it was precisely this unremarkable demeanor that intensified the innate caution of Chen Qing, deepening his suspicions. However, even with such doubts festering in his mind, he recognized that until he firmly established her identity, even if she were indeed a celestial demon, it would be impossible to take action within the confines of the academy. Presumably, even if she had surmised his identity, she would not recklessly act within the academy grounds. With these thoughts swirling, Chen Qing directly inquired, "Bai Yuner, do you require something?" Bai Yuner stared blankly at Chen Qing for a moment before responding, "I find myself rather bored and wish to engage in a spar with you." Chen Qing was taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment as he stammered, Have I offended you?" Bai Yuner replied. No. Chen Qing pressed further, "Then why do you wish to strike me without cause?" Bai Yuner shot him a glare, stating, "In this academy, you and I are the only ones who understand the 9 paths of rhythm. Others are unwilling to spar with me, not even the teachers." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing responded, "Oh," and then inquired, "What level are you at now?" Bai Yuner glanced at him without hesitation and declared, "I am at the initial stage of the 2nd level. At this revelation, Chen Qing scoffed, "Pa, how can you even consider sparring with me? I am merely at the intermediate stage of the 1st level with the high stage and peak of the 1st level still above me." "This is quite unfair," Bai Yuner retorted. "I can suppress my cultivation to match your level." Chen Qing promptly interjected, "Stop. I have no desire to spar with you. Go wherever you please and do not hinder my training." After being rebuffed, Bai Yuner fixed him with a cold, piercing gaze. Chen Qing paid little mind to her glare. A fleeting glance would not be fatal, however. Just as he was about to close the door, Bai Yuner swiftly caught it with her hand and pushed her way inside, continuing to glare at him with ferocity. Feigning anger, Chen Qing exclaimed, "What are you doing? Others do not wish to fight you, and you resort to coercion?" Bai Yuner lifted her chin, her white hair cascading as she defiantly proclaimed, "If you refuse to fight me, then you must fight me anyway." A chilling aura enveloped her, instantly frosting the furniture within the room. Chen Qing's expression turned icy, his golden aura surging forth, the sharpness of it clashing with Bai Yuner's frigid energy. As snowflakes drifted from her form, they were cleaved in twain by the intensity of his golden essence. Chen Qing's dark eyes bore into Bai Yuner's blue ones, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. Suddenly, Chen Qing broke into a radiant smile and suggested, "What is the point of fighting me? Instead, let us venture forth and slay a more formidable foe. That would be far more exciting." A ripple of intrigue washed over Bai Yuner's icy gaze as she tilted her head in confusion and asked, "What did you say? You propose killing someone? Chen Qing, do you realize that with that statement alone, I could report you to the enforcement department?" Chen Qing shrugged nonchalantly, "Oh, I couldn't care less. Why not go ahead?" Bai Yuner let out a cold laugh, scoffing, "You may not wish to fight me, but do not think you can brush me off with such a feeble excuse. I am not attempting to change the subject." Chen Qing clarified, "I merely wish to hone my skills in the field and if possible, I would like to eliminate someone in the process." Bai Yuner cast him a sidelong glance, her demeanor haughty as she said, "Very well, then I am curious to know who you intend to kill." Chen Qing replied, "Wang Gang, you should be familiar with him." Upon hearing the name Wang Gang, Bai Yuner's expression turned frigid once more, the chill in the air intensifying. Had it not been for the principal repeatedly advising her to avoid Zhou Hao, she would have long desired to eliminate him. She asked, "Do you really intend to kill him?" Chen Qing waved his hand dismissively. "He is not worthy of my attention." Bai Yuner questioned, "Then who do you wish to kill? Do you have enemies outside?" "You've misunderstood. Recently, while training, class leader Su Jiaxi has been warning me that Li Yin intends to cause me trouble. I am not one to passively wait, so I plan to confront him directly," Chen Qing explained. Bai Yuner's gaze sharpened as she cautioned, "Chen Qing, Li Yin is notorious throughout Qing City as a powerful figure. He is at the pinnacle of the 2nd level with 5 paths of rhythm. With your mere intermediate first level, dreaming of defeating him is folly. Chun Qing shrugged. Did I ever claim I would take him on alone? Bai Yuner furrowed her brows deeper and replied, Humph, do not think to drag me into this. If this matter were to come to light, let alone the exams, we would spend the rest of our lives in prison. Chen Qing sighed, gently patting Bai Yuner on the head. You, my dear, ought to think a bit more critically. I am planning to accept a hunt for the demon clan. Since Su Jushi warned me about Li Yin, I intend to take on a mission right in front of him to end the demon hunting space. Do you think he would follow us? There are no cameras there, and no information can reach the outside world. Isn't it quite normal for someone to perish in such circumstances? Bai Yuner countered, but how can you be sure that the one who dies won't be you? Chen Qing replied, Ah, right. That's why I need you with me. Bai Yuner huffed in frustration. Chen Qing, fine. You have won this round. I will not pursue a fight with you anymore. With that, she turned and headed towards the hallway. Yet, Chen Qing did not stop her. He merely walked to the door, crossing his arms over his chest as he leaned against the doorframe, watching Bai Yuner's retreating figure. As she reached the stairwell, she couldn't resist glancing back at Chen Qing. He merely smiled softly at her, prompting Bai Yuner to grit her teeth in irritation, stomp her foot, and return, glaring up at Chen Qing. Chen Qing maintained his aloof demeanor, not sparing her a glance. Bai Yuner exclaimed, Fine. Chen Qing, you have won again. Chen Qing let out a hearty laugh, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Bai Yuner, you truly are my kindred spirit. From the first day I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a lunatic. Bai Yuner disdainfully shot him a glance, shrugging off his arm from her shoulder. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Dio, think about when we will set off and let me know. Chen Qing waved her off. Go on, go on. We shall depart together tomorrow. Bai Yuner shot him a glance before turning to leave. However, as she descended the stairs, an uncontrollable excitement flickered across her face, and she internally exclaimed, Chen Qing! Chen Qing! Who would have thought that after all these years, the one who understands me best is you? I've never before encountered someone so soon after meeting who proposes a plot to commit murder together. This is simply too amusing, too insane. Ha ha ha. Chen Qing, you are truly fascinating. I am now convinced that you are a rare delicacy, and I shall savor you well. Meanwhile, Chen Qing remained with his arms crossed, leaning against the door, quietly absorbing the moment as he reflected, is this the connection between kindred spirits? Fate is indeed a wondrous thing. With that thought, Chen Qing quietly closed the door and returned to his training. The reason Chen Qing boldly articulated his plans in front of Bai Yuner was that he sensed a kinship between them, a feeling that assured him she would agree to his proposal. It was a peculiar confidence that one feels upon encountering a different manifestation of oneself. Chen Qing mused, if this woman is not a celestial demon, then she is truly formidable. If I were to encapsulate her essence in a single phrase, it would be perfectly fitting. A golden is not a creature of mere pawns. When it encounters the winds and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Chen Qing's calm demeanor had nothing to do with Bai Yuner's talent. He believed that even if she started off just like him, without a single path of rhythm, she would undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. Chapter 10. The Demon Extermination Mission. The following day, Chen Qing and Bai Yuner departed from Baiyu Academy, preparing to undertake a demon extermination mission to advance their subsequent plans. Chen Qing had two main objectives for accepting the demon extermination task. First, to assess his combat capabilities against the demon clan in real battle and hone his practical skills. Second, to determine whether there would be any rewards from the system for eliminating beings from the native world. Aside from celestial demons, this realm, known as the Dao Source World, bore an uncanny resemblance to the Blue Star where Chen Qing resided, almost like a parallel universe, with comparable technology and various aspects. However, one fateful day, the world was suddenly inundated with numerous alternate spaces, each housing entirely new realms inhabited by creatures akin to the legendary demons, capable of speech and manipulating the elements. Initially, the minor demon incursions were manageable for humanity due to their technological advancements. Yet, as time progressed, the frequency of these incursions escalated and humanity struggled to cope, leading to the occupation of over half the planet by demons. It was not until the first awakened individual appeared that the path of cultivation for humanity began. After thousands of years of warfare between humans and demons, humanity ultimately regained dominion over the planet. Nonetheless, the appearance of alternate spaces continued to increase, and the demons grew ever stronger, resulting in a stalemate. This world is home to many uninhabited areas, featuring not only human nations and demon alliances, but also the occasional emergence of alien races and dimensions. If left unchecked, these alternate spaces would gradually expand, impacting reality. Why is it that demons and humans cannot coexist peacefully? The answer is straightforward. The demon cores within demons can be utilized by humans to concoct various restorative potions and potency-enhancing elixirs. Additionally, their flesh can be fashioned into various weaponry and artifacts, while the realm of the demons is rich with treasures unknown to the human world. Upon reflecting on the demon race, it becomes evident that their desire for rapid cultivation necessitates the extraction of human essence and the consumption of human flesh and blood. It is precisely due to the existence of such conflicting interests and opposing behaviors between the two races that, at their core, a naturally adversarial relationship is established. With the random emergence of the demon race's other dimensional spaces, each city within the nation has established specialized departments dedicated to exterminating demons. Should an other dimensional space appear in the vicinity of a city, the state will promptly dispatch personnel to eradicate it. The conflict between the Huaxia and the demon race has persisted for thousands of years. Since the awakening of Tao rhythm, the disparities among individuals have gradually become pronounced. Consequently, some early awakeners of Tao rhythm, leveraging their formidable prowess, have slowly formed their own families. Each family possesses its own demon extermination team, which is officially recognized by the state. The emergence of demon spaces and the subsequent assignment of tasks generally follows several procedures. 1. Demon space assessment. When a demon space appears, the state dispatches personnel to assess it, categorizing it into 5 grades: A, B, C, D.2. Issuing extermination missions. For each assessed demon space, the state issues extermination missions, mandating the eradication of all demons within. This is a non-negotiable directive. 3. Resource analysis and task division. Based on the evaluator's descriptions of the resources within the demon space, the overall mission is divided into various large, medium, and small tasks. 4. Task acceptance conditions. Each mission has specific acceptance criteria. Small tasks require at least 10 individuals of second rank or above. Medium tasks necessitate dozens to 100 participants, while large tasks may require hundreds or even thousands to be undertaken. 5. Upon acceptance of a large task by a prominent family, the mission is further subdivided into smaller tasks according to the state's distribution model, which are then assigned to members of their Demon Extermination Guild for execution. Upon completion, the state rewards the Family S Guild accordingly, which is then distributed among its members, thus forming a complete chain of task execution and reward distribution. Chunqing intends to approach the Zhao family's Demon Extermination Guild to undertake a mission. In family-oriented Demon Extermination Guilds, task allocation is not restricted solely to guild members. Some tasks are also distributed to independent cultivators, allowing them to participate. However, these independent cultivators do not belong to the guild, resulting in a lack of corresponding safeguards during task execution, and the rewards they receive upon completion are significantly lesser compared to those of formal guild members. Nonetheless, individuals have varied choices. Some choose to join the guild for better remuneration and protection, while others willingly roam alone, embracing the life of a lone wolf. Chunqing and Baiyuner plan to adopt the lone wolf approach when they accept tasks from the Zhao family's Demon Extermination Guild. Before long, the duo arrives at the Zhao family's Demon Extermination Guild. The guild resembles a tavern, where food, drinks, and entertainment abound. The walls and various electronic screens display numerous tasks issued by the state or the guild. As soon as Chunqing and Baiyuner enter, a staff member warmly greets them and invites them to take a seat. The staff member, a young woman clad in a short uniform skirt and black stockings, adorned with heavy makeup, could indeed be deemed attractive at first glance. She half kneels before Chunqing and Baiyuner, displaying a professional smile as she gently inquires, "You two appear unfamiliar. I presume you are not members of the Zhao Family Guild? Are you looking to apply for membership, or do you intend to undertake some tasks as independent cultivators?" Chunqing replies nonchalantly, "We are here to accept some minor extermination tasks and earn a bit of extra income." Upon hearing this, the staff member evaluates Chunqing and Baiyuner, noticing their striking appearances and the school uniforms they wear, and remarks, "Given your attire, you must be students of Baiyu Academy. The state provides certain protections for students. Under normal circumstances, you are not permitted to undertake tasks graded D or above. May I ask if you possess a signed document from your supervisor?" Chunqing waves his hand dismissively. "No, We do not. In response, the staff member retrieves an electronic tablet and places it before them. These are D-grade tasks. Since you are students, I recommend you consider this Sunflower Collection mission, located near Wei Village in Qing City, where a demon space inhabited by plant-based demons has emerged. Within, there are many sunflower demons, as well as an abundance of sunflowers. The mission entails collecting sunflowers, with a reward of 100 yuan per flower, and a minimum submission of 10 flowers, with an additional reward of 200 yuan upon task completion. Given that you are students, you can collect and submit 10 flowers to receive the completion reward of 200 yuan. Upon hearing this, Chunqing immediately nods. All right, we will take this task. However, we would like to rest here for a while before heading out, if that is acceptable. Chunqing's actual intention for coming was not to undertake any task, but rather to bait a trap. The news of his and Bai Yunar's arrival at the Zhao family guild would soon reach Li Yin, who was eager to create trouble for him. It would be perfect to accept the task together and then deal with him in the demon space. The staff member, dressed in a JK uniform, smiles and stands up, clicking on the tablet to accept the task, saying, "Certainly. Please fill in your identity information on the tablet to accept the task." Please note that the handling of this large demon space has entered its late stages and is expected to be completely resolved within 3 days, so it would be best not to delay too long. Chunqing nods in agreement and adds, "Please bring us a glass of juice." Bai Yunar interjects, "I would like a glass of Lao Baigan." Chunqing is momentarily taken aback. What? Did I hear that correctly? He casts a dubious glance at Bai Yunar's icy blue eyes, mentally exclaiming, "Sister, we are here to kill demons. Why would you drink Lao Baigan? Is it for courage?" Bai Yunar shoots him a glare, retorting, "What's wrong with me drinking Lao Baigan?" Feeling awkward, Chunqing clears his throat and responds to the staff member, "Ahem, please change my juice order to Erguo. Thank you." The staff member chuckles softly. "Understood. Please wait a moment." With that, she sways her hips and walks towards the bar in her high heels. Chunqing leans closer to Bai Yunar, whispering in her ear, "Sister, what exactly are we here for? Why are you drinking Lao Baigan?" Bai Yunar glares at him with her icy gaze, then extends her delicate hand to push him away, saying, "Could you please not stand so close to me? Besides, what I drink is none of your concern. And anyway, aren't you ordering Erguo as well?" Chunqing, about to retort, finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Yunar shoots him another look, her blue eyes filled with disdain. "Humph. Just don't get drunk and cause a scene later." Chapter 11. A man's intoxication, acting until you shed tears. The Zhao Family Demon Extermination Guild is alive with noise and excitement. The warm yellow lights flicker within the establishment, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the gleaming bar. Female staff members, clad in youthful JK uniforms, bustle about, serving drinks to patrons with agility. The bartender, stationed at the center of the bar, skillfully concocts vibrant cocktails, the bottles dancing in his hands like a captivating performance. Surrounding him, countless individuals are gathered before the large screen television, their eyes glued to the intense basketball match unfolding. As the situation on the court shifts, cheers and groans erupt, creating a cacophony of sound that reverberates painfully in the ears. Not far away, several tables are filled with people, their faces flushed with drink as they shout and laugh. The clinking of glasses mingling with their raucous voices, spilling liquor onto the tables. Some individuals sit against the walls, scanning the task display board, murmuring to themselves as they weigh the various tasks available, seeking the one that best suits them. At that moment, a handsome young man, his face flushed, stammers, "Your ice path ability, hey, it's quite impressive when applied to drinking." He downs Erguo with abandon, struggling to articulate that he usually doesn't drink as much, yet finds himself swaying, his speech slurred. Bai Yunar casts him a disdainful glance, her blue eyes filled with contempt. "Your face is as red as a baboon's behind, and you still claim to feel nothing?" The two speaking are none other than Chunqing and Bai Yunar. Chunqing retorts defiantly, "What are you talking about? Do you believe I couldn't go out and slay 20 large demons right now?" With that, he stumbles to his feet, pulling Bai Yunar along as he heads for the exit, in a corner of the Zhao Family Demon Extermination Guild. 3 men in their 30s are secretly observing this scene, their expressions icy. The leader, a robust man clad in a brown leather jacket and polished black boots, stands with 2 subordinates behind him. One of the subordinates points toward the direction Chunqing and Bai Yunar are heading, whispering, "Big brother, is that the Chunqing who possesses 9 Dao rhythms?" And that girl beside him seems to be Bai Yuner from Baiyu Academy, also with 9 Dao rhythms. Another subordinate's eyes gleam with a lascivious glint as he licks his lips. Leering, "Big brother, this girl is truly enticing. Once we deal with Chen Qing, we should let the brothers have their fun first." The man addressed as Big Brother snorts coldly, his gaze darkening. "Just wait. Your time to enjoy will come." The individual referred to as Big Brother is none other than Li Yan. In a bid to persuade him to teach Chen Qing a lesson, Wang Gang generously offered a sum of 100,000 yuan. Li Yan smirked coldly and said, "Let us go. We shall follow them." He then approached the bar, his expression stern as he inquired, "Which task were the couple sitting here just now assigned?" The waitress, clad in a JK uniform, evidently recognized Li Yan and hurriedly bowed in respect, replying, "Ah, it's Captain Li. The two are students from Baiyu Academy, assigned to gather sunflowers in the demon space of Weijia Town." Li Yan responded decisively, "Very well. I shall take on that task as well." The waitress, taken aback, quickly urged, "Captain Li, this is merely a D-level task. For someone of your caliber, it would be a waste to tackle such a lowly assignment. Surely, you should be undertaking at least a D or C-level task." With a sudden forceful slap on the table, Li Yan bellowed, "Stop your incessant chatter. If I instruct you to accept this task, then you shall accept it. If you delay me, I will ensure you regret it." The waitress, frightened by his outburst, paled and hastily bowed in apology. "I'm sorry, Captain Li. My apologies." She then swiftly assisted Li Yan and his companions in completing the necessary paperwork, stating, "Captain Li, your information has been recorded, and you have accepted the task." Li Yan grunted in acknowledgement, remaining silent as he strode out of the Zhao family guild with his 2 subordinates. That moment, Chen Qing staggered as he walked, swaying in an S-shaped pattern, while Bai Yuner, visibly impatient, supported him. Chen Qing, his face flushed, insisted, "Don't touch me. I can walk on my own." Just as he finished speaking, a car sped past him, prompting Bai Yuner to swiftly grasp his arm and pull him to safety behind her. The sudden motion caused Chen Qing to tumble onto her, his face growing even redder as he exclaimed, "What are you doing? Hey!" At that instant, a taxi halted before them, and Bai Yuner disdainfully remarked, "You're truly pathetic. If you can't handle your liquor, don't pretend otherwise." She helped Chen Qing into the cab, giving him a little shove as she joined him inside. After the taxi departed, Li Yan and his subordinates emerged from their hiding spot. One subordinate commented, "Big brother, do you think they want to go for the task? Look at him. He is in no state to do anything but head to a hotel. This kid is quite fortunate. Should we just head to the inn and wait for them?" Li Yan sharply tapped his subordinate on the head and reprimanded, "Where do you see them heading? Baiyu Academy is to the east, while they're going west. They must be off to complete their task." With that, the 3 hailed a taxi, instructing the driver, "Sir, follow that taxi ahead." Meanwhile, in the taxi occupied by Bai Yuner and Chen Qing, Bai Yuner instructed the driver, "Sir, please take us to the newly formed demon space in Weijia Town." The driver glanced at them through the rearview mirror. Concern etched on his face as he said, "Young lady, why would you go to such a dangerous place? Your boyfriend is in this state, and you still intend to take on a task? If it were up to me, I'd take you both to a hotel to rest first." Bai Yuner waved her hand dismissively, explaining, "It's fine. We're only taking on a D-level gathering task. It won't be dangerous." The driver, seeing that Bai Yuner was not heeding his advice, pressed on, "That place is no joke. One misstep and you could lose your life. I can't allow you 2 young folks to act foolishly." With that, the driver attempted to steer towards a roadside inn. Alarmed that the driver was intent on dropping them off at a hotel, Bai Yuner swiftly slapped Chen Qing's face and exclaimed, "Get it together, Chen Qing." Chen Qing blushed furiously, quickly lifting his head from Bai Yuner's shoulder. He straightened up and retorted, "Hey, I was just getting into character. Why did you slap me? If I'm not in the right state when we get out, it'll all be ruined." Bai Yuner shot him a look with her striking blue eyes, pouting slightly as she said, "Whether you're acting or not, they'll still follow us." Chen Qing, however, insisted with a mysterious air, "You don't understand. This is called feigning weakness. It's all part of the strategy. When they arrive, just play along with me." The driver, looking bewildered, scratched his head before his eyes suddenly widened in realization, exclaiming, "I get it, young lady. Oh, I understand now. You two are playing cosplay, right?" Bai Yuner and Chen Qing exchanged puzzled glances, chorusing in disbelief, "Huh." The driver squinted his eyes, a somewhat lecherous expression crossing his face as he said, You young folks really know how to have fun. This is a classic case of a drunken man trying to charm a wealthy girl. Isn't it? Just a word of advice, though, playful as it may be. Don't go too far and remember to take precautions. Try not to let anyone see. It could have negative consequences. Chen Qing, taken aback, rubbed his head and replied helplessly, "No, sir, what are you thinking? I must clarify that we are both minors. If you persist in this line of conversation, I will have to report you." The driver, alarmed by this, retorted, "No, how can you be so dense? I'm just joking with you." Chen Qing fired back, "You're getting a bit too old for this. Aren't you?" The driver waved his hands in exasperation, saying, all right, I won't tease you anymore. How about I give you a 20% discount on the fare? Consider it an Uncle's misfortune. Chapter 12, Cackling. The demon space is an entirely new realm, starkly contrasting with the towering skyscrapers and hard concrete of urban China. It feels as though one has stepped back into ancient times, with lush vegetation flourishing abundantly. Numerous plants, towering trees, and gigantic flora, many of which are of previously unseen varieties from the Dao source world, abound, accompanied by an array of unique insects and small animals. As soon as Chen Qing set foot in this realm, he spotted a rabbit covered in scales, its crimson eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty glimmer, its size comparable to that of a domestic dog. At that moment, it was greedily devouring the flesh of a creature that resembled a mouse. Upon noticing Chen Qing and Bai Yuner, the scaled rabbit suddenly leaped with aggression, its blood-red eyes fixated on them, poised to attack. However, this creature was merely a standard beast, hardly qualifying as a demon. Bai Yuner, unfazed, didn't even resort to her combat skills. Instead, with a gentle stomp of her foot, a chill rapidly spread through the AI art. In an instant, the rabbit was encased in a layer of solid ice. Unable to move, easily subdued. At this juncture, Chen Qing no longer pretended to be inebriated. The entry into the demon space was facilitated by random teleportation. However, as long as teammates held hands, they could be transported to the same area. Upon entering hand in hand, they did not detect the presence of Li Yin and his group nearby, prompting Chen Qing to drop the act. They collected a general map of this space at the entrance. And Chen Qing, no longer pretending to be drunk, carefully examined the map, marking a location and stating, "We should be here. The sunflowers are in the Sunflower Demon's plantation. This area is in close proximity to the dwelling zone of the final major demon, a sunflower demon of initial third-tier strength." Currently, Chen Qing and Bai Yuner, who is at the second-tier initial level, find themselves on the periphery of this space, while the sunflower demon resides at the center. Surrounded by vast fields of sunflowers. These sunflowers resemble sunflowers in appearance, filled with seeds. It is said that many insect demons, such as bee demons and mantis demons, who have yet to fully transform, serve as the sunflower demon's minions. However, for Chen Qing, a mid-tier first class, and Bai Yuner, a second-tier initial, these minor demons pose no threat. Their purpose for visiting is to gather sunflowers, but perhaps due to the season not being ripe for full bloom, the garden, expansive as it is, does not yield a sufficient quantity that meets the collection standards. Moreover, as many have already attempted gathering, they must act swiftly. After all, this space is on the verge of being conquered. And soon national forces will intervene to exploit its resources. Of course, their visit is not solely motivated by the meager rewards, but rather by a desire for vengeance. This space is not particularly vast. The area influenced by first-tier minor demons spans approximately 10 miles, whereas a third-tier major demon can exert influence over a radius of about 50 miles, approximately 25 kilometers. For Chen Qing and Bai Yuner, who have become cultivators, traversing this area is not a daunting task. Chen Qing summoned the golden ring of the golden path, while Bai Yuner practiced the snowy plum-seeking technique. The duo, one wielding gold and the other ice, swiftly navigated through this realm. Most of the minor demons at the outskirts had been cleared away, leaving only creatures that could be classified as mere beasts. Thus they encountered minimal resistance. After a brief trek of over 10 minutes, they arrived at a sunflower garden. As far as the eye could see, the garden was vast, yet the sunflowers were sparse. Firstly, it was not yet the season for the sunflowers to bear seeds. And secondly, the spiritual energy in this location was lacking. The quality of heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the demon space is closely tied to the abundance of spiritual energy and blood food. This space, being deficient in both, accounts for the limited number of sunflowers growing here. As they journeyed onward, Chen Qing and Bai Yuner encountered no other souls along the way, suggesting that all those seeking to conquer this realm had congregated in the central area. Engaged in the final assault on the formidable Sunflower Demon, at this moment, Bai Yuner turned to Chen Qing and inquired, "What shall we do next?" Chen Qing waved his hand dismissively and replied, "What else is there to do? Naturally, we shall gather flowers, collect as many as we can." A ripple of confusion danced in Bai Yuner's captivating eyes. Her flowing white hair obscured her delicate, fair cheeks as the wind tousled it. She expressed her perplexity. "Did you not instruct me to slay foes? Why then must we gather flowers?" Chen Qing shot her an exasperated glance and retorted, "Are you foolish? They are targeting us. The area is devoid of others. We lay in wait for our prey. Does that not sound enticing?" Upon hearing Chen Qing's rationale, Bai Yuner nodded slightly and, parting her cherry-red lips, replied, "Very well. We shall wait for them here." Chen Qing continued, "When they arrive, you must assist me in my ruse. I will feign drunkenness, and if they attack, you shall engage them in combat while I seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Do you understand?" Bai Yuner shot him a skeptical look, disdainfully stating, "Do you honestly believe your ambush would succeed? You are merely a first-tier intermediate. Even if you managed to catch them off guard, you wouldn't be able to inflict significant harm." Chen Qing sighed. "Why do you concern yourself with such details? Does he not have 2 lackeys? I will first ambush and eliminate his minions, and then we can deal with him together." "Would that not be splendid?" Bai Yuner let out a resigned sigh, her expression dripping with disdain. "I will follow your lead, but I am quite curious. Are you truly a man? Shouldn't a man face challenges head-on? Your constant scheming reveals a distinct lack of masculinity." "Chen Qing, do you wish to see?" Upon hearing Chen Qing's teasing, Bai Yuner's formerly icy gaze ignited with a chill, and she coldly replied, "You may attempt it, but I assure you, I will freeze that part of you solid." Chen Qing shivered involuntarily, a chill creeping up his spine. You are quite the woman." Bai Yuner huffed dismissively, ignoring Chen Qing as she wandered off in search of flowers. Suddenly, a flash of green light darted from the underbrush, and Chen Qing beheld a green glimmer accompanied by 2 chilling rays of light. Just as he was about to extend his pinky and use his Shaozi sword to intercept the green beam, Bai Yuner swiftly encased her fists in solid ice and unleashed a powerful punch toward the green light eye. In the next instant, Chen Qing realized it was a mantis, roughly the size of a cat, whose razor-sharp scythe-like claws were brutally crushed into the ground upon contact with Bai Yuner's icy fist, reducing it to a pulp. Before Bai Yuner could catch her breath, a swarm of bee demons, armored beetles, mantis demons, and various insect demons descended upon her. Undaunted, Bai Yuner quickly swung her icy fists, creating a flurry of afterimages in the AI. In an instant, loud thuds echoed as numerous small demons were sent flying. Their remains splattered across the ground. Chen Qing stood utterly astonished, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, "Is this truly the correct usage of your ice abilities?" Yet, before he could utter more, Bai Yuner's melodious voice erupted in a roar, her aura radiating an overwhelming chill. The icy energy swirling behind her produced a palpable force. In the blink of an eye, her form became enveloped in layers of icy armor. With a rapid motion, she propelled herself forward, moving like a bolt of lightning, resembling a human war machine as she charged into the throng of insect demons. With each strike of her fists, massive craters formed where they landed, accompanied by a cacophony of booming sounds. Chen Qing, so fierce. While Chen Qing was still reeling from Bai Yuner's combat prowess, his gaze flickered, and he turned sharply towards a direction where 3 figures emerged. A subtle smile crept across his lips as he felt a surge of delight. They have arrived. Immediately, he assumed the role of a dramatist, swiftly drawing his sword and beginning to flail it about in a chaotic display. Enacting his supposed drunken swordplay, he swayed left and right, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet somehow maintaining his balance, presenting himself as a thoroughly inebriated fool. He waved his sword, he bellowed, "How bold, little demon! Witness as Chen, your grandfather, cleaves you." His antics were undeniably comical. Meanwhile, Li Yin and his 2 lackeys observed this spectacle with wide, eager eyes. One lackey swallowed hard, a lewd grin plastered on his face as he remarked, "Brother, that little lady is quite the catch, and an ice wielder at that. I can almost feel the moisture radiating from her skin. I'm dying of envy." Another lackey eagerly chimed in, "Brother, this Chen Qing is nothing but a fool. How about we teach him a lesson later? Let us handle this little girl first and relish the moment in front of him. I bet he'd be tormented with jealousy. Li Yan's face twisted into a lecherous grin as he pointed at the lackey clad in red. Teasing, you truly are wicked, but I must admit, I like it. Heh heh heh. The lackey dressed in blue added with a sly smile, brother. I'll take care of the recording. With evidence in hand, we need not fear how to handle this little minx later. With malevolent laughter, the trio approached Chen Qing and Bai Yuner, their eyes gleaming with ill intent. Chapter 13. Ha! Another one bites the dust at that moment. Bai Yuner, fully immersed in battle, noticed the trio clad in smirks approaching. Her gaze hardened as she instinctively glanced at Chen Qing, who had already immersed himself in his performance, prompting an inward eye roll. She then turned her icy stare towards Li Yin and his companions. Unfazed by Bai Yuner's frigid demeanor, Li Yin continued to beam with a disingenuous smile, approaching her with a feigned air of camaraderie. Sister Yuner, what a fortuitous encounter. How delightful to find you here. Bai Yuner's expression remained as frigid as ever as she coldly replied, this area is designated for our collection. If you wish to gather sunflowers, I suggest you seek another location. After uttering this, she couldn't help but feel bemused at her own involvement in this charade. Casting a frigid glance at Chen Qing, she inwardly scolded, this scoundrel has clearly infected me with his theatrics. Under normal circumstances, I would have charged forward and dealt Li Yin a couple of solid punches, relishing in the satisfaction of seeing him unable to rise. Li Yin, seemingly oblivious to Bai Yuner's chill, maintained his overly cordial demeanor. Oh, I've heard tales of a rare genius emerging from Baiyu Academy, one who wields 9 distinct ice abilities. Today, I am fortunate to witness your remarkable prowess, and I must say, not only is your technique extraordinary, but you are also breathtakingly beautiful. Especially your enchanting blue eyes. They are truly unforgettable. Sister Yuner, you are a vision of unparalleled beauty. Bai Yuner furrowed her brow, her voice growing icier as she admonished. Do not approach me. I am in the midst of a task. Li Yin spread his arms wide, his smile unwavering. Oh, we are all from Qing City. There is no need for such formality. A young lady like you should not be alone in such a perilous place. Allow your older brother to take care of you. As he spoke, he quickened his pace towards Bai Yuner. Her eyes sparkled with cold fury as she commanded, ice armor. Instantly, her icy protective gear solidified even further. Yet, this icy armor was no ordinary frost. It resembled a swirling mist, akin to delicate silk, adapting fluidly to her movements without any risk of shattering. Next, she declared, cold air. A frigid breath escaped her lips, transforming into a chilling fog that enveloped the surrounding sunflowers and flora, instantly encasing them in icy. Li Yin, unfazed by her display, leered at her and remarked, Sister Yuner, why must you be so distant? If you continue, I shall be forced to take action. He then shouted, Sister Yuner, you may have ice armor, but I possess rock armor. In an instant, a series of cracking sounds echoed as his skin began to roughen, moisture seemingly evaporating from his body. Layer upon layer of stone enveloped him, even covering his face. With a thunderous roar, he exclaimed, Rock giant! The earth and stone around him began to levitate, quickly encasing him entirely. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering 5-meter-tall rock behemoth. His 2 lackeys gazed in awe at their leader's formidable display of power. The lackey in red quickly took a few steps back. Astonished, brother, you really are starting with your strongest technique. The blue-clad lackey frowned and cautioned, remember, Bai Yuner is a wielder of 9 distinct abilities. Though our brother may be rather lascivious, he has never underestimated anyone. The red-clad lackey asked, so, what should we do? Stand by and watch, or what? The blue-clad lackey pondered for a moment before declaring, I think you should stay here. I will fetch that obnoxious brat with that. A mist of vapor began to emanate from his form. He had cultivated the water path, and with a swift motion of his hands, he unleashed a whip-like tendril of water that struck the ground with a resounding crack, creating a massive crater. This was the low-tier yellow-grade martial skill he had mastered, Water Whip. This technique was effective for both assaulting foes and ensnaring them. As he finished speaking, an aura of moisture enveloped him, and he charged rapidly towards Chen Qing. However, Chen Qing appeared utterly oblivious to the blue-clad assailant racing towards him. He continued to swing his sword aimlessly, resembling a drunken man in his erratic movements. After a moment, he produced a bottle of erguatu from his pocket, pouring the liquor into his mouth in a manner reminiscent of a column, splashing it all over his face while exclaiming, "Ah, delightful, delightful." The previously aggressive blue-clad disciple, witnessing this absurd spectacle, slowed his pace, exasperatedly muttering, "Damn it! Why am I wasting my energy on such an idiot?" The antics and foolish words of Chen Qing sent shivers down his spine. He suddenly realized that this was merely a drunken fool who could incapacitate himself without any assistance. Thus, he retracted his water whip and approached Chen Qing directly, berating him as he walked. "You fool! How do you manage to have such fortune with a beautiful girlfriend?" Yet, Chen Qing seemed deaf to the remarks, continuing to brandish his sword while chanting, "Ah, demons, behold my blade, witness the sword." The blue-clad disciple, gritting his teeth in fury, vowed, "Damn it, I will humiliate you thoroughly in front of your girlfriend, making you suffer endlessly while you shout delightful. Just wait until I am satisfied, and then we shall see if you still find it so delightful." With that, he rummaged behind him, pulling out a rope seemingly crafted from the sinews of some monstrous beast, brandishing it triumphantly. "Behold, this rope is made from the sinews of a python demon. I shall bind you until you can scarcely breathe, and then I will enjoy humiliating your little girlfriend right before your eyes." A lewd grin spread across his face. Suddenly, as Chen Qing gripped his sword, it slipped from his hand with a loud thud. The blue-clad disciple, startled by the noise, cursed, "Damn it, trying to scare me." He persisted, tightening his grip on the long rope while advancing toward Chen Qing. However, in the next moment, Chen Qing raised his thumb in an unexpected gesture of approval. The blue-clad disciple paused, confusion etched across his face. "What does that mean?" He watched as Chen Qing gestured animatedly, seemingly offering him a thumbs dash up. It felt as though Chen Qing was aiming at his forehead. Doubt began to creep into the blue-clad disciple's mind, and before he could comprehend the situation, a swift beam of sword light shot forth from Chen Qing's thumb, piercing through his forehead and exiting through the back of his skull. "Shaoshang sword," Chen Qing calmly uttered, having executed the formidable Shaoshang sword from the sword finger technique, powerful and capable of breaching an enemy's defenses. The blue-clad disciple stared, dumbfounded, disbelief painted across his features. Then, a drop of blood trickled down his forehead into his eye, and instinctively he raised a trembling hand to touch it, horrified to find a mix of crimson and white on his fingers. He hesitantly reached around to feel the back of his head. The moment he did so, clarity struck him, and shock rendered him speechless. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, lifeless, in the next instant. Chen Qing lunged onto the fallen blue-clad disciple, immediately shouting, "What are you doing? Why are you trying to tie me up? I'm going to hit you. Hit you. Look, you can't even take me down. Heh, I've mastered strength. How could your little rope possibly restrain me?" His shouts grew increasingly boisterous. Meanwhile, Bai Yun'er had transformed into a colossal ice giant, unleashing a barrage of ice slashes, an attack learned from the academy, similar to Chen Qing's but infused with her own icy essence, making it uniquely powerful. The icy giant and a rocky giant engaged in a fierce exchange, their blows resounding like two mech pilots locked in combat. Each strike landing with brutal intensity. Despite being at the early second tier, Bai Yun'er held her ground against Li Yin, who had reached the peak of the second tier. Her ice giant stood only 3 meters tall, while Li Yin's rock giant towered at 5 meters, yet she was undeterred. Both combatants were caught in the fervor of battle, Bai Yun'er delivering slashes and crafting enormous ice hammers to strike back, while Li Yin retaliated with powerful rock punches and even lifted massive boulders to hurl at her. Li Yin, increasingly astonished, cursed internally, "Damn it, I am at a much higher level. How is it that I cannot subdue her? My rock giant is significantly larger, yet I cannot overpower her." Meanwhile, Bai Yun'er reveled in the thrill of battle, exclaiming internally, "This is how combat should be, thrilling. I will crush you and obliterate your pride." Observing the chaos of battle, the red-clad disciple noted his brother's predicament and suddenly heard Chen Qing's ruckus, scratching his head in disdain. "Blue, how can you not even handle a drunken fool? You let him pin you down. I heard he cultivates the gold path. How did it turn into a contest of strength? Is he deceiving us? If he can break a rope, this is troublesome." Just whip him a couple of times to set him straight. So annoying. The red-clad disciple and the blue-clad disciple were both at the early second tier, having awakened 3 paths of power, while their opponent wielded 9. Thus, he reasoned that the inability to subdue Chun Qing was understandable. Moreover, considering that Chun Qing practiced strength, close combat would indeed make it more challenging to control him. As he mulled over this, he nodded in agreement but continued to vocalize his frustrations, berating, "You useless fool, can't you whip him a couple of times? What are you afraid of? He.s. not a delicate flower. I saw you retract your water whip. Are you hoping to have some fun with him? If you do that, I will never go to the bathhouse with you again." In this lush, overgrown area, Chun Qing lay on the ground, surrounded by tall plants that obscured the red-clad disciple's view. He could only hear Chun Qing shouting, "I'll hit you. I'll hit you," and delightful, delightful, while unable to see the specifics. Forcing him to follow the sounds, the red-clad disciple trudged forward, grumbling about the blue-clad disciple. He quickened his pace, eager to confront Chun Qing and show him his might. However, when he pushed through the thick underbrush and glanced down, he was met with a horrifying sight, a gruesome tableau of red and white. The stark blood stains were shocking, while the white matter resembling brain matter sent chills down his spine. He trembled, his pupils dilating in terror, instinctively turning to the side. Before him stood a boy, unscathed, flashing a blindingly bright smile. The boy's fingers began to move, ultimately presenting 2 middle fingers, one aimed at the red-clad disciple's forehead and the other at his heart. Initially taken aback, the disciple's gaze inadvertently drifted to the gaping wound on the blue-clad disciple's head. In an instant, realization dawned upon him, and his face drained of color. Yet, before he could react, 2 swift beams of sword light shot forth, piercing through his forehead and heart with blinding speed. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless, his eyes wide open in death. With a sigh, Chun Qing opened the system, noticing that his contribution value remained at 0, unchanged. Killing ordinary people yields no contribution value or Tao resonance. Seems I must hunt the otherworldly demons and great monsters. But will slaying a great monster increase my Tao resonance? Furrowing his brow, he shook his head. Regardless, he needed to deal with Li Yin, although killing him wouldn't yield any resonance or contribution value. Having already slain his 2 subordinates, failing to eliminate Li Yin would surely lead to trouble if he reported Chun Qing. Thus, Li Yin must die today. Chun Qing contemplated his recent training progress. Through diligent practice, his sword technique had significantly improved. In the past, the range of the sword gesture was merely between 3 to 5 meters, beyond which its damage was negligible. However, now, thanks to the extraordinary physique of Wan Jin Miao Hua and his innate swordsmanship talent, he has managed to extend this range to 10 meters within a mere 3 days, where the damage peaks. Beyond 10 meters and up to 12, the damage begins to diminish, capable of creating only a small crater upon impact. Surpassing 12 meters results in almost no damage, with the most it could do to an ordinary person being a superficial cut that draws a trickle of blood. The sword techniques executed by the 5 fingers of the sword gesture each possess their own strengths and weaknesses. When employing a single finger's sword gesture, its might and power are only comparable to that of an intermediate yellow-grade technique. Yet, the reason this martial art is classified as an advanced yellow-grade technique lies in its unique combinatory application. In the initial phase of training, each finger can execute sword attacks with distinct characteristics. Upon reaching the second phase, free combination becomes possible. When 2 fingers are combined, they can merge their respective advantages to assault the enemy. For instance, the Shaoshang sword, which wields immense power capable of breaking through enemy defenses, albeit at the cost of being the slowest among the 5 fingers. Enhance the likelihood of the Shaoshang sword striking true. It can be paired with the ring finger's Guanchong sword, utilizing the latter's elusive, unpredictable characteristics to allow the Shaoshang sword to maneuver and curve, thereby making it difficult for the enemy to discern the actual attack direction, achieving a more effective onslaught. When the sword gesture training reaches the 3rd phase, its power escalates further, allowing all 5 fingers to execute simultaneously, amalgamating the advantages of each finger into a formidable force, rivaling even low-level mysterious grade techniques. However, due to Chun Qing's brief training period of merely a few days, he has thus far only attained the 2nd phase. Nevertheless, his innate talent in swordsmanship is truly astonishing. From the moment he comprehended this martial art to mastering the 1st phase, he required only a single night, enabling him to simultaneously unleash the unique sword lights and sword attacks of all 5 fingers. Subsequently, he spent approximately 3 to 4 days advancing the sword gesture to the second phase, where free combination is achievable. In the next moment, Chen Qing flexed his fingers, forming a gesture akin to holding a pistol. Combining the Xiao Shang sword of the thumb with the Shangyang sword of the index finger, aiming at the rock giant engaged in battle with the ice giant. The Xiao Shang sword strikes with tremendous force, while the Shangyang sword is agile and capable of dispersing its attacks. After releasing a beam of sword light, it can split into multiple paths just before hitting the enemy, seeking out vulnerabilities. With both hands forming the pistol gesture, he unleashed the combination of the Xiao Shang and Shangyang swords. As the 2 beams of sword light neared the rock giant, they erupted into countless smaller beams, raining down upon the giant and exploding at the joints of its body. This sudden onslaught jolted Li Yin, who was locked in combat with Bai Yuner, causing a momentary pause in his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yuner delivered a powerful punch of ice, striking Li Yin's left arm with such force that it shattered the rocky exterior, sending fragments flying. Li Yin glared furiously at Chen Qing and bellowed, "What are you two doing? Can't you even handle a first-tier intermediate?" However, as his gaze fell squarely upon Chen Qing, the sight of 2 of his subordinates lying lifeless in a pool of blood became starkly apparent. The rock giant, towering 5 meters, rendered the surrounding foliage impotent in obscuring his line of sight. He stared at Chen Qing in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? No matter how strong you are, even with 9 paths of resonance, it is impossible to eliminate them without a scratch." While he was engulfed in astonishment, the ice giant once again swung a fist with tremendous force, landing a heavy blow to the rock giant's face. A resounding thud echoed as the rock giant staggered back several steps before crashing to the ground. A slight smile played at the corners of Chen Qing's lips as he proceeded to execute the combination of the Xiao Shang sword with the Zhong Chong sword of the middle finger. The unparalleled might of the Xiao Shang sword paired with the extraordinary penetrating power of the Zhong Chong sword formed the most powerful combination of the second phase. Chen Qing unleashed a flurry of sword lights with both hands, striking the various joints of the prostrate rock giant with precision. The overwhelming penetration and force instantly shattered the rocky joints. However, the disparity in realms between Chen Qing and Li Yin was immense. The considerable damage he inflicted largely stemmed from the enhancement provided by the Wan Dao Yin Jianju, which refined the sword-shaped spiritual energy. Additionally, possessing the Wan Jin Miao Hua physique, Chen Qing's internal energy was abundant, allowing him to sustain his energy expenditure and replenishment almost in equilibrium while executing techniques below the mysterious grade. Were a practitioner with 6 paths of resonance to attempt such continuous sword gestures as Chen Qing, their spiritual energy would be drained by at least half. Yet, Chen Qing, due to this unique constitution, felt no fatigue and maintained a surplus of energy. Then, a furious roar erupted from Li Yin, and numerous rocks began to rise from the ground with a cacophony of cracks, swiftly reassembling around him. "Rock path killing move, soil transformation into rock," he shouted, in an instant. The soil on the ground swirled into the air, merging and compressing until it solidified into massive blocks of rock. Li Yin then bellowed, "Giant of rock, Yin Kai, unassailable." He unleashed 3 martial techniques in succession, one of which was a powerful combinatory killing move. Observing this, Chen Qing mused, "Is this the advantage of the home ground?" Typically, the myriad paths do not exhibit superiority or inferiority. Yet, under certain circumstances, people acknowledge a disparity among paths, and that is the advantage of the home ground. For instance, a water path practitioner, when fighting over the sea or a lake, would undoubtedly have the upper hand against others of the same tier, their water path powers effectively suppressing other paths. This is the essence of home ground advantage, as a branch of the earth path. When standing upon the ground, it becomes their domain. This is precisely why numerous earth path practitioners are highly sought after, with many guilds and academies eager to recruit practitioners of the earth path and its branches. For they possess a distinct advantage in terrestrial combat. At this moment, the rock path killing move, soil transformation into rock, allowed the earth soil to solidify into hard rock, reforming into a new rock giant. This new rock giant surged in height from 5 meters to an astonishing 10 meters, its colossal form rendering the 3-meter ice giant before it akin to an infant, even dwarfed by the giant's thigh. Chen Qing contemplated calmly, surprised to discover that Li Yin commanded 2 rock path killing moves, in the perception of practitioners. Executing a seamless combination of different martial techniques is referred to as a killing move. The rock path killing move, soil transformation into rock, which Li Yin proclaimed earlier, is undoubtedly one of them. While Chen Qing was unaware of the specific techniques combined to form it, Li Yin's own declaration sufficed. As for the subsequent unassailable, it too could be regarded as a type of killing move, formed from the amalgamation of the rock giant and Yin Kai. At this moment, the combination of the rock giant and Yin Kai. The unassailable killing move cleverly fortified the joints of the rock giant, previously its weak points, with an armor of rock, rendering those vulnerabilities nearly invisible. Li Yin, controlling the massive body of the rock giant, marched towards Chen Qing with heavy strides, shouting, "Kid, I never expected you two to force me to use my trump card. Dying at my hands would be worth it in my university. This move gained me renown. Prepare to perish." He charged at Chen Qing with fierce determination, while the 3-meter by Yuner maneuvered the ice giant to strike down a colossal ice hammer upon the knee joint of Li Yan's rock giant. However, what should have inflicted considerable damage merely caused Li Yan's knee to buckle slightly before it straightened back to its original position. Subsequently, Li Yan twisted his massive frame and swung a punch, sending Bai Yuner's ice giant hurtling several meters away. After rolling a few times, Bai Yuner suddenly conjured a giant wall of ice behind her, successfully halting her backward momentum. Anger flared upon Bai Yuner's charming visage as she coldly scoffed. "Humph, I intended to fight you this way. You brought this upon yourself. In truth, engaging Li Yin head-on with the ice giant was not in her favor, a fact she was acutely aware of. Initially, she sought to enjoy a spirited duel with Li Yin, but now he proved overwhelmingly powerful in direct confrontation. However, as a practitioner of 9 paths of ice resonance, her forte lay in control and long-range attacks. Her earlier skirmish with Li Yin was merely a playful encounter. Now, incensed after being struck away, Bai Yuner dispelled the ice enveloping her. Immediately, a chill permeated the air, and snowflakes began to fall, with her arms wide open. She was lifted by a whirlwind, ascending several meters into the air, hovering 2 to 3 meters above the ground, murmuring, "Do not think you alone possess killing moves." Chapter 15. The opportunity arises. At this moment, Chen Qing's gaze sharpened. Instead of being distracted by the charging Li Yin, he was drawn to the sounds of battle and fierce clamor emanating from nearby. Following the noise, he was astonished to behold a massive sunflower demon glowing with blinding golden light in the sky. The sunflower demon floated in midair, its back silhouetted by an illusory sunflower, as countless sunflower seeds rained down like cannonballs upon the ground. Surrounding it were 7 or 8 practitioners launching an assault against it. The sunflower demon, while evading, utilized its armor for defense, occasionally retaliating. Beside it, an innumerable swarm of insect demons encircled, equally fearless of death, exerting every effort to thwart the practitioners launching assaults on the sunflower demon. Chen Qing's gaze was thus firmly ensnared by them. Simultaneously, the 7 or 8 practitioners also took note of Chen Qing and the colossal rock giant point. One of them quickly summoned spiritual energy and bellowed. His voice, amplified by the energy, resonating clearly for dozens of meters, reaching the ears of all present. "Friends up ahead, come quickly. Join us in vanquishing this great demon. If we slay it, the merits shall be shared among us." Upon hearing this, the rock giant, Li Yin, visibly stirred, clearly intrigued. The sunflower demon also caught wind of the call, unleashing a fierce roar from the air. With that roar, the previously tranquil battlefield surrounding Chen Qing was suddenly besieged by countless insect demons, launching a simultaneous assault towards Chen Qing, Bai Yuner, and Li Yin. Chen Qing hastily drew his sword, striking to fend off the swarming minions. While these small demons posed little threat individually, their sheer numbers were not to be underestimated, compelling him to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, Li Yin remained entirely unfazed by these minor foes. He halted, deep in thought. This is a 3rd-tier sunflower demon, and it appears to be gravely injured. With my strength, attempting to hunt such a demon could easily lead to my demise or severe injury. Yet, an opportunity to partake in its downfall and claim a share of the glory presents itself. However, recalling the deaths of his 2 subordinates, Li Yin reconsidered. With so many witnesses present, should Chen Qing be responsible for my subordinates' demise, he would certainly face execution, regardless of my involvement. Rather than continuing this entanglement, it would be wiser to subdue the sunflower demon first, secure the merits, and then address the other matters. With this thought, Li Yin smirked coldly, casting a glance at Chen Qing, and scoffed. Humph, kid, consider yourself fortunate, for I shall let you live a while longer. I will deal with you later. Having said that, he set aside thoughts of vengeance and strode purposefully towards the sunflower demon. The other practitioners exchanged glances, secretly pleased. Excellent. With such a formidable ally joining us, we are sure to triumph over this sunflower demon today. At that moment, Bai Yuner, poised to unleash her killing move, paused midair, snowflakes beginning to cascade around her. She had been preparing to strike, yet the target had fled. Chen Qing observed Li Yin, who had abandoned him in favor of the sunflower demon, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Just then, a graceful figure descended beside Chen Qing. It was Bai Yuner, who spoke with a hint of reproach. This complicates matters. You killed those two. Once they finish off the sunflower demon with so many witnesses, when the enforcers arrive, you will surely be apprehended and imprisoned. You've gone too far this time. Chen Qing merely smiled faintly, the coldness in his gaze intensifying as he replied calmly. Oh, by your reasoning? We are accomplices, and you would be implicated as well, would you not? Bai Yuner shot him a glance, retorting coldly. I did not lay a hand on them, she then added, seeing you so composed. Do you have a plan? Witnessing Chen Qing effortlessly dispatch two second-tier practitioners without injury, her perception of him underwent yet another transformation. She realized that, despite her own second-tier status, defeating those two without employing lethal techniques would have been exceedingly difficult. Yet, Chen Qing had managed to eliminate them merely by feigning intoxication, revealing his deep cunning. Initially, she had regarded Chen Qing as a fellow prodigy with 9 paths of resonance, but she had not anticipated his adeptness at manipulation. Observing his placid demeanor, devoid of any trace of panic, she pondered. What confidence does he possess to remain so unfazed in this situation? Seemingly reading her thoughts, Chen Qing maintained an indifferent expression and said, I have no other recourse. If there is nothing amiss, why not gather some sunflowers? We will need them to complete our task. Bai Yuner frowned, responding sharply. What time is it, and you are still preoccupied with completing the task? If they finish off that demon, you will be next. Even if I did not personally slay those two, you would undoubtedly be implicated. Humph. With that, she crossed her arms defiantly, her form, as if distorted by her frustration. Chen Qing simply turned his head, his gaze fixed intently upon Bai Yuner, and calmly stated, What I require of you is to manage the aftermath. Once we leave this place, others will undoubtedly question our actions. So these sunflowers will serve as the best evidence. Bai Yuner remained troubled, but Chen Qing urged, Hurry and go. Rest assured, ensure that you gather my share as well. Once you finish harvesting, I will resolve everything that has transpired here. Bai Yuner shot him a frosty glance and snorted, Humph, do not think you can escape. Chen Qing waved his hand dismissively, saying, Go.as. Bai Yuner set off to collect sunflowers. Chen Qing coldly surveyed the battlefield. With Li Yin controlling the rock giant's involvement in the fray, the already gravely injured sunflower demon found itself in an increasingly dire predicament. Li Yin, a formidable defensive presence, effectively compensated for the team's shortcomings. The 7 practitioners, all at the pinnacle of second tier, each wielding varying methods, fire, water, wood, light, and lightning, lacked a tank-like figure such as Li Yin. Although the others bore considerable injuries, they laughed heartily. One among them exclaimed with enthusiasm, It is Li Yin from the Zhao Guild. What an honor! With you joining us, we are sure to bring down this demon today. The group erupted in laughter once more. Behind the sunflower demon, the spectral image of sunflowers incessantly spewed seeds, which detonated upon contact with the ground or any living being. Someone called out, Be cautious. This demon specializes in fire and has a secondary focus on wood. Furthermore, it also dabbles in enslavement. Li Yin, unfazed, retorted. Such attacks cannot breach my defenses. With a mighty swing of his arm, he obliterated numerous seeds and countless insect demons into pulp. Then, he scooped up earth from the ground, solidifying it into rock, and hurled it at the airborne sunflower demon. Alongside, various bolts of lightning and flames surged towards the sunflower demon, which was overwhelmed by the onslaught, plummeting from the sky and crashing to the ground. spewing blood incessantly. Upon landing, the sunflower demon let out a piercing scream, revealing itself to be a female demon. Instead of taking flight once more, it reverted to its massive sunflower form, roots extending underground to siphon nutrients. The colossal sunflower demon, facing the sun, roared in human speech, "Die, die! You wretched humans, perish, witness my sunflower blast." In the next instant, the sunlight above blazed with a fierce intensity, directly illuminating the enormous flower head of the sunflower demon. Like a sponge absorbing water, the flower head drank in the scorching rays, causing its already towering form to swell even further. Subsequently, an onslaught of sunflower seeds erupted forth, akin to a Gatling gun. The sound of rapid fire echoing relent Chapter 16. The gesture of apology is not a bow, but a fist of 5 fingers. In the next moment, he gradually retracted all his imposing aura, positioning his hands together in a prayer-like gesture upon his chest, while simultaneously closing his eyes as if he were an ancient monk in meditation. Bayuner felt a sudden jolt in her heart, her entire being resonating with alarm, as if something could snatch her life away in an instant. It seemed as though the very essence of the world around them had been subdued. She could not help but glance anxiously towards Chen Qing, just in time to see him with his hands clasped together. She murmured, "What is he doing? I can't sense an ounce of murderous intent. So why is my body trembling uncontrollably?" In the next moment, Bayuner noticed a change in Chen Qing. Slowly, he began to retract his right hand, his 5 fingers pressed against the palm of his left hand, as if he were delicately pinching something precious from within. Ultimately, his right hand formed a fist. His left palm remained stationary, while the tightly clenched right fist began to rise from his chest, advancing steadily towards the direction of his shoulder, ultimately coming to rest directly above his head. Chen Qing's left hand was open, standing resolutely in the center of his chest, while his right fist was raised high above. At that moment, it was not only Bayuner who noticed the situation. From afar, Li Yin and the remaining 2 who could still move, as well as several heavily injured individuals, slowly lifted their bodies and directed their gazes towards Chen Qing. Suddenly, Li Yin shouted, "What is he doing?" Following that, another practitioner of the Thunder Path exclaimed, "I feel as if he is about to unleash a killing move, and with that posture, the level of this technique is absolutely unprecedented in my lifetime." Li Yin wore a face of disbelief as he retorted, "Impossible. How could a person without parents possess such a formidable killing move?" At that moment, the last remaining practitioner, who specialized in the sword path, trembled as he spoke. "No. How can this be? Why do I feel as if my sword intent has vanished? Is he using a sword technique?" Li Yin erupted in anger. "Nonsense. How could a practitioner of the Golden Path use a sword technique? Let us focus on killing this great demon first, and we can deal with him later." The practitioner of the Thunder Path shouted, "All right, let us combine our efforts to slay this great demon." At this moment, as the great demon unleashed its final strike, its sunflower-like flower head seemed to wither instantaneously, drooping down towards the ground. Its aura diminished to the brink of extinction, as if a mere touch would extinguish its life. Seeing this, Li Yin urged urgently, "Quick, unleash your killing moves." With that, he directly cast his rock-based killing move, shouting, "Rock Path Killing Move, Earth Transformation, Rock Spike." Below, the ground began to float, swiftly condensing in mid-air into sharp rock spikes, which he then commanded to charge forward. The practitioner of the Thunder Path also called out, "Thunder Path Killing Move, Thunder Blast Body." In the next moment, electrical currents surged throughout his body, causing his muscles to explode with power. Ripping his clothes apart, he then surged forward, utilizing the Thunder Blade's illusion to accelerate, charging towards the sunflower demon like a cheetah. However, the practitioner of the sword path trembled all over. In the next moment, the long sword in his hand clattered to the ground, and he collapsed, muttering, "I cannot summon even a trace of sword intent. I cannot execute my killing move, nor can I perform a simple sword maneuver. Why? Why? I am feeling fear." Li Yin, too preoccupied to pay heed to the disheartened sword practitioner, beamed with a radiant smile, laughing heartily, "Ha ha! It seems this sunflower demon shall fall to my hands." Countless rock spikes hurtled towards the sunflower demon's head, and at this moment, he was less than 2 meters away from it, his smile becoming ever more brilliant as he began to fantasize about his impending victory, laughing joyously, a few heavily injured individuals. Coughing blood, shouted excitedly, "Yes, kill it! Slay this great demon! Marvelous!" Yet in the next moment, the sword practitioner cried out, "No! What kind of sword talent is this?" Everyone froze, turning their gazes towards him. However, the sword practitioner's eyes were solely fixed on Chen Qing. They beheld Chen Qing, his right hand raised high, suddenly thrusting his thumb upward. The moment his right fist, palm facing inward, shot forth a beam of sword light, it was so swift that it eluded the naked eye. And in the blink of an eye, the massive flower head of the sunflower demon was severed cleanly, bang. The enormous flower head fell to the ground. Boom! Li Yin and the practitioner of the Thunder Path's powerful strikes crashed into the ground. Leaving behind a deep crater, the five-fingered heart sword, "First sword, brat," Li Yin roared, knowing well that when it came to tallying contributions, the one who dealt the final blow would receive the largest share of credit. Potentially over 30, while the rest would be left with no more than 10 each. They fought desperately, only for this scoundrel, Chen Qing, to swoop in and snatch the reward. How could they not be furious? The practitioner of the Thunder Path was equally incensed, shouting, "You're courting death, kid with that." He charged at Li Yin, yelling, "Damn it, brothers, we shall kill him here today. Once we're out, none shall speak of this. And we will divide the credit equally." Li Yin immediately replied, "Agreed." The other heavily injured individuals echoed, "I agree." Only the sword practitioner remained, trembling and kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, "No, you cannot kill him. Such a genius must not perish here." Bai Yuner was stunned, her mouth agape in shock, wide enough to fit a goose egg, her fair and delicate face etched with disbelief. She recalled Chen Qing's killing move. How is this possible? He is merely at the mid-stage of the first rank. How can he possess such a powerful killing move? Even if I poured all my spiritual energy into my most formidable defense, I would not be able to withstand it. How could he be so strong? Previously, she had speculated that Chen Qing might entertain thoughts of strategy or even contemplate fleeing, but she never imagined he would choose to directly eliminate the sunflower demon. As this thought crossed her mind, she immediately concluded that the others would surely be unable to withstand such an attack. Just then, the practitioner of the Thunder Path yelled, "Kill him." Following this, he unleashed the Thunder Blast body once more, his muscles swelling with power as he slammed his hand against the ground, moving at an incredible speed that left afterimages in his wake. Yet, Chen Qing remained utterly still. Li Yin, witnessing this, inwardly exclaimed, "No, could it be that this killing move is not yet finished?" Just as he was about to call out to stop the Thunder Path practitioner, in the next moment, Chen Qing's index finger slowly extended. Then, with a whoosh, a beam of sword light shot forth. So fast it surpassed imagination, rendering the onlookers unable to perceive it. Only the sword practitioner, who lay helpless on the ground, though unable to see the light, could keenly sense the sword intent as a practitioner of the sword path. In that instant, his sword heart shattered, and he gazed vacantly at the sky, tears streaming down his face, murmuring, "How is this possible? What kind of genius is he?" In the next moment, there was a loud thud. The head of the Thunder Path practitioner fell to the ground, and his body collapsed in response. It was then that Chen Qing's cold, piercing voice echoed, "Five-fingered heart sword, second sword." Chapter 17. Capturing a peak second-rank sword cultivator as a slave. Run! This was the sole thought racing through Li Yan's mind. He could still consider the slaying of the sunflower demon as a stroke of luck, but to witness another instant kill of the Thunder Path practitioner was an entirely different matter. Moreover, seeing Chen Qing extend just 2 fingers, it appeared he still had at least 3 moves remaining. Would the next target be himself? Surely, he would be next, in the next moment, without uttering another word. Li Yin turned on his heel and fled frantically. Meanwhile, Chen Qing remained calm, slowly extending his 3rd finger. With a whoosh, Li Yan's body was instantaneously bisected. After a moment's pause, Chen Qing's indifferent voice rang out, "Five-fingered heart sword." 3rd sword. Li Yin fell to the ground, somehow still alive, for practitioners possess a tenacious vitality. He stared in shock at his lower half several meters away, feeling with his hands the blood-soaked upper body. With his innards spilling forth, tears streamed down his face as he howled hoarsely, You will meet a terrible fate after delivering that strike." Chen Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, gradually retracting his sword aura. The five-fingered heart sword belonged to the realm of immortal techniques. Even though the power he exerted had diminished considerably, it was still beyond the realm of his current capabilities, consuming far too much spiritual energy. Chen Qing's body could no longer endure such immense exhaustion. Furthermore, the others were either heavily injured or had their will to fight shattered. He deemed them unworthy of unleashing a fourth sword. Subsequently, Chen Qing slowly withdrew his sword aura, casting a cold gaze upon the crowd. The heavily injured individuals attempted to rise, yet found themselves utterly immobilized, crying out in their hearts, "No, no, we fought so hard for so long. Why should this little brat reap the benefits? Why?" Some individuals were helplessly pounding the ground, while others were wailing in agony. At that moment, Bai Yuner gracefully descended beside Chen Qing, suppressing her shock, and inquired, "Is this your solution? How many secrets are you concealing from me?" Chen Qing responded with a faint smile, "Let us first deal with these troubles." Bai Yuner cast a discontented glance at Chen Qing, yet acknowledged the validity of his words. Without further hesitation, she approached the gravely injured individuals. Seeing her advance, they hastily begged for mercy. One cried out, "No, you can't kill me. I am part of the Li clan. You cannot do this to us. If you take our lives, you will surely meet a dreadful fate, hunted down and suffering greatly." Another pleaded, "I have elderly parents and young children to care for. Please, spare my life. I beg you." For a moment, Bai Yuner was taken aback. After all, this was her first experience with taking a life, and she was uncertain whether she could bring herself to do it. However, at that moment, Chen Qing merely extended his finger, executing a swift sword gesture with the middle finger and thumb. With a sharp sound, his finger pierced one man's forehead, and in an instant, this peak second-tier warrior was struck down by Chen Qing's finger. Bai Yuner turned to Chen Qing in shock, and he waved his hand, saying, "If you fear killing, I can do it for you." With gritted teeth, Bai Yuner replied, "I can handle it myself." She then coldly glared at the remaining two severely injured men, forcing herself to endure the tumult within her heart. Her hand transformed into an icy sword. She closed her eyes and swung fiercely, and two heads fell to the ground in response. Witnessing the gruesome scene, Bai Yuner retched. Observing her reaction, Chen Qing had already formed a definitive opinion about her identity. Bai Yuner was not a demon from beyond the heavens. Disregarding Bai Yuner, Chen Qing slowly approached Li Yan, who was struggling to crawl on the ground. At this moment, Li Yan's upper and lower body had already separated. He desperately utilized his rock power to staunch some of the bleeding from his lower half. Fixated on the thought of escape, yearning for survival, even though he knew the odds were slim, Chen Qing stepped beside him, coldly placing a foot upon his head. Expressionless as he gazed down, Li Yan swallowed hard. His voice trembling with tears, "Brother Chen, I didn't mean to cause you trouble. It's all Wang Gang's fault. He forced me to find you. Please, spare me. Look at me like this. I pose no threat to you. If I leave, I won't say a word. I'll give you all my money. I beg you, big brother, please let me go." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Chen Qing remained expressionless and delivered a kick to Li Yan's head, sending his upper body rolling several meters away. Then, employing the middle finger sword technique, he suddenly swung at Li Yan's forehead. With a resounding thud, a beam of sword light shot into Li Yan's brow, extinguishing his breath in an instant. After completing this grim task, Chen Qing approached the swordsman who practiced swordsmanship. In truth, Chen Qing had refrained from using the five-finger heart sword to kill him earlier because, in this world, the shattering of a cultivator's Dao heart was an exceedingly grave matter. A cultivator with a shattered Dao heart could wreak havoc comparable to that of an ordinary person suffering a mental breakdown. At this moment, the swordsman had become akin to a useless being, even less threatening than the rats found in the sewers. Chen Qing approached him and sighed deeply, saying, "Alas, if only I could use the methods of slavery to claim him as my servant." Suddenly, a thought struck him. Might the great demons he hunted possess Dao rhythms? Chen Qing promptly opened the system interface, and as it appeared, it distinctly displayed, "Congratulations, host, for slaying the Xiangyang Kuei demon. You have acquired 3 instances of rock Dao rhythm, 3 instances of wood Dao rhythm, and 3 instances of slave Dao rhythm." Upon seeing the slave Dao rhythm, Chen Qing's heart leapt with joy. But he soon recalled that he did not possess the means to enact slave Dao techniques. Thus, he inquired within his mind, "System, Do you have any slave Dao martial arts or methods available for me to use? No sooner had he spoken than the system shop opened, revealing items requiring 30 contribution points for exchange. At that moment, the system emitted a prompt, stating, based on the host's current contribution points, the following slave Dao martial arts have been filtered for selection. Mysterious middle-tier martial art, soul contract, only effective when the enemy's soul is weakened, embedding a unique mark. The more feeble the soul, the better the contract's efficacy, even allowing for superior execution. Drawback: slow, may adversely affect the contractor's mentality and loyalty. The contract may lead to instances of disobedience. Advantage: the life and death of the contracted are at the will of the practitioner. Mysterious high-tier martial art, puppet mark. The marked individual gradually loses self-awareness. Their body and mind transform, ultimately becoming a puppet that obeys only the practitioner. Drawback: slow to take effect, can only be manipulated once they fully become a puppet. Advantage: absolute loyalty, does not affect cultivation potential. Mysterious high-tier martial art, beast soul enslavement, a technique specifically for enslaving beasts. Mysterious high-tier martial art, mind confusion spell, a short-term control-type slave Dao martial art, usually integrated into lethal moves. Chun Qing's gaze passed over the various martial arts, ultimately settling on the mysterious middle-tier martial art, soul contract. He mused, this swordsman has a shattered Dao heart, and his spirit is at its lowest. This technique is perfectly suited. Thus, he spoke calmly, very well. I shall exchange for this mysterious middle-tier martial art. Immediately, the system's emotionless voice announced, understood. Sensing successful exchange, 30 contribution points consumed. Chen Qing watched as the 30 contribution points he had recently acquired vanished in an instant, causing his face to twitch with discomfort. Nevertheless, considering that this technique could secure a peak second-tier cultivator as a slave, who would be of great assistance in the future, his heart felt somewhat placated. Yet, he was also acutely aware of the potential drawbacks, reminding himself internally, he must not exert too much pressure on him recently. Should he become resolute in seeking death and attempt to expose me, it would spell trouble. With a soft sigh, Chen Qing contemplated. At this moment, the swordsman's Dao heart is shattered, and as the soul mark gradually influences him, he is unlikely to report me. Moreover, his life and death rest entirely within my will. This martial art allows me to sense his soul's state from afar. The moment I detect even a hint of rebellion within him, I can obliterate his soul in an instant. Once the martial art had been exchanged, the relevant information flooded into Chen Qing's mind. He learned that this technique merely required communicating with his spirit, embedding a mark within the enemy's body. It was not as complex as other sword techniques that necessitated extensive practice. Comparatively, this martial art was straightforward and easy to learn. Chun Qing calmly approached the swordsman and asked, I offer you a choice, death or the chance to become my slave. The swordsman's previously vacant eyes flickered with a glimmer of light as he trembled, saying, My lord, can I truly become your servant? Chun Qing replied nonchalantly, as fellow sword practitioners, you should recognize my prowess in swordsmanship. Should you choose to serve me, I will not interfere with your daily life. If you perform well, I may even share some insights about the sword with you. The swordsman's pupils dilated with desire as he gazed at Chen Qing, stammering, Is it truly possible? Can I really become your slave? Without hesitation, he knelt before Chen Qing. Observing his fervent display, Chun Qing smiled gently, placing a hand on his head, instructing, Do not resist. He then closed his eyes, attuning himself to the swordsman's soul. He sensed that the swordsman's spirit posed no resistance at that moment. Rather, it was filled with excitement. The once dead essence of his soul igniting with a flicker of hope. The soul mark needed to be gradually inscribed upon the swordsman's spirit, and although this technique could be completed swiftly with high proficiency, Chen Qing had only just learned it, leading to a slower process. As he inscribed the mark, he cautioned, Do not resist. Should I sense even the slightest hint of defiance, I will not hesitate to kill you. The swordsman quickly responded, Understood, my lord. Thus, Chun Qing slowly etched the mark upon his soul, a process that extended for a full 15 minutes. When the soul mark was finally inscribed in its entirety, Chen Qing slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, he distinctly felt that as long as he concentrated, he could detect the slightest fluctuations of the swordsman's spirit. A faint smile graced Chun Qing's lips as he reflected. This operation has yielded immense rewards. Capturing a peak second-tier swordsman as a slave, the potential value of which is incalculable. Meanwhile, Bai Yuner had regained her composure, gradually approaching Chen Qing. She looked at the swordsman and asked, "What will happen to him? Will we kill him?" Chen Qing waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No, he is now our ally." Bai Yuner stared at Chen Qing in shock, exclaiming, "How can that be? What if he goes out and reports us? Wouldn't we be finished?" Chen Qing smiled and shook his head, explaining, "I have left a mark within him. Should he harbor even a trace of rebellion, his soul will instantly dissipate. Rest assured." Bai Yuner looked at Chen Qing with even greater astonishment, asking, "What? You possess such methods? Are you truly a practitioner of the Gold Dao?" Chen Qing responded, "I am indeed of the Golden Path. However, my parents have merely bequeathed me methods to evolve other paths through the Golden Path." Upon hearing Chen Qing's words, Bai Yuner suddenly recalled the matter of transcending to immortality, that merely breaking through to the 10th tier would grant one the status of an immortal. Once one attains this status, not only can they cultivate other paths, but they can also utilize their path to evolve various skills, akin to deriving servitude skills through the sword path. This is the true might of an immortal. "Thus," she exclaimed in astonishment, "could it be that your parents are immortals?" Chen Qing nodded and replied, "Perhaps, but these techniques seem to have been left by my ancestors, so I am unsure whether my parents were indeed immortals." Still in shock, Bai Yuner remarked, "Even if these methods were inherited from your ancestors, having an immortal in your lineage would surely send ripples through the entire Qing city. Yet, why is it that, despite such a heritage, you find yourself in such a dire predicament?" Chen Qing shot her an irritated glance and retorted, "Could you refrain from speaking nonsense? Our immediate concern is to set fire to their corpses. Otherwise, my methods of dealing with them may be uncovered." Just as Chen Qing finished speaking, the sword cultivator suddenly stood up and said, "My lord, allow me to handle this matter." Chen Qing glanced at him and said, "Very well, you may take charge, but be cautious not to leave any traces." The sword cultivator straightened his posture and replied, "Understood, my lord." As Chen Qing was about to leave, he stopped the sword cultivator and inquired, "What is your name?" The sword cultivator responded, "I am Wang Haoran." Chen Qing nodded slightly and calmly stated, "Very well, Wang Haoran. From now on, you shall address me as Qing." The sword cultivator, now named Wang Haoran, immediately straightened and respectfully bowed, responding loudly, "Understood, Lord Qing." Chen Qing waved his hand lightly, signaling him to proceed, and said, "Go ahead." After receiving the command, Wang Haoran strode decisively towards the battlefield, diligently commencing his task without the slightest hint of negligence. Chapter 18. Trouble once everything was in order. Chen Qing, Bai Yuner, and Wang Haoran emerged steadily from the realm of the Great Demon, bearing the gathered Xiangyang flowers and the corpse of the Sunflower Demon. Previously, Chen Qing had conferred with Wang Haoran to attribute the credit for slaying the Sunflower Demon entirely to him. After all, maintaining a low profile was of utmost importance, and rewards would inevitably find their way to Chen Qing later. Just as the trio stepped out, a sudden cacophony of footsteps approached, and a group of individuals surrounded them. Chen Qing furrowed his brow, casting a glance at these uninvited guests. At that moment, one individual, with eyes widened in fury, pointed at Chen Qing and shouted, "Chen Qing, you have slain my clansman, Qi Tian. Today, I shall capture you and bring you back to pay for Qi Tian's life." Chen Qing's brow knitted in concentration as he feigned ignorance. "Qi Tian? Who is Qi Tian?" After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled, "Oh, are you referring to that top talent from Qingmao Academy? I have a vague recollection. Has he perished?" In the next instant, the members of the Qi family closed in on Chen Qing and Bai Yuner. One of them growling menacingly, "Stop with the nonsense. Whether you killed our Qi Tian will be revealed once our Qi family investigates." However, just as they were about to strike, a sharp sword aura sliced through the air, cleaving a deep trench of nearly a meter into the ground. Wang Haoran, holding the corpse of the Sunflower Demon, approached slowly and declared, "Let us see who dares to lay a hand on him." The Qi family members turned their attention to Wang Haoran, their brows furrowing as they quickly discerned his peak second-tier cultivation. In terms of cultivation and numbers, they were not intimidated by Wang Haoran. However, they harbored trepidation regarding the formidable force behind this peak second-tier individual. After all, a person of such cultivation would not dare to stand up for Chen Qing without having backing. The one leading the charge from the Qi family was Qi Yu. Qi Tian's cousin, aged 21, with mastery over 5 wood-path resonances and a mid-second-tier cultivation. Qi Yu stepped forward, suppressing his rage. "Friend, this is a matter concerning my Qi family. If you do not wish to incur our ire, I implore you to withdraw at once." Wang Haoran responded with a cold smile, striding forward. "And what if I choose not to? I am the captain of the Lu family's Demon Extermination Guild in Qing City. Your Qi family is merely a mediocre clan. What can you do to me for opposing you?" In truth, Wang Haoran's cultivation was merely at the peak of the second tier. Although he held the position of captain within the Lu family's Demon Extermination Guild, his strength was inconsequential when measured against a mid-sized family like the Qi family. Wang Haoran's boldness stemmed from the fact that Chen Qing had implanted a slave mark on him. While the mark's influence on his thoughts was still minimal, his life was undeniably in Chen Qing's hands, compelling him to stand firm. Wang Haoran's resolute stance left Qi Yu in a quandary. Despite the Qi family's status as a mid-sized clan, they did not regard a mere peak second-tier Wang Haoran with much seriousness. However, the invocation of the Lu family's name made the situation delicate. As the relationship between the Qi and Lu families was somewhat intricate at this time, Qi Yu, as a core member of his family, had to be cautious with his words and actions, as a misstep could further strain the already tenuous relationship between the two families. Although he could apprehend Chen Qing with force, such an act would clearly convey a disregard for the Lu family. Yet, his uncle had instructed him to ensure Chen Qing's capture and pin the blame for Qi Tian's demise on him. The roots of this endeavor ran deep. The Qi family had been operating for years and was on the verge of ascending to a larger family status. In Qing City, there were 3 prominent families, the Lu, Wang, and Li families, alongside 5 mid-sized families and numerous small ones. With so few families sharing resources, competition was fierce, akin to dividing a single cake. To secure a larger share, one must suppress the others. In recent years, the Lu family had begun to wane, becoming an obstacle to the Qi family's ambitions. Only by displacing the Lu family could the Qi family ascend to a larger family status. Originally, with Qi Tian, who possessed 9 resonances, the Qi family's elevation seemed assured. However, his unexpected death rendered their path to ascension significantly steeper. Now, Chen Qing, with his 9 resonances and status as a rogue cultivator, publicly claiming to possess 9, had become a key target for the Lu family's alliance. One could say that, at this moment, Chen Qing remained blissfully unaware that his choices could dictate the future trajectory of an entire clan. Should he align himself with the Lu family, their position among the 3 great families would be secured. If he chose the Qi family, they would supplant the Lu family as the dominant force in Qing City. The Qi family was acutely aware of this reality, yet being a mid-sized family, their foundation was insufficient. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. Despite the Lu family's current frailty, they possessed more resources to entice Chen Qing than the Qi family could muster. Thus, recognizing that they could not compete with the Lu family, the Qi family opted for a decisive approach, determined to neutralize Chen Qing to maintain their hopes. Once a war broke out between families, it would be a fight to the death. The Qi family's ambition to ascend to the ranks of the 3 great families was well known, placing them and the Lu family at an impasse. Either the Qi family would decline, or the Lu family would falter. Qi Yu's brow furrowed as he pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth, pointing an accusing finger at Wang Haoran and shouting, "You, with the surname Wang, dare to impersonate a member of the Lu family? Come, everyone, let's subdue this murderer who has slain my brother, Qi Tian." Wang Haoran felt a surge of anxiety. He was well aware of the delicate relationship between the Lu and Qi families. Seeing Qi Yu escalate the conflict, he silently cursed his misfortune, acknowledging that this was indeed the brutal reality of family rivalry, a genuine struggle for survival. Had he been the captain of the Wang or Li families, Qi Yu might have shown him some leniency. However, being affiliated with the Lu family, especially during this time of covert strife, made both him and Chen Qing evident pawns in their family's battle. Chen Qing's expression hardened, a smirk of cold amusement gracing his lips as he unsheathed his long sword without hesitation, lunging towards the individual closing in on him. Qi Yu, taken aback, exclaimed in surprise, "What a bold lad." He then swiftly clenched his fists and turned to a nearby man, speaking with urgency laced with respect, "Vice President, I implore you to assist me in subduing this impostor claiming to represent the Lu family. I must personally capture the one who has slain my brother." Qi Yu quickly bowed towards a middle-aged man beside him, who donned a black coat, a felt hat, and bore a full beard. Qi Yu urgently beseeched, "Vice President, Please lend your strength to stop this individual impersonating the Liu family, while I apprehend the one responsible for my brother Qi Tian's death." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, letting out a sigh. "I never anticipated that a mere peak second-tier rogue would require my personal intervention." This man was none other than Zhang Bahu, the vice president of the Qi family's guild. A rogue cultivator like Chen Qing, hailing from humble origins, he awakened his resonance at the age of 14, emerging with 6 resonances. In a city like Qing City, where a 9-resonance cultivator might emerge only once in decades, possessing 7 or 8 resonances would mark one as a top talent even in larger cities. His 6 resonances placed him among the elite in a mid-sized city like Qing City, attracting the attention of several prominent families even before he entered university. He was recruited by the Qi family, and upon graduating, he was entrusted with significant responsibilities, becoming the vice president of the Qi family's Demon Extermination Guild. Over 30 years had passed, and he had now reached the peak of the 3rd tier in the blink of an eye. Zhang Bahu moved with the swiftness of thunder, his muscles bulging as he focused on power. Excelling in close combat as he lunged towards Wang Haoran like a fierce tiger. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Haoran's pupils constricted sharply, and in a state of panic, he hastily drew his sword to defend himself. Little did he anticipate that Zhang Bahu would deliver a powerful punch to the long sword he had unsheathed. An overwhelming force erupted instantaneously, sending Wang Haoran, along with his sword, hurtling several dozen meters away, akin to a kite severed from its string, until he crashed violently into a massive tree. With a resounding crack, the tree was forcefully shattered by the impact, and although Wang Haoran was not instantly obliterated, he sustained significant injuries, while Zhang Bahu had yet to showcase any martial prowess. Meanwhile, on another front, Qiyu seized the opportune moment and swiftly lunged toward Chen Qing. Chen Qing, with piercing gaze, discerned the moment and instructed Bai Yuner, "Assist me in restraining those around us. I shall confront him myself." Bai Yuner was momentarily taken aback, pondering that the adversary was of advanced 2nd-tier caliber. Logically, it would be Chen Qing who dealt with the surrounding minions while she faced Qiyu. However, she soon recalled Chen Qing's formidable 5-finger sword heart, and an image flashed in her mind. What if Chen Qing unleashed all 5 swords upon Zhang Bahu? This thought startled her, and she shook her head in disbelief, reasoning that it was impossible. After all, Chen Qing was merely at the intermediate 1st tier. If he could indeed sever the bonds of those at the peak of the 2nd tier, what would it mean if he could vanquish even those of the advanced 3rd tier? It would be utterly invincible. Steeling herself, she nodded at Chen Qing in the next moment. An aura of coldness emanated from her, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds as countless shards of ice swiftly enveloped her, once again summoning the ice giant. "Humph!" Qiyu scoffed coldly, his eyes filled with disdain, before bellowing, "Arrogant!" In that instant, he swiftly formed hand seals, reciting incantations. Suddenly, numerous vines erupted from the ground, resembling serpents with bared fangs, racing toward Chen Qing with astonishing speed, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. Chapter 19. Chen Qing vs. Qiyu. Chen Qing's expression grew grim as he fixated on the surging vines rushing toward him. With a swift motion, he drew the long sword from his back and, amidst a flicker of movement, unleashed a series of flash blades. With a swish, sharp sword energy howled forth like lightning strikes, instantly shredding the encroaching vines to pieces. With a frigid demeanor, Chen Qing remarked, "Wood Path, you should remain in the rear of the formation, healing your comrades. Attempting to capture me? You are simply unworthy, of course." Chen Qing did not genuinely underestimate the Wood Path. He had once seen a master of the Wood Path in a video unleash the true 1,000-handed Buddha, smashing an 8th-tier great demon and countless lesser demons into a pulp in mere moments. His words were merely a taunt. Upon hearing this, Qiyu's teeth ground together in fury, and he bellowed, "Arrogant! You, an intermediate 1st tier, dare to boast before me?" With that, his right hand hastily swirled through the air, conjuring a wooden staff that materialized before him, which he gripped tightly. Following this, Qiyu dragged the staff behind him, skimming the ground, and with great strides, charged at Chen Qing like a leopard. The staff dragged along the earth, stirring up a cloud of choking dust, creating deep gouges in its wake. In the next moment, Qiyu shouted, coiling Dragon's staff. With a single hand, he forcefully lifted the staff, its tip trailing along the ground. propelling himself forward with a motion reminiscent of a sweeping strike. Chen Qing's lips curled into a cold smile as he called out, "Coiling Dragon Staff?" I believe it would be more aptly named the Coiling Worm Staff. As he spoke, he raised his sword to block. At that moment, Qiyu, with one hand wielding the staff, utilized his forward momentum to thrust the staff's tip toward Chen Qing's face like a venomous serpent striking. Chen Qing reacted swiftly, raising his sword in defense. Qiyu smirked disdainfully, thinking to himself, "Humph, even a strike fueled by raw power would not dare to meet me head-on, you, a swordsman, even with tenfold resonance. What can you do? I am a whole realm above you." His face twisted with malevolence as he shouted, "This strike will surely shatter your sword and topple you." However, when Qiyu's staff came crashing down upon Chen Qing's long sword, his eyes widened in astonishment, feeling as though his ferocious blow had struck a mound of cotton. Chen Qing remained unfazed, twisting his body to deftly redirect the force of the staff aside. The wooden staff grazed Chen Qing's sword and struck a nearby boulder with a resounding crash, causing the rock to shatter into dust and leaving a deep crater in the ground. A cold smile graced Chen Qing's lips as he thought to himself, "This coiling dragon staff, while touted as a martial technique, is more a mere application of staff techniques. What I employ is the principle of Tai Chi, using soft strength to counter brute force, effortlessly deflecting this overwhelmingly powerful blow aside." Qiyu was left astonished, his eyes wide as he beheld the scene before him. He could hardly fathom that his powerful, determined strike had been so easily neutralized by Chen Qing. Nevertheless, Qiyu did not falter. His fighting spirit ignited as he roared, all-encompassing nature. In an instant, the air crackled with the rapid swishing of countless staff shadows, descending upon Chen Qing like a torrential storm, their tips glinting with a cold light as they surged forward with lethal speed, creating a cacophony of crackling sounds. Chen Qing, witnessing this, dared not confront it directly and immediately executed the golden step, his feet lightly tapping the ground as he sprang backward with remarkable agility, swiftly creating a distance of several dozen meters. As for the spot where Chen Qing had previously stood, the ground had been riddled with deep craters from the onslaught of the all-encompassing nature staff technique. Observing the ravaged terrain, Chen Qing mused to himself, "The wood path's cultivation primarily leans toward healing, with relatively weak offensive capabilities. Yet Qiyu has adeptly compensated for this shortcoming with his exceptional staff techniques. Indeed, this maneuver has its merits." In the next moment, vines enveloped Qiyu, and then dozens of meters of vines shot forth like arrows, accurately embedding themselves in the ground beside Chen Qing before rapidly retracting. Qiyu, utilizing the momentum, surged toward Chen Qing like a specter, employing his movement technique, Vine's shadow flight. As Chen Qing noted this, a cold smile crept across his face. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed several fierce slashes. The sound of slicing echoed as the flash blades, infused with sword energy, embodied both the sharpness of the golden path and the explosive force of the newly comprehended flame path. At this moment, Chen Qing marveled at the wonders of the myriad path sword technique. Through this sword technique, he could integrate various pathways powers into his swordsmanship, transforming them into other pathway strengths. Currently, wielding the powers of the golden path, flame path, and wood path, more than half of his sword energy slashes were imbued with the scorching force of flames, perfectly countering Qiyu's wood path. When the staff and sword collided, a surge of fiery energy erupted from Chen Qing's sword energy. Illuminating the surroundings, Qiyu's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively exclaimed, "How is this possible? You, a swordsman, possess flame path techniques." Qiyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the wooden staff in his hand ignite in flames, and he hastily discarded it to the side. In the next moment, another long staff materialized in his grasp, which he held firmly, his expression darkening. "Who told you I am a sword cultivator?" Chen Qing replied calmly. Qiyu fixed his gaze upon Chen Qing, incredulous. "No, it cannot be. Are you perhaps a flame path cultivator?" Chen Qing's expression remained placid. "What sword path? Though I wield a sword, I do not possess any resonance of the sword path." "That is impossible. What about the slashes you executed before?" Qiyu nearly roared. Chen Qing smirked coldly, a metallic sheen enveloping him. Why 9 resonances belong to the golden path? I presume you are familiar with this copper skin and iron bone? Then what of your flames?" Qiyu pressed. Chen Qing replied, his demeanor as calm as still water. "My apologies. I forgot to mention that I have not only awakened the golden path, but also the resonance of the flame path. Qi Yu's eyes were glued to the scene, his heart tumultuous. What? The 9 resonances of the golden path alone are astonishing, yet he also bears the dual path talent of 2 distinct pathways? Contemplating this, Qi Yu felt a heavy dread settle in his heart. This boy must not be allowed to live. If the Lu family were to recruit him, what chance would my Qi family have for resurgence? As malevolent thoughts took root, Qi Yu's eyes blazed with fury as he wielded the staff, rapidly tracing arcs in the air. Instantly, a faint green light shimmered behind him, and countless slender wooden arrows materialized. Their tips glinting with a cold light, poised to strike, all aimed at Chen Qing. Qi Yu's lips curled into a sinister smile, a greenish aura emanating from him, slithering like a serpent, dispersing in the breeze towards Chen Qing. Chen Qing furrowed his brow, quickly discerning that this was poison gas. Yet Qi Yu's assault was far from over. He suddenly extended his left hand and shouted, "Thorny growth!" In that instant, the ground cracked like a spider's web, and countless vines surged from below, thrashing like frenzied tentacles, overwhelming Chen Qing. Simultaneously, the wooden arrows hovering behind him rustled ominously, shooting toward Chen Qing with a fierce whistling sound. Chen Qing's gaze sharpened, simultaneously unleashing 3 martial techniques? How intriguing! Qi Yu chuckled coldly, pride radiating from his expression. Humph, this is the advantage of my wood path. Among all pathways, the restorative capabilities of the wood path are unparalleled. I have also cultivated a high-level profound technique that allows me to nurture a spiritual seed within my body, capable of healing my wounds and accelerating my absorption and transformation of spiritual energy. As an intermediate second tier, neither my restorative nor my offensive capabilities can be matched by you. Chen Qing's lips curled slightly as he silently laughed to himself. Restorative capabilities? You dare to compare restorative abilities with me? At this moment, a transformation occurred within Chen Qing's body, as the once singular golden spiritual spring suddenly split into 3. Among them, the most familiar was the radiant golden spring, symbolizing the 10 resonances. The remaining 2 springs, one radiating a fiery crimson hue akin to a miniature volcanic crater, continuously exuding a stream of luminous red light infused with the essence of flames, represent the fire Dao spirit spring. The other emanates a gentle green glow, embodying the wood Dao spirit spring. Moreover, the waters from these 3 springs converge within a modest pond. Within this tranquil pond, a small fish glides gracefully, the pond itself transformed by the essence of the slave Dao. And this little fish emanates an extraordinary light, serving as a tangible manifestation of the slave Dao's power. The tricolored spring waters flow ceaselessly into the pond, harmonizing with the ethereal fish therein, collectively crafting a mesmerizing tableau. This is the marvel of the Wandao Yin sword technique. Once one acquires a martial skill, this sword technique can transmute it into the power of any other Dao, storing it within one's being. At this moment, Chen Qing seems to possess a multitude of restorative shields, capable of simultaneously invoking the healing forces of gold, fire, wood, and slave attributes, thus comprehensively mending his wounds. Chen Qing raises his gaze to meet the swiftly approaching wooden arrows, a cold smile gracing his lips. He immediately channels his strength, executing the copper skin iron bones technique. In an instant, a layer of golden radiance envelopes him like armor, and simultaneously, red and green patterns spread across his surface, the red lines burning with fervor, while the green lines pulsate with vitality. The interplay of these 2 patterns fortifies his defense even further. In the next moment, Chen Qing finds himself ensnared by thorns, as wooden arrows rain down upon him with a series of dull thuds against his body. These arrows possess remarkable power, far exceeding that of ordinary projectiles, carving gashes upon his seemingly unyielding exterior. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a gray spirit fish leaps forth from the wounds, its body aglow with the tricolored Daoic essence, swiftly restoring Chen Qing's injuries to their original state. Qi Yu, witnessing this, is left dumbfounded, unable to contain his exclamation. Impossible! How can the healing be so rapid? However, he quickly resumes his mockery, sneering, "Endure it then. I shall see how long your meager spiritual power can last. Maintaining both healing and defense, what can 9 Daoic essences accomplish against a disparity in realms?" As soon as he finishes speaking, a green toxic mist swiftly encircles Chen Qing. He smiles coldly, flames erupting around him, consuming a portion of the toxins in an instant. Qiyu, however, scoffs derisively, useless. Even if your fire Dao can burn away some. This is a second-tier intermediate technique of mine. My toxins are insurmountable. Once inhaled, you might as well await your demise. Nevertheless, Chen Qing remains composed. He is neither unable to escape nor does he wish to, but rather intends to test his martial skills. In the next moment, a spirit fish appears at his nostrils, swallowing the inhaled toxins one by one, then slowly digesting them, returning a fresh essence to Chen Qing. Due to Chen Qing's inherent affinity for the wood Dao, the decomposition of the wood Dao toxins is rendered even more effortless. Thus, Chen Qing withstands the barrage of wooden arrows, continuously mending himself. While both parties find themselves in a stalemate, time slipping by unnoticed. Meanwhile, Zhang Ba, who has subdued Wang Haoran, yet he refrains from intervening, watching Chen Qing with keen interest. As moments pass, Qiyu grows increasingly restless. He is astonished to realize that despite his advantage in the wood Dao and his cultivation of a technique designed for spiritual recovery, after repeatedly activating his martial skills, unleashing wooden arrows, releasing toxins, and maintaining the thorny bindings on Chen Qing, his own spiritual energy is nearing depletion. In stark contrast, Chen Qing remains steadfast under the onslaught. Qiyu, in disbelief, murmurs to himself, how can he still endure? And from his expression, he appears remarkably untroubled. No, he must be putting on a facade. Regardless of how formidable the 9 Daoic essences are, they shouldn't allow him to persist for so long. I am a whole major realm above him. And with the recovery properties of the wood Dao, my regenerative abilities must surpass his. He certainly cannot outlast me. Chapter 20. Self-created killing move, unity of all Daos. At this moment, Chen Qing is wholly absorbed in contemplating the transformations of his martial skills, his thoughts far removed from Qiyu. The wonders of the Wandao Yin sword technique exceed his expectations, not only transforming the spirit springs into the forms of 4 distinct Daos, but also endowing the technique treading snow to seek plum with multiple attributes. At this juncture, beneath his feet, not only does the radiance of the gold Dao emerge, but also the auras of the wood, fire, and slave Daos. Chen Qing meticulously experiences the various enhancements these Daos impart to his movement speed. The power of flames provides a vigorous propulsion, enabling him to move like an arrow released from a bow. The wood Dao roots him to the earth, drawing strength from the ground to replenish himself. Though it is somewhat inferior in enhancing speed, the slave Dao significantly augments his limbs, greatly enhancing his control over his body, rendering his movements more agile and precise. These multiple Daos complement one another, elevating the once mundane yellow-tier intermediate treading snow to seek plumb to a level that could conservatively be compared to that of a yellow-tier advanced technique. Minutes pass, and Chen Qing distinctly senses the power of the wooden arrows striking him gradually waning. While the toxic mist in the surrounding air begins to dissipate, he looks up at Qiyu, who is now panting heavily, his chest heaving vigorously. In the next moment, a brilliant aura envelopes Chen Qing, as he skillfully integrates the power of the fire Dao into his copper skin iron bones technique, igniting intense flames. Seizing the moment, he grips the vines ensnaring him and, with a resounding crack, forcefully flings them aside. Qiyu, having exhausted too much spiritual energy, finds his control over the vines significantly weakened, allowing Chen Qing to easily break free. Qiyu's eyes widen in disbelief, exclaiming, "No, this is impossible. How can you still possess such ample spiritual energy?" Chen Qing smirks coldly, inwardly reflecting. Of course, I want to divulge that I am the Wanjin Miaohua body, possessing 10 Daoic essences. As long as I do not deploy techniques far exceeding my capabilities, my spiritual energy is nearly inexhaustible. How much energy could merely maintaining copper skin iron bones and spirit spring consume? With an expression of calm indifference, Chen Qing swiftly draws his long sword, summoning 4 radiant auras beneath his feet. With a powerful push against the ground, he propels himself forward in a sudden burst, covering several meters in a heartbeat. With a few agile leaps, he dashes toward Qiyu like a tempest, then strikes down with a mighty sword, imbued with tremendous force. Qiyu, though shocked, is no novice. He quickly raises the wooden staff across his chest to block, channeling the power of the wood Dao to render the staff as hard as iron. Chen Qing's blade crashes against the staff, sending Qiyu reeling back several meters from the sheer impact. Furious, Qiyu glares at Chen Qing and shouts, "Impossible! How can your recovery be stronger than mine? A second-tier intermediate?" I refuse to accept it. With that, he hastily reaches into his bosom, retrieving a plastic-wrapped vial. He yanks the cap off and, in a few swift gulps, downs the entire contents of the potion. Off in the distance, Zhang Bahu, the vice president of the Qi Clan's guild, furrows his brow in contemplation. To have driven Qiyu to consume a restorative potion? If I am not mistaken, he must be employing the generic yellow-tier intermediate technique, treading snow to seek plum. But why? His speed surpasses even that of a yellow-tier advanced technique, perhaps even rivaling that of profound-tier martial skills. Without hesitation, Chen Qing seizes the moment while Qiyu is still recovering, darting forward like a specter, his long sword whirling as he mutters, "What a waste. I grant you the opportunity to strike. Yet you prove so ineffectual." The aura of the gold Dao coils around his sword like a serpent, and with a cacophony of slicing sounds, countless sword energies slash toward Qiyu. Qiyu hastily raises his wooden staff, exerting all his might to barely defend against the onslaught. The dense sword energies collide against the staff, sending splinters flying. Just at this critical juncture, the restorative potion takes effect, revitalizing Qiyu's spiritual energy significantly. With a mighty roar, he channels his power, the energies of the Wood Dao surging wildly around him, and he bellows, "Wood Dao killing move! Forest prison dragon trap!" Qiyu rapidly retreats, and in an instant, the ground trembles as a massive, beast trap-like cage, bristling with spikes, erupts forth, snapping shut with terrifying force, accurately ensnaring Chen Qing within. Countless sharp wooden spikes pierce into Chen Qing's body, as if to impale him. Simultaneously, a caustic, foul-smelling slime oozes from the cage, seeping into Chen Qing's wounds, beginning to corrode his flesh inch by inch, sizzling and emitting wisps of smoke. Qiyu steps back, gasping for breath, with a hint of mania in his voice. "This killing move requires the entirety of my spiritual energy. I have used it to vanquish a second-tier advanced being. Once caught in this trap, you are undoubtedly doomed." With that, he fixes his gaze on Chen Qing, trapped within the cage, his eyes gleaming with fervent anticipation for Chen Qing's collapse. Chen Qing slowly closes his eyes, seemingly impervious to in an instant. He directed his gaze towards the sword fingers, noting the striking resemblance between their attacking techniques and the five-finger heart sword. If one were to merge the two, what sparks might ignite from my current cultivation? Although aware that with my present strength, any newly devised killing move might pale in comparison to the overwhelming might of the five-finger heart sword, it would certainly suffice to navigate the predicament at hand. Chen Qing released his long sword, gradually closing his fingers to contain the sword intent and momentum within his palm, while simultaneously immersing himself in the essence of the sword fingers. The principles of the flashing blade began to crystallize in his mind. At this moment, the venom within him stealthily corroded his body, yet he remained calm, as if unaware. Suddenly, he recalled the 10,000 Paths transforming sword technique, a technique capable of transcending the limitations of the Great Dao, allowing even non-universal martial skills like the copper skin iron bone to transform into the powers of other paths. However, this was far from the ultimate potential of the 10,000 Paths transforming sword technique. Its core essence ultimately rested upon the single-character sword. Chen Qing immersed himself in this notion, keenly sensing the sharpness of the metal path, the ferocity of the fire path, the vitality of the wood path, and the control of the slave path. Utilizing the unique mastery of the slave path, he endeavored to perfectly harness and integrate these powers of the Great Dao. For a moment, the various Dao rhythms flowed slowly within his palms, as if awaiting an opportunity to erupt in the next heartbeat. Chen Qing's aura surged, the sword intent and momentum converging like rivers returning to the sea within his palms. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the Dao rhythm flickered and flowed at his fingertips. Extraordinary and unusual, in an instant, brilliance erupted between his 5 fingers, and 5 streams of sword light emerged in succession, from which 4 miniature swords, each merely a few centimeters in length, gradually floated into the surrounding air, each adorned in varying colors. Qiyu, witnessing this, was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "What kind of technique is this?" In the next moment, the 4 small swords, seemingly sentient, collided at great speed, merging and separating once more in the blink of an eye. The sword bodies transformed, morphing into 4 metal longswords radiating the essence of fire and wood. These 4 swords were the amalgamation of the powers of metal. Fire, wood, and slave, swirling rapidly around Chen Qing, their shadows intertwining, their brilliance dazzling. With a few crisp sounds, they shattered the enormous thorny cage that had ensnared Chen Qing into pieces. Chen Qing suddenly opened his eyes wide. Pointing a finger, and the 4 long swords, accompanied by a whistling wind, surged towards Qi Yu that moment. Qi Yu was utterly drained of spiritual energy, terror-stricken, attempting to evade, but as he moved, the long swords were already upon him. Summoning all his strength, he twisted his body, but the sword tips swiftly changed direction, once again homing in on him in the distance. Zhang Bahu, observing the battle, suddenly opened his eyes, astonished. What kind of killing move is this? How do I sense 5 distinct auras within this technique? If Qi Yu were to take this hit, he would undoubtedly perish. With a flash of thought, he immediately dashed towards Qi Yu, desperately attempting to save him. Just as the 4 swords were about to pierce Qi Yu, a shadow flickered like a specter, muscles taut, a fist the size of a cauldron crashing down, striking the swords with a thunderous impact. With a resounding crack, the collision of fist and sword unleashed 2 waves of violent energy, akin to the roar of thunder, reverberating through the surrounding air. After a moment of stalemate, a sharp sound echoed, and the 4 long swords shattered violently. Chen Qing narrowed his eyes, his expression grim. Zhang Bahu retracted his trembling hands, utterly shocked, muttering, I just activated a defensive martial skill and unleashed my most powerful offensive skill, the dominating fist, yet he gazed incredulously at his bloodied right fist, the bones within visibly splintered and cracked. Chen Qing observed this scene and sighed softly. The newly created martial skill still lacks sufficient mastery. Its power is far inferior to the 5-finger heart sword. If Zhang Bahu were to comprehend Chen Qing's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly be shocked into exclamations. How dare you? A mid-tier practitioner, challenge me, a peak practitioner? Not only did you withstand my full-force strike, but you even shattered my bones, and yet you claim your newly forged killing move lacks potency, suppressing the agony in his arm. Zhang Bahu activated his recovery martial skill and turned towards Chen Qing, his tone slightly serious. What is the name of this move? Chen Qing hesitated for a moment before responding nonchalantly. Indeed, it should have a name since it has just been created. After a brief contemplation, he declared with determination, Unity of 10,000 Paths. In the next moment, a cold smile crept across Zhang Bahu's lips. What a bold name, Unity of 10,000 Paths. You have quite the audacity, young man. Today, I shall ensure you're captured. At this moment, he had cast aside the restraint of a strong man, his mind singularly focused on one thought. This young man, capable of creating a formidable killing move and embodying the essence of the 9 paths, could not be allowed to remain. If he was not dealt with today, he would undoubtedly become a future calamity for the Qi family. With animosity established, there would be no turning back. Just as Zhang Bahu was about to pounce upon Chen Qing like a beast, a voice floated down as if from the heavens. Brother Bahu, why must you be so aggressive towards a junior? This voice caused Zhang Bahu to stiffen, his pupils contracting sharply as he turned with a face full of hostility towards the source. There stood a frail old man not far away. The old man wore a loose Zhongshan suit, his sparse white hair neatly combed, and his beard gently swaying in the breeze. He leaned on a polished cane. Appearing to be an ordinary old man, yet Chen Qing instinctively sensed that he was anything but ordinary. Zhang Bahu gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words, Lu Hatang. Upon hearing the name Lu Hatang, Chen Qing's lips curled into a faint smile. Members of the Lu family have arrived. This scene is becoming increasingly grand. With that, his focus sharpened, for halos instantly appearing beneath his feet. He bent down, seizing the long sword from the ground, and with immense force in his legs, shot towards Zhang Bahu like an arrow released from its bow. At this moment, Zhang Bahu's full attention was captured by the old man with the white beard. But Chen Qing's target was not him. It was Qi Yu standing beside him. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qing closed the distance, fiercely swinging his long sword toward Zhang Bahu. However, Zhang Bahu's defenses were astonishing. Chen Qing's mighty strike failed to even break the skin. Noticing something amiss, Zhang Bahu abruptly turned, only to find Chen Qing grasping Qi Yu by the throat, retreating over 10 meters. Damn it. You bastard! How dare you? Zhang Bahu roared, his muscles bulging as he prepared to pounce on Chen Qing. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, and a figure appeared like a ghost, the white-bearded elder. Lu Hatang lightly tapped Zhang Bahu's bulging muscles with his cane, in an instant. Zhang Bahu was struck as if by a heavy blow, his body uncontrollably flying backward, stumbling several dozen steps before barely regaining his balance. Seeing this, Chen Qing broke into a bright yet wicked smile, then slowly placed the long sword against Qi Yu's neck. Chapter 21. Damn. This is too much. Zhang Bahu exclaimed in shock, his eyes fixed on the scene. Gritting his teeth, "You little brat, if you dare harm him, I will make you pay dearly." Chen Qing's expression remained indifferent, calm as water. "Do not worry, I shall not kill him. However, if he dares to provoke me so, allowing him to go unscathed would invite future trouble from every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Therefore, I shall sever his tendons and fingers as a form of punishment." Zhang Bahu's eyes widened in fury. His voice hoarse, "You dare, brat." Before he could finish, the white-haired Lu Hatang burst into laughter. "Ha ha, boy, your temper suits my taste. Go ahead and do as you please, the Lu family will bear the consequences." Chen Qing's lips curled slightly upward, and with a sudden flash, his long sword drew forth, the cold gleam slicing through the air as Qi Yu's 4 fingers, save for the thumb, fell to the ground. Blood gushing forth, Qi Yu screamed in agony, writhing in pain. Zhang Bahu's eyes blazed with fury, shaking with rage. Chen Qing sheathed his sword, moving with composure as he observed Qi Yu rolling on the ground. Qi Yu's complexion turned pale, cold sweat pouring down as he cried in a choked voice, "Brother Qing, I was wrong. Please spare me." Chen Qing's lips curled into a faint smile. "Your attitude has certainly changed swiftly, but I am not fond of his demeanor." Anxious, Qi Yu shouted at Zhang Bahu, "Zhang Bahu, Brother Qing's words are to be heeded. Do not defy him any longer." Although Zhang Bahu held a higher position as the vice president of the Qi Family Association, he was ultimately just an employee in comparison to Qi Yu, a direct descendant of the family. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth, "Release Qi Yu. As long as it is not too much, I will accept your terms." This was precisely the response Chen Qing had been waiting for. Defeating Qi Yu and severing his fingers was merely to establish authority. The tangible benefits were what truly mattered. Chen Qing's expression remained calm as he stated, "Very well. You have wronged me and even attempted to kidnap me, and my demands are not high. Qi Yu is, after all, a legitimate descendant of the Qi family. I shall set a price. 1 million. Once the money is transferred, I will release him." Zhang Bahu shot a cold glance at Chen Qing before replying, "Agreed." Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback, inwardly cursing, "Damn, that was too quick. I truly have not seen much of the world. I set the price too low." However, having uttered the words, he could not retract them. If he lost credibility now, who would trust him in the future when he attempted to extort others? Sighing, he considered it a way to earn a reputation. Chen Qing added nonchalantly, "The money should be deposited into his account." With that, he gestured towards Wang Haoren, whom Zhang Bahu was holding. Zhang Bahu glanced at Wang Haoren, testing the waters, "And how much do you intend to ask for this person?" Upon hearing Zhang Bahu's words, Chen Qing did not hesitate, drawing his sword and swiftly severing Qi Yu's ear. He coldly retorted, "Negotiate with me?" Qi Yu howled in pain, "My ear." Chen Qing kicked Qi Yu on the ground, coldly instructing, "Pick up the ear and fingers." Zhang Bahu was thoroughly provoked by Chen Qing's ruthless actions, his teeth grinding audibly, and his cheeks swollen with fury. He could hardly fathom that, in a mere attempt to mitigate some losses, Chen Qing would retaliate so brutally by severing one of Qi Yu's ears without a second thought. Clenching his jaw, Zhang Bahu managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. "Fine. You are indeed ruthless." As Zhang Bahu glared furiously at Chen Qing, Wang Haoren, trembling in Chen Qing's grasp, timidly extended 2 fingers, presenting a bank card to him. Upon noticing the card being thrust before him, Zhang Bahu's anger surged uncontrollably. His other hand balled into a fist, knuckles whitening with the strain, as he yearned to unleash his wrath upon Wang Haoren. However, he hesitated, aware that any further aggression towards Wang Haoren might provoke Chen Qing to inflict more harm upon Qi Yu, potentially dismantling him piece by piece. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, give me 5 minutes." With that, he flung Wang Haoren to the ground, reasoning that if he couldn't harm him, it was better to have him out of the way. He then hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had elapsed, and Zhang Bahu coldly remarked, "The money has been transferred. Can I have the person now?" Chen Qing flashed a brilliant smile, shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly, and replied, "You may take the person back." Zhang Bahu shot Chen Qing a venomous glare before signaling to a few of his subordinates. They hurriedly approached Chen Qing, their eyes warily fixed on him, their bodies trembling with fear, before lifting the writhing Qiyu off the ground, collecting his severed fingers and ear, and hastily retreating. Having retrieved his man, Zhang Bahu cast a cold glance at Chen Qing and venomously declared, "Kid, I'll remember this. Just wait until I catch a break, or else." However, before he could finish, the white-haired Lu Hatong interjected calmly, "Fear not, with my Lu family backing him, he will not fall into your hands." Zhang Bahu sighed heavily and retorted, "All right, Lu family, and you, Chen Qing, we shall see with that," he bellowed and hurriedly departed with his entourage. Chen Qing smiled subtly, his gaze intentionally drifting towards a certain direction. Lu Hatong, taken aback, noted that typically, when a junior is rescued, they express immense gratitude, often bowing down in thanks. Yet, Chen Qing exhibited no such inclination. Lu Hatong could not help but scrutinize him, just as Chen Qing glanced in a particular direction and remarked lightly, "Principal, since you're here, why are you hiding and not making your presence known?" As soon as Chen Qing's words fell, Lu Hatong's pupils constricted sharply, and he involuntarily cast a glance at Chen Qing. Moments later, laughter erupted from behind a nearby tree, followed by a figure striding forth. It was none other than the current principal of Baiyu Academy, his gaze profound and a faint smile gracing his features. The principal of Baiyu Academy spoke in a languid tone, "With President Hatong here, there is no need for me to show myself." Lu Hatong, staring intently at Chen Qing, was filled with astonishment. He prided himself on his keen perception yet had failed to detect the principal's concealment. While Chen Qing had noticed it early on, secretly admiring, "This kid is truly a genius." A faint smile played on Chen Qing's lips. His audacity did not solely rely on the enigmatic Lu Hatong. In truth, he had long discerned the principal's presence behind the tree, and it was with the principal's covert support that he felt emboldened to act freely. Lu Hatong sighed inwardly, initially intending to win Chen Qing over with this intervention, only to realize that this young man was not only formidable but also remarkably perceptive, having already unraveled his intentions. Lu Hatong had hoped to extend goodwill by assisting Chen Qing, but Chen Qing's invocation of the Baiyu principal clearly indicated his reluctance to accept the Lu family's overtures. With the principal's protection, even without Lu Hatong's intervention, Chen Qing had no cause for concern, rendering Lu Hatong's goodwill appear one-sided, prompting a bitter smile from him. However, the next moment, Chen Qing clasped his hands towards Lu Hatong and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, President Lu, for your assistance today. I shall not forget this kindness." Lu Hatong was momentarily stunned. Then a radiant smile broke across his face as he gently patted Chen Qing's shoulder, exclaiming thrice, Good, young friend Chen Qing, do consider joining our Lu family's demon-slaying guild when you have the time. With our Lu family backing you, the Qi family wouldn't dare to act against you. Rest assured, it's merely a nominal affiliation. The guild will not impose any restrictions on you, and should you wish to join other guilds in the future, that remains entirely feasible. Many individuals do this across various regions, and it is tacitly accepted. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing glanced at Principal Baiyu, who nodded in affirmation. "Then I thank you, President Lu." Chen Qing enthusiastically accepted Lu Hatong's invitation, just as Bai Yuner approached him with graceful strides. Her gaze fixed intently on Chen Qing, she unabashedly inquired, "Was that move you just performed a new killing technique of your own creation?" Chen Qing nodded, "Yes, just a casual creation." Bai Yuner gazed at him, exclaiming in admiration, "You are truly impressive. Having awakened your Dao rhyme only a few days ago, and yet you can already devise your own killing technique." Chen Qing waved his hand dismissively, it was merely luck. Bai Yuner shot him an incredulous look, her eyes never straying from Chen Qing, filled with fiery intensity, as if she were a mouse fixated on a cream cake. Lu Hatong, noticing this, chuckled heartily, since the matter is resolved and Principal Baiyu is present. "I shall take my leave." Principal Baiyu nodded at Lu Hatong, "Thank you for your assistance today." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Hatong prepared to leave with Wang Haoran. Before departing, Wang Haoran handed the bank card to Chen Qing and disclosed the password. Chen Qing smiled faintly, waving his hand in acknowledgement. As Lu Hatong departed with Wang Haoran, he asked, Haoran, how did you come to know him? Wang Haoran swallowed hard and replied, in the Great Demon space. That sunflower Great Demon broke through mid-battle, severely injuring everyone in an instant. We thought we were doomed, but unexpectedly, Chen Qing unleashed a killing move, instantly slaying the Great Demon and saving our subordinates. Lu Hatong's eyes glimmered as he nodded, pondering inwardly, and remarked, indeed, a genius. Such a figure could only be matched by the scions of the prominent families in the capital. After a brief pause, he added. However, today was not without its gains. Although he did not explicitly express interest in joining the Lu family, he has reached an irreconcilable point with the Qi family, which is a boon for us. I see you have a good rapport. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for maintaining this relationship. Even if we cannot make him a member of the Lu family, we must find a way to utilize his talents. Wang Haoran's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly replied, Rest assured, President. I will ensure this matter is handled properly. Chapter 22. One wave subsides, another rises. You two little rascals, how dare you sneak out without a word? If I and Lu Hatong hadn't appeared, you would undoubtedly have met your doom today. Principal Bai pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Qing and Bai Yuner, reprimanding them sternly. Chen Qing merely scoffed, while Bai Yuner rolled her eyes, too disinterested to exchange words with him. Hey, I'm trying to teach you both a lesson. The final exams are approaching, and at such a crucial moment, you choose to go out on a task instead of honing your martial skills. With this time, wouldn't it be better to practice? Is it just for a few coins that you would undertake such tasks? With just a few sunflower flowers, how much can you earn, 1,000 or 2? I could just give you that. You two are now the Academy's prodigies. The Academy relies on you to bring glory. Can't you spare me a little worry? With that, Principal Bai pulled out 2 bank cards from his pocket and handed them to Chen Qing and Bai Yuner, saying here, if you're short on money, just tell me. Don't run off to take on these tasks anymore. Chen Qing's lips twitched slightly. He and Bai Yuner were not in need of money but were clearly out for blood. Nevertheless, he smiled and reached for the bank card. However, just as he grasped it, Principal Bai suddenly snatched it back, exclaiming, No, no, no. You just earned 1 million. How can you still have the audacity to take this? As he spoke, he handed both cards to Bai Yuner instead. Chen Qing was taken aback and quickly protested, Principal, this feels a bit biased, doesn't it? How can you do this? My dear boy, I didn't even ask for a fee for your appearance today. That's already generous of me. Had I not intervened, you would either have been captured by the Qi family or coerced into joining the Lu family's guild. Chen Qing wore a helpless expression, realizing the principal's argument was indeed sound, leaving him no room to counter. Eventually, Chen Qing and Bai Yuner settled into Principal Bai's luxurious Maybach. As they rode along, Chen Qing marveled at the opulence of the vehicle. Momentarily at a loss for words, as the car glided smoothly, it suddenly slowed, arriving at a gas station. The principal called out, Fill it up with 98. Once the refueling was completed and it was time to pay, Principal Bai spread his hands, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Qing, who sat in the front passenger seat. Chen Qing, realizing the implication, he grimaced in reluctant understanding and begrudgingly handed over the bank card given by Wang Haoran to the gas station attendant. Watching over 1,000 yuan vanish, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. Although he now possesses 1 million, theoretically, this mere 1,000 is insignificant. However, having lived in poverty for so long, that 1 million feels like an unexpected windfall, and his spending habits have yet to evolve. In his previous life, he was merely a poor boy, and his existence after the transition is even less prosperous than before. This 1,000 was once his sustenance for 2 months. The dean chuckled heartily, patting Chen Qing on the shoulder, and said, Good lad, your future is boundless. Rest assured, the dean would never take a student's money without cause. In due course, I shall compensate you through scholarships and bonuses. Chen Qing expressed his confusion, but why go through all this trouble? Swiping cards is a hassle. The dean narrowed his eyes with a mischievous grin. What do you know, young one? Scholarships and grants are public funds, but this fuel expense comes from my own pocket, do you understand? Chen Qing sighed, realizing that no matter the world, the intricacies of human relationships and traditions remain unchanged. Even if he chooses not to smoke, he must familiarize himself with the best tobacco available, lest he find himself unprepared when meeting superiors. As they journeyed back, a vehicle suddenly appeared behind them, roaring forward and swiftly overtaking the dean's Maybach, executing a drift and halting right in the middle of the road, forcing the dean to pull over. The dean furrowed his brow, and Chen Qing mirrored his concern. Observing the situation, the dean flung open the car door, ready to confront the driver, but Chen Qing quickly grasped his hand, saying, "Dean, it's someone from Qingmao Academy." The dean raised an eyebrow. Oh, he was acquainted with some senior figures at Qingmao Academy, but the young individuals before him were unfamiliar. Before Chen Qing stood an old van, from which 8 or 9 people disembarked. As Chen Qing and the dean stepped out, a leader among them rushed forward. It was him. Chen Qing frowned, immediately recognizing the speaker as his classmate, Li. On the day of Chen Qing's expulsion, Li Lei had been the most vociferous, and when Chen Qing had brandished his sword at him, Li Lei had been too frightened to utter a word. Now, he dared to confront Chen Qing again, clearly acting on someone else's orders. Chen Qing approached slowly, arms crossed, and glanced at Li Lei. Li Lei? Li Lei pointed an accusing finger at Chen Qing, shouting, "You ungrateful wretch! The academy nurtured you, provided you with meal allowances and scholarships, yet you ran off to that so-called academy next door. Heartless scoundrel." He continued, "Don't you know that the academy next door is our sworn enemy?" Before he could finish, the dean stepped forward. "Classmate, mind your words. What do you mean by that dog academy?" Li Lei shot the dean a venomous glare. "Who are you to interfere in my reprimand of my classmate?" Chen Qing was utterly bewildered, thinking, how brazen can one be? Even if the dean of Qingmao Academy and Dean Bai were at odds, one would expect a facade of politeness to is this fellow intoxicated? Chen Qing stated plainly, "Dean, this individual is named Li Lei, residing at Unit 303, Building 4 in Yinglushi Community. He comes from a humble background, with parents engaged in a small business, and has neither connections nor wealth." Upon hearing this, Li Lei's pupils dilated, swallowing hard as he glanced nervously at the middle-aged man beside him. The dean, in his 40s, was insulted as that old man, merely to provoke Chen Qing and fulfill the orders from above. Li Lei stammered, "Dean Bai?" Chen Qing smirked coldly and, in a swift motion, seized Li Lei by the collar. Pulling him forward, with his left hand raised, a rapid succession of resounding slaps landed on Li Lei's face. "How dare you openly insult a public servant? Are you tired of living?" The bystanders, witnessing the scene, prepared to intervene. Chen Qing's gaze hardened as he bellowed, "Think carefully, for this individual beside me is none other than the dean of Baiyu Academy." Upon hearing this, the would-be rescuers halted in their tracks. Unwilling to relent, Chen Qing continued his barrage, delivering another series of sharp slaps to Li Lei's face. Infuriated and shamed, Li Lei suddenly surged with energy, crackling with electricity. Chen Qing immediately released his grip, swiftly grasping Li Lei's neck, and turned to the crowd, declaring, "Did you all witness that? He dared to use his powers in a public area, outside of any sanctioned competition. Did everyone see this? Someone call the enforcers." The onlookers, intrigued, eagerly responded, "I'll do it. I'll report." With that, they dialed the authorities. "Hello? Is this the enforcer? Someone is publicly provoking a public servant in the city, using energy to threaten harm." Li Lei's companions panicked. One stammered, "And no, we didn't." Chen Qing pointed to a corner, coldly stating, "There are cameras watching. Everything I did was to protect public servants from your nefarious influence." The group grew increasingly fearful. One exclaimed, What? How did we become thugs?" Chen Qing replied nonchalantly, "Oh, right. You're not thugs, you're heretics." At this, they nearly choked on their outrage. Thugs might face minor penalties, but heretics faced execution upon discovery. The label of heretic was a death sentence, and adding the charge of attacking a public servant could lead to annihilation of their entire family. Just as Chen Qing was enjoying the spectacle, a voice emerged from the corner, "Dean Bai? Why bother with these youngsters?" Chen Qing paused mid-slap, turning to see the dean of Qingmao Academy, his face all too familiar. Seeing this elder intervene, Chen Qing lost interest and released Li Lei, who now resembled a beaten pig. Dropping him to the ground, as Li Lei's companions rushed to assist him, Chen Qing swiftly placed his foot on Li Lei's back, warning, "Think carefully. If you dare to pull him away, it will only confirm your complicity." The others hesitated, instinctively stepping back. The dean of Qingmao Academy approached leisurely, addressing Chen Qing. "Ah, Qing, you were once a top student at my institution. You know full well whether Li Lei is the heretic you claim him to be. Perhaps, considering your years at Qingmao Academy, you could grant this old man a favor and let him go. When the enforcers arrive, I will clarify matters. Chun Qing feigned ignorance, rubbing his ear and loudly asking, "What did you say?" The dean, momentarily taken aback, felt a flicker of irritation and raised his voice. "Qing, leave a line for future encounters." Qin Qing unceremoniously released his foot, pointing at Li Lei. "Let him go? On what grounds? What favor do you have? Why should I grant you any favor? I am a law-abiding citizen." He openly wielded forbidden power in a public space, attempting to assault the dean of Baiyu Academy. Witnessed by all, does your favor supersede the law? Do you believe your influence can persuade the enforcers to overlook the actions of a heretic? The dean of Qingmao Academy was taken aback by Chun Qing's brazen accusation. His face turning a shade of ashen anger, he merely failed to recognize Dean Bai. He intended to confront you. Qin Qing shot back. "What? With such an ostentatious Maybach parked here, do you think I could afford one?" That glaring Maybach could only belong to Dean Bai, surely. Li Lei recognized it and intended to commit murder against Dean Bai. Hearing this, Li Lei, now resembling a battered figure, felt the blood drain from his face. He was merely a child of commoners and had no idea what a Maybach was. To him, it was just a clean black car. When it had driven up, he had thought nothing of it, erroneously assuming it was Qin Qing's taxi. In this martial world, academies are the cornerstone of talent cultivation, overseen by the state. Baiyu Academy and Qingmao Academy are the two largest institutions in Qingshi, with their deans enjoying status only second to the city mayor. Even heads of prominent families greet these deans with utmost respect. Thus, the charge of attempting to murder a dean could lead to decades in prison or worse. The dean of Qingmao Academy, realizing Chen Qing's tenacity, huffed and decided to abandon the topic. In truth, even if the enforcers arrived to apprehend Li Lei, the ultimate resolution would merely require a nod of acknowledgement from him. After all, Li Lei was merely acting under his instructions and was not truly a malevolent cultivator. He turned his gaze directly towards Chun Qing and said, "Since it's such a serendipitous encounter, why not host a grand friendly match between our Qing Academy and the Bai Academy? This event, originally intended for our internal competition, could allow the students to stretch their limbs and experience real combat before the examination. What do you think, Director Bai?" Director Bai was momentarily taken aback, cursing inwardly, "Damn, this old fellow." His brows furrowed. He was acutely aware of the Qing Academy's principal's temperament, one who would not act without absolute certainty. It was clear that his own Bai Academy boasted two prodigies, Qin Qing and Bai Yuner, both possessing the prowess of 9 paths. What right did the Qing Academy have to propose a friendly match? Just as Director Bai was about to voice his thoughts, the Qing principal continued, "Of course, there is one prerequisite. Bai Yuner cannot participate. You are aware that our Qing Academy has just lost a genius, Qi Tian, who also possessed 9 paths, and currently, we cannot find anyone who can rival Bai Yuner. This, Director Bai thought to himself. Now that makes sense. He considered that it was only fitting. Not to mention Qin Qing, a genius of 9 paths, but even Bai Yuner, a junior with 2 tiers of 9 paths, would easily surpass the students of Qing Academy. If Qi Tian were still around, things might be different. But now, if both Qin Qing and Bai Yuner were to compete, they could easily overpower the Qing Academy. As Director Bai hesitated, Chun Qing spoke without a moment's pause. Agreeing is not out of the question. But since this is a friendly match, there should be some incentive, right? How will we reward the person who secures first place in the competition? The Qing principal burst into hearty laughter, replying, "Naturally. If one academy claims the top spot, the other must present an appropriate martial art technique. How about that?" Qin Qing raised an eyebrow and pressed, "Martial art technique. What grade are we talking about?" "Yellow grade." The Qing principal affirmed, "Of course, it would be a mid-level yellow grade martial art technique from our academy. The victorious party can choose anyone to take with them." Qin Qing shook his head dismissively, "A mid-level yellow grade technique? We have those in Bai Academy as well. Our students can learn them too." A mere mid-level technique hardly seems substantial enough as an incentive. The Qing principal's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze on Qin Qing. Noticing his student's boldness, Director Bai chimed in, "Come now, old friend, don't be so stingy. I've heard your academy has invested in a share of a tea demon space, which has reportedly been transformed into a tea garden producing the 4-leaf sparrow tongue tea. A few pounds of that, which can enhance one's understanding of the Tao, would serve as a fitting incentive for this match." don't you think? The Qing principal widened his eyes in disbelief. A few pounds? Do you think that's as easy as picking up sheep dung on the roadside? The most I could offer is 2 taels. Isn't your Bai Academy also a shareholder in a large demon space? IVE heard it produces snow fruits, which can significantly enhance both physical training and martial arts related to reconnaissance. How about you provide 70 or 80 of those as an incentive for this friendly match? Director Bai's eyes bulged at the suggestion, puffing his cheeks in indignation. 70 or 80? Why don't you go and steal them? The fruit trees in that snow demon space are exceedingly rare. Fewer than the few stray hairs on your head. It might take a whole year to yield that many. I could only offer 3 at most. In the end, both of them declared in unison. Deal. Thus, they settled on the incentive for the grand competition, leaving the rewards for the 2nd and 3rd places to be discussed later. Meanwhile, the enforcers arrived at the scene. Chen Qing glanced at them, and the Qing principal hurriedly smoothed things over. It's all a misunderstanding. However, Chen Qing paid them no mind and kicked Li Lei towards the enforcers, stating, "This is no misunderstanding. There are surveillance cameras over there, and he just used the power of the Dao in public. That is a fact." The enforcers exchanged glances between the Qing principal, Chen Qing, and the Bai principal, showing signs of difficulty. Chen Qing cast a cold glance. Realizing they would not take any action against Li Lei, after delivering a kick, he shrugged and headed straight for the Bai principal's Maybach, climbing inside. Director Bai raised an eyebrow, shrugged in indifference, and then got in the car. Kicking up dust as they departed, in the back seat, Bai Yuner slowly opened her striking ice-blue eyes and suddenly said, "I can't participate in this grand competition. 1T that mean I 1T receive any rewards?" Chen Qing turned sharply, exclaiming, "Are your ears made of pig ears? You're in the car, and you can still hear our conversation outside. Besides, weren't you just asleep?" Bai Yuner shot him a glance. Enough nonsense. If I can't participate, then what about the rewards? Director Bai felt a headache coming on. He had agreed to the Qing principal's terms because he had witnessed Chen Qing's capabilities. In his heart, even though Bai Yuner was 2 tiers higher than Chen Qing, he did not believe she could easily suppress him. However, not allowing Bai Yuner to participate posed a real dilemma regarding the rewards. With a deep sigh, Director Bai proposed, "How about this? The Academy will give you 2 snow fruits as compensation for not being able to participate." Chen Qing was taken aback and pointed to himself. "What about me? How about we switch? I want to participate, and let her take the grand prize." Director Bai shot him a glance, saying, "You go and win that grand prize for me, and I will add a little extra to your rewards later." Hearing this, Chen Qing finally nodded in satisfaction, sitting up straight and preparing to take a brief nap when suddenly, Bai Yuner interjected, "And what about me?" Director Bai closed his eyes, sighed deeply, "Your scholarship will not be shortchanged." With that, Bai Yuner gave a satisfied hum and finally closed her beautiful eyes. Chapter 24. Draw lots. Upon returning to the academy, Chen Qing entered seclusion to cultivate, fully immersing himself in the comprehension of his self-created killing move. The unity of 10,000 paths. Currently, he had mastered 4 paths: the path of metal, the path of fire, the path of wood, and the path of slavery. At this moment, he focused intently, watching as 4 swords of the Dao slowly floated from his fingertips. This move bore a striking resemblance to the rumored flying sword technique, which also involved manipulating flying swords to attack enemies. However, Chen Qing's technique was even more powerful and convenient. It did not require physical flying swords. Merely with the power of the Dao and spiritual energy, he could condense long swords born from the energies of the 4 paths, and it possessed remarkable growth potential. Each additional path would enhance the power of his swords. In terms of might, Chen Qing's self-created killing move, with all 4 swords unleashed, could barely rival the first strike of the 5-finger heart sword. Chen Qing pondered silently, though the power was only at this level. He was not discouraged. Each strike of the 5-finger heart sword exhibited progressive enhancement, particularly the 5th strike, which accumulated the momentum of the previous 4 strikes, boasting a power several times greater than their combined strength. Chen Qing understood that although his unity of 10,000 paths could only barely match the first strike of the 5-finger heart sword, it was not due to any inadequacy in his creation. Rather, the 5-finger heart sword was simply too formidable. The 5-finger heart sword was lauded as a technique without mechanisms, relying solely on numerical prowess for its immense lethality. Yet, with the unity of 10,000 paths, he, at the intermediate level of the first transition, had already achieved about 70 to 80% of the power of the first strike of the five-finger heart sword. He could withstand a full force punch from a pinnacle practitioner of the third stage and even shatter the opponent's knuckles in the process. This power was indeed astonishing. Chun Qing contemplated, speaking softly, I have heard that the four-leaf sparrow tongue tea of Qingmao Academy can enhance one's comprehension of the Tao, thereby elevating one's Tao level. I wonder if it could also enhance my understanding of the sword Tao. His self-created unity of 10,000 paths, while seemingly a fusion of the powers of metal, wood, fire, and slavery, fundamentally relied on the sword intent and sword momentum of the sword Tao. If Chun Qing could not condense sword intent and momentum, the power of this move might not even reach 1/10 of its true potential. Each Tao represents a distinct school, with each school possessing its own levels of mastery, independent of one's personal strength. Rather, it pertains to one's level of comprehension of that particular Tao, categorized as ordinary, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, and supreme grandmaster. Chun Qing furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless, as he lacked a true sword Tao resonance. Therefore, he was uncertain at which level his sword Tao was currently stalling. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze reflecting contemplation, silently concluding, though I cannot accurately assess, I must be very close to the master level. With this thought, he redirected his focus to the four paths he had grasped: metal, wood, fire, and slavery. He concentrated inwardly and could distinctly perceive that he remained at the ordinary level within these four domains. This ordinary level, in simple terms, indicated that he had only recently begun to scratch the surface, capable of only superficial applications of the powers contained within each Tao. Chun Qing remarked, however, with my current possession of the 10 paths of metal Tao resonance, my future advancements in the metal Tao will surely be remarkably swift. It is important to note that it had been less than 10 days since he awakened the metal Tao resonance. Even with the miraculous body of myriad metals, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. It is impossible to leap to the master level in just 10 days. After solidifying his martial techniques, Chun Qing paused for a moment of rest. This time, both academies were diligently selecting their combatants, as the date for this competition was rapidly approaching, with only 2 days remaining before the crucial examination. On the first day, the rules dictated that both sides would send forth 20 participants to engage in battle. Except for Bai Yuner from Baiyu Academy, who was banned from participating, all others were qualified to take the stage for the duel. The following day would feature a tournament. The ultimate victor from the first day's clashes would defend their title, facing open challenges from every student in the two academies. The rules were succinct and clear. Soon, dawn broke on the second day, and Chun Qing was summoned early by his instructor to the assembly point. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that nearly all the faces were unfamiliar. Save for one, class monitor Zhang Jui. Chun Qing furrowed his brow in confusion and remarked, "Why is it that you're the only one from our class? Are the others all useless?" "Humph, you're the most useless of them all." Zhang Jui huffed disdainfully, her large eyes glaring at Chun Qing, clearly still harboring grievances from a few days prior when he had disregarded her instructions. Chun Qing twitched the corner of his mouth, perplexed by the animosity emanating from this woman. Could it be that his handsomeness was the cause? A smirk crept onto his face as he playfully teased, "My dear, do not attempt to capture my attention in such a manner." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jui trembled as if struck by lightning. Raising her petite fist to deliver a few playful punches on Chun Qing's arm, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Ah, your words are so disgusting," she exclaimed. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Chun Qing burst into hearty laughter, his earlier sleaziness completely evaporated. After his mirth subsided, he shifted his gaze to the other onlookers, who regarded him with expressions ranging from curiosity to hostility. Suddenly, a tall male student approached, arms crossed, leisurely making his way toward Chun Qing. He extended his right hand and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Qi Dahua. I possess the essence of 6 flames and awakened my abilities at the age of 5. So my cultivation has progressed rather swiftly to this moment. I have reached the pinnacle of the first stage." Chun Qing raised an eyebrow, responding nonchalantly, "Oh, it seems your cultivation has indeed advanced quickly." Dahua frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "During this academy competition, I hope you won't resort to any underhanded tactics. I am aware that you originally belonged to Qingmao Academy, so please refrain from deliberately holding back during the match." Chen Qing's brow furrowed into a frown as he silently lamented. Is this the treatment reserved for protagonists? Why is it that everywhere I go, someone feels the need to provoke me? Zhang Jui's face reddened as she covertly glanced at Chen Qing before delivering another playful punch. Don't worry, Dahua, he is from my class. With me here, he won't act recklessly. Chen Qing shot an incredulous look at her. Unable to suppress his thoughts, is this the treatment of a protagonist? We aren't even that familiar, yet you speak as if we're a couple. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Jui's adorable face turned as red as a ripe apple. Her large, watery eyes glaring at Chen Qing as she admonished, What are you saying? If you keep babbling nonsense, I will sew your mouth shut. Feigning innocence, Chen Qing retorted, Am I mistaken? Your tone is akin to that of a wife. Unfazed, he continued, Just ask the other students. When do boys and girls speak like this? With me here, he won't act recklessly? On what grounds do you assume I won't misbehave with you around? Zhang Jui's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly rushed to Chen Qing's side, attempting to cover his mouth. Yet, Chen Qing pressed on, So you dare to act but not to admit it. Zhang Jui was unwilling to let him continue. Firmly covering Chen Qing's mouth, just as he was about to break free, Chi Dahua glared at him with displeasure and huffed. The competition is about to start. I hope you can be serious. Chen Qing's expression turned icy. You hope? Just then, applause rang out, and a teacher announced, Hello, students. Those participating in the competition, please come forward to draw lots for your order of appearance. Chen Qing shrugged and approached a teacher holding a box. Reaching in to grab a ball at random, with a thud, he pulled out one marked with the number 20. His face instantly darkened, and he couldn't help but grumble. Is this the treatment reserved for protagonists? Last to appear. He gazed at the ball in his hand, feeling both helpless and regretful as Chen Qing fretted about his order of appearance. Zhang Jui bounced over to his side, her curious eyes wide as she asked, Hey, Chen Qing, what number did you draw? Her gaze was fixed on him with eager anticipation. Chen Qing met her gaze for a moment, causing her to glance away as if burned, before she repeated, What number are you? Without a word, Chen Qing presented the ball marked with 20 before her eyes. Zhang Jui's eyes lit up, exclaiming, number 20. Last to appear? You're so lucky. Chen Qing was baffled, unable to comprehend. How is being last to appear lucky? Zhang Jui swallowed hard, her expression tense. After taking a few deep breaths, she explained, being the first to appear in front of so many people is a huge pressure. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing raised an eyebrow, feeling secretly pleased. So there is a silver lining after all. Without hesitation, he handed the 20 ball to Zhang Jui. Zhang Jui looked at him in confusion. Her eyes filled with bewilderment as she stared at him, unable to grasp his intentions. Chen Qing straightforwardly stated, Let's switch. Zhang Jui glanced at the ball he offered, shaking her head vigorously. No, we can't switch. The teacher said we mustn't. Chen Qing, growing impatient, retorted, Why all the fuss? He forcefully pressed the ball into her hands and took the one ball for himself. Just as Zhang Jui opened her mouth to protest, Chi Dahua strode over and shouted at Chen Qing, Return the ball to Jui. 3 question marks appeared above Chen Qing's head as he stared at Chi Dahua, asking, Why are you everywhere? Chi Dahua snorted. If you bully Jui, I must intervene. Chen Qing widened his eyes, pointing at himself and then at Zhang Jui, bewildered. Me? Bully her? Chi Dahua asserted, Yes, you are bullying Jui. Chen Qing tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Have you ever been bullied? Chi Dahua coldly replied, What bullying? I am the second best in the academy, aside from Bai Yuner. Who could possibly bully me? Chen Qing gasped in astonishment. Really? So arrogant at the pinnacle of the first stage? If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were at the peak of the 3rd stage. In the next moment, Chen Qing raised his middle finger, and a surge of sword energy shot forth from his fingertip, leaving a crimson mark on Chi Dahua's arm. Fuming, Chi Dahua shouted, Chen Qing, what the hell are you doing? Chen Qing pointed at him and cursed, Today, you will experience what it feels like to be beaten. With that, he bent his elbow, channeling his power like a blade, and struck fiercely at Chi Dahua. Startled, Chi Dahua swiftly retreated several steps. After retreating a few meters, Chi Dahua smirked disdainfully, Humph. I've been practicing the Academy's intermediate yellow-grade martial arts since the beginning of my first year. The snow-seeking Plumfire Ring is already at the 2nd stage. If you hadn't attacked me unexpectedly, do you really think you could have injured me? You're simply dreaming. However, the next moment, Chun Qing's actions left him utterly astounded. 4 distinct colored rings suddenly appeared around Chun Qing's left leg, followed by the same phenomenon occurring on his right leg. With an expression of nonchalance, Chun Qing declared, "Oh, you've practiced for 3 years, impressive. But what if I were to overwhelm you in number?" Qi Dahua's jaw dropped in disbelief. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Chun Qing vanished, appearing before him like a phantom, and delivered a powerful punch directly to his nose. With a resounding thud, the unexpected blow sent Qi Dahua staggering backward, forcing him to retreat several steps before finally stopping, clutching his nose. This punch, executed solely with the steel bone and 4 distinct attributes of the snow-seeking plum, was not intended to inflict serious harm but rather to humiliate Qi Dahua. After stumbling, Qi Dahua fell to the ground, blood trickling from his nose. He was utterly taken aback by Chun Qing's speed, which had allowed him to close in for the attack before he could even activate his defensive martial arts. While the punch was not severely damaging, it undeniably caused him to lose face in front of his classmates. In the next moment, Qi Dahua, filled with rage and humiliation, sprang to his feet, flames erupting from his body. "Chun Qing, you've asked for it. I was initially inclined to avoid trouble before the competition, but now you've brought this upon yourself." Flames blazed around him, as if threatening to ignite the very air. Chun Qing regarded the chaotic flames with a slight furrow of his brow. Having mastered the high-level yellow-grade martial art, Steel Bone, he had not studied the Academy's intermediate yellow-grade universal martial arts. He recalled that there existed a defensive martial art known as Gathering Spirit Armor, which utilized the power of the Grand Dao to form a protective armor around the practitioner. Chun Qing's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly drew the long sword strapped at his waist, gripping it firmly in his hand. In an instant, his imposing aura coalesced, the glint of cold light flickering in his eyes, while the halo beneath his feet receded like a tide. Step by step, Chun Qing advanced towards Qi Dahua, each footfall radiating a fierce sword intent that enveloped him. At this moment, Chun Qing summoned the spiritual energy from within, drawing upon the energies of the Golden Sword Path, the Fire Sword Path, the Wood Sword Path, and the Slave Sword Path. Under the impetus of the myriad sword techniques, this energy surged and converged around him, transforming into wisps of transparent sword qi that dispersed into the air. He did not employ any martial techniques, yet the intangible pressure he exerted felt like a chilling wind passing through, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Some swallowed nervously, stammering, I feel like my skin is being pierced." Others gazed in bewilderment, murmuring, "What is happening? What power is he wielding? It feels as if he is on the brink of reaching the threshold of mastery." Yet, some bystanders, filled with skepticism, retorted, "Impossible. How old is he? He just awakened his Dao rhythm a few days ago. Even if he possesses 9 Dao rhythms, it is absolutely unthinkable for him to approach the level of mastery in just 10 days. The tumultuous discussions barely penetrated Qi Dahua's ears. At that moment, he felt as though he were ensconced in an ethereal space filled with blades. Each step he took felt as though he were treading on countless sword tips. Those invisible blades, with each of his movements, seemed to stab at his skin and feet, making him feel as if his lungs were being pierced by sharp edges, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead and body. He swallowed hard, his heart trembling as he cried out internally, "How is this possible? How can this be?" Chun Qing continued his relentless advance, and as Qi Dahua beheld the approaching figure, his fear burgeoned like wild grass. Qi Dahua, hailing from the Qi family, had always been regarded as a prodigy at Baiyu Academy, though Qi Tian was renowned at Qimao Academy. Previously, had it not been for Qi Tian, Qi Dahua would have undoubtedly been the foremost genius of the Qi family and a strong contender for the position of clan leader. Upon learning of Qi Tian's awakening of 9 Dao rhythms and his enrollment at Qimao Academy, Qi Dahua felt a surge of resentment, resolutely deciding to immerse himself in Baiyu Academy instead. At that time, he believed it would be impossible for him to ever rival Qi Tian, yet who could have foreseen Qi Tian's untimely demise? This sudden turn of events reignited the flame of ambition within Qi Dahua. He perceived the upcoming academy competition as an incredible opportunity. With Qi Tian's fall and the banishment of the talented Bai Yuner, along with Chun Qing's recent awakening of Dao luck, he was brimming with confidence. Convinced that he could astonish everyone at the competition, thereby showcasing his talents and potential to his family and realizing his dream of soaring to greatness. Why? before the competition even began. This person shattered the pride I held within my heart. In despair, Chi Dahua shouted silently within himself, Step, step, step. Chen Qing's pace was unhurried, each footfall seeming to strike at Chi Dahua's very heart. As Chen Qing drew closer, Chi Dahua's heart trembled violently, leaving him unable to summon even a shred of fighting spirit. When Chen Qing finally halted before him, the tip of his sword resting against his throat, Chi Dahua was drenched in cold sweat. In the next moment, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, lowering his head and weakly uttering 3 words. I was wrong. Chen Qing expressionlessly sheathed his sword, casting not a glance at Chi Dahua, and proceeded to sit beside Su Jiuzheng. Su Jiuzheng's eyes widened, her already large and expressive orbs now even more so, as she swallowed hard, utterly astonished. She could hardly believe that Chen Qing had subdued Chi Dahua merely through his imposing presence. Gazing at Chen Qing's handsome visage, she instinctively swallowed again, her heart racing uncontrollably. The wave of curiosity washed over her. If she had been the one facing Chen Qing moments ago, what would have happened? Would she have also succumbed to his overwhelming presence? Su Jiuzheng shook her head violently, muttering to herself, Su Jiuzheng, what nonsense are you thinking? You are merely classmates. He is just an oily, unpleasant man. You must not entertain such thoughts, right? No more fanciful thinking. Suddenly, a teasing voice floated in her ear. Why is your face so red? Su Jiuzheng jumped in surprise, her cheeks flushing crimson like a ripe tomato. She hastily turned her head, stammering, Whose face is red? You're the one who's red. Your whole family is red. Chen Qing. Chapter 26. The prestige is too high. After this minor interlude, Chen Qing had undoubtedly become the acknowledged leader among the students of Baiyu Academy. From that moment on, no one dared to cast their eyes on Chen Jing or trouble her. Everyone settled down, and Chen Jing was quite pleased with the situation. Soon, the bus headed to Qingmao Academy arrived. Even during the journey, Chen Qing was unwilling to squander a moment of his cultivation time. He slowly closed his eyes, actively absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth while comprehending his own realm in less than 10 days. Chen Qing had progressed from having no Dao rhythm to now possessing 10 golden Dao rhythms. 3 fire Dao rhythms, 3 wood Dao rhythms, and 3 slave Dao rhythms. During this period, he distinctly noticed his advancement from the early stages of first-level intermediate to now having firmly consolidated that realm. Previously, he had been preoccupied, lacking the time to truly contemplate his cultivation, but now he was astonished to discover that, with less than 5 hours of focused effort, he had gradually approached the first-level advanced realm. This rate of advancement was astonishing. He marveled. Could this be the advantage brought by possessing 10 Dao rhythms? This progression was faster than those who relied on pills to enhance their realms, and it came without any side effects. If there were to be any concerns, it might be the risk of his body being unable to withstand such rapid advancement, leading to potential self-detonation. However, at his current first-level intermediate realm, he need not worry for the time being. He preferred not to dwell too much on the uncertainties of the future, for preemptive worry would only serve to add to his troubles. At this moment, Su Jiuzheng, seated beside Chen Qing, occasionally cast furtive glances in his direction. She pondered to herself, he is so extraordinarily talented, yet he dedicates himself to such diligent cultivation. Wow, his eyelashes are so long. How come I only just noticed how fair his skin is? He looks just like a delicate young man. Yet, who would have thought that such a seemingly frail individual possesses 9 Dao rhythms? As Su Jiuzheng mused, she couldn't help but scrutinize Chen Qing from head to toe. The longer she looked, the more her cheeks flushed. Oh dear, why does he have a smudge on his face? Su Jiuzheng noticed a small black on Chen Qing's cheek and instinctively reached out her slender, fair hand to wipe it away, slowly moving her hand towards his face. However, just as her hand was about to touch Chen Qing's cheek, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and fixed his gaze directly on Su Jiuzheng. Startled, Su Jiuzheng let out a small yelp. Chen Qing, hearing the sound, frowned slightly. At that moment, a teacher approached and inquired, Su Jiuzheng, what is the matter? Su Jiuzheng's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, stammering, nothing. Teacher, I thought I saw a cockroach just now. The teacher shot her a withering look and said, You are already a first-level advanced student. What are you afraid of a cockroach for? Besides, Chen Qing is right beside you. If you're scared, Just ask him to help you squash it. Xu Jiujing lowered her head. Her face flushed to the roots of her ears, and she shyly nodded. Chen Qing found the situation somewhat amusing and muttered to himself, "What is up with this woman today?" Before long, the vehicle arrived at the familiar grounds of Qingmao Academy. Driving straight into the courtyard. At that moment, on the school playground, the largest area had been set up as a smoke platform, teeming with people. Below, countless students from Qingmao Academy, upon seeing the arrival of Baiyu Academy's vehicle, began shouting loudly, "Go for it! Beat those rookies from Baiyu Academy until they roll on the ground. Let them see what our Qingmao Academy is made of. Yes, beat them to a pulp. We must teach those fools from Baiyu Academy a hard lesson, so they know who the top academy in Qing City truly is." Another student shouted hoarsely. Then, more voices joined in, "Teach that Chen Qing a lesson. We trained him, fed him, and even provided him with scholarships, yet he betrayed the academy and went to participate in the big exam at the neighboring academy. He must not be spared." At this moment, within the Baiyu Academy vehicle, the expressions of the students were ashen, their jaws clenched tightly. Someone in the vehicle began shouting, "Damn it, those rascals from Qingmao Academy. Just wait until we get out. I'll beat you to death." With that exclamation, others around him echoed in agreement, all rolling down their windows, leaning out, and hurling curses at the outside. "You scoundrels from Qingmao Academy, today our Baiyu Academy will come down and beat you into a pulp. So you have no face to show in public." In an instant, the clamor escalated, and the atmosphere between the two sides grew increasingly tense, as if a great battle were on the verge of erupting. At this suddenly, someone echoed loudly, "Exactly. Just wait and see. We will trample your academy's reputation underfoot right in front of your dean." At this moment, Chen Qing remained silent. Su Juzhou glanced at Chen Qing and couldn't help but inquire, "Why are you so quiet? Our academy is being insulted like this. Are you really siding with Qingmao Academy?" Chen Qing raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Siding with them? Why would I do that?" He pondered inwardly, baffled by the woman's train of thought. With a resigned shake of his head, he remarked, "What is the point of this verbal sparring? If a fight is to ensue, let it be a genuine confrontation. Bickering back and forth here is no different from a squabble among shrews." As soon as these words left Chen Qing's lips, they instantly infuriated the students of Baiyu Academy. Some glared at him with hostility, shouting, "Right? Unlike some people who were traitors, clearly having left the academy for another place. Yet still thinking of supporting outsiders." Chen Qing's brow furrowed slightly. He had never been one for idle chatter, always preferring to resolve matters through action. With a calm expression, he stated, "I dislike meaningless chatter. Let us get to the point." In the next moment, Chen Qing slowly extended 4 fingers, and with a flick of his hand, 4 beams of light shot forth, transforming into 4 swords, manifestations of his technique. Wan Dao He Yi.as the swords appeared, the surrounding students from Baiyu Academy turned their gazes towards Chen Qing, questioning, "Chen Qing, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to rebel?" Chen Qing found their thinking somewhat bewildering and replied, "Rebel? What rebellion? I merely wish to disembark." And no sooner had he spoken than he flicked his fingers lightly, causing the 4 swords to soar out of the window with a whoosh, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. The sudden commotion stunned the students of Qingmao Academy, and the crowd that had been hurling insults fell silent. In the next instant, Chen Qing rose slowly, pushing off the floor of the bus with his feet. 4 luminous rings appeared beneath him, and with a swift motion, he shot out of the window like a shooting star. He executed a graceful spin in midair, landing steadily on one of the flying swords. The remaining 3 swords whirled around him, resembling loyal guardians. Thus, Chen Qing hovered in the air atop the sword, a sight that left the surrounding students dumbfounded, both from Baiyu Academy and Qingmao Academy alike. A student from Qingmao Academy, wide-eyed in disbelief, stammered, "Ah, sword flight? How could a student from Baiyu Academy fly on a sword?" His expression was one of utter incredulity. At that moment, another person couldn't help but exclaim, This is just too cool." A girl, starry-eyed, asked, "Quick, who is that person standing on the sword? How can he be so handsome?" Sword flight is an advanced technique, and given Chen Qing's current strength, he was not truly flying on the sword. He was merely standing on a floating sword. After all, to genuinely achieve sword flight, one must reach at least the 3rd or even 4th rank, as a mid-level 1st rank. Chun Qing could not stabilize himself while the sword was flying at high speed. At this moment, Chun Qing directed his gaze towards the already prepared martial arts platform and with a gentle gesture, arranged the remaining 3 swords in a floating formation resembling the number 1. With a light leap from the sword he was standing on, he elegantly transitioned to the next sword and continued in this manner, gracefully hopping from one sword to another. The swords he left behind slowly flew back in front of him, allowing him to step forward on the swords. As he reached the edge of the martial arts platform, he exerted a gentle force with his legs, performing a splendid spin before landing firmly on the ground with a thud. The 4 swords continued to orbit around him. This series of actions, though appearing complex, took only a few seconds, and he had already arrived at the center of the martial arts platform. This spectacle left both the students of Qingmao Academy and Baiyu Academy utterly dumbfounded. So much so that they momentarily forgot their mutual insults, and even a number of teachers stood agape in astonishment. One student couldn't help but exclaim, This must be the king of show-offs." At that moment, a student from Qingmao Academy recognized Qin Qing and could not help but shout, "That's Qin Qing. Isn't he the waste who hasn't awakened a single Dao rhythm?" Clearly, very few were aware of Chun Qing's possession of 9 Dao rhythms, and many students from Qingmao still believed he was the talentless waste. Standing firmly on the platform, Chun Qing slowly reached for the sword at his waist, drawing it from its sheath, and pointed it at all the students of Qingmao Academy below, his expression calm as he stated, "Bring forth the 20 geniuses selected from your academy." His tone was so nonchalant that some began to doubt whether they had heard correctly. One student, puzzled, asked, "Chen Qing, what did you say?" Qin Qing, maintaining his indifferent tone, replied, "I wish to fight 20 of them." The student's mouth fell open in shock, exaggerated enough to fit a telephone pole, as he exclaimed, What did you say?" Chun Qing raised his voice slightly, enunciating each word. "I want to battle 20. Bring forth the 20 geniuses chosen from your academy. If they can defeat me, then Baiyu Academy loses." At this moment, the incredulity on the face of the questioning student spread like a virus to all present. Even the students and teachers of Baiyu Academy were not spared. Each of them gaped in disbelief, mouths agape enough to fit a telephone pole. Suddenly, someone yelled, "You are utterly insane." Other students joined in, shouting, "Chen Qing, have you lost your mind?" Some even mocked, "Chen Qing, it seems you've been so traumatized by not awakening a Dao rhythm that you've gone mad." However, in response to these 3 individuals, there were only 3 flashes of cold light, in an instant. 3 swords shot forth like lightning towards them. One sword, under Chun Qing's control, pierced the air with a sharp whistle, directly aiming for the hand of the student who had yelled that Qin Qing was too arrogant, swiftly pinning him against the wall. Simultaneously, the other 2 who had mocked Qin Qing were also pinned by their hands to the wall with swords. Qin Qing, with an unhurried demeanor, scratched his ear and said, "My time is precious. Please have those 20 individuals move quickly. I still need to return and cultivate after this." At this moment, the onlookers were left agape, unable to close their mouths. They hadn't even seen how the swords had flown to those 3 individuals so swiftly. The 3 who had just mocked Qin Qing were already pinned against the wall, their hands pierced by the swords, blood gushing forth. Qin Qing leisurely beckoned with his fingers, and the 3 swords promptly returned to his side. Then, appearing somewhat weary, he rubbed his eyes and feigned a slow descent into a sitting position. Suddenly, one sword shot up like a released arrow, cushioning him beneath as if it were a chair, allowing him to float serenely in the air. In that moment, as everyone was awestruck by Qin Qing's display, someone from the crowd suddenly shouted, "Captain Hao and his team have arrived." Upon hearing this, the students of Qingmao Academy, whose spirits had just plummeted, felt their confidence surge back like a tidal wave. They erupted in excited cheers. "It's Captain Hao! It's Captain Hao! And Sister One is here too! Captain Hao, Sister One!" Some students from Qingmao Academy were so moved that tears welled in their eyes as they rushed to the 2 individuals they referred to as Captain Hao and Sister One, lamenting, "Captain Hao, Sister One, this Qin Qing is too arrogant. He actually injured someone in public and boasted that he could take on 20 of you." Qin Qing slowly opened one eye and looked in the direction they were pointing. He saw 20 students in distinctive uniforms approaching. Among the group, Qin Qing recognized a few familiar faces. They were all students from Qingmao Academy. However, the 2 at the forefront, known as Captain Hao and Sister One, were unfamiliar to him. At that moment, The leaders of Qingmao Academy and Baiyu Academy atop the platform also noticed the approaching 20. Baiyu Academy's Dean Bai's expression shifted immediately, and he thundered, "Damn it! Old coot, are you trying to cheat?" The Dean of Qingmao raised an eyebrow and retorted, "What are you accusing me of?" Dean Bai was fuming. "Are these two named Haowen students from your Qingmao Academy? Why have I never heard of such talents in your academy?" With his level of strength, Dean Bai could easily discern that these two had already reached the early second-ranked. It should be noted that even Qi Tian, whom Chen Qing had killed, was only at the peak of the first rank, and Baiyu Academy's Bai Yuner had only recently broken through to the early second rank. Now, both of these individuals were at the early second rank. Dean Bai directly questioned, "Tell me, are they also Dao rhythm practitioners? Are they more talented than Bai Yuner?" The Dean of Qingmao hurriedly intervened. "Oh, come now, old Bai, don't get angry. The two children, of course, are not as talented as Bai Yuner. One is merely an ordinary practitioner of 7 realms, while the other is simply a practitioner of 6 realms." Director Bai pointed directly at the two with an exasperated voice, exclaiming, "What on earth is going on? How did your academy suddenly produce 2 geniuses at the early second tier?" Director Qing wore a smug expression as he leisurely explained, "They are repeat students. Haven T, you heard. They participated in the last major examination but felt their performance was subpar. So they chose to stay back a year, intending to shine in this year's exam. How and when are precisely in this situation?" Director Bai, infuriated, erupted in a tirade. "You're talking nonsense. How could these so-called geniuses possibly come to our humble Qing city, let alone dwell in your dilapidated Qingmao Academy? I'm not being contrarian, but if it weren't for Bai Yuner, Qi Tian, and Chen Qing being locals, do you honestly think our academy is qualified to teach such prodigies?" "Huh?" Director Qing retorted confidently, "Our Qingmao Academy possesses its own allure, and these students are currently enrolled with all the proper formalities. And no matter how you argue, this is the undeniable truth." Director Bai was momentarily speechless by Director Qing's assertion. His face flushed with rage as he pointed a trembling finger at him, yet struggled to utter a word. After a prolonged pause, he managed to squeeze out a few words. "Well said. You requite something. Hmph." Director Qing, seeing this, revealed a triumphant smirk. Director Bai, in frustration, sat down with a cold snort. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind regarding Chen Qing's unique technique, the 10,000 Realms unification, and a chilling smile crept onto his face as he remarked, "Hmph, be careful not to have my student cripple your 2 promising talents." Director Qing's eyes glinted with disdain as he replied, "Indeed. His 9 realms are quite impressive, but how long has it been since he awakened? Not even 10 days. How could he possibly defeat my 2 who have been entrenched for a year? One in the 7 realms and the other in the 6, both already early second-tier geniuses? What can he use to fight? How will he compete?" After finishing, he scoffed and burst into laughter. Director Bai responded coldly, unwilling to concede, "Humph, just don't come crying to me later for an explanation." Director Qing laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha." Chapter 27. Instant Kill. Chen Qing, do not be arrogant. At that moment, a student who had emerged through selection leaped onto the high platform, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Qing and berating him angrily. Chen Qing slowly raised his eyelids, his expression indifferent, and uttered 2 words. "Just you?" The student, infuriated by Chen Qing's haughty demeanor, shouted, "Chen Qing, even during my time in the academy, my practical results were not far behind yours. You've only been out for a few days. What does it matter if you've awakened your realms? I am not significantly inferior in physical strength and technique, and besides, I possess my own realm. Watch me. Today I alone can annihilate you." Without further ado, he disregarded the competition's rules, lunging towards Chen Qing with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf. Chen Qing remained calm, observing his former classmate rush towards him. Unhurriedly sheathing his sword, the figure darted left and right, attempting to confuse Chen Qing's line of sight while he slowly raised his hand, grasping the hilt of the long sword at his waist. With a swift motion, he turned the blade, and before the sword could be drawn from its sheath, he forcefully thrust the pommel against Wang Yu's face with a resounding smack. Wang Yu was momentarily stunned by Chen Qing's sudden jab, and then he realized that although the impact was not particularly forceful, it was deeply humiliating. The sword's pommel struck squarely against his nose, and with a sharp crack, his nasal bridge collapsed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Infuriated, Wang Yu's eyes widened in rage as he bellowed, "Chen Qing, you with that!" He swung his fists, the air whooshing around him, and charged wildly at Chen Qing once more. Yet, Chen Qing remained unperturbed, his form gracefully swaying as he merely shifted slightly to evade the attack with remarkable finesse. He dodged left and right, each of Wang Yu's fierce strikes narrowly missing him, while throughout, Chen Qing's eyes remained closed. Wang Yu, relentless in his assault, was plagued by doubt and fury. How could this be possible? How could he evade my attack so effortlessly without even opening his eyes? Once or twice might be forgivable, but why does he succeed every single time? Just as his mind was consumed by rage. In the next moment, Chen Qing abruptly opened his eyes. Grasping the sword hilt in one hand and the sheath in the other, he unleashed a swift, electrifying draw. With an elegant flourish, he delivered a vicious slash towards Wang Yu. The blade gleaming coldly as it descended from above, slicing smoothly downwards as if cutting through tofu. With a decisive hit, Chen Qing calmly uttered 2 words, "Flash blade." At his command, a formidable wave of sword energy erupted from his blade, striking Wang Yu head-on. With a tremendous crash, Wang Yu's body was sent hurtling off the stage like a kite severed from its string, a gruesome trail of blood oozing from his forehead to his abdomen and groin. The wound splitting open as blood gushed forth. Chen Qing's strike had decisively defeated Wang Yu, plunging the arena into a profound silence, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief at this sudden turn of events. Chen Qing, with an expression of calm indifference, declared, "There are still 19 left. Come at me all at once." Chapter 28. Reckless, utterly reckless, without bounds. The audience was enveloped in a profound silence, as if frozen in place by an enchantment. A few students from the Qing Academy were the first to be at this moment. The audience below, regardless of gender, age, or affiliation with the Blue or White Academy, be it students or teachers, shared a singular thought. Madness. It was utterly insane. So extreme that it knew no bounds. Chapter 29. Apologies, but you truly are too weak, unworthy of even a glance from me. As the crowd's emotions surged and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Everyone envisioned that Team Hao would loudly berate Chen Qing for his arrogance, then ascend the stage to defeat him with a single move, subsequently trampling him underfoot in a display of humiliation. The plot was rife with twists and turns, with the thrill of confrontation promising immense satisfaction. However, to everyone's astonishment, Team Hao proclaimed loudly, "Excellent, today, the 19 of us shall collectively experience the prowess of this genius with 9 lines of rhythm." Upon hearing these words, Sister Wen beside him was left in sheer disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. The other 19 members wore expressions of shock as well, unable to fathom why Team Hao, already a beginner at the 2nd level, would so easily acquiesce to Chen Qing's wishes. Someone could not contain themselves and shouted, "Team Hao, what are you doing? This is nothing short of self-deprecation. Even if you ultimately defeat Chen Qing, it will hardly be a glorious tale." Another echoed, "Indeed. If 19 people surround Chen Qing, even if he loses, his name will surely resound throughout the city. Who knows, many prestigious academies might even allow him to bypass the grand examination and gain direct entry." Others chimed in, "Team Hao, this is not your usual style. By agreeing to his terms, are you not elevating his status? You aren't merely playing the role he scripted for you, are you?" At this moment, the president of the White Academy, seated upon the high platform, furrowed his brow. Could this student named Howren truly be as naive and well-meaning as his name suggested? Yet, when he turned his gaze to the president of the Blue Academy, he was met with a barely perceptible smirk at the corner of the latter's mouth. A chill ran down the White president's spine as he tightened his furrowed brow. Pondering, could it be that this old rascal is up to something? I suspected that such a significant disturbance must harbor some scheme. In the tense atmosphere, it seemed that the Blue president sensed the White president's thoughts, and with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "Old Bai, since you have agreed to the duel, you cannot go back on your word now." The doubts in the White president's heart solidified, confirming his inner suspicions. His eyes widened in fury as he pointed at the Blue president and shouted, "Damn it! What on earth are you trying to do?" "Huh?" The Blue president smiled coldly, his tone dripping with provocation. "What do you think I'm trying to do? It was your student who declared he would take on 19 opponents. We are merely responding to his challenge." The White president was unwilling to relent, ready to retort, "I refuse to play this game with you." He began to rise. Quick as a flash, The blue president grasped the white president's hand and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't this just being unreasonable?" The white president, seething with anger, shouted, "I admit defeat, but I will not withhold what is due." However, this duel ends here. Just as the white president was about to rise and stop Chen Qing, the latter had already made his response. "Very well, let all of you come at me together." The white president shouted, "Chen Qing, we concede and will not fight." Chen Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he looked at the white president, seemingly unable to comprehend his intent. At that moment, the blue president called out, "Chen Qing, you wouldn't be thinking of backing out, would you? If this word gets out, your reputation will be tarnished." The white president anxiously interjected, "What does it matter if it's tarnished? Even conceding in a 1v19 scenario is not disgraceful." However, Chen Qing merely cast a cold glance at the blue president, then directed his gaze towards the smugly grinning Team Hao. Slowly, Chen Qing closed his eyes, speaking with unwavering determination to the white president. "No need to stop me. I have made my decision. A 1v19 it shall be, and I stand by my word." The blue president, witnessing this, could not help but laugh heartily. "Well said. Chen Qing, you are indeed a student of my Blue Academy, possessing true grit." In the next instant, seemingly fearing that Chen Qing might reconsider, Hao Ran, along with Sister Wan and the other 17 students, swiftly leaped onto the stage. Upon his arrival, Hao Ran clasped his hands together and greeted Chen Qing. "Greetings, Chen Qing. My surname is Hao, and my given name is Ran. Hao as in Hao Ran, and Ran as in benevolence." Chen Qing, visibly irritated, dug into his ear and disdainfully replied, "I have no interest in your identity. Whether you are a good person or a villain, in my eyes, you are nothing but a waste." A fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in Hao Ren's eyes as he scoffed. "Brother Chen, you jest? This is merely a contest of skill." Chen Qing disregarded Hao Ren's words and asked flatly, "May we begin?" Hao Ren, feeling dismissed, felt a surge of anger but quickly suppressed it, responding coolly, "Of course, I shall not hold back then." As soon as he finished speaking, the light in Hao Ren's eyes intensified, and countless bolts of thunder erupted from him like a dragon breaking free from its constraints. He then swiftly raised a leg and shouted, "Thunder explosion!" In an instant, electric currents ravaged the surroundings, surging towards Chen Qing like a tidal wave. Unfazed, Chen Qing raised a hand, swiftly summoning one of the swords surrounding him to block the oncoming attack. Seeing this, a cold smile crept across Hao Ren's face as he sidestepped and proclaimed, "Thunder Serpent Step." In a ghostly manner, he transformed into a white serpent of lightning, swiftly bypassing the sword that Chen Qing had raised in defense. Then, with a swift rotation, he struck towards Chen Qing's face with a fierce punch. Simultaneously, Sister Wan seized a large blade, gripping it tightly as she charged towards Chen Qing, shouting, "Blade Frenzy! Slash! Slash! Slash!" Several razor-sharp slashes surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, rushing fiercely towards Chen Qing. The remaining 17 students unleashed their signature techniques. Some conjured vines and thorns with wood techniques, others wielded an array of weapons, and some manipulated the elements of fire, thunder, and earth, all converging towards Chen Qing like a relentless tide. Chen Qing quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest, attempting to withstand Hao Ren's overwhelming punch. However, the force behind Hao Ren's strike was astonishing, sending Chen Qing hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. Following this, countless slashes rained down upon Chen Qing, accompanied by fireballs, thunderbolts, and earthen attacks, all descending upon him like a torrential downpour. The training ground was engulfed in dust, and a massive rock crashed down, ultimately sealing Chen Qing within. The white president's brow furrowed tightly, almost twisting into a knot, as he angrily exclaimed, "Damn it! Are you trying to kill him?" Meanwhile, the blue president merely smiled faintly and replied, "What are you talking about? Blades and swords are blind. It was he who declared he would face 19 opponents, and we merely delivered one strike. If we inadvertently killed him, what could be done about it?" From the crowd, someone shouted, "Surely, they haven't killed him, right?" Another chimed in, "If it's a 1v19, even if everyone unleashed one technique, they could easily crush him. He truly overestimates himself." Some students from the White Academy stared blankly at the scene, their eyes filled with shock and concern. Xu Jujio gazed at the bloodstains in a daze, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Hao Ren coldly observed the shadow obscured by the massive rock, which, due to the smoke and debris, concealed the situation within, revealing only faint traces of blood seeping from around the stone. A scornful smile crept across his face as he derided, "Humph, so arrogant. Who would have thought that with just one move? You would end up like this? At this rate, even if you survive, your life will be forever altered." Suddenly, Hao Ren felt a sharp, piercing pain in his palm. Instinctively looking at his right hand, his pupils constricted in horror. His hand was covered in blood, but upon closer inspection, the blood was not Qin Qing's. It was gushing from his own shattered fist. He stared blankly at his palm, muttering, How could this be?" Then, as if realizing something, he slowly shifted his gaze to his body. To his shock, he saw numerous sword wounds of varying depths adorning his skin, blood flowing profusely from them, staining his clothes crimson. Each cut seemed to silently narrate a tale, as if, in that fleeting moment, an unimaginable force had launched a swift assault against him. Just as Hao Ren was engulfed in confusion, a deafening explosion erupted from the center of the massive rock. Following that, a cacophony of cracks sounded as countless shards of stone shot outward like cannonballs. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a figure gradually emerged from the rubble. This person leisurely brushed the dust from their clothes, and as the crowd focused, they were shocked to discover that Qin Qing bore not a single trace of blood. He was merely slightly dirty. All eyes then turned towards Hao Ren, who was now emitting faint traces of blood, slowly seeping from his wounds. Seeing this, Hao Ren gritted his teeth in anger, hastily invoking healing techniques in an attempt to mend the various cuts on his body. Qin Qing's expression was calm, his tone imbued with a hint of tranquility. The speed is impressive, yet the attack lacks potency. Beside him, Hao Ren appeared thoroughly perplexed and could not help but inquire, "You were clearly on the defensive just now. When did you launch an attack against me?" Qin Qing raised an eyebrow slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Incompetents do not deserve to know." The reason Qin Qing was able to defend and counterattack was due to the martial technique known as copper skin iron bone. Although at this moment, sword armor toughness would be a more fitting description. This technique not only granted him formidable protection far surpassing that of the previous copper skin iron bone, but it also suffused his skin and bones with the essence of the sword. As if he had transformed into an extraordinary sword himself in his current state, Qin Qing could effortlessly unleash sword energy through his skin or bones. In the duel with Hao Ren, Qin Qing maintained a steady defense while seizing the momentary gaps in his opponent's techniques, skillfully utilizing his skin imbued with the aura of the sword to instantaneously unleash numerous mid-level yellow-grade martial arts techniques known as flash blades. In the next moment, he slowly raised his pinky finger, and two swift currents of sword energy shot forth like meteors racing across the sky, aimed directly at Hao Ren. These were the lesser Zhe sword techniques, renowned for their lightning speed. However, Hao Ren was no ordinary adversary. With a sudden burst of movement, he executed the Thunder Serpent Step, evading Qin Qing's ferocious strike like a wraith. Observing this, Qin Qing allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, contemplating, "This lesser Zhe sword is my fastest strike. And yet he dodged it with such ease. He truly is a genius with 7 levels of rhythm at the second tier." With a serene smile, Qin Qing swiftly altered his strategy, acknowledging that he could not currently suppress his opponent's speed. He waved his hands to summon back 4 swords that had been suspended in the air. These 4 precious swords had been refined through the method of uniting 10,000 paths. Possessing extraordinary power, at that moment, they spun rapidly around Qin Qing, forming a dynamic and impenetrable barrier of defense. The flickering sword shadows resembled an indomitable fortress. Next, with a sharp gaze, Qin Qing began to deftly combine the techniques of the lesser merchant sword and the Guanchong sword, blending the formidable offensive capabilities with the elusive and unpredictable nature of the latter. Each time he unleashed a strike, countless sword shadows would materialize around him, indistinguishable and deceptive, rendering it nearly impossible to discern which attack bore true lethality. Before one could blink, Qin Qing unleashed a flurry of 6-finger sword lights in rapid succession. Each beam was encircled by 5 or 6 sword shadows, and in an instant, dozens of sword shadows, accompanied by a whistling sound, surged toward Hao Ren like a rain of arrows. Hao Ren, witnessing this scene, smirked coldly and retorted, "Do you think you can hit me with this?" With that, he darted left and right, deftly evading all of the incoming sword shadows. Not only that, but he also seized the opportunity presented by a slight opening in Chen Qing's defense to charge toward him with great speed. Yet, Chen Qing remained unperturbed, a cold smile still adorning his face. The myriad sword lights had never aimed at Hao Ren but were instead surging toward the others behind him, as Hao Ren barreled toward him. Chen Qing drew his long sword and met him head-on. Just as Hao Ren's fist, accompanied by a howling wind, was about to strike Chen Qing, the latter remained calm, utilizing the four rapidly spinning precious swords around him to deftly block the blow. With a resounding thud, Hao Ren felt an immense force reverberate through his fist, sending him staggering backward uncontrollably. Seizing the moment, Chen Qing pounced forward with the swiftness of a leopard stalking its prey. Unleashing the mid-level yellow-grade martial art, Flash Blade, imbued with a chilling radiance, descending upon Hao Ren. However, just as the Flash Blade was about to make contact with Hao Ren, a girl named Wenjie, gripping a large blade with both hands, charged in like a gale from Chen Qing's left, a mighty strike. Her agile form propelled the large blade high, crashing fiercely against the rapidly spinning long swords surrounding Chen Qing. With a thunderous clang, the immense recoil sent Wenjie reeling, her graceful body tracing an arc through the air. Simultaneously, a barrage of attacks from others surged toward Chen Qing. Yet, like Wenjie, they too were repelled by the swords encircling Chen Qing. Scattering in all directions, several who had just attempted close combat found their fists bloodied by the high-speed rotating blades. What sort of martial technique is this? My high-level yellow-grade martial art cannot even sever these swords formed of spiritual energy? Wenjie thought, her heart pounding. Chen Qing's expression hardened as he swiftly turned to Wenjie, pointing a finger. Instantly, one of the four precious swords broke free, shooting toward Wenjie like an arrow released from its bow. The sound of the blade resonating through the air. Concurrently, Hao Ren seized the opportunity, shouting, "Lightning storm expansion!" In an instant, he was enveloped by a multitude of crackling bolts of lightning that seemed to possess a mind of their own. Crackling and sizzling as they surged past Chen Qing's sword barrier, racing toward him from the gaps between the earth and sky, poised to devour him whole. Yet, Chen Qing remained unfazed, for radiant rings of light suddenly erupting beneath his feet. Utilizing this power, he leapt high into the as he ascended. His sword light struck one of the individuals in the throng behind him. In an instant, sword shadows danced, throwing the crowd into disarray. While most of the sword shadows inflicted no substantial harm upon those they struck, 6 true sword attacks concealed within the myriad shadows accurately pierced one individual, impaling their hands, feet, and abdomen. A scream erupted as the person collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the earth crimson. The next moment, a member of the wood path rushed forward in a panic, swiftly employing healing techniques, their hands glowing with a gentle green light as they poured life energy into the injured. Chen Qing chuckled coldly, unfazed, raising his long sword high toward the sky. He then extended his thumb, index, and middle fingers, forming a powerful combination of the lesser merchant sword, the agile merchant Yang sword, and the armor-breaking central Cheng sword. With 2 sharp sounds, 2 beams of sword energy shot forth like lightning, rending the air as they passed. Hao Ren, witnessing this, instantly grasped Chen Qing's intent. He ceased his evasion and instead charged directly through the gap between the 2 beams of sword energy. Fists clenched and propelled by a rushing wind, he aimed to strike those 2 beams head-on. However, just as his fists were about to collide with the sword energy, the beams, like agile serpents, twisted and coiled in the air, expertly avoiding Hao Ren's attack and continuing toward their intended target. What? Hao Ren's heart raced, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. The 2 arrow-like beams of sword energy pierced through the body of the wood path healer assisting the previously injured, who groaned and collapsed, their body going limp. The other beam struck a girl's ankle with a sickening sound, blood spraying forth as she fell to the ground in agony in that fleeting moment. Chen Qing's ruthless tactics rendered 3 individuals nearly incapacitated. Enraged, Hao Ren's eyes blazed with fury, crackling with lightning as he once again activated the Thunder Serpent Step. At this moment, his speed reached its zenith, his form tracing a streak of electric light through the air, transforming into a serpentine silhouette laden with sparks, charging fiercely toward Chen Qing, as if to devour him whole. Yet, Chen Qing remained poised in the air. smoothly turning to accurately grasp the long sword he had previously thrown aloft. Simultaneously, one of the three spiritual swords that had been spinning around him settled firmly beneath his feet, acting as a platform in the air. Chen Qing lightly stepped on it, leveraging its support as he propelled himself toward Hao Ren like a bolt of lightning. Hao Ren steeled himself, resolute in receiving Chen Qing's strike head-on. However, in the next moment, when Jie shouted, "How? Dodge this attack!" The sword formed of spiritual energy is rather peculiar. Upon hearing this, Hao Ren's heart sank, and in the next instant, a flash of lightning saw him swiftly evade to the side. Chen Qing's thrust missed its mark, and the void left in its wake rippled through the air. Yet, the other two swords showed no sign of halting, seemingly locked onto Hao Ren, continuing their rapid advance. Hao Ren dodged repeatedly, each movement stirring gusts of wind. The two long swords carved through the air, their sword energy cleaving deep gouges into the solid concrete beneath them. It was noteworthy that this surface rarely bore marks even from heavy impacts. Yet it was effortlessly torn apart by Chen Qing's dual swords, a testament to their lethal precision and immense power. Chen Qing paused momentarily, a smirk of derision tugging at the corners of his lips as he snorted. "It seems one sword is insufficient for your amusement." With that, he slowly extended his finger, lightly tapping the sword beneath him. In an instant, that sword surged forth as if spurred by a command, transforming into a streak of light with a fierce sword energy, racing toward Wen Jie. The fury on her face was palpable. Having not yet engaged in battle, she had already witnessed her long blade severed by Chen Qing's spiritual sword. The sound of shattering metal still echoing in her ears, leaving her feeling deeply frustrated. Now, despite her presence on the battlefield, she had yet to truly confront Chen Qing in a direct clash. From beginning to end, Chen Qing merely dispatched his accompanying spirit swords to engage her, which ignited her fury. How could she not be enraged? Half the match had passed, and she had yet to even confront the main opponent. Such disgrace would be mortifying if it were to circulate. At that moment, as the swords came rushing at her once more, Sister Wen's anger reached a boiling point. Her eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on the blade, exclaiming loudly, "Don't underestimate me." However, just as Sister Wen unleashed her furious roar, two swords swiftly encircled her, one in front and one behind. With a fierce grip on her long knife, she gritted her teeth and braced herself against the relentless attacks of the two swords. Chen Qing stood calmly to the side, observing Sister Wen's desperate attempts with an indifferent expression, and remarked coolly, "I'm sorry, but you are simply too weak. You have never been worthy of my attention." Meanwhile, behind the stage, Din Qing furrowed his brow, surveying the situation on the field, and muttered to himself, "Such swordsmanship cannot possibly be mastered by a mere first-tier intermediate." Beside him, Din Bai also wore a troubled expression. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and asserted, "No, this does not seem to be swordsmanship at all." He paused for emphasis, his tone growing more resolute. "This technique bears a striking resemblance to the methods of the slave path." Upon hearing this, Din Qing's heart raced, and his pupils constricted as he turned his gaze back to the two swords entangled with Sister Wen, pondering, "This indeed does not resemble swordsmanship. Rather, it closely resembles the slave path's techniques." Could he have awakened the resonance of two grand pathways? Din Bai and Din Qing spoke in unison. "Chen Qing, you are truly too arrogant." Sister Wen's brows furrowed fiercely, her almond eyes wide with determination as she declared, "Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess." With that, an overwhelming aura of blade energy erupted from her, surging with intensity. She swung her knife fiercely, producing a series of sharp sounds, and a blinding arc of blade light flashed, forcing Chen Qing's twin swords apart. Almost immediately, a peculiar transformation overtook Sister Wen. Her once fair complexion flushed crimson, reminiscent of a burning sunset. Simultaneously, her blood surged like a river breaking its dam, accelerating through her veins, and her momentum swelled explosively, multiplying several times in an instant. Below the stage, Din Qing observed with a stern expression, coldly remarking, "The frenzied blade technique of the intermediate Xian tier, once unleashed, can double her physical strength within 5 minutes, and the spiritual energy within her will also gain a violent attribute, enhancing the power of her martial skills by 1.5 times. Din Bai's gaze sharpened as he focused on Chen Qing. His tone assured, "But our Chen Qing is a genius who has awakened dual pathways. At this moment, Dean Bai was certain that Chen Qing had awakened the resonances of both the Golden Path and the Slave Path, with one of them being of the Nine-Path resonance, a talent so rare in the world. Dean Qing, however, remained unconvinced, sneering again. What of dual pathways? Let us see how Hao Ren performs. Before his words could fade, Hao Ren, as if sharing a telepathic connection, shouted, "Explosive surge." In the next moment, he too unleashed this extraordinary technique. The explosive surge was a versatile martial skill, usable by practitioners of any pathway. Once executed, Hao Ren's aura surged dramatically, bringing him perilously close to the second-tier intermediate realm. Chen Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, absorbing the sudden spike in momentum from both Sister One and Hao Ren. He smirked coldly, the corner of his mouth curling into a disdainful arc as he muttered, Nothing more did I in the blink of an eye." Sister One, now resembling a thoroughly enraged beast, roared and propelled herself forward, her body enveloped in a frenzied blade aura, charging at Chen Qing like an arrow released from a bow. Yet, as she neared him, her great knife raised high for a lethal strike. Chen Qing's spirit swords, seemingly animated by a will of their own, deftly flashed to block her path once more. Sister Wen's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on her forehead as she summoned all her strength to deliver a powerful strike aimed at the long sword, hoping to shake it loose. But as her great knife struck down upon the blade, she was stunned to discover that her blow could not even budge Chen Qing's sword in the slightest. With a cold demeanor, Chen Qing gazed intensely at Sister One and calmly uttered 4 words. "I told you, unworthy." Upon hearing this, the two swords seemed to comprehend Chen Qing's scorn, their spiritual energy surging, their momentum abruptly escalating as they transformed into 2 streaks of light. Spiraling rapidly around Sister Wen in an instant, blade light and sword shadows flickered, leaving Sister Wen caught off guard by the sudden ferocity of the assault, struggling to defend herself on the other side. Witnessing Sister Wen's plight, Hao Ren's eyes flashed with determination as he bellowed, "Thunder Serpent Step." With that cry, his figure became ghostly, his speed escalating dramatically, transforming him into a streak of black lightning, infused with furious lightning energy, racing towards Chen Qing. His already remarkable speed became extraordinary under the dual enhancement of Explosive Surge and Thunder Serpent Step, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages that dazzled the onlookers. Dean Qing, witnessing this scene, erupted into laughter, confidence and pride radiating from him as he proclaimed, "Ha! At this speed, with Chen Qing's strength, he will be defeated in less than a minute by in the face of Dean Qing's taunts and Hao Ren's rapid assault." Chen Qing remained unfazed, his expression still composed. He coldly addressed Hao Ren, "Do you think I haven't heard what you said to her?" With that, Chen Qing deftly maneuvered the remaining 2 swords, reciting, the second form of the Unity of Thousands, Sword Prison. In an instant, the 2 swords, as if receiving the command to charge, rushed towards Hao Ren, spinning rapidly in mid-air. In a blink, a circular cage formed from sword energy emerged, trapping Hao Ren within its confines. Hao Ren flailed desperately within the cage, yet found that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the seemingly intangible yet rock-solid bindings. Panic washed over him as he unleashed a flurry of attacks within the sword prison, his fists cutting through the air with thunderous force, yet no amount of strength could breach the unyielding grip of the prison. Realizing escape was futile, he exerted his legs with all his might, attempting to soar into the sky in a desperate bid for survival. Yet the 2 rapidly spinning swords, as if under a spell, followed him closely, shadowing his every move. When he ascended, the swords pursued him like a magnet. When he descended, they swiftly dropped in tandem. He was firmly ensnared within this sword energy cage, akin to a trapped beast in dire straits, futilely struggling. Chen Qing observed from the sidelines, his expression unperturbed, as he regarded Hao Ren's distress, softly uttering 3 words, "Too weak." Dean Qing stared in shock at the unfolding scene, exclaiming, "What martial skill is he employing? Old Bai, did you invest in high-level Xian tier martial skills for this kid?" "No. This martial skill seems to have brushed the edges of Earth tier techniques." Dean Bai's pupils widened in astonishment, his heart stirred by a tempest of emotions. It was well known that both Hao Ren and Sister One, utilizing the power of Explosive Surge, could nearly match a second-tier intermediate fighter. Yet Chen Qing's martial skill effortlessly ensnared both of them, as if he had exerted no effort at all. He had witnessed Chen Qing create this skill firsthand, and now, the shock he felt was beyond words. It was utterly unexpected that such a young individual could develop a martial skill of such formidable might. Considering he was merely a first-tier intermediate, then, slowly, he drew his long sword from his waist, the blade gleaming menacingly. The remaining onlookers gazed at Chen Qing, who had so effortlessly trapped Hao Ran and Sister One. Their faces etched with shock and fear, as they saw Chen Qing approach them with a smile. Their hearts raced, as though struck by a chill, and they involuntarily shuddered, retreating in fright. One person stammered. Chen Qing, what do you intend to do? With a cold demeanor, Chen Qing swept his gaze over the crowd and replied coolly, What do I intend to do? Naturally, I am here to cut you down. Upon hearing this, the crowd swallowed hard in terror, bewildered as to how Hao Ran and Sister One, who had previously engaged with Chen Qing on equal footing, even momentarily suppressing him in speed, were now so easily ensnared by him that as if reading their thoughts, Chen Qing smirked disdainfully, saying, Did you truly think they were worthy opponents for me? I merely wished to amuse myself. With that, he quickened his pace, the sound of his steps echoing as he advanced upon them like a leopard hunting its prey. The crowd was thrown into chaos, with several individuals instinctively turning to flee, their steps faltering in panic, leading them to tumble off the stage and face elimination. The remaining individuals did not want to flee either, but their legs felt as if they were filled with lead, paralyzed by Chen Qing's terrifying aura. Chen Qing, calm down. I withdraw. One person shouted in terror, their voice trembling. Chen Qing, spare me. Another cried, their tone laced with fear. Chen Qing, don't look at me. Another stammered in panic. Yet another desperately shouted, Chen Qing, don't you remember? I handed you toilet paper when you were. Another voice joined in, Chen Qing, I. But before they could finish their sentence, they were already trembling in fear, unable to articulate a complete thought. Chen Qing, without a hint of mercy, charged forward, wielding his long sword with a flourish. With each stroke, a sharp sound echoed as the blade sliced through the air. In just 1 minute, the 10 or so individuals on the stage had all been felled by Chen Qing. Writhing in pain upon the ground at this moment, within the sword-shaped cage formed by 2 blades, Hao Ran and Sister One were still desperately struggling, attempting to break free. Chen Qing sighed softly, his eyes filled with disappointment, and remarked, I had hoped you would bring me some amusement, yet you have proven to be utterly useless. He paused, a flicker of disillusionment crossing his face. The all-path unity could shatter even the fist of the peak third-tier Wang Bahu. Previously, whether it was his sword being repelled or his speed failing to keep up with his opponents, it was all an act, merely to gauge what means these individuals had left. Once they unleashed their explosive techniques, Chen Qing understood that these were their final gambits. It is worth noting that his all-path unity had absorbed some of the essence of the five-finger sword heart, known for its swift swordlight and high damage. Even though Chen Qing's current all-path unity could not match the power and speed of the five-finger sword heart, it was inconceivable that a mere second-tier beginner like Sister One could repel him. He was simply toying with her. Even his earlier inability to keep pace with Hao Ran was a deliberate show of restraint, as he wished to play with him a little longer. After dispatching everyone, Chen Qing leisurely approached Hao Ran, calmly seated himself beside him, and nonchalantly asked, With my prowess, do you think I could gain admission to the most prestigious academies in Huaxia? At this moment, Hao Ran had lost all his previous vigor, appearing like a prisoner who had long been confined and tormented. Slumped on the ground, the pride and spirit he once held utterly vanished. Upon hearing Chen Qing's question, he slowly lifted his eyelids, gazing at Chen Qing, and weakly replied, With this move of yours, you would suffice to enter those academies. Chen Qing nodded slightly and then inquired, But what if we compare you to the geniuses within those academies? Hao Ran shot a glance at Chen Qing, scoffing, Genius? Humph, how would you know? The geniuses nurtured by those prominent families, whether you are a practitioner of 9 or even 10 paths, are commonplace among them. Moreover, those geniuses are never lacking in advanced martial techniques. The skills you painstakingly acquired can be easily summoned by them. Hearing this, Chen Qing raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, Oh, what if I am a dual-path practitioner? Hao Ran's pupils constricted in shock, his expression one of disbelief. What? You possess a fire path as well? Chen Qing maintained his calm demeanor, pressing further, And how would that compare to them? Hao Ren curled his lip, grunting disdainfully. Even then, among those top geniuses, you would barely catch their eye. A smirk crept onto Chen Qing's lips as he raised an eyebrow once more. The next moment, he extended a finger, and a tender green sprout began to emerge from its tip as he softly stated, "What if I am a three-path practitioner?" Hao Ren's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted. Nearly fainting from the shock, after a long moment, he stammered, Even so, you would still only qualify to be called a minor genius." Unfazed, Chen Qing extended another hand, releasing a healing swordfish from within him, casually remarking, "What if I am a four-path practitioner, and one of those is a nine-path?" Hao Ren was left completely dumbfounded, rolling his eyes in disbelief, and began pinching himself to regain his senses, taking quite a while to recover, all while staring incredulously at Chen Qing, mouth agape yet speechless, clearly overwhelmed by Chen Qing's relentless revelations. Chen Qing, with a tranquil expression, asked softly, "So, what now? Have you conceded?" Upon hearing this, Hao Ren slowly closed his eyes, letting out a heavy sigh filled with unwillingness and resignation, stating, "I concede." As soon as the words left his lips, he appeared to be drained of all strength, collapsing onto the ground like a deflated balloon. Observing this, Chen Qing raised his hand and gently beckoned. The two long swords that had been circling Hao Ren swiftly returned to his grasp as if responding to a call. He then summoned back the two swords that had confined Sister One, never once casting a glance in her direction. Just as Chen Qing prepared to step off the stage, Sister One, unwilling to relent, brandished her long knife and shouted angrily at his back, "Chen Qing, you bastard! I haven't even spoken yet." However, Chen Qing seemed oblivious, not even turning his head, merely flicking his fingers. In an instant, the four long swords, still in the process of being retracted, transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards Sister One with tremendous speed. Startled, she hastily raised her long knife, attempting to block the impending onslaught. Little did she anticipate that, under the lethal brilliance of the four swords, her blade would crumble as if made of mere parchment, severed in an instant. The four long swords then halted before her, their tips mere inches from her eyes and body. Only then did Chen Qing slightly turn his head, his gaze icy as he coldly remarked, "Were it not for the constraints imposed by the Enforcer's laws, with this one strike, you would have more than enough lives to spare." Sister One, staring at the sword tips so close, felt cold sweat break out on her forehead, instantly soaking her back. Her legs weakened, and with a thud, she collapsed to her knees. Finally, Chen Qing waved his arm lightly, and the four swords dissipated into the air as if fulfilling their purpose. Yet, in the next moment, all of Sister One's pent-up grievances and frustrations erupted. She threw her head back, unable to suppress her emotions any longer, and began to wail uncontrollably. Her shoulders trembled violently as tears streamed down her face, flowing freely, completely devoid of the fierce demeanor she had displayed on the battlefield, now reduced to a pitiable figure enveloped in defeat. She did not weep for her failure. Rather, she cried for the fact that this man had never once regarded her with a glance. Chapter 31. The Supreme Grandmaster of the Unrivaled Path. No one could have anticipated that this grand competition would conclude in such a dramatic fashion. Chen Qing, single-handedly confronting 20 opponents, emerged victorious with an air of nonchalance, claiming the top position. The originally planned arena battles for the following day were rendered entirely unnecessary. After all, Chen Qing had demonstrated overwhelming strength against 20 challengers. Allowing others to engage in one-on-one duels the next day would undoubtedly be self-inflicted torment. Thus, the arena battles scheduled for the second day were cancelled in the office of the Qing Academy's principal. Chen Qing sat comfortably on a sofa, with the precious spoils of the competition, four-leaf sparrow tongue tea and snow fruit, displayed on the table before him. Opposite him sat the principals of the Qing Academy and the Bai Academy, each in their respective places. At this moment, the attitude of the Qing Academy's principal had undergone a complete transformation compared to before. Initially, he had secretly schemed, hoping to manipulate Hao Ren and Wen Jie to jointly unleash their explosive techniques, intending to severely injure Chen Qing to prevent him from participating in the upcoming major examination. Little did he expect that Chen Qing would so effortlessly defeat all the geniuses of the Qing Academy and publicly reveal his astonishing four-path talent. Faced with this reality, the principal, weighing the pros and cons, had no choice but to humble himself and re-establish a good rapport with Chen Qing. Breaking the silence, the principal forced a somewhat awkward smile and addressed Chen Qing. Chen Qing, you have dedicated nearly 3 years to studying in our Qing Academy. You are, after all, a student of ours. Although you have now transferred to the Bai Academy, how can we simply sever this bond? Chen Qing's expression remained as placid as water, as though he had not heard, sitting silently without a word. The Bai Academy's principal, observing this, snorted disdainfully, unapologetically mocking, "You old fool, don't you feel embarrassed saying such things now?" The Qing Academy's principal, hearing this, turned a shade of red and white, immediately retorting, "What do you know?" Regardless, he has diligently studied for nearly 3 years in my Qing Academy. And now, look at this, you've reaped a great benefit from him. Just enjoy your good fortune in silence. In a fit of disagreement, the two principals began to bicker fiercely like common street ruffians, entirely shedding their usual dignified demeanor. Amidst this commotion, a sudden knock on the door interrupted the chaos. Shortly after, a leader from the Qing Academy entered, hands cradling a stack of ancient texts, hurriedly approaching Chen Qing and respectfully placing them before him. Upon seeing this, the Qing Academy's principal quickly concealed his anger. Adopting a genial smile once more as he addressed Chen Qing, "Chen Qing, I must admit I have acted inappropriately before. Here, these are the signature martial techniques of our Qing Academy. You are always qualified to study these techniques based on your rank. But at that time, you had yet to awaken your path resonance and thus lost the right to learn them according to Academy regulations. Although you have since left the Qing Academy, your eligibility to study remains intact. Therefore, I have specially arranged for these 5 martial techniques to be delivered to you. I recall that your Bai Academy lacks reconnaissance techniques. Yes, our Qing Academy possesses a unique one. Behold, this book titled Purple Extreme Demon Eye, which wields extraordinary power." Chen Qing's gaze fell upon the volume resting atop the stack, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, and he frowned slightly, musing to himself, "Why does that name sound so familiar?" After a moment's contemplation, a hint of disdain appeared at the corners of his mouth as he let out a soft snort, secretly pondering. It is probably just a trivial martial technique. At that instant, a flash of insight struck Chen Qing's mind, and he suddenly recalled his system, which allows him to exchange martial techniques for contribution points. With this thought, Chen Qing felt a surge of joy and quickly called out in his heart, "System, how many contribution points can I get for this Purple Extreme Demon Eye?" In that moment, the system's cold and mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding, detecting the intermediate yellow-grade martial technique Purple Extreme Demon Eye. System evaluation. This martial technique is the dregs of the dregs, the waste of the waste. If the host submits it to the system all, not only will there be no contribution points awarded, but the host will also incur a deduction of 10 contribution points. Such a martial technique is an affront to the purity of the system mall and greatly displeases the system. Chen Qing's mouth twitched violently. Having to pay 10 contribution points for submitting a martial technique was simply outrageous. He slowly closed his eyes, pushed the few martial techniques aside with a hand, and his face betrayed no effort to conceal his disdain. The head of the Qing Academy appeared somewhat embarrassed, clearing his throat a couple of times in an attempt to ease the awkward atmosphere. Yet unsure of how to begin. Observing this, the head of the White Academy burst into hearty laughter, approached Chen Qing, and clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Chen Qing, our talents at the White Academy would never deign to value such trifles. Rest assured, upon returning to the White Academy, I, as your dean, will certainly find you a reconnaissance martial technique. AN Intermediate Yellow Grade 1 is hardly sufficient. I will procure for you a high-grade Yellow 1, which will undoubtedly be superior. Just wait and see." The head of the Qing Academy, seemingly unwilling to concede, slowly strolled up to Chen Qing, gently placing a bank card before him with a forced smile, saying in a kind tone, "Chen Qing, this card contains 500,000, a reward specially designated for the champion of this competition. Please accept it." Chen Qing raised an eyebrow, filled with confusion. This monetary reward had never been mentioned during the competition, and a sum of 500,000 was indeed absurdly large. He recalled having sold Qiyu for 1,000,000, who was a direct descendant of the Qi family. The head of the White Academy's eyes narrowed suddenly, his hand moving with lightning speed to slap the bank card, swiftly taking it and stuffing it into Chen Qing's hand while raising his voice. The head of the Qing Academy has stated that this is a reward specifically for the competition, one that only the champion can receive. Accept it, Chen Qing. The head of the White Academy emphasized the words competition reward. Meanwhile, the head of the Qing Academy stood by, his lips moving as if to speak, hesitating before quietly saying, "No, actually, this competition reward is not quite." Before he could finish, he was directly interrupted by the head of the White Academy's wave of his hand. A champion's reward is simply a champion's reward. Chen Qing, take it. You shall accept it. Chen Qing instantly understood the intent of the head of the White Academy. Clearly, this sum of 500,000 was most likely not a true champion's prize, but rather an apology from the head of the Qing Academy for the prior difficulties. Or perhaps a means of showing goodwill towards him. By directly labeling this as a prize, the head of the White Academy aimed to prevent the head of the Qing Academy from easily achieving his goal, while also protecting Chen Qing, allowing him to accept it without any psychological burden. After all, accepting this money did not imply that Chen Qing had to forgive the previous actions of the head of the Qing Academy. After a brief contemplation, Chen Qing cupped his hands towards the head of the White Academy and said aloud, "Thank you very much, Dean." Upon seeing this, the head of the White Academy laughed heartily, giving Chen Qing's shoulder a hearty pat before turning to the head of the Qing Academy and nodding, saying, "If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." The head of the Qing Academy sighed in resignation, forcing a smile as he muttered, "Then I shall see you off." The reluctance in his tone was palpable to anyone listening. Subsequently, the heads of the Qing and White Academies, along with Chen Qing, exited the office and made their way toward the White Academy bus parked outside. The atmosphere along the way was somewhat delicate. Just as they approached the bus, a group of students from the Qing Academy surrounded them. One student exclaimed with wide eyes, "Look, look! The unparalleled Grandmaster of the Crazy Path has emerged." Immediately, another chimed in, "What unparalleled Grandmaster of the Crazy Path? I see that clearly as the Supreme Master of the Forced Path." Saying this, he deliberately mimicked Chen Qing's tone and demeanor from earlier on stage, exclaiming, "You alone cannot do it." In truth, the students bore less animosity towards Chen Qing than one might expect. Initially, a few held grievances against him, largely influenced by the subtle provocations of their academy's teachers and leaders. After all, within the confines of the academy, the students primarily absorbed information from above, inevitably leading to a skewed perspective. However, this was ultimately a world where strength reigned supreme. Although Chen Qing's arrogant demeanor on the competition stage initially stirred their resistance, witnessing him battle against numerous opponents and showcase his formidable prowess forced them to acknowledge that his abilities indeed justified his arrogance. Thus, rather than deepening their resentment towards Chen Qing, this fierce contest gradually elevated his image in their eyes, transforming him from an ostracized figure into a formidable presence worthy of respect. Chen Qing's expression remained indifferent. Seemingly oblivious to the surrounding discussions of the Qing Academy students, he ambled toward the bus, calmly took his seat, and settled in as if the surrounding clamor bore no relation to him. Below, the heads of the Qing and White Academies continued their polite exchanges, their faces adorned with seemingly cordial smiles as they engaged in pleasantries. After a few exchanges, the head of the White Academy nodded slightly, turned, and boarded the bus. As the doors closed, the vehicle slowly pulled away from the Qing Academy. The moment they left the campus, the students from the White Academy erupted in cheers and shouts. Their excitement palpable. One student, flushed with exhilaration, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Damn, Chen Qing, you truly brought honor to our White Academy." Another student joined in, "Damn, Chen Qing, you must be practicing the crazy path. That's just too audacious and too impressive." Chapter 32. Seize and refine instantly. Within the training room of the White Academy, Chen Qing sat cross-legged on a cushion, resembling a meditative monk, his eyes tightly shut as he immersed himself in the profound realm of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a sharp brilliance shooting forth from them, and his aura surged like a tidal wave, dramatically escalating. In that instant, the spiritual energy within him solidified further, and Chen Qing clearly sensed that he had firmly ascended to the first level of the advanced tier. To his immense delight, he realized that due to his 4 exceptional innate talents, his cultivation speed could achieve a compounding effect. The myriad gold marvelous body kept him in a constant state of passive cultivation, the absorption of spiritual energy never ceasing. Once he actively cultivated, The cultivation speed brought about by the 10 paths of the myriad gold marvelous body, coupled with the 3 additional paths contributing their respective cultivation speeds, resulted in an overall increase of more than 30 compared to relying solely on the myriad gold marvelous body. Do not underestimate this seemingly modest 30. Chen Qing secretly estimated that if he continued at this pace and actively cultivated in seclusion, he was confident that within just a week, he could rise from the first level of the advanced tier to the pinnacle of the first level. Such a terrifyingly extraordinary cultivation speed, if spread, would surely drop jaws everywhere. A faint smile graced Chen Qing's lips as he leisurely retrieved the 4-leaf sparrow tongue tea he had won in the recent competition, skillfully brewing a cup. The fragrant aroma of the tea wafted throughout the training room, and as he took a gentle sip, savoring it thoughtfully, he murmured, "It seems that I am now but a step away from that legendary master realm. Yet this mere step feels as if it spans thousands of mountains and rivers, elusive and difficult to traverse." This 4-leaf sparrow tongue tea is said to aid in comprehending the great principles and enhancing one's realm. As Chen Qing savored the tea, he quietly attuned himself to the profound mysteries of the sword path, delving deeper into the exploration of its intricacies. Just then, a crisp knock on the door shattered the tranquility of the room. Chen Qing slowly withdrew from his meditative state, rose, and opened the door to the training room, where a teacher from the White Academy stood respectfully at the threshold. Upon seeing Chen Qing, the teacher immediately spoke. "Chen Qing, these are 3 advanced yellow-grade martial techniques that the dean specifically instructed me to bring to you." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. 3. He had heard that the head of the White Academy intended to provide him with a reconnaissance martial technique, but he hadn't anticipated receiving 3, all of which were advanced yellow grade. "How extravagant," the teacher smiled, softly stating. "Indeed, these are 3 martial techniques that the dean meticulously selected for you based on your situation." Hearing this, Chen Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he sincerely addressed the teacher. "Please convey my thanks to the dean." The teacher regarded Chen Qing with a warm smile, earnestly advising, "Very well, you must dedicate yourself to your training and strive to excel in the upcoming major examination. That would be the best way to repay the dean." Chen Qing accepted the 3 martial techniques, first flipping open the first one, which was a reconnaissance martial technique. The reconnaissance martial technique, piercing gaze, requires the practitioner to channel fire path spiritual power to converge in their eyes, condensing a flame within their gaze. When this technique is activated, the eyes resemble torches ignited by fire, illuminating even the minutest details as if placed under a magnifying glass. When cultivated to the first stage, the reconnaissance range can cover a radius of 20 meters. As long as Chen Qing remains focused and calm, his gaze fixed straight ahead, the spark of fire emanating from his eyes precisely envelopes the target. Every subtle movement, every change in expression, and even the most hidden textures of objects cannot escape his keen observation. As if all things in the world, under the illumination of this firelight, have shed their deceptive facades. A faint smile graces the corners of Chen Qing's lips as he contemplates inwardly. It appears that the fiery essence he exhibited in the arena has caught the attention of Dean Bai, who has thoughtfully selected a suitable martial skill for him based on that. With this thought, he gently sets down the first book and shifts his gaze to another martial technique. The healing martial skill, Revitalizing Seal, is an instantaneous healing technique, distinctly different from Spiritual Spring. His spiritual spring can store a pool of spiritual liquid within his body, which becomes increasingly abundant as his cultivation deepens. In times of battle, with a mere thought, he can swiftly summon this liquid to infuse life into his injuries, alleviating them promptly. However, its drawbacks are equally pronounced. Once the spiritual spring runs dry, the efficiency of regenerating the spiritual water becomes exceedingly low, leading to an exceptionally slow recovery process, ill-equipped to handle the rapidly changing dynamics of fierce combat. In contrast, Revitalizing Seal can be directly executed and takes immediate effect, allowing him to heal others as well. Chen Qing's fingers glide gently over the covers of the 3 martial skills, and upon reaching the third, his brows raise slightly. This martial skill belongs to the path of enslavement and is named Wolf Totem. It enables the practitioner to subjugate wolf-shaped demonic beasts of 2nd rank and below, transforming these wild and powerful beings into allies on the battlefield. The enslaved wolf-shaped demonic beast can manifest as a tattoo, hidden beneath the practitioner's skin. Once battle commences, with a mere thought, the tattoo glows. Summoning the wolf to the exterior to assist its master in combat, a golden glint flashes in Chen Qing's eyes as he muses inwardly. Dien Bai has truly gone to great lengths, providing him with martial skills that encompass the defensive nature of metal, the reconnaissance of fire, the healing of wood, and this offensive enslavement technique, covering all aspects meticulously. Chen Qing raises his gaze slightly, looking out through the window into the distance, silently calculating. It seems he will be busy in the coming days, needing to venture into the realm of great demons to seek out a few wolf-shaped demonic beasts for his own use. However, what kind of effect will my 10,000 path sword technique combined with this wolf totem yield? Just as he contemplates, a sudden knock echoes at his door. Turning to look, he sees that it is the same teacher from earlier. The teacher regards Chen Qing and says, "Chen Qing, come with me, Dien Bai wishes to see you." Chen Qing raises an eyebrow, nodding in response. He tidies up briefly, finishing the remaining tea on the table in one gulp, and follows the teacher outside. Before long, the two arrive beside a small demonstration platform within a training ground. Chen Qing walks slowly into the misty area and, upon focusing his gaze, sees Dien Bai standing atop the platform. As he steps onto the stage, he notices a fiercely wild wolf-shaped demonic beast sitting quietly. Chen Qing immediately smiles and says, "Dien, you truly have gone to great expense." Although Chen Qing usually possesses a proud demeanor, he cannot help but express his gratitude for Dien Bai's thoughtful consideration. Dien Bai waves his hand dismissively and replies, "I have provided you with the martial skills. Naturally, I must also prepare a wolf demonic beast for you. This one is a peak first-rank wolf-shaped demonic beast, marked with traces of power. You should focus on practicing those few martial skills in the coming days, and this wolf will serve as your training companion." Chen Qing nods and slowly approaches the wolf demonic beast. Sensing Chen Qing's weaker aura, the wolf immediately bares its fangs, glaring fiercely at him, its fur bristling, and a low growl emanating from its throat. It is clear that the wolf perceives Chen Qing as inferior. Though it is compelled to submit to Dien Bai's authority, the thought of a lesser individual attempting to assume dominance is met with unwillingness. Were it not for Dien Bai's presence, it might have lunged at Chen Qing in a fit of rage. However, Chen Qing merely smiles faintly, his stride unperturbed as he advances towards the wolf. Simultaneously, he no longer conceals his own spiritual energy. The glimmers of the metal sword path, fire sword path, wood sword path, and enslavement sword path shine brightly around him, a powerful aura intensifying with each step he takes. Dien Bai, observing from the side, widens his eyes in astonishment. He keenly senses that Chen Qing has now entered the advanced first rank. A look of delight crosses Dien Bai's face as he internally praises, "How remarkable. In just half a day of cultivation, he has ascended to the advanced first rank, indeed a prodigy." Yet, he still advises Chen Qing, "You have just acquired the martial skills. You have yet to study them earnestly. I will have someone deliver this wolf to your training room, where you can practice with it." Chen Qing simply replies softly, "There is no need for such trouble. Watch me tame it now." Dien Bai laughs heartily, urging, "Chen Qing, what are you saying? You have just glanced at the martial skills. How could you possibly master them so quickly? Moreover, this is a peak first-rank wolf king. Your current realm is lower than its own. Even if you have cultivated the wolf totem, it will not submit to you. You should return to your studies and take this wolf. Do not overreach." Chen Qing, however, waves his hand, his expression exuding confidence and stubbornness as he states, "There is no need for that." With that, Chen Qing's aura surges like a tumultuous tsunami, rising violently as he transforms into a humanoid sword, a unique form he assumes after his advancement, sword armor toughness. In that instant, he appears as a sovereign from the realm of swords, radiating an unmatched sharpness. Then, with a sudden forceful movement of his arms, numerous sword energies erupt around him like tangible lightning, racing forth with a roaring wind and a scent of destruction, slicing directly towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King, unable to evade in time, is struck by the fierce slash, howling in agony as its flesh is torn. Numerous wounds appearing as blood begins to flow profusely, staining the ground beside it crimson. The Wolf King's eyes blaze with fury, clearly enraged by the assault, poised to retaliate with all its might. Yet Dien Bai, witnessing this, does not intervene. Instead, he releases his hold over the Wolf King. He understands well that Chen Qing has a glorious record of defeating 20 opponents single-handedly in the academy, and dealing with a mere peak first-rank Wolf King is certainly within his capabilities. Sure enough, in the next moment, the Wolf King lunges at Chen Qing, its agile form and fearsome claws poised to strike. Chen Qing, however, remains calm. With fingers together, palms forward, he sweeps his hand, instantly forming a radiant blade of sword energy that carries immense power, striking the Wolf King directly. With just that one blade, it cleaves a gaping wound into the Wolf King's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The Wolf King, severely injured, freezes in place, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. At this moment, Chen Qing slowly crouches down, his gaze serene as he looks at the Wolf King. Gently reaching out to stroke its head, he then proceeds to execute the mid-tier martial skill soul contract on the Wolf King. This soul contract is the very method he used to eye the Dean. Witnessing the entire scene, had his eyes wide open like brass bells, his mouth agape, and his face painted with astonishment. As tumultuous waves of shock surged within him, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, How? How is this possible? I have only just imparted the advanced yellow-tier martial technique, Rejuvenation Seal, to him, and in the blink of an eye, he has mastered it. The Dean's heart was in turmoil, unaware that with Chen Qing's current proximity to the realm of swordsmanship mastery, coupled with the 10,000 path sword art, merely a glance was sufficient for him to comprehend the intricacies of these yellow-tier techniques. For Chen Qing, achieving entry was astonishingly simple. With a cold glint in his eyes, Chen Qing swiftly advanced, seizing the neck of the Wolf King, delivering a forceful smack upon its back, and with a mere flick of his toes, he gracefully vaulted onto the creature's back. The Wolf King let out a resounding howl, its voice resonating like a thunderous bell, echoing throughout the academy. Numerous students within the academy turned their heads, their gazes converging on Chen Qing. Upon realizing that he was firmly seated atop a pinnacle first-tier wolf-shaped demon beast, their eyes brimmed with envy and astonishment, whispering in awe, "That is a first-tier pinnacle wolf-shaped demon beast. How did Chen Qing tame it, and with such grandeur ride upon its back?" The Dean, observing this spectacle, was filled with satisfaction and pride. Chen Qing turned to the Dean and inquired, "Dean, might there be a gathering space for wolf-shaped demon beasts within the academy? I am prepared to venture forth and enslave a few more." The Dean raised an eyebrow at this request. His original intention was to gift the Wolf King to Chen Qing to practice the Wolf Totem. He had not anticipated that Chen Qing would so swiftly master it after merely a single glance. Now, with Chen Qing wishing to venture to the demon beast space to capture 2 more wolves, while it was somewhat unexpected, it was ultimately reasonable upon reflection. Nevertheless, the Dean advised, "Chen Qing, with the grand examination approaching in just a couple of days, I suggest you remain in the academy and focus on your training. You currently possess this Wolf King, and with your own strength, excelling in the examination should pose no difficulty, even when encountering prodigies from prominent families with unique physiques. Like Shi Daoyun, you undoubtedly possess the capability to contend." However, Chen Qing resolutely shook his head, his expression unwavering as he replied, "Dean, I can make the round trip to the Great Demon Space in just a day and return with 2 more Wolf Kings. This will significantly enhance my strength. Having already advanced to the advanced first tier, for me, mere closed-door cultivation would only solidify my existing realm. Achieving a breakthrough to the pinnacle first tier before the grand examination would be quite challenging. However, with the Wolf Totem as a rapid means to elevate my power, capturing 2 Wolf Kings from the Great Demon Space is evidently the most expedient and effective method." After contemplating Chen Qing's explanation for a moment, the Dean nodded in agreement, stating, "That is reasonable, Dai. In that case, make haste and return swiftly. Exercise caution." With that, Dean Bai promptly took out his phone and dialed a number, saying, "Hello, Teacher Li, could you come over for a moment? I need your assistance with something." Chen Qing smiled slightly, understanding the Dean's intent. He was not entirely at ease with him going alone and had specifically requested a teacher to accompany him. Shortly thereafter, a robust teacher approached with purposeful strides. Chen Qing hurriedly greeted him with a bow, saying, "Greetings, Teacher Li." Dean Bai patted Chen Qing on the shoulder, saying, "With the grand examination imminent, I have many matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. Teacher Li is a senior instructor at our academy, having recently achieved initial mastery of the 3rd tier. With him accompanying you, I feel reassured." Chen Qing smiled and replied to Dean Bai, "Thank you." "Dean, Dean Bai gestured for them to depart, stating, "I have already informed Teacher Li of your request. You may proceed to the Great Demon Space with him." Chen Qing nodded and boarded the vehicle with Teacher Li. As they drove, Teacher Li explained, "The Great Demon Space is located next to Qingshi, in Shishir. Shishir is also a medium-sized city comparable to our Qingshi. This Great Demon Space was recently discovered, and it harbors not just a single type of demon beast. Among them is a pinnacle third-tier wolf-shaped demon, specializing in the paths of enslavement and wind, possessing formidable strength. There is also a pinnacle third-tier deer-shaped demon, adept in enslavement and wood, which should not be underestimated. Additionally, there are pinnacle second-tier rabbit-shaped demons and fierce second-tier wild boar demons, among others. This space gathers various types of demons, hence the name 100 Demon Garden." As Chen Qing listened to Teacher Li's explanation, he nodded repeatedly. The distance between Qingshi and Shishir was not far. A 2 to 3 hour drive would suffice for a round trip. Teacher Li continued, "The space in Shishir, known as the 100 Demon Garden, is a treasure trove for many practitioners of the path of enslavement, where they can find the demon beasts they require. Therefore, since we are venturing beyond our city, it is prudent to act discreetly and avoid unnecessary conflicts with others." Chen Qing smiled slightly, his demeanor calm as he replied, "Rest assured, teacher, I am not one to instigate trouble. As long as others do not provoke me, I will not engage in conflict." Teacher Li raised an eyebrow at this, having heard of Chen Qing's exploits at Qingshi Academy. Upon entering, Chen Qing had boldly proclaimed his intent to take on 20 opponents single-handedly, his conduct being nothing short of audacious, earning him the title of Supreme Master of the Wild Path among his peers. Teacher Li's caution was a hope that Chen Qing would maintain a low profile and avoid causing significant disturbances, considering that as a public servant, he would prefer to avoid any undue trouble arising from Chen Qing's actions. Soon enough, Teacher Li brought Chen Qing to the entrance of the 100 Demon Garden in Shishir. Upon arrival, they were met with a long queue of students bustling with anticipation to enter. Chen Qing furrowed his brow, asking, "Teacher, why are there so many practitioners of the path of enslavement?" Teacher Li, equally troubled, replied, "Alas, it seems the 100 Demon Garden has become quite the sensation. This vast grassland is teeming with a variety and abundance of demon beasts. Even those not practicing the path of enslavement wish to come here to hone their skills. Especially with the grand examination just days away, everyone is eager to seize the opportunity to improve. The resources here are plentiful, containing many valuable materials for crafting restorative potions and body-enhancing elixirs, making the crowd a common sight." Resigned, Chen Qing shook his head, saying, "Then we shall have to wait." Thus, they stood in line for nearly half an hour until it was finally their turn. Chen Qing and Teacher Li stepped forward, and Teacher Li presented his credentials as a teacher from Baiyu Academy, stating, "I have brought my student here for training. We are not on any mission." The inspection officer displayed a hint of impatience, saying, "What are you people from Qingshi doing in Shishir? Is your great demon space running low?" Teacher Li understood the officer's discontent. Each city preferred to keep its resources within its own borders. Yet due to national policies, they had to allow entry. Thus, inspection officers typically offered little hospitality to outsiders. Teacher Li remained calm and patiently explained, "My student is a practitioner of the path of enslavement, and he requires a few wolf-shaped demon beasts. We heard that the 100 Demon Garden in Shishir has such beasts, so I brought him to capture a couple." The inspection officer glanced at Chen Qing, stating, "Outsiders must pay 10,000 each to enter." Teacher Li smiled and replied, "We understand the rules." He then produced his phone and promptly transferred 20,000 to the officer. The officer waved them through, saying, "Go ahead." At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Young Master Qian is here." The inspection officer, upon hearing this, abruptly shoved Teacher Li aside and hurriedly approached the person, wearing a fawning expression as he welcomed the so-called young Master Qian. Chen Qing turned to see the queue behind him filled with disgruntled faces, yet no one dared to voice their displeasure. He realized, these must be the offspring of the prominent families in Shishir. However, he had no intention of causing a scene and proceeded toward the great demon space. Just as he was about to step into the realm, a hand suddenly reached out from behind him, attempting to strike his shoulder. Chen Qing's senses were sharp. He instantly detected the threat, and without turning around, unleashed a flurry of sword energy that shot forth from his back. The assailant, who had aimed to strike him, screamed, "Ah!" In the next moment, 5 fingers of the hand that had reached for him were severed by Chun Qing's swift action. Turning back, Chun Qing saw that it was a lackey of Qian Bao, who was now writhing on the ground, clutching his hand and howling in agony. Teacher Li, witnessing the scene, was taken aback, rushing to Chen Qing's side and stammering, Chen Qing, you. His anxiety rendered him almost incoherent. Teacher Li understood that Qian Bao was from the Qian family, one of the influential families in Shishir, wielding significant power. Chun Qing had inadvertently severed the fingers of a member of the Qian family. This could escalate into a major incident. Chapter 34, Martial Technique Upgrade. Chen Qing promptly replied, "Oh, my apologies, I forgot to turn it off." The surrounding crowd immediately encircled Chen Qing and Teacher Li, shouting angrily at Chen Qing, "What do you mean by forgot to turn it off? What on earth are you talking about? You dare to harm someone in broad daylight." Remaining calm, Chen Qing waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Oh, this is my martial technique. As long as someone approaches me with hostile intent, I will automatically defend myself." The crowd, upon hearing this, was further incensed. "Hostile intent towards you? What nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Qing waved his hand again, unhurriedly stating, "How about this? You report to the enforcer, and when I come out, we can discuss compensation." With that, he took Teacher Li's hand and directly entered the great demon space, leaving the members of the Qian family standing in stunned silence. In the next moment, the scene abruptly shifted, and Chen Qing found himself in a grassy expanse within the 100 Demon Garden. With Teacher Li still reeling from the shock, unable to regain his composure for quite some time, Chen Qing waved his hand and spoke, "Teacher Li, he truly bore hostility towards me just now." Teacher Li raised his hand to massage his forehead, sighing, "Well, since it has come to this, you do have a point. Once we are out, we can just settle it with some financial compensation." A faint smile crossed Chen Qing's face as he then channeled his spiritual energy into the wolf tattoo on his body. In an instant, a towering grayback wolf king materialized before Chen Qing and Teacher Li, standing nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an aura of great power. Chun Qing leaped onto the wolf's back, beckoning to Teacher Li. "Teacher Li, come, sit atop the wolf." A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Teacher Li's eyes. As a novice third-tier powerhouse, although he generally preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, it did not mean he feared anyone. It is worth noting that institutions like the Qing Academy and the Bai Academy had leaders whose strength rivaled that of clan patriarchs. Since these academies were state entities, their status was perceived to be even higher than that of great families. Even though the influence of the academy might be difficult to reach within the confines of this stone city, it was still reasonable to expect some respect, especially as the injured party was merely a peripheral member of the Qian family. Not a core member, a little compensation would suffice to resolve the matter. With this thought, he sighed, took a step forward, and lightly leaped onto the wolf's back as well. Subsequently, as Chen Qing rode atop the grayback wolf king, he suddenly closed his eyes, quietly immersing himself in the understanding of the wolf totem martial technique. Chen Qing discovered that by cultivating this technique, he could issue commands to the wolf king with mere thought, allowing for nearly seamless communication. Moreover, the wolf king had reached the pinnacle of the first tier and possessed a degree of intelligence, making it easy for the wolf king to grasp Chen Qing's intentions. Chen Qing commanded it to seek out nearby wolf packs. Upon receiving the order, the wolf king let out a howl and swiftly charged across the grassland. This expanse was once its habitat, and it felt an inherent familiarity, making its movements fluid and instinctual. Chen Qing sat steadily on the wolf's back, gradually closing his eyes to recall several martial techniques stored in his mind. Delving into focused practice, behind him, Teacher Li observed with admiration, pondering to himself, "I never expected such a genius to emerge from Qing City, one who is favored by 4 great paths and possesses such rapid comprehension of martial techniques. All while displaying such diligence, it won't be long before he grows into a formidable figure." Just as Chen Qing was immersed in his meditation, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! System notification. Contribution points can be consumed to accelerate the evolution of martial techniques for the host. Chen Qing was taken aback, as a system interface abruptly appeared in his mind. Filled with confusion, he inquired, "What? System? What do you mean by that?" The system chimed in again. Ding! Since the host is cultivating the 10,000 path sword technique, any martial technique can be evolved into a sword-related technique through this method. However, this requires the host's own comprehension and upgrading. For instance, The host's snow-treading plum-seeking technique, once comprehended and upgraded, can branch out into the gold sword path, wood sword path, fire sword path, and water sword path, which are the wondrous effects of the 10,000 path sword technique. The host has yet to evolve this technique to its strongest form. The system suggests that by consuming contribution points, the system can assist the host in evolving martial techniques into the most suitable final form. Recalling his martial techniques, Chen Qing realized that whether it was the spiritual spring, the flash blade, or the copper skin iron bone, they all differed from what others cultivated. He had long suspected this was the ability of the 10,000 path sword technique, but he never imagined he could consume contribution points to have the system assist in upgrades. A slight smile crept across his lips as he felt a surge of joy. All right, since I can directly upgrade martial techniques with contribution points, it must be much more cost-effective than purchasing them myself. However, I currently have no contribution points. It seems I need to hunt more demon beasts. In the next moment, Chen Qing suddenly opened his eyes, sensing that the Greyback Wolf King was leading him to a wolf pack's territory. At the instant Chen Qing opened his eyes, Teacher Li, too, sensed something. Chen Qing remained silent, aware that Teacher Li was responsible for ensuring his safety and would not intervene unless necessary. In an instant, four rings of different colors materialized beneath Chen Qing's feet, and he forcefully slapped the wolf's back, leaping down like an arrow. Almost simultaneously, Teacher Li also jumped down from the wolf's back, but he merely stood quietly by the side, watching without any intention to intervene. Chen Qing issued a command to the Wolf King, which let out a fierce roar and charged towards the nearby wolf pack like a gust of wind. With a sudden burst of strength in his legs, Chen Qing swung his arms, unleashing two fierce sword chi that accurately struck two small wolves of the first tier, severing them in half with a sharp crack. Chen Qing slowly closed his eyes, keenly sensing the Tao rhythm within him, only to find no increase. His thoughts stirred, and the system notification sounded again, ding. Only by defeating legendary demon beasts within the great demon space can the host earn Tao rhythm rewards. Killing lesser demons will only yield contribution points. Yet, Chen Qing was not disheartened. After all, earning contribution points was still a form of gain. He then swiftly vanished into the wolf pack like a phantom. At that moment, he activated the upgraded sword armor toughness, a skill evolved from the originally high-level copper skin iron bone. Presently, Chen Qing seemed to transform into a human-shaped sword. He vaguely sensed that the sword armor toughness had reached the initial level of the profound tier. Chen Qing spun rapidly in place, unleashing numerous slashes from the mid-level yellow tier flash blade. Now, the flash blade was imbued with fierce sword intent and momentum, each strike packed with extraordinary power. With crackling sounds, Chen Qing's spiritual energy surged, and countless sword chi shot forth like meteors, instantly annihilating the surrounding wolf demons. Simultaneously, the Greyback Wolf King plunged into the fray, sinking its teeth into one wolf and engaging in a fierce battle. This wolf pack was relatively weak, and the Greyback Wolf King, possessing an instinct for self-preservation, would not recklessly provoke a pack of higher-tier wolves. The wolf pack it had found had a Wolf King whose strength was comparable, both hovering at the pinnacle of the first tier. Chen Qing glanced at his meager 10 contribution points and silently urged, "System, help me enhance the snow-treading plum-seeking and spiritual spring." In an instant, the system's voice echoed in his mind again, detected that the host is upgrading martial techniques. Both snow-treading plum-seeking and spiritual spring are mid-level yellow-tier techniques, requiring 5 contribution points each for enhancement. Totaling 10 points, as soon as the words were spoken, amidst a flash of light, snow-treading plum-seeking successfully upgraded to sword-seeking in the snow, while spiritual spring transformed into sword-heart spiritual spring. Chen Qing opted to upgrade these two techniques because he had already cultivated them to the second stage and had a profound understanding, making them second nature to him. Thus, he decisively had the system enhance them. Chen Qing focused his mind inward, examining the miniature realm within himself. The upgraded sword-heart spiritual spring underwent a marvelous transformation, merging the original 3 springs and 1 spring pool into a single spring eye and a bay of water. Within the pool, 3 swordfish swam gracefully, and as they moved, the spiritual energy concentration of the pool surged several-fold. Chen Qing silently sensed the changes, and comparing it to before, he couldn't help but murmur. It seems that after this upgrade, the sword-heart spiritual spring has surpassed the realm of high-level yellow tier, yet has not yet touched the threshold of initial profound tier, as if it is stuck at a point just before a breakthrough. This technique is above high-level yellow tier, yet below initial profound tier. Just as he pondered, a howl suddenly resounded from the sky. Chen Qing's gaze sharpened as he beheld the Wolf King of the pack making its appearance. A slight smile curved Chen Qing's lips, and in the next moment, he activated Sword Seeking in the snow. The four rings beneath his feet coalesced into one, radiating a strange light and exuding a fiery sword aura. Chen Qing forcefully stomped the ground, and with a swift motion, he became a piercing sword, instantaneously appearing beside the Wolf King. Before the Wolf King could react, Chen Qing swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a flash of blade energy that cleaved the Wolf King in two, killing it on the spot. Chen Qing's heart swelled with both surprise and joy. Indeed, the sword seeking in the snow was formidable, providing him with double the mobility compared to the previous four rings, truly terrifying. Beside him, Teacher Li's pupils quivered intensely, his face a canvas of astonishment as he remarked, "If I am not mistaken, he must be utilizing my Baiyuan's technique, stepping on snow to seek plum blossoms. But why does this halo provide such astonishing mobility?" His gaze shifted toward the Wolf King, cleaved in two by Chen Qing, his heart brimming with uncontainable shock. Although Teacher Li had not witnessed Chen Qing's instantaneous annihilation of the grayback Wolf King he had tamed, he had indeed witnessed Chen Qing severing the leader of the beast horde with a single stroke. It is important to note that this was a pinnacle first-tier Wolf King, while Chen Qing was merely a high-tier first-tier practitioner. Subsequently, like the arrival of death itself, Chen Qing unleashed a merciless slaughter upon the entire wolf pack, with swift, slicing sword energies crisscrossing through the air. Countless wolf carcasses tumbled about in disarray, and the pack was soon decimated. After the battle concluded, Chen Qing had amassed a total of 30 contribution points. After deducting the 10 points consumed for upgrading his martial skills, he was left with 20 points. Once the battlefield was cleared, Teacher Li strolled over to Chen Qing's side. Calmly, he withdrew a ring from his bosom and aimed it at the mountain of wolf corpses below. In an instant, a series of brilliant lights flickered, as if an invisible force was drawing the wolf bodies into the ring. With a smile gracing his face, Teacher Li turned to Chen Qing and explained, "This item is called a storage ring, a magical artifact that possesses a space for storing various items." Upon finishing, Teacher Li gently tossed the storage ring into Chen Qing's hands, saying, "Consider this a gift from your teacher. This ring, crafted by practitioners of the Yu Dao, has a storage capacity of 50 cubic meters. The corpses of the beasts can fetch a good price once we exit, so remember to place any future beast corpses into the storage ring." Chen Qing gazed at the ring in his hand, contemplating its considerable value, and hurriedly said, "Teacher Li, this type of storage artifact must be quite valuable." "You really shouldn't." Teacher Li waved his hand dismissively, laughing heartily. "I do not enjoy indulging in pleasantries. To be frank, I value your potential." Chen Qing beamed with a radiant smile. He had always preferred straightforward individuals. With Teacher Li's candidness, he no longer declined and replied directly, "Very well, then I shall graciously accept it." After vanquishing the wolf pack, Chen Qing and Teacher Li mounted their wolves once more and sped toward the next area, ready to continue their hunt for magical beasts. Chen Qing had no intention of taming the pinnacle first-tier wolf demon, primarily because he wished to attempt taming a second-tier wolf demon instead. Being merely a high-tier first-tier practitioner, and due to the limitations imposed by the wolf totem, he vaguely sensed that, in his current state, he could at most tame 3 wolf kings. To further enhance his strength, he decided it was prudent to reserve the remaining 2 taming slots for at least 2 second-tier low-level wolf demons. As they journeyed, Chen Qing seized the opportunity to upgrade his other martial skills. He transformed his original flashing blade into a genuine sword energy through the system's upgrade, officially naming it Lingshu Sword Energy. This enhancement brought a qualitative leap in power, significantly surpassing its previous form in both attack range and lethality. He also upgraded Piercing Gaze to Crimson Sword Eyes. Upon invoking Crimson Sword Eyes, a surge of fiery energy erupted from his gaze, the crimson light that once surrounded his eyes now flickering with an air of sentient sword intent. In an instant, the radiance expanded dramatically, stretching outward from his center. Previously, the observation range of Piercing Gaze was merely around 20 meters, but following the upgrade, bolstered by the sword intent, the illumination extended to approximately 40 meters, endowing Chen Qing's emitted flames with a hint of penetrating quality. If a leaf were to obscure his vision at that moment, He could still perceive the scene beyond it through the leaf. Flashing Blade was classified as a mid-level yellow-grade technique, consuming 5 contribution points, while Piercing Gaze was a high-level yellow-grade technique, consuming 10 contribution points. Chapter 35. If you can strike, don't hesitate. The Hunyuan Swordfinger, Chen Qing, with a lithe figure and a stern expression, retracted his thumb while the other 4 fingers surged with spiritual energy. In an instant, a dazzling sword light manifested, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, propelled toward its target with unwavering momentum. With a resounding crash, akin to thunder erupting in this tranquil land, the sword shadow pierced the body of the Howling Sky Wolf with unerring precision. The Howling Sky Wolf let out a whimper, its eyes filled with agony and resentment, its form teetering on the brink of collapse. Chen Qing lightly tapped his toes, and a halo of light suddenly illuminated his ankles. With a flicker of brilliance, he vanished, reappearing beside the ailing Howling Sky Wolf in the blink of an eye. He gently crouched down, extending a hand to caress the wolf's fur. Moments later, his spiritual energy began to circulate. After a brief interval, the Howling Sky Wolf's body gradually became ethereal, transforming into a brilliant stream of light that slowly merged into Chen Qing's being. Subsequently, a vividly lifelike wolf tattoo began to manifest on his back. Upon closer inspection, on his left side, from his back to his arm, stood a majestic grayback wolf king, while on the right, stretching from his shoulder to above his arm, was a Howling Sky Wolf with jet-black fur and sharp horns, each strand of fur distinctly visible, exuding an innate wildness. The Howling Sky Wolf, an auditory demon beast, was imposing and robust, entirely black as night, save for its pair of horns that shimmered with a cold light. These horns were pivotal to its auditory attacks. When confronted, it would first crouch to gather strength, raising its head to emit a deep wolf howl. The sound amplified through its horns, instantly transforming into a tumultuous sonic wave that radiated outward. Wherever it passed, the air would tremble and the foliage would sway. Its innate divine ability, the torrential wolf howl, unleashed overwhelming might. With sonic waves spiraling outward, capable of shattering rocks and causing the earth to quake. Throughout this journey, Chen Qing hunted down dozens of magical beasts, large and small. He meticulously refined and upgraded his sword finger into the Hunyuan Swordfinger. This Hunyuan Swordfinger retained the attributes of the Swordfinger while also integrating the characteristics of various paths for combat. Furthermore, the originally high-level yellow Great Wolf totem underwent a transformation, evolving into the Sword Wolf totem. Following this enhancement, when Chen Qing commanded the enslaved wolves, their attacks were imbued with a layer of fierce swordsmanship. AS for Rejuvenation Seal. It was upgraded to Vitality Sword Seal, which merged the penetrating nature of sword arts, providing exceptional healing effects for deep-seated wounds. Chen Qing, eyeing the injured Howling Sky Wolf King, summoned the Vitality Sword Seal, which instantly materialized in his palm. He then clapped it onto the Wolf King. The seal emitted a gentle glow, which gradually permeated the Wolf King's body, initiating the healing of its wounds. Previously, Chen Qing had engaged in an intense battle with this second-tier, low-level Howling Sky Wolf King. He was acutely aware that, with his high-tier first-tier strength, he would need to be merciless to subdue it. Fortunately, he had intentionally controlled his strikes, avoiding vital areas, although he had severely injured the Wolf King. Leaving it bleeding and its fur torn, its internal organs remained intact, requiring only treatment for external injuries. As the Wolf King's condition improved, Chen Qing transformed it into a tattoo on his body, while the Vitality Sword Seal remained as a sword-shaped mark on the Wolf King, ensuring it would continuously heal as long as the mark remained. Teacher Li observed Chen Qing's performance throughout, utterly astonished. Accompanying Chen Qing on this journey, he had witnessed firsthand the fierce battles against magical beasts, each displaying remarkable techniques. What amazed him most was that, after numerous fierce skirmishes, Chen Qing's spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible, showing no signs of depletion. After each fierce battle, with merely a brief rest, he could instantly recover his expended spiritual energy, immediately re-entering combat with renewed vigor. Moreover, the effects of Chen Qing's martial techniques left him astounded. Take, for instance, the yellow-grade martial skills. What were once ordinary techniques in his hands were amplified several times over. Chen Qing rode steadily atop the grayback Wolf King, racing across the sprawling grasslands. Suddenly, a commotion shattered the tranquility of the prairie ahead. He raised his gaze to see a chaotic mixture of over 100 deer, horses, and wild cattle fleeing in panic, their hooves thundering against the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of joy flickered in Qian Qing's eyes. Throughout his journey, the scale of the beast packs he had encountered had been relatively small, seldom exceeding a few dozen. However, the sight of this multitude, numbering in the hundreds, appeared to him as a veritable treasure trove of contribution points. In the next moment, Qian Qing nimbly leaped from the wolf's back, a halo of spiritual energy igniting between his legs as he propelled himself into the air. Soaring like a hawk in flight, he unleashed a series of fiery sword techniques. The Shaozi sword finger, which, enveloped in blazing flames, struck with lightning speed, precisely targeting the legs of 3 deer beasts. The deer, feeling the pain, faltered in their frantic escape, tumbling to the ground in a chaotic heap. Without hesitation, Qian Qing shifted his stance and executed the Gold Path's Zhongcheng sword. Under his command, this Zhongcheng sword blazed forth with even greater brilliance. Its penetrating power formidable in rapid succession. 3 crisp sounds echoed as the 3 first-tier mid-level deer beasts met their demise, their foreheads pierced through before they had a chance to react. Qian Qing then pivoted, leaping into the heart of the beast horde. His spiritual energy surged around him as he unleashed a torrent of sword energies, slicing through the air in a dazzling display. In a fleeting moment, the deer, horses, and cattle were all struck, wounded by the fierce sword energy. Some of the weaker beasts suffered even more grievously, their bodies cleaved apart by the relentless sword qi, while the nearby hillocks were gouged with deep and shallow ravines. However, just as Qian Qing was caught up in his rampage, suddenly, a piercing roar reverberated through the heavens. Following the sound, Qian Qing beheld several leopards charging forth, madly attempting to seize the carcasses of the deer he had just slain. A faint smile graced Qian Qing's lips as he cast his gaze upon the leopards. Their realms hovered around the apex of the first tier, indicating that slaying them would yield far greater contribution points than hunting the smaller beasts just entering this otherworldly realm. Without hesitation, Qian Qing shifted his stance, merging the Shaoshang sword and the Shangyang sword while simultaneously channeling the dual energies of gold and fire. In an instant, the sword energies burst forth, crackling and dazzling as they launched several radiant beams, instantly slaying the leopards that were feasting upon his kills. With a powerful push from his legs, Qian Qing leapt into the air, swiftly descending before the leopards. He promptly retrieved his storage ring, and in a mere flick of his hand, the leopards' corpses were drawn into it. Amid this chaos, the hundreds of beasts seized the opportunity to flee, with Qian Qing only managing to slay around 20 or 30. As most had escaped in panic, suddenly, an alarm bell rang in Qian Qing's mind. In the next moment, he sensed an attack approaching from behind, and with a slight bend of his body, he narrowly evaded the strike. Just as he had avoided the attack and was about to catch his breath, an enraged roar echoed. "Who killed my golden-furred leopard?" Qian Qing turned sharply, following the voice, and saw a furious figure standing behind him. It was Qian Bao. A chill ran down Qian Qing's spine, yet he merely replied coolly, "What a coincidence. We meet again." And no sooner had he spoken than he found himself encircled by 13 golden-furred leopards. These leopards were agile, their fur shimmering with golden luster under the sunlight, exposing their fangs as they menacingly stared at Qian Qing. Qian Qing's eyes narrowed as he focused on the figure atop one of the leopards. Confusion mingling with his thoughts, he quickly scanned his surroundings but detected no other presence. A slight arch of his brow revealed his contemplation. As a scion of a prominent family, Qian Bao surely would not travel without protection. Likely, like himself, his guards were watching from a distance, only to reveal themselves in dire circumstances. Before Qian Qing could speak, Qian Bao, unable to contain his fury, roared first, "Damn it, you little brat! You injured my servant and now you've killed my beloved leopard. Do you seek death?" Qian Qing feigned indifference, his expression icy as he slowly drew his sword. The moment the sword was unsheathed, a crisp sound echoed as his aura surged dramatically, radiating with a fierce intensity that spread like a tidal wave around him. When a swordsman reaches a certain level of mastery, a unique aura envelopes them. Although this aura cannot directly inflict harm, when sufficiently powerful, it can compel opponents to submit without a fight. Qian Qing, nearing the realm of a sword master, found his sword aura particularly effective against the newly intelligent golden-furred leopards. The formidable aura enveloped them, evoking a primal fear akin to being hunted by a fierce tiger. The golden-furred leopards emitted whimpers, instinctively wanting to retreat, but due to their master's control, they could only remain stationary. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Qing's eyes as he wielded his sword, unleashing several beams of sword energy that swiftly struck the leopards, severing 3 of them in half. Afterward, he pointed his sword directly at Qian Bao, commanding, "Enough of this chatter." At that moment, 3 figures flickered into existence, surrounding Qian Bao tightly. Their presence emanated a steady and oppressive aura. Chen Qing smiled faintly, inwardly acknowledging, "Indeed, they have arrived." The leader stepped forward, his face a mask of rage, and bellowed, "Who dares to attack the young master of the Qian family?" Before he could finish, Teacher Li appeared beside Chen Qing in a flash. With a sweeping glance, he assessed the opponent's strength. Among the 3 bodyguards of Qian Bao, one was at the initial 3rd tier, matching his own prowess, while the other 2 were at the advanced 2nd tier and peak 2nd tier, respectively. Teacher Li immediately donned a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "Ah, esteemed friends of the Qian family. I apologize for the inconvenience. This is my student, and we hail from the Baiyu Academy in Qingshi. The principal has high hopes for him, thus I was tasked with bringing him here for training." With this single statement, Teacher Li expressed both his apologies and his identity. Qian Bao's expression darkened as he glared at Chen Qing and Teacher Li, gritting his teeth. There are a total of 6 golden-backed leopards, 3 at the peak of the 1st tier and 3 at the advanced 1st tier. Do you have any idea how much they are worth? And let us not forget your earlier ambush on my servant, outside the 100 Beasts Garden. Since we crossed paths here, let us settle that account too. Hastily, Teacher Li attempted to mediate, addressing the Qian family members. "In that case, why don't you make an offer? Let us discuss this amicably." Upon hearing this, Qian Bao threw his head back and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Very well, a straightforward price of 500,000. Teacher Li nearly jumped in shock, unable to restrain himself. "What? 500,000? These are merely ordinary 1st-tier golden-backed leopards, not fully awakened great monsters. At most, the advanced 1st-tier ones are worth 30,000 each, and the peak ones, a maximum of 50,000. Including the injured servant, the total compensation should not exceed 300,000. No sooner had Teacher Li finished speaking than the 3rd-tier elder beside Qian Bao stepped forward, his face grim. "My young master is about to take a major exam. Do you have any idea how much effort it took to acquire these golden-backed leopards? For the time you've wasted on my young master's exam results, we are demanding 500,000, and you should consider it a favor from the Bai Academy." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Qing abruptly raised his hands, his right hand forming a sword gesture at his chest, his demeanor unyielding as he calmly stated, "Enough of this nonsense. If we cannot reach an agreement, then let us settle this with a fight. If I lose, you may sever my finger." As he spoke, golden light suddenly erupted in Chen Qing's eyes, his sword energy swirling incessantly, the powerful aura radiating like a surging tide. Feeling this pressure, the elder from the Qian family could not help but narrow his eyes. He realized this was the aura of a master, and even with his own initial 3rd-tier cultivation, he had yet to grasp the threshold of mastery, while this young man, not even in his 20s, had already touched upon it. His mind reeled. No wonder a 3rd-tier elder was accompanying him. This youth was indeed a prodigy. In the next moment, Chen Qing's sword light flickered, and a long sword slowly flew from his fingertips. Followed by a second, a third, and a 4th. 4 long swords hovered around him in succession. This was Chen Qing's manifestation of the unity of 10,000 paths. The instant the 4 swords appeared, Chen Qing pointed forward. All 4 swords aimed squarely at Qian Bao and his companions. Seeing this, Teacher Li was taken aback, exclaiming, "Chen Qing, no, it shouldn't he come to that." Teacher Li's exclamation was laden with concern. After all, from the perspective of their strengths, the opponents held the advantage in both numbers and overall power. Although Chen Qing had previously triumphed over an initial 2nd-tier opponent, the adversaries included a 3rd-tier elder, as well as one at the advanced 2nd tier and another at the peak 2nd tier. Even if he could hold off the 3rd-tier elder, Chen Qing would still have to face the remaining 3 alone. Chen Qing's expression remained stern as he summoned the sword wolf totem once more. In an instant, the grayback wolf king came charging towards him from the distance. The next moment, he released the Howling Skywolf. The injuries that had plagued the Howling Skywolf had healed significantly under Chen Qing's restorative techniques, and now, the two wolves stood gallantly, their eyes fixed menacingly on the opposing group, upon witnessing the arrival of the two wolves. Especially the second-tier Howling Skywolf King. An unspoken thought flickered in the minds of Qian Bao and his companions. This young man before them was a prodigy possessing dual pathways of profound mastery, who had successfully tamed a second-tier wolf king that far surpassed his own realm. Qian Bao's heart quaked, jealousy igniting within him. How could this be? He was a genius with dual pathways, just like me. Practicing the Path of Servitude, Chapter 36. Fivefold Lingshu Sword Energy. Chen Qing's fighting spirit surged like a raging inferno. He had long yearned to explore the limits of his combat prowess, having easily defeated the initial second-tier Hao Ran sister when previously left him feeling unsatisfied. Now, facing an advanced second-tier and a peak second-tier opponent, both of whom were an entire realm above him, how could he not feel invigorated? In the next moment, Chen Qing turned to Teacher Li and urged, "Let us not waste words with them. Rest assured, Teacher Li, I will not take their lives in this world where martial prowess reigns supreme. If we can fight, we ought to do so without hesitation." With that, Chen Qing fully activated the unity of 10,000 Paths sword, and the four swords blazed with brilliance, propelled by a formidable momentum. Like arrows released from their bows, hurtling toward the advanced second-tier and peak second-tier opponents. Simultaneously, the Howling Sky Wolf King beside him threw back its head and let out a thunderous roar. The roar contained a powerful sonic attack, enveloped by a fierce sword aura, possessing unparalleled penetrative force. As it crackled and reverberated, it surged forward with relentless intensity. The pinnacle of the second tier, the Howling Void Wolf King, unleashed a formidable roar, its might astonishing. The surrounding first-tier golden-backed leopards were directly sent flying by this overwhelming sound wave. Meanwhile, the gray-backed Wolf King, unfazed, swung its sharp claws with a resounding clap, striking a first-tier senior golden-backed leopard with such force that it was violently propelled away. Observing this scene, Teacher Li felt a surge of resolve. After all, in this realm of great demons, it was not uncommon for disagreements to escalate into violent confrontations. Law enforcers generally adopted a somewhat lenient approach, turning a blind eye to such matters. As long as no lives were lost, everything could be negotiated. After all, they were all practitioners of the path, and resolving conflicts through combat was something the enforcers were inclined to see. Thus, many with grievances either signed life and death contracts outside for duels or came to this great demon space for combat. The elder from the Qian family, at the third tier, bellowed angrily upon seeing Chen Qing dare to strike first. What audacity! Before his words could fully escape, he summoned a gust of wind, charging at Chen Qing with the ferocity of a tiger leaping from the mountains. Teacher Li, witnessing this, steeled his heart. A radiant aura erupted beneath his feet, a crimson halo shimmering between his legs. He leaped into the air, positioning himself beside Chen Qing, flames roaring in his hands, and with a powerful punch, he forcefully intercepted the third-tier elder's attack. Teacher Li fixed his gaze on the elder, stating, "I have just recently ascended to the junior third tier, and have yet to spar with a peer of equal rank. Since we have this opportunity today, why not engage in a proper contest away from here?" The elder from the Qian family chuckled heartily, replying, "Very well, young man. Today I shall see what you are made of." In the next moment, a fierce wind arose, lifting the two combatants away as they battled while retreating, gradually distancing themselves from the scene. Left behind were only Chen Qing and the two others from the Qian family, locked in a tense standoff. Although Teacher Li was engaged in a distant battle, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Nevertheless, he thought to himself that as long as he wished, he could instantly relay this situation to Director Bai. Presumably, the opposing side could do the same. Now that the conflict had arisen and Chen Qing had struck first, they might as well settle matters through force. The losing party would simply have to concede, paying reparations or offering apologies. A tacit understanding among cultivators. After the two third-tier experts departed, the two second-tier experts surrounding Qian Bao glared menacingly at Chen Qing, cursing, "You little brat, how dare you take us on 3 against 1? You are courting death." Yet Qian Bao shouted from the side, "You two step aside. Let me deal with him." The two nearby quickly advised, "Young master, he possesses dual Dao rhythms." Qian Bao scoffed in disdain, What of having dual Dao rhythms? I am a 6th Dao slave with a pinnacle first-tier status. Can't I handle him? With that, he produced a metallic sphere from his pocket in an instant. A multitude of lights flashed, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 first-tier leopards appeared in the arena. These were all first-tier junior leopard-shaped demon beasts, albeit of lower rank, which he had stored within this specially crafted storage sphere made by Dao cultivators. This storage sphere could hold goods, and among slave Dao cultivators, nearly everyone possessed one, except for Chen Qing. As Chen Qing beheld the metallic sphere in Qian Bao's hand, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Such a storage sphere capable of instantaneously containing over 100 demon beasts was surely worth no less than 1 million. He must seize it from him later. Qian Bao was not finished yet. The next moment, he clapped his hands against his body, and spiritual energy surged around him, revealing another second-tier leopard-shaped demon beast. This one was a black leopard, with long fangs and a robust physique, reminiscent of an ancient saber-toothed tiger. If not for its spotted coat, one might easily mistake it for a ferocious tiger. Qian Bao proudly declared, "Humph, this one is my second-tier junior iron-skinned, steel-toothed leopard. Adept in the dark path, possessing both dark and gold Dao, second-tier leopard king, prepare to meet your end." In the next instant, hundreds of leopards charged towards Chen Qing, the iron-skinned, steel-toothed leopard blending among them. A cold glint flashed in Chen Qing's eyes. Although the contribution value from hundreds of first-tier demon beasts was minimal, even the smallest fly was still meat. By slaying them all, his contribution value would surge significantly. Chen Qing commanded the howling void wolf nearby to emit another round of wolf howls. The wolf howls spread outward like sonic waves. Qian Bao coldly retorted, "Slave Dao killing move, fearless and ferocious." As Qian Bao executed this lethal move, the oppressive force accompanying the wolf howls initially caused the first-tier leopards to feel a sense of trepidation, but their muscles swelled as their speed increased. In an instant, they surged towards the pinnacle gray-backed wolf king like a tidal wave. Although the gray-backed wolf king was formidable, facing such overwhelming numbers began to take its toll, and it became increasingly beleaguered. Sustaining more injuries, Chen Qing, observing this, commanded the second-tier howling void wolf king to assist the gray-backed wolf king. Following that, he lightly flicked his fingers, and with a crisp sound, 4 blades of the sword of 10,000 paths flew to his side. Chen Qing grasped them firmly, drew his long sword, and then a miraculous scene unfolded. The 4 curved blades merged into one, forming a single sword, with both hands tightly gripping the fused long sword. An eruption of power surged around him like boiling magma, his spiritual energy soaring. With the sword of 10,000 paths in his grasp, Chen Qing coldly snorted. This sword, now infused with the essence of the sword of 10,000 paths and his inherited family sword, resonated with extreme spiritual force, perfectly merging with his own sword intent. The nearby pinnacle second-tier expert was astounded and instantly darted to Qian Bao's side, raising his hand to block. Qian Bao, displeased, questioned, "What are you doing?" The pinnacle second-tier individual anxiously replied, "I'm here to protect the young master." Qian Bao, however, dismissed him, saying, "I don't need your protection." At this moment, Chen Qing's spiritual energy and sword intent erupted once more. A tremendous aura emanating that even the third-tier elder from the Qin family, engaged in battle with Teacher Li in the distance, felt a profound sense of dread. The overwhelming presence made his heart race. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of all, Chen Qing bellowed, "Void Sword Qi," and then fiercely swung his sword in an instant. A sword aura, 30 meters wide, roared forth from his body like a divine blade cleaving the heavens. Wherever the sword aura passed, the hundreds of leopards were cut down like fragile dry grass, their forms shattered. Even the iron-skinned, steel-toothed leopard could not escape this calamity, cleaved in two by the mighty sword aura. Witnessing this, the pinnacle second-tier expert could not help but exclaim in shock. The second-tier elite cried out, "Old Zhou, quickly protect the young master." In the next moment, a second-tier senior guard appeared before the sword aura. Not daring to let his guard down, he instantly activated a defensive technique, crossing his arms as spiritual energy surged around him, desperately attempting to block the massive sword aura. Qian Bao, once brimming with arrogance, now stood dumbfounded, staring at the awe-inspiring sword aura, unable to suppress a gulp as the powerful sword aura rushed towards the guard. A crack sounded as it struck him like a thunderbolt, with a deafening boom. Blood erupted, splattering like blooming flowers, as the second-tier senior guard was sent flying. With a loud crash, he hit the ground, violently coughing blood, his face pale, and he fainted on the spot. Chen Qing slowly sheathed his long sword. This strike was a powerful blow born from the Sword of 10,000 Paths, further enhanced by his own advanced Void Sword Qi. Though its power did not match that of the Sword of 10,000 Paths in its full form, it was still equivalent to 5 times the strength of a standard Void Sword Qi. However, such might came at a cost. Using the Sword of 10,000 Paths followed by a 5-fold increase in Void Sword Qi drained 60% of Chen Qing's spiritual energy. Fortunately, with the assistance of his golden marvel body and the other 3 Dao, his expended energy was recovering at an astonishing pace. In an instant, he had slain hundreds of demon beasts and rendered a second-tier senior guard unconscious. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. Qian Bao stared blankly at the scattered leopard corpses on the ground. Swallowing hard at it was essential to note that these demon beasts had been specifically prepared by the Qin family for his crucial examination. Valued at several million. Yet, just like that, they had all been slain by Chen Qing in a single stroke, and his second-tier senior guard had been knocked unconscious right there. Chapter 37. Unyielding, cutting through all obstacles after delivering that sword strike. A slight smile of confidence graced Chen Qing's lips. He swiftly commanded the Howling Void Wolf and the Gray-backed Wolf King to attack Qian Bao while he, sword in hand, charged like lightning towards the second-tier pinnacle guard. The guard, seeing Chen Qing approaching with sword raised, bellowed, "You seek death." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he exerted force through his legs, launching himself off the ground, causing the solid earth to crack beneath him. He surged towards Chen Qing like a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, the Howling Void Wolf let out a thunderous roar, with the Gray-backed Wolf King closely following, ferociously charging at Qian Bao. At that moment, only a junior second-tier golden-backed leopard remained beside Qian Bao, the rest of the leopards having either perished or been rendered incapable of fighting in the earlier skirmish. The second-tier pinnacle guard swung a fist the size of a cauldron, imbued with immense force, directly aiming at Chen Qing's face. Chen Qing reacted swiftly, raising the long sword in his hand to precisely block the incoming fist. In an instant, a tremendous clang of metal reverberated, sparks flying in all directions. The force behind this powerful punch contained terrifying momentum, sending Chen Qing hurtling backward. He spun through the air multiple times, unable to halt his backward trajectory. In this perilous moment, Chen Qing had no choice but to remanifest the 4 swords of the Wandao Hei technique, which were imbued with the essence of the long sword left by his parents. With a series of swift motions, the 4 swords flew to his back, and he used the hilt to shield himself, barely managing to dissipate the overwhelming force. The Wandao Hei technique possessed a unique quality. It was formed from condensed spiritual energy, and as long as it remained intact, the subsequent consumption of spiritual energy required to maintain the 4 swords would be significantly reduced. They would only vanish if destroyed or if Chen Qing severed the supply of energy. The second-tier peak guard, however, did not hold back. He immediately exerted force through his legs, stomping powerfully on the ground, each step creating a deep crater, with each subsequent indentation surpassing the previous one in depth. At this point, the area around Chen Qing's grip on the sword was already stained with blood. Soon, a swordfish appeared on Chen Qing's wrist, enveloping droplets of spiritual liquid that rapidly healed the wounds on his hand. Chen Qing thought to himself, indeed, even with his prodigious talent, when facing someone who was a full realm above him, confronting them head-on proved to be somewhat overwhelming. The second-tier peak guard bellowed, angry waves treading the waves. His voice thundered, echoing throughout the surroundings. Chen Qing dared not show any signs of slackness. Flames flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, he conjured 2 long swords engulfed in blazing flames, burning fiercely in his gaze. He fixed his piercing gaze on the guard, who approached with steady strides. Chen Qing was astonished to observe that with each step the guard took, his aura surged dramatically, akin to a rocket ascending into the sky. His strength multiplying geometrically. The guard crouched low, his thighs and calves forming near right angles, resembling a taut bowstring ready to unleash its power, his muscles taut and brimming with explosive potential. His arms crossed before his chest, veins bulging like coiling dragons. Most notably, he wore a pair of transparent gloves on his fists, with a faint golden glow swirling within, which Chen Qing recognized as a highly valuable artifact. Previously, Chen Qing's strike, infused with the fierce power of the golden sword Dao, had come crashing down, only to be met with a resistance as solid as iron, leaving not a single mark upon it, a testament to its formidable hardness. The guard continued his relentless assault, each footfall reverberating like a minor earthquake, steadily amplifying his vigor. The aura he exuded resembled tumultuous ocean waves, rolling in relentless succession, each new surge elevating his strength further. Growing ever more robust in that critical moment, Chen Qing quickly concluded that if he were to clash with this individual head-on, he would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. With a flash of insight, he summoned 2 radiant rings of light beneath his feet, vanishing in a blur as he retreated rapidly. The 4 swords behind him danced like agile limbs, aligning in a stair-step formation in midair. Chen Qing propelled himself upward, rolling and leaping, each step landing precisely upon a sword, utilizing their power to spring backward with great speed. Ultimately, he found himself hovering 30 meters above the ground, standing upon a Wandao He sword, his garments billowing like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Surveying the scene from a lofty vantage point, without delay, Chen Qing's gaze sharpened, commanding the remaining 3 swords to strike down toward the guard with great ferocity. The swords sliced through the air, imbued with a chilling sword aura, aimed directly at the guard's throat. The second-tier peak guard, seeing this, let out a cold laugh, crashing his fists together with a thunderous boom, akin to a clap of thunder. A ripple, reminiscent of ocean waves, radiated outward from him, stirring up torrents of energy. In the next moment, he propelled himself forward with tremendous force, executing a firm stance that faced the oncoming Wandao He swords. His right arm bulged with muscle, and his fist, as large as a cooking pot, struck down upon the sword's tip with a crushing force. With a resounding clang, the sword was driven into the ground. Following that, he pivoted, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches that deflected the remaining 2 swords from their intended path. Witnessing this scene from the air, Chen Qing inwardly acknowledged the guard's formidable strength. The guard, too, exhibited a flicker of astonishment, raising his voice. With my angry waves treading the waves, each step amplifies my momentum. In this moment, my strength is such that even a beginner of the 3rd tier would hesitate to engage me physically. You, a mere advanced 1st tier, wielding a sword formed from spiritual energy, managed to withstand my fists without shattering. What kind of martial skill is this? Chen Qing, standing high above, his expression grave, snorted coldly. You, a practitioner of the water Dao, dare to withstand my Wandao He with your bare body, though you not know that this technique has shattered the bones of 3rd-tier peak experts before? The guard laughed heartily, his mirth resounding with boldness. Then, he abruptly lifted his right leg and, with a powerful stomp, sent shockwaves through the air. Instantly, his aura surged again, and the ground erupted with crashing waves that lifted him skyward, rushing toward Chen Qing with ghostly speed as he shouted, "Torrential waves." Chen Qing felt his blood boil, as if a raging river surged within him. Invigorated by the guard's overwhelming aura, he raised a hand, and with a flash in his eyes, the 3 Wandao He swords, previously embedded in the ground, responded to his summons, darting toward the airborne guard like arrows released from a BOW. In the next moment, Chen Qing firmly stood upon his spiritual sword, charging straight at the guard with fierce intent. Simultaneously, while suspended in midair, Chen Qing clapped his chest, revealing a long sword imprint that slowly manifested, the breath of life sword seal. In an instant, Chen Qing's vitality surged like a volcanic eruption, the sword armor and bone within him resonating powerfully. A potent force coursing through him, enhancing his defenses significantly. Then, with determination in his eyes, Chen Qing activated the sword heart spring, summoning 3 agile swordfish that swiftly circled around him, as long as he sustained even the slightest injury. The regenerative powers of the rejuvenation sword seal combined with the healing energy of the swordfish would swiftly mend his wounds. Furthermore, at that moment, his crimson sword gaze activated, allowing him to perceive every subtle movement of the 2nd-tier peak guard as if under a magnifying glass. With both hands gripping the long sword high above his head, he swung it down forcefully, shouting, "Void-piercing sword chi." As his voice thundered, a dazzling sword aura shot forth like a divine blade cleaving through the heavens. Though this strike was powerful, it consumed a significant portion of the spiritual energy he had only just restored to half capacity. Yet, Chen Qing felt no fear, his eyes wide with resolve as he proclaimed, "Today, I shall engage you in a true clash." His tone exuded a spirit of defiance. Nearby, the money leopard, entangled in a fierce battle with two wolf kings, caught a glimpse of the astonishing sword Chen Qing unleashed. Though he remained accompanied by only a second-tier beginner goldenback leopard king, as a practitioner of the slave Dao, his martial techniques were uniquely crafted to enhance the strength of his beasts. Consequently, even against the two unleashed wolf kings, the money leopard held his ground, even beginning to suppress them. With a cold gaze, he fixated on Chen Qing. The audacity of this individual daring to confront the second-tier peak guard head-on igniting a flash of ferocity and mockery within him. A disdainful smirk curling upon his lips as he sneered. "Fool, your arrogance knows no bounds. You are merely an advanced first tier, while Luo Qi is a master of the water Dao, renowned for his unparalleled physical prowess amongst second-tier practitioners. To face him directly is sheer folly, utterly delusional." In the distance, the fierce battle between Teacher Li and the elder of the Qian family unfolded. The elder, with a sudden surge of power, struck Li Teacher back with a palm. Sneering, "Hemph, your student is truly a naive fledgling unafraid of the tiger. While he faces 3 opponents and can defeat a second-tier advanced guard, I must admit, that is indeed surprising. Yet, Luo Qi's body, forged through rigorous training, stands unrivaled amongst second-tier fighters. Even I am no match for him in terms of physical strength. If your student were to withstand a single punch, he would likely be reduced to a mist of blood." Teacher Li felt a knot of anxiety in his throat. He understood all too well that this practitioner named Luo Qi possessed a terrifying physical strength, his aura a torrent of potent energy. Such an entity would likely overwhelm even himself with a single blow, let alone the advanced first-tier Chen Qing. He felt an urgent sense of helplessness, at this moment, as Chen Qing and Luo Qi were on the verge of colliding. He yearned to rush in to assist, but the watchful gaze of the Qian family elder held him firmly in place. Gritting his teeth, Teacher Li said, "Elder Qian, our grievances do not necessitate a life-and-death confrontation. I hope that the guard named Luo Qi will withdraw in a timely manner. Should anything unfortunate happen to my student, even if it occurs in Shishir, my Baiyu Academy will not let this matter rest lightly." The elder of the Qian family cast a cold glance at Teacher Li and scoffed, "Hmph, seeking death, who can be blamed?" With that, he turned his gaze back to Chen Qing and Luo Qi. Adopting an observer's stance, as if he were certain that Chen Qing was doomed in the next moment, the sword energy emitted by Chen Qing surged forth like a fierce lightning bolt, colliding violently with the fists of the second-tier peak guard. Following closely behind was a sword infused with the power of myriad paths, piercing through with immense force. Simultaneously, the howl of the howling wolf carried a robust strength, sweeping toward the guard and striking him with significant impact. Meanwhile, 3 swords, attacking from behind the guard, spun rapidly, producing a formidable sword momentum that aimed directly at his back. The guard, seeing this, gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Break!" His fist, the size of a sandbag, unleashed an overwhelming force, shattering Chen Qing's ethereal sword energy. He then pivoted, crashing into the approaching myriad paths sword with a force akin to Mount Tai pressing down, obliterating one of Chen Qing's swords into a cloud of dust. As the wolf's howl struck him, it was effortlessly dissipated by the waves of water-like energy surging from his body. Only a slight ripple of sound energy momentarily impeded him, and the massive waves beneath his feet continued to churn as he advanced rapidly toward Chen Qing. Chen Qing's eyes blazed with fiery determination. Seizing the moment, he deftly sidestepped the guard's heavy punch by a hair's breadth. In the air, he executed a flourish with his sword, and with a snap, twisted the blade to thrust directly at the guard's chin. However, though Chen Qing had narrowly evaded the punch, the force of the punch still struck him, delivering a solid blow that sent a mouthful of blood erupting from him. Nevertheless, his long sword remained precise, piercing cleanly into the guard's chin. With a roar, Chen Qing proclaimed, "Hunyuan sword finger, 5 swords united." At that moment, the last remnants of spiritual energy within him swirled furiously at his fingertips, as powerful Hunyuan sword energy surged along the blade. In that instant, Chen Qing grasped the 3rd level of understanding in his sword finger technique. His fingers converged, enveloping the overwhelming force of his fire path's spiritual energy, and he thrust forward with a sharp glint of the sword aimed at the guard's chin. The guard sensed the impending danger and lifted his chin sharply to evade. With a resounding impact, Chen Qing's sword still found its mark, the sharp tip piercing through his chin and into his oral cavity in pain. The guard reacted instinctively, seizing the sword embedded in his chin, and with an eruption of force akin to a volcanic explosion, he unleashed a massive wave of power, sending Chen Qing flying backward. Gritting his teeth, the guard yanked the sword from his chin. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, he tossed the bloodied sword aside, but before he could catch his breath, the three pursuing Myriad Paths swords were already upon him. Left with no choice, he endured the pain and turned to face the oncoming swords, clenching his fists tightly to withstand the fierce onslaught. Yet, he was no longer the composed fighter he had been earlier. His previous exchanges with Chen Qing had drained his stamina, and with new injuries weighing him down, his movements became sluggish. The three Myriad Paths swords struck him with tremendous force, sending him spiraling uncontrollably through the air, resembling a kite severed from its string, plummeting to the ground. Chen Qing, too, fell rapidly and heavily. Just as he was about to crash into the earth, he suppressed the intense pain within him, summoned the last remnants of his spiritual energy, and deftly guided the sword that Luo Qi had discarded, causing it to soar back toward him. The sword trembled slightly before stabilizing beneath him, allowing Chen Qing to halt his descent momentarily, landing safely on the ground. At that moment, his complexion was as pale as a sheet, his internal organs profoundly injured, and his breath was disordered. In truth, he could have opted for a more flexible strategy, utilizing the terrain and the surrounding beasts to engage the guard in a war of attrition. Gradually wearing him down, however, Chen Qing's inherent stubbornness and pride compelled him to confront his foe head-on. The reason was clear. A relentless drive, unafraid of strong adversaries, surged within him. To onlookers, Chen Qing's actions appeared exceedingly arrogant. Given the evident disparity in their strengths, to confront a high-tier opponent directly was indeed reckless. Yet only Chen Qing understood that each breakthrough in dire circumstances represented an opportunity for growth, and he was unwilling to forego any chance to refine his skills. A swordsman devoid of unwavering determination would find his sword path reaching its terminus. Quickly, he sat cross-legged on the ground, striving to mobilize his inner spiritual liquid to mend his internal injuries. Simultaneously, he fervently absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy while operating his sword seal to recover from his injuries. Thanks to the astonishing recovery speed granted by the Wanjin Miaohua body and the other three great paths, his displaced organs and internal wounds stabilized within moments. Chen Qing immersed himself in healing. Luo Qi, having been knocked to the ground, found himself enveloped in a rising mist. The smoke swirled slowly before gradually dissipating. Chen Qing dared not let his guard down, continuing to absorb the rampant spiritual energy of the world around him, while maintaining the last remaining Myriad Paths sword with his dwindling energy. To concentrate his power, he decisively severed the energy supply to the other two swords, leaving only one suspended in the air, prepared for any eventuality. In the next moment, as the mist cleared, Luo Qi erupted into a violent coughing fit, coughing up blood. Clearly, his injuries were no less severe than Chen Qing's. His chin bore the brunt of Chen Qing's strike, left in a pitiful state. Had it not been for his protective martial skills and the formidable waterpath severing technique, Chen Qing's sword would likely have shattered his jaw. Nevertheless, the overwhelming sword momentum of the Hunyuan sword finger, having pierced his chin, had severely damaged his brain as the energy surged within. After enduring a fierce clash with Chen Qing's three Myriad Path swords, his injuries were exacerbated further. At this moment, while coughing blood, Luo Qi exerted all his effort to recover from his wounds. Observing this, Chen Qing first offered a faint smile, then couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Exclaiming, "Refreshing!" From a distance, Luo Qi echoed the sentiment, laughing along, "Refreshing." After their laughter subsided, Luo Qi decisively admitted, "I have lost." Chen Qing's face lit up with an appreciative smile as he replied, "Your tide-walking steps are truly formidable." Gasping for breath, Luo Qi responded, "Your Myriad Path sword is the true monstrosity." However, just then, a beastly roar shattered the brief tranquility. Qian Bao, controlling the golden-backed leopard, shook off the two wolf kings surrounding him and charged swiftly toward Chen Qing. He forcefully suppressed the turmoil within. Since childhood, he had been regarded as the genius of the Qian family, groomed to be the future master of the clan. Throughout his growth, he had witnessed numerous talents around him but had never looked down upon anyone. He firmly believed that the path of enslavement he practiced was the supreme path above all others. He thought that once he mastered the enslavement of thousands of beasts, no one of the same rank could rival him. Yet now, the figure before him, Chen Qing, shattered his confidence like never before. Chen Qing had first defeated hundreds of leopard beasts with a single sword, then bested a high-tier second-level guard, and now stood evenly matched against a peak second-level guard. Such exceptional talent was unheard of by Qian Bao Dai in this moment. He could hardly care for any code of conduct. His only desire was to eliminate this anomaly before him, lest he live the rest of his life shadowed by Chen Qing's presence. Chen Qing's expression turned grave in an instant as he heard Qian Bao's furious bellow. "Luo Qi, you worthless fool. Watch as I personally slay this bastard." Chapter 38. Extortion. Qian Bao's rage ignited. His spiritual energy surging uncontrollably in the next moment, he executed the Inspire technique on the golden-backed leopard king below him. The golden-backed leopard was already renowned among beasts for its incredible speed, among the fastest of its kind. Now, under the command of a master-level enslavement practitioner employing a specialized enhancement technique, its speed surged even further, leaving a trail of afterimages on the ground, with the two wolf kings trailing far behind. Chen Qing did not even glance at Qian Bao, slowly closing his eyes to focus on restoring his spiritual energy. Seeing this, Qian Bao roared furiously, "Damn it!" as he charged at the seated Chen Qing. Just as his voice fell, a muscular leopard lunged from above, pouncing down like a hungry tiger, claws poised to strike, its fangs ready to tear Chen Qing apart. Yet, Chen Qing kept his eyes tightly shut. In that critical moment, just as the leopard's sharp teeth were about to reach him, Chen Qing's sword suddenly lifted, and he exerted force through his legs, generating two rings of light at his ankles. He slightly tilted his body, swiftly reversing his sword, and positioned himself in a shape resembling an inverted 7. Hunyuan sword finger, 5 swords united. The sword light shimmered and swirled around the blade in his hand. Infused with the essence of the golden sword path, fiercely piercing toward the oncoming golden-backed leopard. With a piercing sound, the confrontation reached its zenith. The next moment, the long sword plunged steadily into the abdomen of the golden-backed leopard. Following this, Chen Qing forcefully pushed off with both feet, exerting strength in the opposite direction, causing his body to swiftly retreat. In an instant, a large gash opened in the leopard's abdomen. A gentle breeze swept by. And throughout this ordeal, Chen Qing's eyes remained closed. He gradually sheathed his sword and secured it at his waist. The golden-backed leopard, beneath the weight of the money leopard, was brutally cut open by Chen Qing's ferocious strike, blood gushing forth while its innards lay scattered across the ground. The golden-backed leopard, which had been mid-air, suddenly felt its strength dissipate, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground, flinging the money leopard off its back. The money leopard tumbled several times on the ground, ultimately landing in a disheveled heap. Chen Qing slowly opened his eyes and, with measured steps, approached the money leopard. In the distance, Luo Qi, despite harboring numerous grievances towards the money leopard, felt it was his duty as a bodyguard to protect him. He gritted his teeth against his injuries, struggling to reach the money leopard for aid. However, Chen Qing merely waved his hand slightly, and the sword of myriad paths, hovering in the air, shot towards Luo Qi like lightning, halting him in his tracks. The elder of the Qian family, watching from afar, stared blankly at this scene, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had witnessed Chen Qing slay the second-tier golden-backed leopard solely through his own skills. This moment, the impact of Chen Qing's actions shocked him as much as the defeat of Luo Qi. The elder of the Qian family exclaimed in disbelief, "Has he already become a master of the sword path?" A tempest of emotions surged within him. Previously, from the martial techniques Chen Qing displayed, he discerned that none were below the mysterious tier, and techniques such as the Sword of Myriad Paths were nearing the Earth tier. It was well known that no one in the Qian family possessed Earth tier martial techniques. Hence, he naturally believed Chen Qing to be a student sent for training from a prestigious family. For a genius from a prominent family, battling across tiers was commonplace. although the elder had been shocked before. Upon realizing Chen Qing had the backing of a great family, he found it somewhat acceptable, despite its incredibility. However, the essence of the Tao is innate. Martial techniques can be imparted by a family, but the mastery of the Great Path must be achieved through personal cultivation. And no matter how powerful the family, there are no shortcuts to advancing in the Great Path. Without inherent talent in this aspect, even with abundant resources or the guidance of a grandmaster, one's realm cannot be elevated. Yet, the swordsmanship displayed by Chen Qing was astounding in every respect, leading the elder of the Qian family to speculate that this young man, at merely 18 years of age, had indeed become a master of the sword path. Such an achievement is a height unattainable by countless individuals, and what extraordinary talent and genius must lie within this young man. The elder of the Qian family swallowed hard, his expression shifting several times, before abruptly turning to the side to clasp hands with Teacher Li, his attitude undergoing a complete transformation. He earnestly stated, "Teacher Li, in this battle, my Qian family concedes wholeheartedly. All past grievances we shall not hold against you. Furthermore, as a gesture of apology, my Qian family is willing to offer 1 million. Teacher Li, still reeling from the shock brought on by Chen Qing's display, found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing the elder's sudden change of heart. In his astonishment, he pondered, what? Has he changed his attitude just like that? However, with a shift in perspective, he quickly reconciled with the situation. Those who reach the third tier and become elders of their families are no ordinary individuals. Their maturity of mind far exceeds what one might expect. They are all capable of bending and stretching. After witnessing the terrifying potential of Chen Qing, the elder of the Qian family's willingness to admit fault and apologize no longer seemed astonishing. After all, in this world where the strong prevail, those who know how to adapt are the true elites. They understand the importance of weighing benefits and knowing when to lower their status. Having reached an understanding with Teacher Li, the elder of the Qian family stood reconciled. Meanwhile, Chen Qing approached the money leopard at a leisurely pace. The money leopard, wide-eyed in shock, trembled uncontrollably, scrambling backward like a stray dog in distress, while fearfully glancing towards Chen Qing, stammering, "Don't come any closer." Chen Qing stepped in front of him, remaining silent with a stern expression, before delivering a swift kick that sent the money leopard crashing to the ground, his body arcing through the air. Chen Qing then advanced towards him, each step feeling as though it were crushing the very core of the money leopard's heart, instilling further dread within him. At this moment, the money leopard's eyes brimmed with tears. On the verge of breaking down, having been the cherished one of his family since childhood, he had never endured such humiliation. He trembled like a leaf, his gaze filled with terror, fixated upon Chen Qing. An overwhelming aura emanated from Chen Qing. The terrifying pressure of a sword path master surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the money leopard. The latter felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Chen Qing stood before him, placing a heavy foot on his chest. Just as Chen Qing was about to speak, the elder of the Qian family and Teacher Li hurriedly approached. The elder of the Qian family wore a forced smile, urgently saying, "Young friend Chen Qing, it was my Qian family's misstep earlier. Now that you have achieved a resounding victory, I hope you might spare our young master." Teacher Li quickly chimed in, "Chen Qing? Elder Qian has just stated he is willing to offer 1 million as an expression of apology to resolve this conflict." Chen Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning Teacher Li and the elder of the Qian family without uttering a word. Then turned to the money leopard, beckoning him with a finger. Fear and confusion mingled in the money leopard's eyes as he stared at the metallic sphere in his hand, shaking his head vigorously. No, I can't." Chen Qing's expression darkened, a cold huff escaping his lips. The money leopard, nearly biting his own tongue in fright, stammered, I'll give it to you." Despite his reluctance, the money leopard dared not defy him, trembling as he handed over the metallic sphere capable of holding over 100 magical beasts to Chen Qing. Receiving the sphere, Chen Qing's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Observing this, the elder of the Qian family's expression darkened significantly. As he turned to Teacher Li, bitterness and indignation in his voice, "Teacher Li, this is a gift personally bestowed upon our young master by the family head, valued at no less than 3 million. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Chen Qing's eyes, and without hesitation, he drew the long sword from his waist, its icy blade pressed against the money leopard's throat. His voice was hard and unyielding. Another 200,000. The money leopard trembled violently, his eyes widening in terror, not daring to breathe. Feeling the chilling edge of the sword poised to pierce his neck at any moment, he quaked, his teeth chattering, and shouted towards the elder of the Qin family, "Agree to him! Agree to him!" The elder of the Qin family, witnessing his young master's pitiful state, felt a mix of embarrassment and rage, his face shifting between shades of white and red. After a long moment, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly said, "Fine." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing's cold demeanor softened slightly as he slowly sheathed his sword. Then, without mercy, he kicked the money leopard, who lay helpless on the ground, towards the elder of the Qin family. The elder hurried forward, reaching out to support his young master, who was so frightened he could barely stand. Chen Qing deftly returned his sword to its sheath, while simultaneously severing the energy supply to the sword of myriad paths that had been pressing against Luo Qi's throat, causing it to lose its spiritual power and gradually dissipate into specks of light. Chen Qing's expression remained calm as he regarded the money leopard, his tone steady yet tinged with mockery. "This 200,000 won't come freed. As a servant beast. One must possess the awareness of a servant beast. What were you thinking, engaging in close combat with a sword cultivator?" The money leopard's face shifted between anger and shame. His heart boiling with indignation, he tightened his lips, turning his head away stubbornly, unwilling to utter another word. With matters settled, Chen Qing nonchalantly snapped his fingers, prompting the two wolf kings in the distance to spring into action. Swiftly approaching him with powerful strides, Chen Qing swung his long legs over the back of the gray-backed wolf king and turned to Teacher Li, saying, "Teacher Li, let us depart." Teacher Li accepted the bank card handed over by the elder of the Qin family, cupping his hands in a polite farewell, as the gray-backed wolf king trotted past Luo Qi. Chen Qing gracefully dismounted, offering a respectful bow to Luo Qi, his face displaying a blend of admiration and anticipation. He exclaimed, "I would like to experience your Raging Waves footwork again if the opportunity arises." Luo Qi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chen Qing, who had just displayed astonishing prowess in battle. Now, this proud and aloof figure approached him with courtesy, causing a complex expression to flicker in his eyes, a mixture of respect for Chen Qing's strength and a sense of camaraderie born from mutual recognition. After a brief moment of surprise, Luo Qi quickly returned the gesture, solemnly bowing in response, "I will certainly take the opportunity to learn from you." Chapter 39. 50,000 each. The following day, as the first light of dawn broke, Chen Qing rode swiftly upon the back of the grayback wolf king, racing across the vast and boundless grasslands like a streak of lightning. Behind him trailed dozens of wolves, closely following, resembling a well-trained elite guard. Clustered tightly around him, Teacher Li sat steadily atop the howling sky wolf king, gazing at the gradually brightening horizon, and called out to Chen Qing, "Chen Qing, time is of the essence. We have already lingered here for a day and a night. The grand examination is but 2 days away. We must return and prepare earnestly." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 50 majestic wolves that followed. These wolves possessed an average strength of intermediate first rank. Last night, after recuperating from his injuries, Chen Qing, alongside Teacher Li, had embarked on a relentless night of capture. After considerable effort, they managed to seize these 50 intermediate first-rank wolves, with the beast pouch taken from the money leopard. Chen Qing could store all these captured wolves within. However, the beast pouch had its limitations. It could only contain those beasts that had yet to awaken their intelligence. Once a beast reached the peak of the first rank, it would begin to develop a degree of sentience, and upon entering the second rank, they could not only think independently but some, possessing profound intelligence, could even articulate human speech. Thus, the wolves captured by Chen Qing were predominantly intermediate first rank, with only a few scattered high-ranking first rank among them, all of which had yet to awaken their intelligence, allowing them to be smoothly stored within the beast pouched. As for the grayback wolf and the howling sky wolf, which had already begun to awaken their intelligence, Chen Qing could only utilize the wolf totem to bind them to him, keeping them by his side. Casting his eyes over the thrumming mass of wolves behind him, Chen Qing declared, "It is indeed time to return. However, my wolf totem still possesses energy. I should still be able to subdue another wolf king. Once I capture it, we shall return." Teacher Li nodded slightly, his gaze also drifting to the imposing wolf pack, but his thoughts wandered back to the past. He reminisced about his own participation in the grand examination years ago, and observing Chen Qing now, he felt a tumult of emotions. Teacher Li sighed. I cannot help but reflect. Back in my day, with just these wolves, Chen Qing could effortlessly overpower me, and his achievements would undoubtedly eclipse mine. More astonishingly, for Chen Qing, these wolves are merely auxiliary. They do not even account for a tenth of his true strength. What extraordinary brilliance will such a prodigy unveil in the upcoming grand examination? Can those talents from illustrious families possibly suppress him? Lost in such thoughts, Teacher Li, nearing 40, found himself stirred with fervor by Chen Qing's potential, harboring an unspoken anticipation for the impending examination. Just then, a thunderous wolf howl pierced the air ahead. The terrifying sound caused the wolves behind Chen Qing to tremble involuntarily. Noticing this, Chen Qing raised an eyebrow, observing the subtle reaction of the Huaibei Wolf King beneath him, and a smile of delight blossomed on his face. He understood that a wolf pack capable of causing even the battle-hardened Greyback Wolf King to shudder must be vast and powerful. If he could capture their king, their expedition would conclude successfully. With this thought in mind, Chen Qing issued a command without hesitation, urging the surrounding wolves to accelerate towards the source of the howl. Teacher Li, however, wore a hesitant expression and cautioned, Chen Qing, given the situation, the wolf pack ahead appears to be immense. I advise against proceeding. Chen Qing smiled gently, his eyes filled with resolve and grandeur, and proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Teacher Li, one must not be overly cautious. Even if a bottomless abyss lies ahead, only by stepping forward can one ascertain whether it can ensnare them. The path of cultivation demands an unwavering spirit. To be timid is to never become a master. With that, Chen Qing sharply urged the belly of the wolf, and the Greyback Wolf King surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Racing towards the front, behind him, Teacher Li regarded Chen Qing's retreating figure with admiration. In him, he truly witnessed the pride, boldness, and talent that a cultivator should embody. With a sigh, Teacher Li allowed a self-deprecating smile to grace his lips. I never anticipated that today, as a teacher, I would be schooled by my student. Amidst his reflections, the fervor ignited within him by Chen Qing surged anew. With renewed vigor, he spurred the howling Sky Wolf King, racing after Chen Qing like the wind. The echoing howls of wolves reverberated, causing one's ears to ring, as thousands of wolves clashed violently with human silhouettes on the vast expanse on the battlefield. Chaos reigned on a massive wooden figure, resembling a deity of war, rampaged through the wolf pack, each punch infused with tremendous force, sending groups of wolves flying and raising clouds of dust. It charged relentlessly towards the densest gathering of combatants. At that moment, within the heart of the tumult, a pure and delicate woman struggled desperately. Her slender frame seemed as if a gust of wind could topple her. Teacher Li swiftly grasped the situation. It was evident that these individuals were students seeking experience, yet they had inadvertently fallen into an ambush. It is worth noting that the Wolf King in this vicinity is a formidable third-tier peak demon, whose intelligence rivals that of humans. In the eyes of the wolf demon, humans exude an innate allure. Should both humans and deer appear simultaneously, the wolves would undoubtedly pounce upon the former without hesitation. Clearly, these adventurers had been overly complacent, falling victim to the Wolf King's trap. As a teacher at the academy, how could Teacher Li stand idly by upon witnessing such a predicament? Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed down the hillside alongside Chen Qing to rescue them. As for Chen Qing, while he rushed to save them, he harbored his own ulterior motives. From a distance, he noticed that the two individuals were dressed exquisitely, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of their companions, and upon closer inspection, he realized that none of the deceased possessed cultivation levels below the second tier. Chen Qing concluded that these individuals must have originated from at least a mid-sized family. Those who could bring guards for training were either young masters or young ladies. Saving them was tantamount to securing a fortune. There was no denying it. He was terrified of poverty. Moreover, there was another layer to his intentions. Chen Qing sought to enslave a second-tier slave path Wolf King. Although he already commanded 50 loyal wolves under the Greybacked Wolf King, their loyalty and manipulability left much to be desired. Only by enslaving a Wolf King through the wolf totem could he then command the other beasts, enabling him to wield them with precision. After rescuing the two individuals, Chen Qing exerted his legs with great force, gracefully executing the step on the sword to seek the edge, leaping onto the suspended sword of 10,000 paths. Almost instantaneously, he deftly maneuvered another flying sword to assist, lightly tapping his foot to gain leverage and ascend onto the flying sword. Within mere moments, he arrived beside the young man and Qing Er. Without uttering a word, Chen Qing swiftly embraced the fragile Qing Er, while with his other hand, he seized the young man's collar, using the sword as a ladder to navigate through the air like a swift swallow, bouncing and turning with agility. Ultimately, he descended gently upon a relatively safe hilltop. He unceremoniously tossed the young man to the ground before gradually releasing Qing Er from his grasp. As Qing Er regained her footing, a faint blush colored her cheeks, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with emotion, inadvertently settling upon Chen Qing's face. In that instant, her heart raced as if a startled fawn, momentarily skipping a beat. This young man, clad in a simple academy uniform, radiated a unique charm. Especially when he emerged from the sunlight to save her, his handsome profile and upright stature left a lasting impression on Qing Er's heart, igniting feelings she had never experienced before, quietly taking root within her. Qing Er slightly lowered her head, attempting to mask her fluster, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment. However, the enchanting atmosphere abruptly came to a halt. One of Chen Qing's remarks fell upon her like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the spark that had just ignited within her heart. Her previously racing heartbeat felt as though it had been suddenly struck, coming to an abrupt halt. Chen Qing, maintaining an expression devoid of emotion, reached out his hand with an air of nonchalance as if discussing the most ordinary matter, stating coolly, 50,000 per person. Qing Er stood frozen in disbelief, slowly raising her head to gaze at that sun-kissed, handsome face, only to meet Chen Qing's unwavering gaze. She sought a hint of affection born from her beauty in his eyes. But all she found were eyes devoid of any allure, filled solely with a thirst for money. Chapter 40. Me? Slave path unmarked body? Qing Er numbly reached into her bosom, retrieving a bank card. Her fingers trembling as she extended it toward Chen Qing. At that moment, she was astonished by her own words. She spoke slowly, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. There are 2 million in this card. Do you have a POS machine? Once the words left her lips, she immediately realized her folly. Raising her hand to cover her cherry-like mouth, her eyes filled with regret as she murmured, "What am I saying? He is my savior. What does it matter if I give him 2 million? Even if I were to give him all my money, it would be well-deserved. After all, these riches are merely external possessions. Is my life not worth at least 2 million? Qing Er's fair face flushed crimson, and she glanced at Chen Qing with a hint of embarrassment and uncertainty in her gaze. Upon hearing that the card held 2 million, Chen Qing's eyes widened, a glimmer of gold seeming to flicker within them. Unable to contain himself, he swallowed hard, snatching the bank card from her grasp, a broad smile spreading across his face as he declared, "Perfect. If you find yourself in danger again, I'll be sure to save you a few more times." Qing Er let out a timid "oh," standing to the side, her small hands nervously tugging at her garment's hem. Meanwhile, the young man hurriedly dusted himself off, regaining his composure before striding toward Chen Qing, his expression one of respect as he bowed deeply, sincerely stating, "I am Wang Didao from the Wang family in Shishir. Thank you for saving me, dear friend. May I inquire where you hail from and your esteemed name?" Chen Qing, maintaining a calm demeanor, casually replied, "Oh, I am Chen Qing." Having said that, he turned to the young man and continued, "If you two are acquainted, consider your 50,000 as paid by her." Chen Qing acted decisively, leaving no room for delay. Having just settled the matter of payment, he stepped forward without looking back. Immediately, he activated his leg's spiritual power, and with the stance of a predator, prepared to leap into the depths of the wolf pack. Qing Er, frantic, quickly moved in front of Chen Qing, tilting her head upward with hopeful eyes as she implored, "Brother Chen Qing, my name is Ing Qing Is that blazing third-tier expert your family's elder. Could you kindly ask him to defeat the Wolf King? Our family's elder is currently in a fierce battle with it." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. What? A third-tier peak Wolf King? Chen Qing's mind raced. It was no wonder the young scions of prominent families found themselves in such dire straits. They had encountered a third-tier peak demon Wolf King. He decisively shook his head in the next instant. He summoned his strength, propelling himself into the air like a bolt of black lightning, plunging into the wolf pack. Using his agile movements and exquisite control of the flying sword, he soon landed beside Teacher Li. As soon as he touched down, Chen Qing urged urgently, "Teacher, we should leave this place at once." Teacher Li's eyes widened in surprise, about to respond, but Chen Qing raised his hand to interrupt him, hastily explaining, "Teacher, I know these wolves cannot possibly hinder you, and saving these individuals is no challenge for you. However, the two I just rescued revealed that this trap was set by a third-tier peak wolf king, and their family's elder is currently besieged, his fate unknown. I have a nagging feeling that this trap is far from simple. It would be prudent for us to leave." After listening, Teacher Li sighed and nodded, saying, "Before we depart, let me capture a few more wolf demons for you." With that, he propelled himself high into the air once again. Diving back into the wolf pack in the blink of an eye, he accurately locked onto a wolf with thick brown and black fur, seizing its neck and swiftly returning to Chen Qing's side, stating, "This is precisely the second-tier slave path wolf king you desired." Then, flames erupted around Teacher Li, scorching the wolf king, leaving it half-burned. Observing this, Chen Qing nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the wolf king, then gradually closed his eyes. Concentrating on inscribing a unique mark upon the wolf king's soul, Teacher Li stood guard beside him, and in mere 5 breaths, Chen Qing opened his eyes wide. In the next moment, the singed and weakened wolf king transformed into a streak of light, slowly merging into Chen Qing's back, manifesting as a fierce wolf king tattoo. That moment, the center of Chen Qing's back was adorned with 3 fully subdued wolf king tattoos. Not daring to waste a moment, Chen Qing swiftly circulated his sword imprint to aid the wolf king in recovering its strength. Following this, Teacher Li and Chen Qing identified a breakthrough point, joining forces to fight side by side like 2 sharp blades, leading a group of survivors as they carved a path to safety, breaking through the encirclement of the wolves. Ultimately, Chen Qing and Teacher Li, alongside 14 severely injured individuals, exerted every ounce of their strength to escape the wolf pack's clutches. Arriving at the location of Qing Er and Wang Didao. This moment, Qing Er and Wang Didao were anxiously contacting their respective families, seeking rescue. When Chen Qing reappeared beside them, a sudden wave of security washed over Qing Er. Inexplicably, this man, who was greedy yet not lecherous, brought her immense comfort simply by being near. Chen Qing gently set the group down. They were utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Wang Didao, quick to react, immediately approached the injured, channeling Wood Path's spiritual energy to alleviate their wounds and mend their injuries. Meanwhile, Chen Qing wasted no time, striding directly to one individual, unceremoniously kicking him and asking, "Are you from a family or a rogue cultivator?" The man looked up, recognizing his savior Chen Qing, and hurriedly responded, "Brother, I am a rogue cultivator, at the beginner level of the 2nd tier." Chen Qing raised an eyebrow, uttering 2 words, 100,000. The man was momentarily taken aback, confused, and before he could comprehend, Chen Qing had already turned to the next individual, employing the same method of inquiry. After a thorough interrogation of the 10 or so individuals, it turned out that only one hailed from a small family, while the rest were all rogue cultivators. Chen Qing was indifferent to the specifics. In his eyes, anyone from a family was worth 50,000. While the rogue cultivators uniformly earned him 100,000 after this round of transactions, Chen Qing successfully collected 190,000 from these 14 individuals. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and organized the group to rest here. In the distance, the howls of the wolf pack rose and fell like a haunting melody, while the sounds of battle echoed relentlessly in the air. Chen Qing sensed that the newly subdued wolf king behind him had begun to recover from its injuries. With a thought, he summoned the wolf king to his side. The wolf king appeared, its form both agile and imposing, causing the onlookers to blanch in fear, mistakenly believing they were once more under attack by wolves. They desperately mustered their remaining spiritual energy to unleash various martial techniques, preparing to counterattack. This critical moment, Chen Qing swiftly extended his hand to halt them, exclaiming loudly, "Do not panic. This is my subdued wolf king. It is one of our own." The crowd stared at Chen Qing in astonishment, their gazes flickering nervously towards the wolf king, their expressions filled with disbelief and confusion. After a moment's hesitation, one brave soul finally spoke up. "Brother, when you charged into the wolf pack wielding your sword, You clearly emanated the aura of another path. But how did you manage to subdue this Wolf King? Chen Qing, somewhat exasperated, replied dismissively, have you never encountered the duality of paths before? Your ignorance is quite astounding. Upon hearing this, the man widened his eyes in shock, swallowing hard. When the rest of the crowd learned that Chen Qing was a genius possessing the duality of paths, their admiration for him grew even more profound, to the extent that even the one who had just been extorted for 100,000 felt less pained by it. Immediately, Chen Qing directed the Wolf King to let out a resounding howl that reverberated throughout the surroundings. He intended for the enslaved wolf pack to return to him. Simultaneously, he focused his thoughts and conveyed a retreat signal to the Greyback Wolf King and the Howling Sky Wolf King. In the next moment, a scene that struck fear into everyone unfolded. Nearly 100 wolves from the vast pack charged towards Chen Qing and his companions with alarming speed. Pale-faced, the group trembled. Shouting, "The wolves have spotted us! Wolves, they are coming!" Observing the chaos, Chen Qing hastily approached the man who had spoken, raised his hand, and slapped him on the forehead, chiding, "I told you, I am a master of the path of enslavement. These wolves are our allies. Why the panic?" The man, fuming with indignation, could only glare back, unable to retort, as he held his head in dismay. The rest watched in trepidation as the wolf pack drew ever closer. Before long, the 113 wolves lined up in formation, standing orderly before Chen Qing. He stepped forward, circling them slowly. Upon noticing several severely injured wolves, he approached and placed a sword mark upon them. Subsequently, he cast the sword mark on nearly 50 injured wolves, aiding them in their recovery. The onlookers could not help but swallow hard at Chen Qing's actions. One stammered, "Brother, don't you possess any healing techniques of the path of enslavement? Using sword techniques for healing seems rather extravagant." Chen Qing turned his head, fully aware that he lacked the specialized healing methods for enslaved beasts. He could not simultaneously heal all of them, relying only on the sword marks to assist the wolf pack. The advantage of this approach was its thoroughness in healing, while the downside was the rapid consumption of spiritual energy. The man suddenly understood, exclaiming, "Oh, I see, brother. You are so benevolent to these enslaved beasts. You truly have a heart of gold." With that, the man seemed as if he had finally encountered a wise leader after wandering for years. He hurriedly knelt before Chen Qing, clenching his fists and earnestly declaring, "Brother, you have saved my life. If you do not despise me, I would be honored to call you my adoptive father." Chen Qing, taken aback, asked, "What is your name?" The man eagerly replied, "My surname is Liu, and my given name is Bu." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Qing kicked him away, sending him flying 5 meters, cursing, "Get lost!" Yet, the other scattered cultivators did not waver in the slightest at Chen Qing's actions. They approached him earnestly, stating, "Brother, you have saved our lives, making you our rebirth parent. We are but scattered cultivators. Every time we venture into the realm of great demons, we gamble with our lives. Many of our fellow cultivators have perished inside. We are all forsaken souls. Since you have shown us kindness, why not accept us as your subordinates? United, we can support one another." Nearby, Teacher Li gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the scene. Chen Qing was equally shaken, repeatedly confirming that he had not imposed any soul imprint upon these individuals. Wang Didao, observing the unfolding spectacle, was flabbergasted, his eyes as round as copper bells, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Unable to suppress his bewilderment, what profound mastery of the path of enslavement is this? I have not seen him employ any enslaving techniques, yet why do these people seem bewitched, clamoring to call him brother? In the next moment, realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Could he be the legendary embodiment of the dual paths of enslavement, the untraceable enslavement physique? I have heard that even without deliberately employing any enslaving techniques, his unique charisma can draw people to him like a magnet. Then, after a fierce internal struggle, Wang Didao made a resolute decision. He took a deep breath and hurried to Chen Qing's side. Kneeling with sincerity and a hint of expectation, "Brother, if you do not mind, I wish to call you brother as well from now on. I shall follow you faithfully." Chapter 41. Collusion in the peak of the third stage on the vast and desolate grasslands. A fierce wind howled as 4 figures rode swiftly upon 4 agile leopards, each stride of the leopards kicking up clouds of dust. Among the group, a youth of 18 or 19, his face contorted with rage, shouted at the bodyguard beside him, "You worthless fool! How could you be defeated by a mere first-tier advanced opponent with a single blow? How can you still bear to live? How did I end up with such a useless bodyguard?" To the youth's left, a bandaged bodyguard lowered his head in shame, attempting to defend his companion. "Young master, it is not entirely Feng Yong's fault. Chen Qing is indeed a rare genius." "Humph, I'm not talking about you," the youth retorted furiously, turning to berate another bodyguard on his left. "You are even more useless. You are at the peak of the second tier and still cannot defeat him, by the way. I remember you two were once so chummy, promising to spar in the future, right? That raging wave step martial technique. I heard you created it yourself. Here, take 20,000 and hand it over to the Qin family." The bodyguard, hearing this, hesitated and quickly replied, "Young master, this technique is merely a low-level yellow-tier skill. It is hardly worthy of your notice." At that moment, the dust began to settle, and the youth's figure became clearer. He was none other than Qian Bao. The 4 leopards he had temporarily enslaved let out a few roars. Qian Bao scoffed, "Enough of this nonsense. Hand it over when I say so. I'll have my father transform your technique into a universal weapon. I want to see if this so-called raging wave step is truly as magnificent as you claim." With that, Qian Bao fiercely urged his leopard forward, the beast bolting ahead in pain as he galloped. He shouted, "Hurry up! Those leopards I enslaved were all killed by that punk. In just a few days, we have a major exam, and I need 2 second-tier beginner leopards today, or you'll all be forced to take your own lives when we return." Having spoken, he surged ahead, controlling his leopard to charge forward. However, just as he sped along, an unforeseen event occurred. The first-tier leopard beneath him seemed to trip over something, its front paw twisting painfully, causing Qian Bao to be thrown off and tumble uncontrollably through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, he rolled about, his head spinning and stars dancing before his eyes. After what felt like an eternity, he finally opened his eyes. As soon as he regained his senses, he erupted in a furious tirade. "Damn it! Kill that leopard. How could it not even walk straight? What use are you to me?" He quickly scrambled to his feet, staggering over to the leopard lying on the ground, equally dazed from the fall. He raised his foot and viciously kicked the leopard's head while shouting, "Useless, useless. All of you are useless. Damn it. What bad luck. I venture out only to encounter such a freak, and you lot can't even protect me. You let someone else steal my beast pouch and extort me for 2 million. All the leopards I painstakingly gathered, over 100, are gone. Damn it." As he lashed out, each kick to the leopard grew heavier, disregarding its pained whimpers, as if only through this release could his anger find some semblance of relief. Yet, just as Qian Bao unleashed his wrath upon the hapless leopard, a deep, menacing roar echoed ominously in his ears. The once limp and submissive leopard suddenly stiffened, its eyes gleaming with a fierce determination as if propelled by an unseen force. With a snarl, it bared its sharp fangs and lunged at Qian Bao, knocking him to the ground, its lethal jaws aimed direct at the critical moment. A jade-shaped treasure in Qian Bao's embrace suddenly emitted a series of shimmering green lights, just as the beast's sharp fangs were about to make contact with his head. An invisible force erupted violently from the treasure, propelling the leopard beast away like a cannonball. In a panic, Qian Bao screamed, "Damn it, it's rebelling, it's rebelling. Even a slave beast dares to bite back at me." Before his words could fully escape, an elder from the Qian family flew in swiftly, appearing beside Qian Bao in an instant. With a flicker of his form, he quickly shielded Qian Bao behind him, his demeanor radiating vigilance. Following closely behind, 2 guards, Luo Qi and Feng Yong, scrambled to Qian Bao's side, forming a protective circle around him. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The surrounding mist surged upward like a tumultuous tide, swiftly obscuring the previously clear sky. The vision of the group was instantly constricted, rendering them capable of discerning only the objects within a 5-meter radius. The elder's expression shifted, and he called out urgently, "Which friend has set up an ambush here? We are but members of the Qian family, having inadvertently trespassed upon your territory with no ill intentions. We kindly request you to grant us a safe passage to leave." However, the moment the elder's words fell, a hazy figure slowly emerged from the depths of the mist. The elder of the Qian family swiftly waved his hands, summoning wind-based spiritual energy that howled forth like a raging tempest, attempting to disperse the ghostly mist that had rapidly coalesced around them. Yet, for every part of the mist he managed to clear, it would quickly regather, as if invisible hands were orchestrating the phenomenon. Recognizing the futility of his efforts, the elder resigned, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his eyes filled with gravitas. Taking a deep breath, he employed a reconnaissance technique, his gaze piercing forward, yet his vision felt shrouded by a thick veil. Unable to penetrate the layers of mist to discern the hidden dangers ahead, alarm bells rang in the elder's mind as he pondered. To conjure such an eerie mist, the opponent's realm must be profoundly inscrutable. Certainly not beneath his own level. Just as the elder was consumed by doubt, the mysterious figure drew nearer from the depths of the fog. The group watched tensely, and as the figure became increasingly discernible, they were astonished to discover that the newcomer was, in fact, an enigmatic entity seated upon the back of a wolf. The elder's heart trembled violently as a vague silhouette flashed in his mind, and he instinctively shook his head, murmuring, "No, it can't be." Although Qin Qing also rides a wolf and treads the path of enslavement, he lacks the means of mist manipulation. Yet before he could fully comprehend, the figure had completely materialized. Upon recognizing what lay upon the wolf's back, the elder's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, his pupils quivering as if confronted with the most terrifying sight in existence. What lay atop the wolf was no mere human, but rather a peculiar creature resembling a shifty jackal. This jackal, with a somewhat hunched form, bore disheveled fur that faintly glimmered with an eerie light. Its forelimbs were short, clinging tightly to the wolf's back, while its hind limbs were relatively robust, maintaining its balance. Its narrow, elongated eyes sparkled with cunning and ferocity, ears erect and ever alert to the surroundings. Drawing upon his profound cultivation, the elder discerned from the overwhelming aura radiating from the jackal that it was, indeed, a peak-tier third-grade enslaved beast. Enlightenment struck him. No wonder the leopard beast he had enslaved had suddenly rebelled. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable, especially when facing a creature known for its treachery, the jackal that colludes with wolves. Under the absolute suppression of power, how could those low-tier leopard beasts withstand the mental manipulation of such a high-tier jackal? In a state of panic, the elder shouted, "The intelligence is mistaken. This is not a dual-cultivating wolf-shaped demon of enslavement. It is clearly two peak-tier third-grade wolf demons, one specializing in the path of enslavement and the other in the path of wind." In the next moment, without a second thought, the elder seized Qian Bao, disregarding the fates of Luo Qi and Feng Yong, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, a gust of wind surged around him, propelling him skyward as he fled like a frightened dog. Seeing this, Feng Yong and Luo Qi turned pale with fear. In a life-and-death crisis, they unleashed their full potential, employing their most adept techniques in an attempt to escape swiftly. Yet just as they believed they had evaded disaster, the jackal suddenly opened its mouth and spoke in human language, its voice calm yet imbued with an overwhelming authority. "Dear king, it is your turn to take action." In an instant, the earth trembled, the ground splitting apart as thick vines, as robust as a human waist, erupted from the depths of the earth, rapidly ascending into the air. Following a series of muffled thuds, the vines precisely ensnared the elder's legs, yanking him violently from the sky. The elder and Qian Bao fell heavily to the ground, akin to a kite with its strings severed, landing in a disheveled state. Due to his cultivation of the path of enslavement, Qian Bao's physique was inherently frail. Suffering such a blow, he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the ground. At this moment, Qian Qing was leading a newly assembled group of over a dozen subordinates, riding wolves towards the exit of the great demon space. The wolves moved with nimble grace, kicking up clouds of dust beneath their hooves. Suddenly, Qian Qing sensed a darkening of the surroundings, as if a colossal shadow loomed overhead. Teacher Li also noticed something amiss, his expression grave as he remarked, "Hold on, this mist is peculiar. It doesn't appear to be naturally occurring." Qian Qing wholeheartedly agreed, decisively halting the wolves. The lead wolf raised its forelegs high and let out a piercing howl. Upon seeing this, everyone promptly stopped and quickly gathered around Qin Qing. Just as they paused, Wang Didao anxiously called out, "Look, why is the mist growing thicker and thicker?" The mist surged forth like an oncoming tide, swiftly encircling them, diminishing their previously clear field of vision until each person's face became indistinct amidst the thick fog. Alarmed, Chen Qing's heart raced, and he promptly channeled his spiritual energy, unleashing a torrent of fire-based energy from his palm that coalesced into a blazing flame. Initially, the flame was the size of an ostrich egg, roaring with intensity, radiating scorching heat that caused the surrounding mist to sizzle. However, unexpectedly, the eerie mist seemed to possess a formidable oppressive force. The mist surged toward the flame like a raging current, compressing it down to the size of a goose egg in the blink of an eye. Under the pressure of the mist, the flame flickered uncertainly, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Chapter 42. The Withered Tree in Spring. Next, as the group stood in stunned silence, several silhouettes gradually emerged from the vast expanse of Fog Point. One sharp-eyed subordinate shouted in alarm, "Look, there seems to be someone in the mist." However, before his words could fully register, towering figures began to materialize from the depths of the fog. Chen Qing's expression tightened as he activated his scarlet sword eyes. In an instant, his gaze emitted a piercing light akin to two sharp blades, illuminating everything within a 40-meter radius with clarity. Through these scarlet sword eyes, Chen Qing immediately discerned that the shadows were not human figures, but rather an overwhelming mass of deer. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively commanded the wolves carrying riders to flee in the opposite direction. Simultaneously, he urged the remaining 90 wolves, like arrows released from a bow, to charge toward the looming shadows, striving to buy time for the others to escape. Wang Didao, bewildered, anxiously inquired, "What is happening? Why are we running?" While driving the wolves forward, Chen Qing shouted, "Run! Those are not humans. That dense crowd is all demon beasts." Upon hearing this, the group turned ashen, hastily activating their defensive weapons, fearing that a moment's carelessness in the mist would lead to ambush and death. Howls of wolves echoed throughout the fog. Yet, the further they advanced, the more terrified Chen Qing became. Despite having activated his scarlet sword eyes, which granted him considerable visibility, he felt as though he were ensnared in a labyrinthine trap. Although they had not been in the mist long, the group had sprinted for several dozen minutes. Yet the fog showed no signs of abating. Instead, it thickened ominously. In a moment of decisive action, Chen Qing declared, "Teacher Li, I'm going to take a look from above." Teacher Li, his expression grave, nodded in agreement, responding, "Go ahead. I will hold the fort here." Without hesitation, Chen Qing summoned the myriad paths, forming 4 blades that coalesced into a luminous staircase extending skyward. At that moment, the spiritual energy halo beneath Chen Qing erupted in brilliance, and with a series of muffled thuds, he propelled himself rapidly into the sky. He ascended without pause, unaware of how many meters he had flown, only feeling the sun's rays scorching his shoulder. A reminder that he had reached a clear expanse of sky. Glancing down, he was astonished to see a vast expanse of mist stretching for dozens of kilometers below. Swirling eerily, he surveyed his surroundings, estimating that he had leaped to nearly 1,000 meters in altitude. The mist extended horizontally for dozens of kilometers and soared to heights of 700 or 800 meters, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait, enveloping the entire sky. At that moment, he found himself at the heart of this mist. To gain a better understanding of his position, Chen Qing decisively commanded the Howling Sky Wolf King to let out a roar towards the heavens. As the Howling Void Wolf King received the command, it raised its head and unleashed a thunderous howl that reverberated through the air, the sound waves rolling forth towards the heavens. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the Wolf King's roar was rapidly approaching the very heart of the mist. Furrowing his brow, he instantly comprehended that this shrouded fog not only obscured visibility, but also interfered with the perception of both humans and beasts. While it appeared that everyone was fleeing towards the periphery, they were, in fact, gradually stepping closer to the center. Although Chen Qing was uncertain of what lay hidden there, he was convinced that venturing forth recklessly would surely lead to peril. With the odds of survival exceedingly slim, with a shift in thought, Chen Qing glanced towards the mist's edge and was taken aback by what he saw. Countless deer demons were frantically dashing around the perimeter of this fog-laden area, which took on a circular shape as the deer surged like a mighty tide, moving swiftly along the edge with an imposing presence. In an instant, Chen Qing understood. Such a vast expanse of mist could not be conjured by a single deer demon alone. It was, in fact, the result of numerous deer demons proficient in the art of fog manipulation working in unison. And no wonder his earlier flames had been so easily suppressed. At that moment, taking advantage of his elevated position and expansive view from the heights, Chun Qing intended to command the wolf pack to break through to the outside. However, after several attempts, he was horrified to discover that the howling void wolves, initially responding to his command to charge outward, soon turned around and dashed towards the center instead. Left with no choice, Chun Qing decisively aborted this action. The prior activation of the myriad blades had already drained half of his spiritual energy, and with 1,000 meters of altitude separating him from the ground, commanding a multitude of wolves, while maintaining the sword's levitation was rapidly depleting his remaining energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the blade beneath him. As he plummeted swiftly, he reached out to connect with the system in his mind. System, is there a method to rapidly elevate my realm? The system's alert chimed abruptly, its cold electronic voice announcing. The methods recorded for rapid elevation of realm are all lethal moves. Detection shows the host's contribution value is insufficient, therefore, it recommends a combination of martial techniques and elixirs, with the caveat of a permanent loss of internal Dao resonance. Chun Qing's expression remained unchanged, and without a hint of hesitation, he replied resolutely, "Bring it forth." Ding! The host's request has been detected, and suitable martial techniques and elixirs have been matched according to the host's current contribution value. Martial technique name: Withered Tree in Spring. Grade: Intermediate Mystical. Method of execution: the host must stand firmly, ensuring both feet are securely grounded to establish a solid foundation for drawing in the spiritual energy of the Wood Dao effect. Under the dual influence of the elixir and martial technique, it forcibly absorbs the surrounding abundant Wood Dao spiritual energy, converting it into surging power to impact the host's realm for rapid elevation. However, this forced breakthrough comes at the cost of a permanent loss of internal Wood Dao resonance. Total contribution value consumed for the martial technique and elixir: 120 points. Chun Qing's gaze was resolute, and without the slightest hesitation, he chose to exchange for the martial technique and corresponding elixir named Withered Tree in Spring. As the system confirmed the exchange, his original 180 contribution points plummeted to 60, yet there was no trace of regret upon his countenance. At this moment, his utmost priority was survival. Only by swiftly elevating his realm to the peak of the first tier, or even striving for the early stages of the second tier, could he feel a semblance of confidence. Suspended a kilometer above the ground, Chun Qing wielded the myriad blades. With each swing, his internal spiritual energy was consumed like a roaring tide. Although he occupied a position of aerial advantage, he lacked the means to fly, and with merely a first-tier advanced reservoir of spiritual energy, attempting to soar 10 kilometers from such a height was akin to an insurmountable task. Furthermore, should he lower his altitude, he would plunge straight into the all-encompassing mist, which would interfere with his perception and actions, leaving him with no means of escape. Realizing this, Chun Qing understood he was left with no alternative but to gamble everything on the recently exchanged Withered Tree in Spring martial technique and elixir. Forcibly raising his realm before seizing the opportunity to ascend, as he descended rapidly, just as he was about to reach the ground, the myriad blades flew beside him. Reacting swiftly, he grasped it, using the blade's momentum to lessen his fall, completing a rotation in midair before landing steadily. Upon touching down, Chun Qing immediately commanded the Howling Void Wolves. The Howling Void Wolf let out a mighty roar, and Chun Qing strained his ears to listen to the echoes of its cry. Confirming that the others were not far from him, he promptly ordered the wolf pack to halt in place and then executed the sword-treading technique, racing like the wind towards the Howling Void Wolf's location. Soon, Chun Qing arrived at the spot where the Howling Void Wolf stood, and upon seeing him, Teacher Li and the others breathed a sigh of relief, surrounding him with inquiries. "Chun Qing, how are you faring?" Chun Qing shook his head, stating, "The situation is dire." He then recounted how he had attempted to direct the wolf pack outward, only for them to unknowingly gravitate towards the center. Upon hearing this, chaos ensued among the group. Chun Qing had no time to elaborate further. Without hesitation, he firmly planted his feet in a horse stance and seized a jade-green elixir, swallowing it whole. Wang Didao, with keen perception, instantly noticed the elixir Chun Qing had consumed and exclaimed, "Chun Qing, what did you just take?" Chun Qing shook his head slightly, responding succinctly, This is my means to forcibly elevate my realm. Given the current circumstances, it seems that even if we remain stationary, the great demon at the heart of the mist will inevitably come for us. Thus, it is imperative to enhance our strength. Even if only slightly. With that, Chen Qing closed his eyes tightly, simultaneously comprehending and executing the withered tree in spring in an instant. His feet seemed to take root, firmly planted on the ground, as countless tendril-like roots began to sprout beneath him. He transformed into an ancient tree, deeply rooted in the earth, standing steadfastly. Wang Didao, standing nearby, instinctively swallowed hard. As a fellow practitioner of the Wood Dao, he was astonished to witness the spiritual energy of the Wood Dao rushing towards Chen Qing like a mighty tide. What sort of martial technique is this? He murmured in disbelief. Then, he shouted, "Wait! Such an immense amount of spiritual energy entering your body could cause it to burst." However, Chen Qing appeared undeterred, fully immersed in his cultivation state, not responding to him in the slightest. Chapter 43. Luo Qi. Chen Qing's aura soared like a rocket, his internal Wood Dao resonance dancing like playful spirits within the small world of his body, flowing in wisps before being forcefully compressed. Utilizing the withered tree and spring martial technique and elixir, he voraciously collected the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using his precious resonance as a vessel to forcibly expand the boundaries of his internal small world. Incrementally enlarging that spatial realm, as Chen Qing raced against time to elevate his realm, a cacophony of noises erupted around him, intermingling with the sounds of running and calling. The group listened intently, recognizing the long cries unmistakably as deer calls. Under normal circumstances, hearing such melodious deer calls would evoke images of the graceful spotted deer, lifting one's spirits. Yet, in the perilous confines of the great demon's domain, each call resonated like a death knell, signaling that a deer demon was hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. Moreover, the calls were not a mere few, but rather the collective cries of dozens, even hundreds of them, echoing throughout, sending chills down their spines. Panic ensued as the group attempted to command their wolves to flee, only to realize that these wolves were Chen Qing's enslaved beasts. Beyond their control, gritting their teeth, they exchanged glances, then looked towards the focused Chen Qing and shouted in unison, "There's no other choice, brothers. Let us fight these beasts." The surrounding wolf pack, having received Chen Qing's command, automatically initiated their defense, launching themselves at the approaching deer demons. The group showed no signs of retreat, diving into the fray with flashing blades and cries of battle that shook the heavens. Teacher Li, resolute, displayed no hint of hesitation, and with a mighty roar, charged into the herd of deer. Meanwhile, Chen Qing remained engrossed in his realm ascension, his aura steadily climbing higher. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 30 minutes had passed. During this interval, the wolf pack, working in perfect harmony, biting, pouncing, exhibited formidable combat prowess. Teacher Li and the remaining 16 individuals utilized every skill at their disposal to fight as one, ultimately slaying the hundreds of charging deer demons. The battlefield was strewn with the bodies of the deer demons, their blood staining the ground a deep crimson. However, just as the group sought to catch their breath amidst the carnage, a series of ear-splitting roars shattered the brief calm. The cacophony of cries was chaotic, no longer limited to the calls of deer, but now intermingled with wolf howls, boar grunts, and various other beasts' growls. Teacher Li trembled at the sound, his face a mask of shock and confusion. What is happening? How is this possible? How can these natural enemies unite? This scene was so utterly incomprehensible that he found himself momentarily frozen in disbelief. In that instant of hesitation, a first-tier advanced wild boar charged at him, mouth agape, accompanied by a foul wind. Teacher Li reacted swiftly, unleashing a fiery slash that cleaved the boar in two with a flash of orange light. Before the crowd could regain their composure, a myriad of ferocious beasts surged forth like a relentless tide. Yaks, wolf demons, goat demons, wild boar demons, deer demons, an overwhelming array. The people scarcely had time to draw a breath when one individual bellowed, "Quick, defend against them. They're coming again." Thus, all, gritting their teeth and enduring their bodily injuries, charged forth with swords drawn and blades ready. The once valiant wolf pack, under the relentless onslaught of these fierce demons, began to falter, suffering heavy casualties. Originally numbering over 100, The wolves had now lost more than half their ranks, and even the pinnacle-level Greyback Wolf King and the Howling Sky Wolf King were grievously wounded, their bodies marred with blood. The Slave Path Wolf King, lacking in close combat skills, could only command the wolf pack on Chen Qing's behalf, fighting to the death, yet as the number of wolves dwindled, so too did its strength. The remaining 10 or so individuals were similarly in dire straits. Having yet to recover from their previous wounds, they now found themselves embroiled in a series of grueling battles. Originally 14, with Qing Er and Wang Didao, they now numbered 16, but 2 had already collapsed, gravely injured and unable to continue, rendering their situation increasingly precarious. Suddenly, an unusual change rippled through Chen Qing's body. A strand of Wu Dao energy shattered with a crack, dissipating into wisps of extraordinary power that infused his being. Immediately, a tremendous force surged within him, propelling him to break through to the pinnacle of the first tier. Those around him instantly sensed the dramatic shift in his aura. Teacher Li's eyes widened in astonishment. He distinctly recalled that Chen Qing had only recently ascended to the advanced first tier just 2 days prior. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had achieved the peak of the first tier, causing a tremor of disbelief within him. This lad truly possesses a method to forcibly elevate his realm. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, Chen Qing, seemingly unsatisfied, once more channeled the Wu Dao energy within him. A Wu Dao rhythm hovered within his inner world, radiating light and avidly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. "What? You wish to elevate further?" Wang Didao exclaimed in disbelief. Teacher Li, equally anxious, shouted, "Enough. No matter what means you employ, ascending directly from the first tier to the second is not something that can be achieved with mere martial skills. If you continue recklessly, your body may very well shatter under the strain." However, Chen Qing appeared deaf to their admonitions, resolutely closing his eyes once more and rapidly circulating the Wu Dao rhythm within him. His aura surged like a bottomless black hole, voraciously drawing in the spiritual energy from the surroundings. Despite Teacher Li's burning anxiety, he dared not interrupt Chen Qing. As the situation was dire, he could only suppress his worries and unleash a powerful fire Dao martial skill. The orange-red flames swirling around him like a barrier, fiercely repelling the incoming tide of beasts. He fought against the incessant onslaught while simultaneously tending to the injured. Most of the beasts that appeared were around the first tier, but their sheer numbers proved overwhelming, with the occasional second-tier beast among them. Teacher Li, leveraging his tier advantage, managed to hold his ground for the time being. After nearly half an hour of brutal combat, the ground was littered with corpses of various beasts, the blood staining the earth a vivid crimson. Chen Qing's wolf pack, originally over 100 strong, now dwindled to just over 20. Among the remaining individuals, aside from Wang Didao, who was still holding on, the rest had nearly lost all fighting capability. Only Teacher Li remained relatively unscathed, but the enormous toll of slaying so many demons had severely drained his spiritual energy. Breathing heavily, Teacher Li, who possessed only 5 Dao rhythms, found himself increasingly overwhelmed by the relentless tide of beasts. Qing Er lay on the ground, drenched in blood. Her formerly beautiful face was now smeared with crimson, her hair and clothes indistinguishable from the blood of herself and the beasts. Weakly gasping, she uttered, "I cannot endure any longer. Should another wave of beasts come, I shall surely perish here." Upon hearing this, Wang Didao shouted vehemently, "What nonsense are you speaking?" He then glanced around at the others, noting their despondent and defeated expressions, and gritted his teeth, filled with unwillingness. "Are we truly to perish here? Why has our family's reinforcement not yet arrived?" Though he contemplated this, he understood that only an hour and a half had passed since their call for help. Such a brief interval was hardly sufficient for the family to receive the distress signal. Mobilize personnel for assistance, enter the 100 Demons' Garden, and locate their position. Just as despair engulfed the crowd, a shadow suddenly emerged ahead. Instantly, everyone became alert, their eyes reflecting helplessness and despair. Teacher Li gritted his teeth, preparing to fight to the bitter end. However, in the next moment, 2 bloodied figures tumbled to the ground before them with a thud. Teacher Li hurried forward to investigate, astonished to find he recognized the 2. One was Qian Bao, who had been extorted for 2 million, and the other was Luo Qi. Qian Bao lay on Luo Qi's back, evidently having been protected by her throughout their perilous journey. Teacher Li quickly assisted Luo Qi and Qian Bao to their feet, then employed a healing martial skill in an attempt to mend their injuries. Yet, as he was adept in Fire Dao, healing was not his forte. He thus called out, "Wang Didao, come over and tend to him." Though Wang Didao was filled with doubts and reluctance, he complied with Teacher Li's request and hastened to treat Luo Qi. Soon, Luo Qi stirred awake. Upon seeing Teacher Li, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes, but as his gaze swept over the surrounding mist, his joy swiftly dimmed. He whispered, "So you too are trapped here." Teacher Li pressed on, "What transpired? What did you encounter? Where is the elder of your Qian family?" Luo Qi coughed lightly, gently setting the unconscious Qian Bao aside, and replied, "I never anticipated that the higher-ups would miscalculate. I could never have imagined that there was a peak third-tier creature lurking within this realm of great demons." Teacher Li, confused, asked, "A creature?" "Yes," Luo Qi confirmed with another cough. "It's a mutated species of wolf known as a beta. They are not inherently strong, but are exceedingly intelligent. It has allied with all the major demons of the 100 Demons Garden, laying traps to slaughter any humans that enter, if not for the Elder's desperate protection. Qian Bao and I would have long since perished at the hands of that dear demon." Luo Qi's breath was faint as he spoke. Hearing this, Teacher Li's pupils constricted in shock as he confirmed, "What? The elder of your Qian family has perished?" Luo Qi was about to shake his head, uncertain, when a chilling voice echoed eerily, "Humans, intruding upon my domain and hunting my kin. Today you shall all perish here." With a thunderous sound, Teacher Li spun around to see a towering figure of a stag, nearly 5 meters tall, emerging slowly from the dense mist. Its heavy steps seemed to echo in the hearts of the crowd, instilling fear. Upon its massive antlers hung something indistinct, shrouded in shadows. Teacher Li instinctively swallowed hard, and as the figure of the stag became clearer, his eyes widened in horror. There, impaled upon the antlers, was a person. "What? The Elder Qian?" Teacher Li exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, blood flowed slowly from the elder's body, dripping onto the stag's face and rendering its already grotesque features even more terrifying. "How interesting. I did not expect to find a third-tier human here," the stag said, its mouth opening to speak, its green eyes glimmering with a semblance of human intelligence as it fixed its gaze upon the crowd. Having said that, it slowly turned its massive head, directing its attention to Chen Qing, who was frantically absorbing the Earth's energy. In an instant, a spark of uncontainable excitement lit up the stag's face, its eyes gleaming with the radiance of discovery, as if it had found an invaluable treasure. "What? This human possesses 4 Dao rhythms, and one of them radiates an unprecedented richness of energy. This human must possess at least 9 Dao rhythms. No, it could even be 10. The stag's astonishment was palpable, its voice rife with disbelief and greed. What? Whether it was Luo Qi, Wang Didao, or the others on the brink of collapse, all were struck with shock, their gazes turning to Chen Qing. They had never imagined that, in their previous understanding, Chen Qing, who possessed 2 Dao rhythms, was already deemed a prodigy. Yet now they realized that he was, in fact, the owner of 4 Dao rhythms, and that one of them contained at least 9 Dao rhythms. How terrifyingly gifted could this individual be? Luo Qi, equally stunned, found his pupils constricting in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Qing. Initially filled with confusion, his eyes soon flashed with astonishment like a lightning bolt. Moments later, a look of realization crossed his face, swiftly followed by an inexplicable glint of murderous intent, which vanished just as quickly, replaced by a serene expression. Chapter 44. The Angry Tide Steps, 16 Steps. In the next moment, the Stag King raised its head and let out a thunderous roar. Instantly, the heavens shifted in hue, and countless deer beasts thundered forth like a surging wave. The crowd gazed in despair at the approaching horde of deer, and Teacher Li, too, was engulfed by hopelessness but could only muster the courage to engage in battle. However, Luo Qi remained remarkably calm. He slowly directed his gaze towards Chen Qing, then took a step forward, his entire being pulsating with a vitality reminiscent of tumultuous ocean waves, gradually washing away the lethargy within him, causing a sudden surge in his energy. In the next moment, the Stag King let out a thunderous roar that reverberated across the land, followed by a powerful flick of its head, violently casting the elder of the Qian family, who was ensnared in its antlers, to the ground. Immediately after, Vibrant green light swirled around its feet as several thick vines, each several meters wide, cracked ominously, rising into the air like a giant serpent with bared fangs. Swiftly rushing toward Chen Qing. Upon witnessing this, Teacher Li felt an immediate surge of fiery rage. Flames engulfed him, transforming him into a formidable figure akin to a fire deity. With a resounding cry of flame of the crimson inferno, he propelled himself like a blazing meteor toward one of the vines, delivering a powerful punch. With one blow, he repelled one vine, then swiftly unleashed several fiery blades, severing another. Just as he prepared to charge at the last vine, intending to intercept the lethal strike aimed at Chen Qing, the Stag King suddenly bellowed, moving its colossal hooves as it charged at Teacher Li like a bolt from the blue. Left with no choice, Teacher Li forced his body to twist midair, employing a defensive martial technique to brace himself against the onslaught. The tremendous impact struck him, leaving him feeling as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer. A wave of despair washing over him. The Stag King, a creature of third-tier strength, was terrifically powerful. He was sent flying by the Stag King's strike, helplessly watching as the vine rushed toward Chen Qing. Just as despair consumed him, a pale blue light flashed before Chen Qing, and a figure appeared, delivering a punch that shattered the massive vine into fragments. Teacher Li's eyes widened in shock. The figure moved with such incredible speed that he barely registered its presence. Exclaiming in astonishment, "Who is that?" At the same time, the Stag King also displayed a hint of human-like confusion, murmuring, "There's another expert." However, when the blue figure gradually materialized, both the Stag King and Teacher Li were left agape in astonishment. How is this possible? The Stag King pondered, its mind racing. This individual had been thoroughly overwhelmed by it before. Had it not been for its desire to relish the thrill of the hunt, Luo Qi would never have reached Chen Qing and the others. Chen Qing was equally perplexed. He had thought that if the lethal strike indeed came for him, he would have no choice but to abandon his ascension. But why had Luo Qi suddenly appeared to shield him from this blow? Moreover, how had he accomplished this despite being gravely injured? In the next moment, Luo Qi spoke calmly, "You focus on your ascension. I'll handle this stag." Chen Qing was taken aback, questioning, "You?" Luo Qi affirmed, "Yes, it's me." As he spoke, he produced a black pill from seemingly nowhere and unhesitatingly consumed it. Chen Qing, lacking deep knowledge of medicinal pills, could not identify what it was. Upon ingestion, a soft blue aura enveloped Luo Qi, and his injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. Not only that, but his aura also began to rise steadily. Chen Qing was even more astonished. He had utilized the withered wood revival technique and medicinal pills exchanged from the system to reach the pinnacle of the first tier after a full hour of effort, which had cost him a permanent depletion of his wooden pathway resonance. Yet Luo Qi consumed this pill and immediately ascended to the third tier. Chen Qing couldn't help but murmur to himself, "What kind of terrifying pill requires such a substantial price?" Just as he was lost in thought, the Stag King let out a furious roar, exclaiming, "Why do I sense fear emanating from this person?" Luo Qi took a deliberate step forward, and as he did, a ripple of pale blue energy spread outward, as though the very fabric of reality had transformed into a vast ocean, undulating with his movement. The dense aura of water, intertwined with the power of vitality, forced the surrounding attacking stag beasts to retreat. It seemed Luo Qi had no intention of halting. He took another step, declaring, "Raging Tide Stomp. A martial technique of my own creation. With each step I take, my vitality increases by 20%. With my previous strength, I could manage at most 8 steps, but today I believe I shall surpass my record." With a resounding crack, he took his third step, his aura surging once more. As he took his fourth step, the ground trembled, and his foot left a deep fissure in its wake with the fifth step. A tremendous wave of energy surged forth, causing the surrounding mist to gradually dissipate. The Stag King's eyes widened in shock, its pupils constricting as it exclaimed, "This is the fog formation meticulously crafted by the King of the Stags. How can this be?" At this moment, fear flickered in the Stag King's eyes. In the next moment, it bellowed fiercely, summoning countless vines that erupted from the ground. These vines were significantly thicker than those that had previously threatened Chen Qing, each with a diameter of 10 meters, resembling towering pillars as they charged toward Luo Qi. Undaunted,
Luo Qi continued to step forward, each stride amplifying his aura beyond his usual peak. Upon reaching the 8th step, his aura reached its zenith. Facing the enormous vines rushing toward him like colossal pillars, he remained calm, simply raising a hand to effortlessly catch one of the vines. Then, with a sudden exertion of strength, his arm bulged with muscle, unleashing a tremendous force that uprooted the robust vine from the ground. Grasping a section of the vine, he swung it aside as if it were a mere piece of rope. The Stag King, unwilling to concede, transformed into a streak of ethereal light, charging into the air while roaring, "Green leaf strangle." In an instant, countless green leaves coalesced around it, morphing into razor-sharp blades, imbued with an overwhelming force of wood essence, hurtling toward Luo Qi like a tempest. Seeing this, Luo Qi anchored himself firmly, then slammed his foot down, causing a wave-like ripple to surge upward, crashing into the sky and colliding with the onslaught of green leaves, bringing them crashing to the ground. Yet he did not pause. Stepping forward once more, he took his 9th step, his aura exploding in intensity, akin to a primordial beast awakening, exuding an overwhelming pressure. However, this was still not his limit. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, taking the 10th, 11th, and 12th steps. With each step, the ground trembled, and the very air seemed to ignite. Finally, upon reaching the 14th step, cracks began to form in his skin, blood seeping out. Luo Qi focused intently ahead, murmuring to himself, "Is this my limit?" Yet the indomitable spirit within him burned fiercely, and with gritted teeth, he forced himself to take another step as he executed the 15th step. It felt as if he shattered the very fabric of reality, altering the world's color. The Stag King could no longer contain itself. Its eyes reddened, and it roared, "Divine talent! Celestial thorn dominance!" In the next instant, strange runes appeared on its antlers, glowing with an eerie green light, emanating an unsettling aura. The Stag King propelled itself forward with all its might, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Teacher Li, sensing impending doom, felt an immediate surge of flames engulf him, desperately attempting to intervene. However, before he could approach the Stag King, he was repelled by the immense, invisible pressure surrounding it, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. In an instant, the Stag King reached Luo Qi, who felt the weight of its power crushing down upon him. Pondering inwardly, "Is this the strength of a third Ti?" he continued to cry out. His steps unsteady as he spun in place, his hands flailing helplessly in the air, as if attempting to grasp something elusive, believing that such an action could somehow pinpoint Chen Qing's location. As his body swayed, he struggled to maintain his stance, resembling a solitary boat that could capsize at any moment amidst tumultuous winds and waves. Yet, his cries never ceased. When he turned to face the crowd, everyone suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to them, his eyes had already burst, blood gushing from the hollow sockets. Blood also streamed from his ears, and his mouth and nostrils were stained crimson, presenting a ghastly visage. As if he had been crushed by the terrifying pressure of the deep sea, leaving his innards shattered and his orifices ruptured. The onlookers stared in shock at this scene, slowly awakening to the grim truth. He had long been blind and deaf. Chapter 45. A soldier dies for his beloved. In an instant, a prickling sensation surged through the skin of those present, and amidst their astonishment, their gazes converged on the spot where Chen Qing stood. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from Chen Qing, and his eyes glimmered with golden light. A colossal shadow of a sword, seemingly piercing the heavens, materialized behind him. In a daze, the crowd beheld this sword, which appeared to be real. As it plunged straight into the clouds, Luo Qi, initially frantic like a lost child, suddenly fell silent. He slowly turned to face Chen Qing. At that moment, blood seeped from his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and ears, his appearance horrifying. Yet his expression strangely calm, serene, even hinting at a faint smile. Chen Qing abruptly opened his eyes wider, his aura ascending further, and those around him felt a sharp, tangible sword energy assailing them, as if it were a physical force, slicing at their skin, causing them to involuntarily swallow. Wang Didao's eyes widened in disbelief, swallowing hard as he stammered, This is a promotion to the 2nd tier. What kind of joke is this? What 2nd tier practitioner could create such a commotion? I feel as though a long sword is pressed against my forehead, ready to pierce through at any moment. With that, Qian Qing's aura erupted once more, and with a crack, it seemed to disperse the surrounding fog. Clearing a space of lucidity, Luo Qi moved steadily, step by step, resolutely approaching Chen Qing. Chen Qing regarded Luo Qi's approach with an impassive expression, betraying no emotion. Eventually, Luo Qi stood beside Chen Qing, at that very moment. A long, mournful howl of a wolf abruptly sliced through the air, the cacophony of howls echoing relentlessly. Countless wild wolves surged forward with chaotic steps, charging towards Chen Qing and the others, their demeanor ferocious. Despair instantly enveloped every face, as the chorus of wolf howls plunged their hearts into the depths of desolation. They understood that the peak-tier Beast King had arrived. The expression of hopelessness spread like wildfire across every countenance. Even the third-tier novice, Teacher Li, felt his legs give way beneath him, collapsing to the ground, his fighting spirit extinguished as if doused with cold water, leaving not a trace behind. Those around him crumpled like straw men deprived of support. Some even breaking down, pounding the earth in anguish, weeping inconsolably, "Damn it. We have already fought tooth and nail to slay a peak-tier deer king. How can there still be another peak-tier monster? Curse upon curse. I have been striving so hard to survive. Why does it feel as though heaven has conspired against me? Why, as he wept, he pounded the ground with his fists, venting his overwhelming sense of helplessness and fury. The flicker of desire for life in Wang Didao's eyes gradually dimmed and faded, like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Qing Er also collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, her gaze numbly fixed on Chen Qing, a question swirling in her mind. Why is he so calm? Luo Qi, his steps unsteady, slowly moved in front of Chen Qing, and upon standing still, it was as though all the strength had been drained from his body, leaving him like a marionette severed from its strings, on the verge of collapse. Quick as lightning, Chen Qing reached out, firmly supporting Luo Qi's shoulders to keep him upright. Luo Qi forced a smile, which, despite his weakness, appeared oddly peculiar, and softly said, "I suppose some matters need not be spoken of any further." His eyes, vacant and devoid of spirit, groped for Chen Qing's hand, which he gently guided to rest upon his neck. Chen Qing had numerous questions he wished to pose to Luo Qi, yet he understood that at this moment, Luo Qi was utterly spent, unable to hear his words or perceive his presence. Gritting his teeth, Chen Qing steeled himself, raising his palm and transforming it into a blade, plunging it directly into Luo Qi's chest. Luo Qi let out a muffled groan, a spurt of blood splattering to the ground. His body swayed, yet he still managed to force a smile, that smile appearing particularly sorrowful against the backdrop of blood. At this moment, his aura flickered like a candle in the wind, slowly dissipating. Just as Luo Qi's life was nearing its end, he seemed to experience a moment of clarity, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to grip Chen Qing's hand tightly. Squeezing with all his might, he then lifted his head, his gaze fixed on Chen Qing, whispering with a voice barely above a breath, "The fate of the world is already determined. Our actions are not our own." Upon finishing his words, his hand fell limply, his head drooping as he fell silent. In the next instant, a clear sound rang out in Chen Qing's mind. Ding! Following that, a mechanical voice devoid of emotion declared, "Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the otherworldly demon Luo Qi. You are hereby rewarded with all the Daorime of the otherworldly demon. Rewards: 1 water Daorime, 100 contribution points." The resounding howls of wolves echoed like thunderclaps in the sky. From within the dense fog, a phantom gradually emerged. Simultaneously, countless wolves surged forth, encircling Chen Qing and his companions. Upon the back of a massive wolf, a phantom solidified, seated regally. Then, a languid voice drifted through the air. "I did not expect you to defeat the Deer King." No sooner had the words left its mouth than a sound of slurping followed, rife with greed. "However, if I consume one with such vitality, I might just break through to the 4th tier." The phantom paused momentarily, casting its gaze to a certain spot, its greed palpable, and there is even a human with 4 Daorimes, ho, yet merely a 2nd-tier novice, ha ha ha. Truly, heaven is assisting me. Chen Qing's expression turned cold, as frigid as a distant star. Just as he turned, a faint glow began to emanate from Luo Qi's body. Chen Qing furrowed his brow. Without hesitation, He reached out and grasped the light ion the next moment. The light, fluid as water and sand, flowed directly into him. Confusion filled Chen Qing's mind when suddenly a message flashed through his thoughts. Martial technique name, Raging Tide Step, tier, low yellow tier, description. This martial technique has two modes of release. 1. It can be actively released in combat, providing a temporary boost to one's vitality. Each step taken grants a 20 enhancement to vitality, with an unlimited potential for improvement based on the practitioner's physical strength. 2. It can be practiced daily while in a water environment, utilizing the currents to refine the body, with effects becoming more pronounced in broader and more vigorous waters. Immediately, understanding and memories regarding the Raging Tide Step flooded into Chen Qing's mind in an instant. He grasped this martial technique with a terrifying comprehension, confident that his understanding of it rivaled Luo Qi's. At that moment, a long sigh echoed in Chen Qing's mind, as if traversing through endless time and space. Then a familiar voice emerged. This martial technique still holds tremendous potential for advancement, yet I have run out of time. The voice paused before continuing. Should you still value this martial technique in the future? Seek to enhance your Water Dao rhyme. Trust me, its power will undoubtedly rival your unity of 10,000 paths with that. Chen Qing sensed the last remnants of Luo Qi's spiritual energy within him dissipate almost entirely. He let out a soft sigh, his lips parting to utter 3 words. Why? Just then, the voice residing in Chen Qing's mind seemed to have heard his murmured query, and after a brief silence, it responded, tinged with a sense of release. A soldier dies for his beloved. Yet, in the next moment, a cataclysmic explosion erupted from the distant horizon, as if the very heavens were collapsing. The mountains crumbled suddenly, debris scattering, dust obscuring the sky. Following this, a deafening roar of a deer resonated across the land, its sound akin to a thunderclap, imbued with boundless rage and authority, echoing through the realms, accompanied by the deer's roar. A glimmering green object, shimmering with ethereal light, sped towards Chen Qing like a shooting star. As the green light drew closer, it became apparent that it was none other than the celestial thorned Deer King. As it galloped across the ground, its hooves kicking up clouds of dust, it bellowed in fury. Bastard, bastard, the Beast King, allow me to slay them with my own hands. The moment this voice, filled with wrath and murderous intent, reached them, an invisible aura of death enveloped those present. Some turned as pale as sheets, their legs trembling, even preparing for self-destruction. Their emotions transcended mere despair, plunging into a profound, bone-deep terror. However, amidst this atmosphere of impending doom, Chen Qing stood in stark contrast to the others. His eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, akin to 2 keen blades piercing through the layers of fear's gloom. Chen Qing slowly repeated the phrase, "A soldier dies for a true friend." Having uttered these words, he assumed a tranquil demeanor, gradually closing his eyes and stepping forward in that instant. The vitality within him surged like a raging tide, swelling violently. The essence of his being ascended at an astonishing pace, 20%. 20% again. Waves of watery distortions emanated from Chen Qing's form, extending outward like ripples on a still lake disturbed by a colossal stone. Then, with a voice that resonated with an icy depth, he calmly declared, "Celestial Thorn Stag King, Cunning King, how do you intend to meet your demise?" Chapter 46. Alone against a myriad of beasts, struggling against the dual kings. Chen Qing exhaled a plume of frosty breath. Simultaneously, the sword intent surged from his left hand, a formidable force coalescing into a single blade radiating a pale blue luminescence, hovering quietly beside him. Chen Qing grasped the 5th of the myriad swords, signifying his mastery over yet another path's essence. Unlike the other myriad swords that floated in the air, he chose to wield this long sword in his hand, gripping the pale blue blade with his left while his right hand held the ancient sword bequeathed to him by his parents. Armed with 2 swords, he stepped forward, creating a ripple of water that swiftly spread around him. The celestial Thorn Stag King, observing this, let out a disgruntled grunt and slowly expelled a breath of foul air. Its aura surged, and with a sudden motion, it stomped its hooves, sending dust flying into the air. Then, with a heavy thud of its forehooves, a sound of cracking echoed forth, its eyes shimmering with a fierce light. Fixating intently on Chen Qing in a single stride, it spoke with a voice that echoed like thunder, Celestial Thorn Dominance. With that, it charged forward, its antlers swelling dramatically, growing wildly as it lunged toward Chen Qing with ferocity. Chen Qing pivoted, swords in hand, and with a powerful push of his legs, he crossed his blades before his chest, boldly confronting the Celestial Stag King's innate divine ability. Celestial Thorn Dominance. As the decisive strike approached, he firmly grasped his swords, bracing them against his chest. In that fleeting moment, the sword armor's resilience, the wind-seeking sword intent, and the myriad sword strikes all converged, not merely directing the sword energy outward but infusing the mighty sword intent and the sharpness of the myriad sword strikes into his blades. Striving to elevate the potency of this attack to its zenith. With a gaze ablaze, he advanced, both swords enveloped in an endless brilliance, fiercely slashing toward the colossal antlers of the Celestial Thorn Stag King, which were nearly as large as its own body. In an instant, Chen Qing felt an overwhelming force crashing toward him. Even as he fought to resist, he was abruptly sent flying after a brief stalemate. As he spun through the air, he deftly maneuvered the other 4 myriad swords to shield his back, using the strength conveyed through their blades to mitigate the impact, barely stabilizing himself. The Celestial Thorn Stag King was taken aback, its eyes wide with disbelief as it roared, "How is this possible? You, a mere human at the initial stage of the second tier, could withstand my innate ability." Its voice brimmed with resentment. Yet, what shocked it further was the next moment when it suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chen Qing smirked disdainfully, then unleashed the surge tide step once more. With a series of resonant thuds, he took 3 steps forward, each footfall sending forth a massive wave rippling outward from his form. Wherever these ripples struck, even the first-tier intermediate wolves were sent flying. Even the advanced first-tier beasts staggered back half a step. Although the injuries were not grievous, the beasts displayed visible panic. When the ripples reached the Celestial Thorn Stag King, which should have been impervious to harm, it unexpectedly sputtered blood. The Celestial Thorn Stag King, its eyes filled with incredulity, gazed at the blood trickling from its mouth, unable to comprehend why these ripples, which couldn't injure even the advanced first-tier beasts, could wound it. Before it could ponder further, Chen Qing gritted his teeth, fully channeling the sword armor's resilience to augment his physical strength. Veins bulged on his forehead as he bellowed. Surge tide step, 10th step. With that proclamation, he lunged forward, the earth cracking beneath the tremendous force. Yet he did not pause. He gritted his teeth and pressed on, 11th step. With a thunderous impact, the ground shook violently, the fissures widening ominously. 12th step. Pain contorted his features, yet he did not falter. The Celestial Thorn Stag King's pupils constricted in disbelief as it howled. "How is this possible? You are merely a second-tier novice." Each ripple that struck it tore at its flesh, blood gushing forth. Chen Qing remained silent, his eyes resolute, as he continued to advance with 2 more steps. With each step, the power of the ripples intensified. Now capable of sending some of the defenseless advanced first-tier beasts flying, "Cough, cough," the Stag King exclaimed. "These ripples appear mere ripples before me, yet why does my body succumb to them?" It roared in rage, teetering precariously under the relentless assault. Surge tide step, 15th step. The words escaped Chen Qing's lips through clenched teeth, and as he lifted his right leg, he felt as if he were a fragile vessel amidst a tempest, on the brink of being overwhelmed. His form swayed like a boat on turbulent waters, and to the observers, Chen Qing appeared to stand firmly on one leg, yet his body moved as though caught in a breeze. Finally, Chen Qing forcefully executed the 15th step. In the next moment, a torrent of water surged beneath him, transforming into a colossal wave that lifted him high into the sky. Subsequently, the waves coalesced into a cylindrical column of water, enveloping Chen Qing, propelling him like an arrow towards the Celestial Thorn Stag King. Seeing this, the Stag King trembled in fear, attempting to brace for Chen Qing's onslaught. Suddenly, a wave crashed violently against it, causing it to spew blood, its form faltering. Another mouthful of blood erupting forth. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Chen Qing leapt forward like lightning, shouting, "Stag King, you are doomed," with swords crossed over his chest. He struck down upon the Stag King's antlers. With a resounding crack, the antlers shattered, and the blades crashed into the Stag King's skull. the immense force propelling the pinnacle third-tier creature into the air. Rolling as it did when struck by Luo Qi, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the mist, as the water beneath Qian Qing receded, he planted his swords into the ground, slowly closing his eyes. Turning his back to Luo Qi's lifeless form, and murmured, "Thank you." From the moment he first clashed with the Stag King, Qian Qing had perceived the tumultuous essence coursing within it, though it appeared fierce. Its insides were riddled with wounds. In that instant, Qian Qing discerned that the Stag King seemed to retain a semblance of vitality only because Luo Qi had deliberately allowed it to survive. Preserving its last breath. It was merely awaiting Qian Qing's surge tide step, which would activate the hidden techniques Luo Qi had embedded within the celestial thorn Stag King. In that instant, the blood within the Stag King resonated with the waves crashing against its exterior, creating a peculiar symphony of forces. Like a fragile glass vessel caught between internal and external pressures, it shattered instantaneously, revealing countless fissures across the Stag King's form. The next moment, a frigid electronic voice echoed in Qian Qing's mind, "Ding." Detection of host successfully killing the legendary demon, Celestial Thorn Stag King. Host gains the complete essence of the Celestial Thorn Stag King. Rewards: Slave Path Essence 3, Wood Path Essence 5, Contribution Value 60. The entire arena fell into a stunned silence. Not only the human side rendered speechless, but even the distant cunning king displayed a profound astonishment. The once demoralized crowd behind Qian Qing, having lost their will to fight, found renewed vigor upon witnessing him unleash the surge tide step to vanquish the Stag King. This spectacle shone like a brilliant beam of light, piercing through the darkness that had enveloped them, leaving them spellbound, their expressions betraying their shock, their gazes, drawn like iron filings to a magnet, fixated intently on Qian Qing, who, in that moment, appeared as towering as a mountain and radiant as the stars. This scene etched itself into their souls, an indelible memory. A newly initiated second-tier genius standing alone against a myriad of beasts, valiantly battling the dual kings. Chapter 47. Pursuing the Cunning King. After a moment of solemn silence, Qian Qing tightened his grip on the two swords embedded in the ground, slowly exerting force to withdraw them. Simultaneously, the remaining 4 myriad swords drifted gracefully to his back. Hovering silently, Qian Qing raised the ancient sword in his right hand, his eyes ablaze with an inner fire, fixed intently on the cunning king seated atop the massive wolf, and icily declared, "It is your turn." A profound expression of resentment and malice flickered across the cunning king's wolfish visage. It threw back its head, letting out a long howl that issued the command to charge in an instant. The surrounding wolf pack surged forward, invigorated as if filled with adrenaline, their howls echoing in a cacophony. The eyes of all the wolves gleamed with a predatory light, fixated on Qian Qing and his companions. The cunning king roared once more, its voice seething with venom, "Damn humans, you truly managed to slay the Stag King. But I am not merely capable of enslaving the wolf tribe. I can command all the surrounding clans. Here in this fog, the number of beasts I have enslaved has already surpassed 10,000. With that proclamation, a chorus of wolf howls erupted, as the wolf pack and beast hordes surged forward like a tidal wave of darkness, charging toward Qian Qing and his companions. Qian Qing's lips curled into a cold smile, and in the next moment, he clenched his fists tightly, his arm muscles taut with tension. With a sudden surge of strength, his arms moved with the grace of dancing dragons, sweeping through the air. With a thunderous sound, 2 immense sword energies, akin to divine blades cleaving the heavens, erupted outward, enveloping everything in a deadly brilliance. Crack! The front line of wolf beasts, caught unawares, was directly slain by the sudden onslaught of sword energy, their severed limbs and lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, the scent of blood rapidly saturating the atmosphere. Qian Qing remained calm and composed, his gaze as cold and piercing as a distant star, fixated on the Bei Wang. He spoke with a chilling clarity. "If I am not mistaken, your wolf tribe's other pinnacle third-stage Wind Wolf King must be elsewhere hunting human beings. As a slave path demon king, you ought to cower in the shadows, obediently hiding away, rather than boldly standing before me, waiting for your demise. Be it the slave path cultivators or the slave path demon kings. They are often well-versed in the arts of concealment and self-preservation. They excel at manipulating beast hordes with precision employing tactics of overwhelming numbers to drag their enemies into a mire of relentless beasts, exhausting them before delivering a fatal blow. The Bei Wang, as a slave path demon king, revealing himself before Chen Qing and his companions was not an act of arrogance. After all, it is difficult for anyone to fathom that a powerful pinnacle third-stage deer king, accompanied by a vast army of beasts numbering in the tens of thousands, could be bested by a mere human squad of a dozen, whose overall strength pales in comparison. This outcome, not only would the Bei Wang find hard to believe, but even others would likely be left astounded. With a long sword in hand, Chen Qing moved with the agility of a war god, cutting through the ranks as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Each swing of his sword unleashed a potent aura of slaughter. Within a radius of dozens of feet, numerous beasts were instantly shredded into fragments, their blood painting the air in a gruesome display. Witnessing this, the Bei Wang was thrown into a state of panic, letting out a long, piercing wolf howl, a woo. At this sound, 3 high-level second-stage beast kings sprang forward to protect the Bei Wang, their presence a formidable barrier against Chen Qing's lethal intent. These were the Bei Wang's meticulously trained personal guards, now facing Chen Qing's might without hesitation. However, Chen Qing remained undaunted, his eyes reflecting an icy determination. He raised his hand and lightly waved it, causing 4 long swords floating behind him to stir as if summoned. 2 of them swiftly merged with the ancient sword in his grasp, while the other 2 fused into his water Dao sword. Then, wielding the sword with both hands, Chen Qing shouted, "Slash!" and unleashed a ferocious strike. With a whoosh, 2 streams of sword energy, infused with overwhelming pressure, surged forth, cleaving through the 3 beast kings standing in his way. In an instant, blood spattered as their massive bodies fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The Bei Wang's face was a mask of terror, his heart pounding with dread. The magnitude of Chen Qing's power was beyond comprehension. How could a newly ascended second-stage human effortlessly slay high-level beast kings as if mowing grass? Fear engulfed him like a tidal wave, and he hastily mounted the second-stage wolf demon beneath him, fleeing desperately into the distance. The Bei Wang, though naturally clever and adept at wielding a multitude of slave path techniques, found himself with a body as fragile as paper. Weaker than a mid-level first-stage beast, his short forelimbs making even normal running a challenge, he could only lie on the back of the wolf as they raced away as the Bei Wang fled for his life. He commanded the wolf pack to howl in unison. The vast grasslands echoed with the thunderous howls of thousands of wolves, carrying far and wide. This was his method of summoning the pinnacle third-stage Wind Wolf King. 50 kilometers away, the Wind Wolf King was entangled in a fierce melee with 4 novice third-stage human masters. Upon hearing the resounding wolf howl, it instantly understood that the Bei Wang was under siege. With a mighty howl, the Wind Wolf King rallied the ambushing wolf pack to retreat. A furious whirlwind encircled the Wind Wolf King, pushing the 4 human masters back before it charged forward with the speed of a gale towards the Bei Wang's location. Closely followed by the rest of the wolves, the human masters were momentarily stunned. All were severely injured. Aside from the 4, the rest of their comrades had perished. They clung to their dwindling resolve. Teetering on the brink of collapse, the sudden retreat of the wolf pack left them perplexed. An elderly man, bloodied and battered, furrowed his brow and remarked, "What is happening with this wolf pack?" Another echoed, "Indeed, we are barely holding on. Why would they suddenly withdraw?" A third speculated, "It must be that humans elsewhere are launching a fierce counterattack. The wolf pack cannot hold their ground. That howl must signal that humans are under siege in that direction and are in a stalemate. Hence summoning the Wind Wolf King." The last one shouted anxiously, "Forget all that. What about young Master Wang? He can't be dead, can he?" Someone lamented, "Miss Qinger from the Ying family has likely perished among these wolves. Alas, even if we are fortunate enough to survive, we would certainly face severe punishment upon returning to our families." Suddenly, an elder from the Wang family narrowed his eyes in realization, exclaiming, "No, no, young Master Wang is still alive." He hastily produced a jade stone, which emitted a faint glow. Though weak, this light confirmed that Wang Didao, despite his perilous condition, still clung to life. The Wang elder quickly retrieved an electronic device, the locator that Wang Didao carried. He looked up sharply, his gaze locking onto the direction the wolf pack was racing towards, his face turning pale as he shouted, This is bad. The direction the Wind Wolf King is heading is precisely where my young master is. The elder from the Ying family, upon hearing this, also appeared alarmed, exclaiming, Miss Qinger is also in that direction. With that, the two elders exchanged a glance filled with worry and resolve. They swallowed hard and, gritting their teeth, dashed recklessly towards that perilous location. The remaining two, witnessing this, exchanged silent glances and shook their heads resignedly. Their charge, the young master they were meant to protect, had long since met his demise. For them, there was no longer any need to venture into such a dangerous place. Meanwhile, the distress signal sent by Wang Didao and Ying Qinger had drawn a response, as their families' rescue teams had already entered this vast demon territory. At that moment, the resounding, thunderous wolf howl captured their attention. The group promptly checked the source of the sound, discovering it originated from the direction where Wang Didao and Ying Qinger were located, and hurriedly sped towards it. Just as Chen Qing prepared to continue his onslaught, he found himself surrounded by several high-level second-stage Wolf Kings, including a pinnacle second-stage Yak King and a pinnacle second-stage Horse King, all glaring fiercely at him. Chen Qing's aura surged dramatically. With a swift swing of his sword, accompanied by a sharp sword energy, he effortlessly severed the Yak King's horns with a crisp crack. At that moment, Chen Qing, empowered by the blood surging from his 15-step Fury Wave technique, felt the inexhaustible flow of spiritual energy from the golden marvelous body. He was unafraid even in the face of pinnacle second-stage beasts. Not even a fully revitalized beginner third-stage great demon could intimidate him. Though Chen Qing stood amidst the beast horde, akin to a war god incarnate, vanquishing beasts left and right, the sheer number of his foes was overwhelming. Thousands of beasts surged like a tidal wave against him. Furthermore, the Bei Wang rode a high-level second-stage Wind Path Wolf Beast, which was incredibly swift. Despite Chen Qing's relentless pursuit, he could never quite close the distance. With a stern expression, Chen Qing calmly declared, "In that case, let us first eliminate all your minions." As the Bei Wang fled for his life, he screamed frantically, "Human, you will pay dearly for your arrogance. It won't be long before the Wind Wolf King arrives. Let's see how you plan to deal with that. Once I consume you all, I shall ascend to the 4th stage, at that point. No matter how many humans come, they will be forced to submit to me. I will establish a human pen on this grassland, allowing you humans to breed within, treating you as livestock to serve as my meat store." Ha ha ha! Chen Qing's gaze sharpened, and he replied coldly, "Oh, is that so?" With that, he suddenly hurled the blue water Dao sword into the air. Following this, the other 4 water Dao swords soared towards him, clinking together as their tips converged, then began to spin at high speed. Whir. The rotation intensified as Chen Qing maneuvered these 5 swords, positioning them before him to eye in that instant. The 5 swords combined into an enormous, formidable drill, slicing through all in its path. Any beast that the drill touched was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp, splattering blood everywhere, covering both the surrounding beasts and Chen Qing in gourd. At that moment, Chen Qing resembled a crimson god of slaughter. Emanating an aura that instilled terror in the blink of an eye, bolstered by his immense spiritual power, Chen Qing wielded the gigantic sword drill, slaughtering over 100 beasts in an instant. He then surged forward with newfound speed. The Bei Wang, witnessing this, was filled with dread, hastily urging his wolf mount to run for its life. Chapter 48. 3 swords to shatter your dreams of reversal. Time passed unnoticed, and the slain beasts piled high on the ground. The number of corpses reaching 3,000 to 4,000 at this moment. Chen Qing and the Bei Wang still maintained a significant distance between them. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoed through the sky, and the face of the cunning Wolf King lit up with delight. He then erupted into a boisterous laughter. "Ha ha ha, human, the Wind Wolf King has arrived. Your demise is imminent, ha ha ha." The laughter was malevolent, so wicked that it was hard to believe it emanated from a beast. Chen Qing's expression darkened, as though his countenance could drip with gloom, and the totem behind him suddenly gleamed with golden light. Swish, 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 50 wolf beasts swiftly encircled him, forming a solid barrier around Chen Qing. Since he had expended all his efforts in pursuing the cunning Wolf King, nearly all the pressure had converged upon him, leaving only a handful of first-tier wolf beasts to besiege Teacher Li and the others. During the chase, Chen Qing had instructed his enslaved Wolf King to subjugate as many wolf beasts as possible. Over this period, the enslaved Wolf King had successfully subjugated only a few dozen first-tier wolf beasts. But now, Chen Qing had command over 3 Wolf Kings and more than 50 first-tier wolf beasts, which slowly closed in on him. In the next moment, Teacher Li and the others arrived around Chen Qing, forming a protective circle around him. Following the earlier demise of the Deer King, all the deer beasts under its command sensed the death of their ruler and scattered like frightened birds. The winds on the grassland were already fierce, and without the deer beasts to maintain their strength, the mist quickly dissipated, leaving the field devoid of any fog and granting a clear view. Chen Qing gazed at the wolf pack appearing on the horizon, and a cold glint suddenly surged in his eyes. The cunning Wolf King commanded his underlings to halt, gazing at the stationary Chen Qing while laughing raucously. "Ha ha ha, human, I have triumphed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Chen Qing's face remained tranquil, devoid of sorrow or joy, as he slowly closed his eyes and calmly remarked, "The peak, 3rd-tier Wind Wolf King is your last bastion, isn't it? What will you do if I slay it?" The cunning Wolf King scoffed derisively and continued his boisterous laughter. "Ha ha ha, what nonsense are you spouting? That is a 3rd-tier peak Wind Wolf King in its prime. Its might is incomparable to that foolish deer. It is my brother, on the verge of ascending to the 4th tier. You think you can kill it? I have just realized that you did not slay the Deer King by your own prowess. That lad named Luo Qi deliberately left the Deer King for you to kill. Himph! How, pray tell, do you possess such a miraculous black pill? I tell you, even if you do, you are but a mere 2nd-tier novice. To defeat my brother and my army of tens of thousands of demonic beasts is a mere fantasy. Ha ha ha." Chen Qing's expression remained impassive as he calmly replied, "Is that so? I wonder how many strikes it can endure from me." With that, a brilliant golden light surged in Chen Qing's eyes. The myriad swords flying in the sky suddenly clashed, and the hilt of one sword shot down like a meteor, striking Teacher Li's neck with a resounding thud. Teacher Li looked utterly bewildered, staring incredulously at Chen Qing. "Chen Qing!" Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. He could never have anticipated that Chen Qing would strike against him at such a critical moment. Witnessing this, Wang Didao gasped in horror and shouted in anger, "Chen Qing, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Without Teacher Li, how will we survive?" However, before he could finish speaking, 5 myriad swords danced like phantoms, thudding against the ground with a series of impacts, swiftly knocking dozens of people unconscious. The cunning Wolf King gaped in shock, witnessing this sudden turn of events, and mocked, "Kid, have you lost your sanity? Or are you still foolishly attempting to barter their lives for your own? I can assure you, that is utterly impossible. I will rip you apart." Chen Qing's demeanor remained unchanged as the 4 myriad swords surrounding him began to dim, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Simultaneously, the sword marks affixed to him for healing his injuries faded like wisps of smoke. Chen Qing exerted force in his legs and leaped high into the air, where the last blue myriad sword caught him steadily. The cunning Wolf King, perplexed, fixed his gaze upon Chen Qing, who stood atop the flying sword in the sky. He could not fathom why, at such a life-and-death juncture, this young man neither fled nor prepared any defenses, merely standing there quietly. In the next moment, the outward aura that Chen Qing had exuded began to gradually recede, his presence no longer as sharp and glaring as before, but rather calming like the tide retreating. He retracted all his momentum, bringing his palms together at his chest, as if an ancient monk in meditation. Slowly, Chen Qing's right hand, with its 5 fingers pressed against his left palm as if grasping something precious, began to form a fist. His left hand remained in place, while the clenched right fist began to rise from his chest, advancing towards his shoulder, ultimately resting directly above his head. With his left palm upright at the center of his chest and his right fist raised high above his head, the Wind Wolf King, ensconced in a tempest, charged forth like a swirling black storm, bellowing, "I am coming." With the assistance of a powerful gust, its speed was terrifying, leaving countless afterimages in its wake from a distance. It appeared merely as a small black dot, but in an instant, it halved the distance. The cunning Wolf King shouted in exhilaration, "Wind King, brother, come here. If we deal with this brat, we are certain to ascend to the 4th tier." Ha ha ha! At this moment, the cunning Wolf King no longer regarded Chen Qing as a threat, deeming him a lamb for slaughter. With the arrival of the Wind Wolf King, his demise seemed inevitable. However, just as this thought crossed the cunning Wolf King's mind, Chen Qing's right hand, raised above his head, clenched into a fist, and then suddenly, his thumb shot up, releasing a beam of sword light from within. It was fast, too fast. The sword light struck the third-tier peak Wind Wolf King before it even had a chance to react. With a resounding crack, the Wind Wolf King let out a wretched howl, its body reeling as if struck by a heavy blow, tumbling through the air and leaving a trail of blood that stained the sky. The cunning Wolf King, who had initially gazed at the Wind Wolf King in delight, now felt a drastic change in his expression. First confusion, followed by fear, and ultimately, sheer terror. He turned abruptly to stare at Chen Qing, who was giving a thumbs up in the sky, his lips trembling as he muttered, What is happening?" In a state of panic, he shouted towards the Wind Wolf King, "Brother, how are you? What is happening?" In his fluster, he stumbled off his wolf's back, relying solely on his hind legs to hop towards the Wind Wolf King. As he ran, the cunning Wolf King was elated to see that, despite a horrific wound, the Wind Wolf King was still alive, trembling as it struggled to rise. With a crack, it coughed up a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Observing this, Chen Qing's gaze turned icy, and without hesitation, he extended his index finger, unleashing a fierce beam of sword light in an instant. After a breath, Chen Qing extended his middle finger, and the third beam of sword light sliced through the air, decapitating the Wind Wolf King in a single stroke. The next moment, a crisp sound rang out. Only Chen Qing could hear it. "Congratulations, host, for slaying the third-tier peak Wind Wolf King. You have acquired the complete essence of the Wind Wolf King. Reward, 6 pads of Wind Dao Essence, contribution value, 60 points. Chen Qing slowly retracted his fingers, stating calmly, "The 5-finger fist heart sword has a delay that is still too long. I must devise a way to integrate some local martial arts into it to transform it into an instant release." With a forceful step on the blue myriad sword, he soared down from the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. At this moment, the surrounding wolf pack gazed at Chen Qing in terror, their fighting spirit having vanished completely. Chen Qing's gaze turned towards the cunning Wolf King, who lay on the ground, tears streaming down its face, helpless and defeated. Suddenly, the cunning Wolf King roared in anger, "Ah, I will make you pay." Human, however, the next moment, his pupils dilated in horror as he noticed 2 human powerhouses radiating third-tier energy standing before him. In a panic, he turned to look behind him and was shocked to see 4 more human powerhouses with the same third-tier aura appear, 2 of whom even emanated the energy of third-tier peaks. Overwhelmed by despair, the cunning Wolf King collapsed to the ground, letting out a shrill wail. In an instant, countless wolf beasts that had obeyed his orders scattered like a tide. Seeing this, Chen Qing immediately commanded his wolf pack to enslave the fleeing beasts. He then sheathed his ancient sword, grasping the blue myriad sword, dragging its blade across the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust as he steadily approached the cunning Wolf King. The cunning Wolf King raised his head, his eyes filled with helplessness and fear, as he gazed at the advancing Chen Qing. Behind him, the second-tier advanced Wind Dao Wolf King bared its sharp teeth, glaring menacingly at Chen Qing, exuding an aura of danger, as if it would pounce at any moment. The cunning Wolf King hastily let out a howl, halting the Wolf King's advance, with a vacant stare. He looked at Chen Qing, his voice trembling as he said, "Human, your strength has overwhelmed me. If it is acceptable, I wish to become your enslaved beast." As he spoke, he slowly lowered his proud head. At that moment, 4 figures descended like meteors beside the cunning Wolf King. One of them was quick-witted, swiftly pinning the snarling second-tier advanced Wind Dao Wolf King to the ground, rendering it immobile. Chen Qing coldly stared at the Beast King before him, betraying no emotion. Suddenly, an elder from the Wang family exclaimed in shock, "Kid, you actually defeated this Beast King. Listen, if you can bind it as your slave beast and have it rally its former followers, you stand a great chance of claiming the top spot in this year's grand examination." Without even glancing back, Chen Qing's eyes remained fixed on the Beast King as he slowly raised his blue longsword, positioning it against the creature's neck. Another elder from the Ying family anxiously urged, "Kid, you can't possibly think of killing it, can you? This is a peak third-tier Beast King. Its intelligence rivals that of a human. If you possess the essence of enslavement, you must subdue it. Alternatively, you could sell it to my Ying family. We can afford any price. Chen Qing's expression was calm as he replied indifferently, the young masters of the Wang and Ying families are right behind you. Instead of gesturing at me, why not go check if they are still alive? Upon hearing this, the elder's face darkened, and he shot a glance at the middle-ranking Wang elder beside him, signaling him with his eyes. The middle-ranking Wang elder immediately rushed to Wang Didao's side, cautiously helping him and Ying Qinger to their feet, and then produced a vial of unknown potion to administer to them. Seeing this, the Beast King hastily spoke, I can submit to you, but you must agree to 2 conditions. Aside from the wolf beasts you have already enslaved, I will not enslave any other wolf beasts in this space. Furthermore, you must return my elder brother's corpse to me. Chen Qing's eyes were filled with indifference as he replied coolly, what gives you the confidence to negotiate conditions with me? The Beast King, being quite astute, quickly retorted, I am a peak 3rd-tier being. With me, as that elder just mentioned, claiming the top spot in the grand examination is a certainty to your family. I represent a formidable force. Would you truly kill me? Kid, I acknowledge your strength. Someone like you as my master is something I can wholeheartedly accept. Please agree to my conditions. At this moment, the elders from both the Wang and Ying families chimed in. Kid, you are indeed fortunate to have tamed a peak 3rd-tier Beast King. Your future prospects are limitless. However, before he could finish his sentence, Chen Qing abruptly thrust his sword into the Beast King's throat. Blood gushed forth, and the Beast King stared at Chen Qing in disbelief. Its body weakening as it coughed up a mouthful of blood, it slowly opened its mouth, just about to speak, when Chen Qing coldly waved his hand, severing its head in one swift motion. This series of actions transpired with lightning speed, leaving the elders from both families unable to intervene. They had never anticipated that Chen Qing would dare to kill the Beast King. Had they foreseen this, they would have rushed to confront him without hesitation, even willing to kill him if necessary. After all, this was a peak 3rd-tier Beast King, a slave path demon king, whose value to their medium-sized families far exceeded that of any other 3rd-tier cultivator. Acquiring it would elevate their family's strength significantly. The Wang elder trembled with rage, his aura surging as he shouted, Kid, you have gone too far. Such a precious peak 3rd-tier slave path Beast King is a treasure for the entire Stone City. How dare you slay it without permission? Chen Qing's expression remained frosty as the brilliance of his sword flickered and gradually dissipated into the air. He replied in a chilling tone, Why should I? Simply because I saved the lives of the young master of the Wang family and the young lady of the Ying family. Because these corpses of beastly creatures, nearly all at 90%, were slain by my own hand. Because all 3 peak 3rd-tier demon kings in this grand demon space perished at my hands. What do you think gives me the right? I rely on strength. Not on people like you, who only come to criticize me after the matter has concluded. Ask your young master from the Wang family if he would still be alive without my intervention. Inquire of those 2 3rd-tier experts approaching from that direction. If I hadn't lured away that peak 3rd-tier Wind Wolf King, would they still have their lives intact to return to their family? Having said this, Chen Qing ignored the 2 elders, turning to walk directly towards Teacher Li, leaving the Wang elder and the Ying elder standing in place, their expressions a blend of astonishment and resentment. Caught in the wind's turmoil, in the next instant, 2 figures rushed over, one of whom was a junior elder from the Wang family, stating, So it was you, 3rd elder, who saved Didao. If it weren't for you, we would have been slaughtered by that peak 3rd-tier Wind Wolf King. The man referred to as the 3rd elder from the Wang family narrowed his eyes in shock as he stared at Chen Qing. He pondered inwardly. Could it truly be, as he said, that the young master of the Wang family and these elders were saved by him? His gaze swept across the battlefield, where thousands of beastly corpses lay scattered. To the south lay the corpse of a peak 3rd-tier Wind Wolf King. Beneath his feet was the corpse of the recently slain peak 3rd-tier Beast King. To the north, the body of a peak 3rd-tier Deer King. All of this was accomplished by the young man before him. Beep, detected host has slain a peak 3rd-tier Demon Beast King. Reward: 6 pads of enslavement essence, 70 contribution points. Beep, detected that the host has 12 paths of enslavement essence, automatically converting the excess 2 paths into 200 contribution points. Beep, congratulations to the host. Your physique has been upgraded to Unmarked Slave Mastery Body. Chapter 50. Slaying the Money Leopard on the Vast Grassland. A small dirt hill stood quietly. Chen Qing stood atop the hill with his hands in his pockets, his posture tall as he gazed into the distance, where clouds of dust billowed and countless wolf packs howled and charged swiftly toward him. Just then, a voice filled with surprise rang out from behind him. Chen Qing, I never expected it was you who saved us. How did you manage to kill that peak third-tier Wind Wolf King? Upon hearing the voice, Chen Qing turned around to see the third elder of the Wang family and the elder of the Ying family had appeared behind him, with Wang Didao beside the third elder and Ying Qinger next to the Ying elder. The speaker was none other than Wang Didao. Ying Qinger looked at Chen Qing with a complex expression, her mind flashing back to the words of her highly respected third grandfather, who had just mentioned, Qinger. When I first arrived here, the site was filled with countless corpses. The scene was extremely tragic at that time. You were all unconscious on the ground, while Chen Qing stood high above, facing the Beast King. I even heard the Beast King say that Chen Qing's strength had impressed it, and it was willing to become his slave beast. Yet this young man, with a single sword, killed that invaluable peak third-tier Beast King. Child, you must find a way to befriend Chen Qing. If you can manage to have him marry into the Ying family, you would become our family's greatest benefactor, and the family's prosperity would be imminent. Thinking of this, Ying Qinger gracefully approached Chen Qing, softly saying, Chen Qing, thank you. Chen Qing seemed not to hear her, his gaze still fixed on the approaching wolf pack. Following his line of sight, Ying Qinger's previously somewhat rosy complexion turned pale as she stammered. Wolves. The wolves are coming. In the blink of an eye, 5 wolves had sprinted to Chen Qing's side. Ying Qinger recognized 3 of them at a glance. The Greyback Wolf King, the Howling Sky Wolf King, and the Slave Path Wolf King known as the Wasteland Wolf. These 3 Wolf Kings stood majestically before Chen Qing, followed closely by 2 second-tier junior Wasteland Wolves. In the next moment, Chen Qing's original 3 Wolf Kings transformed into 3 wisps of blue smoke, directly merging into Chen Qing's back. As if nothing had happened, Chen Qing continued forward, raising his hand to gently stroke the heads of the 2 Wasteland Wolf Kings. Moments later, the 2 wolves also transformed into wisps of blue smoke, entering Chen Qing's chest. Then, over 1,000 wolves surged forward like a tidal wave, racing towards Chen Qing. Chen Qing focused his gaze, roughly estimating their numbers at no less than 3,000. Unfazed, he took out the beast pouch he had seized from the money leopard. And with a flicker of light, the entire pack of wolves was drawn into the pouch. After completing this, Chen Qing turned to facing Qinger and the others, letting his gaze pass over them before finally resting on Wang Didao, asking, Do you have any clothes? Wang Didao was momentarily taken aback, his eyes fixed on the 5 wolves before him. Aside from the peak first-tier Greyback Wolf King, the other 4 were all second-tier juniors. Instilling a sense of dread within him, swallowing hard, he stammered a response, yes, and hurriedly rummaged through his spatial ring, pulling out a set of clothes he usually carried with him, handing them to Chen Qing. They're new. I've never worn them. As he handed the clothes over, he explained. Chen Qing accepted the clothing, glancing at himself. His blue and white school uniform was now soaked in blood. Without hesitation, he slowly removed his top and tossed it onto the ground. Ying Qinger's gaze involuntarily fell upon Chen Qing's sturdy physique. At that moment, under the sunlight, his powerful skin was adorned with fierce wolf tattoos, depicting vivid wolf shapes across his chest and back. As Ying Qinger beheld the muscular strength and the wild aura of the tattoos, her heart fluttered, and she instinctively swallowed hard. A powerful impulse surged within her, urging her to reach out and touch Chen Qing's firm chest. To feel the strength contained within, her hand, seemingly possessed, slowly rose, her fingertips trembling as they approached Chen Qing's chest. At that very moment, reason abruptly returned, and Ying Qinger appeared as if scalded, her delicate face instantly flushed crimson. Resembling a ripe apple in a flurry of confusion, she hastily lowered her hands, her gaze darting around, unwilling to meet Chen Qing's eyes any longer. Just then, he fixed his gaze on Ying Qinger with a steady intensity and spoke in an unperturbed tone. I am about to remove my trousers. Do you wish to continue watching? Upon hearing this, Ying Qinger's face turned an even deeper shade of red, and she swiftly shielded her eyes with her hands, turning away in a mix of embarrassment and anger. Chen Qing's demeanor shifted dramatically. A series of swift and precise sword chi erupted from his body, deftly severing the fabric of his trousers. Subsequently, he invoked the essence of water, causing a stream of clear liquid to flow over his skin. washing away the blood and grime with a few splashes. Once cleansed, he summoned the spirit of fire, enveloping himself in flames that swiftly evaporated any lingering moisture. When all was said and done, he leisurely donned the garments provided by Wang Didao. Wang Didao hesitated momentarily before stepping forward, softly saying, "Qin Qing, do you have a moment? My family's elder wishes to speak with you." Without raising his eyelids, Qin Qing cast a cursory glance at Wang Didao, his tone icy. "I have no time." Wang Didao opened his mouth as if to say something, but Qin Qing had already shifted his form. Leaping away without a backward glance, heading directly toward Teacher Li, who sat resting not far off. Witnessing this, Wang Didao let out a resigned sigh, his accompanying elder wearing a look of defeat, echoing the sigh. Had it been an ordinary early-stage second-tier cultivator behaving so arrogantly before them, they would have swiftly dispatched him with a strike. Yet, the individual before them was Qin Qing. His prowess was undeniable. Having single-handedly conquered the 100-demon garden and slain the 3-peak third-tier demons within, such astonishing strength, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Exchanging glances, they shook their heads in resignation. And soon thereafter, the elders of the Wang and Ding families departed quietly with Wang Didao and Ding Qing'er. In truth, prior to encountering Qin Qing, they had already exchanged contact information with Teacher Li, anticipating future opportunities to connect. Moreover, their younger generation had maintained a decent rapport with Qin Qing, and there would be ample chances to foster relations in the future. Thus, there was no rush. Qin Qing approached Teacher Li steadily. Just as he was about to speak, his brow suddenly arched, instinctively turning to gaze into the distance. Foul curses echoed from afar, and narrowing his eyes, he recognized that it was Qian Bao in that instant. Qin Qing's thoughts drifted back to the time when Luo Qi had thrown Qian Bao to the ground. He had clearly lost consciousness amidst the chaos and danger. Logically, it would have been nearly impossible for him to survive. Yet here he was, inexplicably alive. Damn, damn, damn. What a worthless piece of trash. One elder is dead, and 2 guards have perished. My beast pouch, my wealth, even my clothes are torn. What a stroke of bad luck. I can't even protect my own. What good are you all? Better off dead. Worthless trash. Qian Bao raged, kicking the lifeless body on the ground with all his might, each strike echoing with a thud, as if he sought to vent all his pent-up fury and resentment upon the utterly defenseless corpse. Suddenly, he felt a shadow looming behind him and quickly turned to see Qin Qing approaching, his expression indifferent yet tinged with barely concealed anger. Qian Bao, upon seeing Qin Qing, instinctively swallowed hard and, with a voice tinged with fear, shouted, "What the hell are you looking at? I'm not talking about you." In the next moment, a pair of colossal hands, reminiscent of iron pincers, shot forth, and with a sickening crack, they clamped down upon Qian Bao's jaw with such force that a cacophony of bones fracturing echoed in the air. Qin Qing's gaze drifted downward, where 5 corpses lay neatly arranged, an elder from the Qian family, Luo Qi, and 3 others who had perished beneath the fangs of wolves. These remains had been positioned meticulously by those still alive. However, at that moment, he watched as Luo Qi's body, once so carefully laid out, was unceremoniously kicked aside. A chilling aura enveloped him, and his eyes seemed to frost over. His grip on Qian Bao tightened involuntarily. Qian Bao, terrified, stammered, his eyes wide with fear, I am a member of the Qian family. You must know that my family is a prominent one in Shishir." Yet, Qin Qing remained unfazed, showing no sign of relinquishing his hold. Rather, he tightened his grip further. The sound of bones cracking filled the air, and Qian Bao's terror escalated to its peak as he screamed, "No, you can't kill me." Listening to Qian Bao's cries, Qin Qing waited until he finished before abruptly loosening his grip. Qian Bao collapsed to the ground with a thud, gasping for breath. "Cough, cough, if you don't kill me, I'll give you money, a lot of money." He coughed and babbled in a panic. However, the next moment, a gray-backed wolf lunged out from behind Qin Qing. Without a glance back, Qin Qing turned and walked away. A chilling cry pierced the air. "Ah, you can't kill me. If my family finds out I'm dead, they will never let you go. Ah, I beg you. I beg you." Chapter 51. There's $1 million in the account. No need to search. Riding the majestic Wolf King, Qin Qing led the remaining group steadily out of the perilous 100-demon garden. The moment they stepped out of that treacherous space, the tension surrounding them dissipated, with some exhaling deeply and others unable to contain their emotions, breaking into tears. They flocked around Qin Qing, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Brother Qing, we are eternally grateful from now on. I, Lu Ran, will follow you faithfully. The remaining 11 individuals and Teacher Li had all witnessed Chen Qing commanding the wolf pack to consume Qian Bao. Chen Qing showed no apprehension. In his mind, he genuinely did not care whether these individuals would snitch. If the Qian family were to learn of his actions within the demon space, they should know better than to provoke him and should even seek to curry favor. If they were as foolish as to disregard the rules, Chen Qing was more than willing to teach them what those rules entailed. As the crowd sobbed and expressed their gratitude, they still clung desperately to the idea of following Chen Qing. He, being agreeable, casually shared his address, inviting them to seek him out at Baiyu Academy in Qingshi once they had completed their tasks. Chen Qing had his own plans, intending to entrust these individuals to Principal Bai. Knowing that the academy had the right to accept tasks, he thought Principal Bai would not object to sending these individuals to earn money for the academy. What they sought was simply a pillar of support. Since they had this intention, Chen Qing was happy to oblige, offering them this reliance, which was of little consequence to him. After bidding farewell to each person, a sudden commotion erupted within the crowd. At the spatial exit, someone shouted hoarsely, "Chen Qing!" Who called for Chen Qing? Where is Chen Qing? Chen Qing lifted his gaze and immediately spotted several individuals adorned with the conspicuous Qian character on their garments. Realizing they must be from the Qian family, he initially had no desire to engage, but suddenly, one of them began cursing furiously. "Chen Qing, you bastard! I know you're out there. The demons inside have all been slain, and the state has intervened. Everyone has come out, and I know you're listening. You have the guts to kill, but not to show yourself. Where are you, Chen Qing?" Chen Qing's brow furrowed, his eyes glinting with cold indifference. Without a word, he raised his hand and waved it. With a whoosh, a sharp blade of energy surged forth, striking the very individual who had been hurling insults at him. With a sickening crack, a horrific gash appeared on his body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The onlookers gasped in shock, their faces pale with terror. Chen Qing strode forward with steady steps, his expression grim, and calmly stated, "I am Chen Qing." The wounded individual writhed in agony on the ground, his features contorted in pain, blood spurting from his wound as he rolled helplessly, his wails echoing in the air. The Qian family members quickly shielded the injured man, and a young member of the family stepped forward, his face twisted with rage, demanding, "What the hell? The Wang family said you were with our young master. How did he suddenly die? You owe us an explanation." Chen Qing remained unfazed, his demeanor still unperturbed. "You seek an explanation from me?" "Yes, I demand an explanation," the young man retorted. "Our young master was with you. How did he suddenly perish?" The surrounding Qian family members echoed in agreement. "Indeed, you must provide an explanation." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing chuckled, a smile devoid of warmth. "Very well, I shall provide you with an explanation." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Qing raised his hand and, with a resounding slap, struck the face of the young man who had questioned him. With a crack, the force of the blow spun the young man around, nearly causing him to fall. Chen Qing's expression remained impassive as he coldly remarked, "This is your explanation." In an instant, the Qian family members surged forward, encircling Chen Qing with fierce intensity. One individual, eyes wide with fury, shouted, "Chen Qing, do not be so arrogant." Originally, the Qian family had no inkling that their young master was besieged. The incident involving Qian Bao transpired with such abruptness that he had no time to send out a distress signal amidst the chaos. Upon learning of their own young master and young lady's situation, the Wang and Ning families fortuitously encountered Qian Bao and, in a moment of goodwill, relayed the news of Qian Bao's association with Chen Qing to the Qian family. Their intention was to ensure that Qian Bao was safe and to encourage the Qian family to express their gratitude to Chen Qing. However, they could never have anticipated that, immediately after their departure, Chen Qing would turn against Qian Bao and strike him down. Consequently, as the Qian family sent someone to rescue Qian Bao, they suddenly received the devastating news from within their clan. Young Master Qian Bao had inexplicably perished. In pursuit of an explanation, the Qian family felt compelled to confront Chen Qing. Yet, the Wang and Ing families deliberately withheld the information regarding Chen Qing's slaying of a formidable three-headed, three-tiered demon, leading the Qian family to underestimate him as merely an ordinary second-tier rogue practitioner, which emboldened their arrogance. In the next moment, they swiftly surrounded Chen Qing and declared, "Come with us to the Qian family. We shall ascertain whether you are the one who killed our young master." That moment, Teacher Li hurried over, eager to defend Chen Qing. However, with a mere gesture, Chen Qing halted Li and the others who wished to speak on his behalf. In an instant, a radiant light erupted from Chen Qing, and with a series of crackling sounds, 5 fearsome wolves materialized before them. Following that, the beast pouch in his arms emitted a faint glow, and with a resounding rush, 3,000 wolves were unleashed from the pouch. The howls of the wolves reverberated through the area, their overwhelming sound drowning out the cacophony of nearby vehicles. This chorus of wolf howls traveled far and wide, reaching the bustling streets several kilometers away, where it sent shivers down the spines of the populace. Chen Qing calmly approached the nearby wild wolf king, gently stroking its head, and stated, "The Qian family seeks an explanation." And this is the explanation. The onlookers from the Qian family and the gathered crowd were momentarily paralyzed by the sudden spectacle. In an instant, the sight of 3,000 wolves, complemented by 4 second-tier wolf kings, instilled a deep sense of dread in everyone present. It is worth noting that most of those in attendance possessed only first or second-tier strength, while the combined presence of 3,000 wolves and 4 second-tier wolf kings could easily decimate the entire assembly. Upon receiving news from the Wang family that the 100 Demon Garden had been cleared of its threats, the Qian family elders had sent only a junior third-tier elder and a few external members with them. A young member of the Qian family, witnessing the densely packed, snarling wolves, swallowed hard, utterly stunned by the overwhelming scene, and stammered, "Why you, as a second tier? How could you possibly command so many wolves?" In the next moment, a third-tier elder flashed forward, his expression filled with malice as he bellowed at Chen Qing, "Young one, the greatest fear of a master of beasts is the decapitation tactic, and no matter how many wolves you command, with my presence, I can take your life in an instant. I advise you to comply and return with me to the Qian family, lest I be compelled to act." However, before he could finish, Chen Qing gripped the sword at his waist, slowly drawing it from its sheath. The motion appeared languid, yet the aura emanating from him surged like a tidal wave, the terrifying sword intent stacking upon itself, causing the surrounding air to seem to congeal. The moment the sword was fully unsheathed, the third-tier elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? A sword master? You are a dual-path genius." The elder of the Qian family felt a jolt of alarm in his heart upon recognizing Teacher Li behind Chen Qing, who radiated a third-tier aura. He lamented inwardly, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Had he known, the family should have sent more reinforcements, at least 3 third-tier practitioners, to avoid allowing this young man such audacity. Nevertheless, the elder had to maintain the family's dignity and, gritting his teeth, stated, "Even if our young master's death is unrelated to you, you have harmed someone in public. That attack, witnessed by all, leaves you without a defense. Does it not?" Chen Qing sighed deeply, then produced a bank card from his pocket, tossing it onto the ground with an expressionless face. "This card contains 1 million. With that, Chen Qing struck the young member of the Qian family across the face with a resounding slap, followed by several more, leaving the young man's face swollen and bruised. A faint smirk of mockery graced Chen Qing's lips. "Truly, from a prominent family, you certainly excel at business. A few slaps for a mere 1 million. No need for change. Ha ha ha." After this, ignoring the pallor of the Qian family's faces, Chen Qing whistled sharply, and in an instant, the 3,000 wolves arranged themselves in formation. With a graceful leap, he mounted the back of a gray-backed wolf and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, departed with purpose. The Qian family members seethed with rage at Chen Qing's audacity, their fists clenched tightly, yearning to confront him in a life-or-death struggle. Yet, their lack of strength rendered them powerless. Even the elder, brimming with fury, could only grit his teeth, swallowing his indignation as if he had shattered his teeth and was forced to swallow the pieces. At that moment, a timid servant of the Qian family slowly crouched down to pick up the discarded bank card. Upon seeing its design, he gasped in astonishment, his face a canvas of shock. The card bore a vividly depicted golden leopard emblem, in the Qian family. Anyone who laid eyes on this card would immediately recognize it as the exclusive bank card of their young master. Qian Bao, trembling, He presented the card to the elder. Upon seeing the card, the elder's eyes nearly ignited with fury, his glare fixated on Chen Qing's retreating form, his facial muscles twitching in anger. What a Chen Qing! What a Chen Qing! Chapter 52. I will not fight. In the training room of Baiyu Academy, Chen Qing sat upright, fully immersed in his cultivation, diligently absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. Previously, he had spent 200 contribution points in the system shop to procure 2 precious gathering energy pills. Point 1 was crafted from the essence of a 5th-tier steel-toothed Tiger King, associated with the Gold Path, while the other came from the essence of a 5th-tier rebellious Eagle King, which was linked to both the Slave and Wind Paths. Consuming these pills would enable Chen Qing to absorb Gold, Slave, and Wind attribute spiritual energy at a 5-fold increase for 2 days. Baiyu Academy boasted 10 training rooms, each constructed at an expense of billions. The floors were embedded with carefully designed gathering spirit arrays crafted by masters of formations. This array not only siphoned spiritual energy from the surrounding world, but also connected to the Academy's domain of great demons. Thus, it could draw spiritual energy from both realms and bestow it upon the students in training. Thanks to this intricate array, the cultivation speed in the training room could reach 1.5 times that of the outside world. It was well known that the great demon domain was rich in diverse spiritual energies. However, should a practitioner aligned with the Gold Path connect to the domain of a Gold Path demon, the dense and pure gold spiritual energy would double their cultivation speed. Furthermore, the speed of cultivation was closely tied to the materials used in the array and the skill of the array's creator. It was said that top-tier academies, through their exceptional techniques and rare materials, could achieve a 10-fold increase in cultivation speed. However, due to the varying degrees of Tao rhythms each person possessed, their time in the training room was limited. Practitioners with only 3 or 4 Tao rhythms would find themselves bloated and forced to exit within 2 hours to allow their bodies to digest the energy. Yet Chen Qing, with his 2 10-path Tao rhythms, experienced none of these limitations. He found Baiyu Academy's training room insufficient for his cultivation speed. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room, breaking his concentration. Slowly opening his eyes, Chen Qing intoned, "Come in." In the next moment, a lively figure with playful twin ponytails darted into the room. The newcomer, with sparkling big eyes and skin as fair as snow, donned the standard blue and white uniform of Baiyu Academy female students. Revealing herself as the class monitor, Su Juju. Peering in, Su Juju's gaze swept across the room and landed on Chen Qing, who was shirtless, revealing his well-defined muscles adorned with wolf tattoos. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly raised her hands to shield her eyes, playfully scolding, "Chen Qing, why are you not wearing a shirt?" Unperturbed, Chen Qing rose, casually donned a uniform, and leisurely approached Su Jujiu. Inquiring, "Class monitor, is there something you need?" Su Jujiu shot him an exasperated glance, swallowed nervously, and replied, "The principal asked me to give you this necklace." A gentle smile graced Chen Qing's face as he extended his hand to receive it. This was the Gathering Spirit necklace he had previously requested Principal Bai to procure, crafted from components of great demon bodies. Although it appeared small, the necklace was meticulously refined by a master of the refining path. Utilizing the inner cores and bones of several Gold Path demons, along with various rare materials, costing Chen Qing a staggering 2 million, Chen Qing's journey in cultivation had begun with great difficulty. At one time, he could scarcely scrape together 1,000 coins, living in dire straits. However, since his awakening of the Tao rhythm, it has been less than a month. Through extortion, he has independently hunted formidable demons and sold the bodies of several thousand demon beasts, transforming from a destitute young man struggling to make ends meet to a millionaire overnight. Upon emerging from the demon realm, he found his savings had reached 10.8 million, with a contribution value of 760 points. After his expenditures, he still had 5.8 million in savings, while his contribution value had decreased to 560 points. Despite having hunted over 1,000 lesser demon beasts, his contribution value remained modest. This was due to the system's protective mechanism, which prevented him from excessively hunting low-tier demon beasts for easy gains, thereby neglecting his cultivation. Chen Qing remained magnanimous and undeterred, for he understood that as his strength grew, the avenues for acquiring contribution value would become increasingly diverse. At this moment, Chen Qing profoundly realized that the path of cultivation ultimately hinges on the accumulation of resources. Even if he were to be bestowed with a heavenly grade martial technique, without the corresponding level of cultivation, It would merely be a waste, devoid of any real power. The 5.8 million he possessed seemed substantial, yet once he ventured into the realm of purchasing elixirs and cultivation artifacts, it would swiftly dissipate like water flowing through his fingers. Nevertheless, Chen Qing's extravagant spending habits were quite rare, even among some of the mid-sized families in Qing City. Those families often deliberated meticulously when nurturing their offspring, reluctant to invest so liberally. But Chen Qing was different. He bore no burdens, and his well-being was independent of others. As Chen Qing gazed thoughtfully at the necklace in his hand, Su Jushi approached him with a beaming expression, cheerfully exclaiming, "Chen Qing, I have wonderful news for you." Chen Qing snapped back to attention, lifting his gaze to inquire, "What good news?" With her eyes sparkling, Su Jushi replied, "Before I share the good news, let me first tell you about Luo Qi. The principal has agreed to allow Luo Qi to be buried in the cemetery designated for teachers who have made significant contributions to the academy. With the academy's protection, you need not worry. No one dares to disturb that place. Furthermore, the principal discovered that Luo Qi has only a younger sister in her second year of high school. The 3 million you entrusted to the academy has already been transferred to her. Not only that, but the academy has also extended an invitation for her to come to our Bayou Academy for cultivation. As she is currently attending an ordinary high school." Chen Qing nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. "I appreciate the efforts of Principal Bai." He then asked, "And the good news you mentioned?" Su Jushi grinned mischievously and, as if performing a magic trick, suddenly produced a large tablet from behind her. Chen Qing raised an eyebrow in surprise, wondering where she had concealed such a sizable device. Su Jushi handed the tablet to Chen Qing, urging him, "Chen Qing, take a look. You've made it onto the genius leaderboard for our Day province." Chen Qing, bewildered, asked, "What genius leaderboard?" Leaning in closer, Su Jushi pointed at the screen and explained, "I don't know why, but you're on the list. Look, there's even a photo of you." Upon closer inspection, Chen Qing saw a picture of himself riding the grayback Wolf King, flanked by a regiment of 3,000 wolves standing in formation behind him. Su Jushi then gleefully opened his profile, name, Chen Qing, age, 18, cultivated Dao, slavery, unknown, dual Dao genius, ranking, 76th, the introduction read, Chen Qing, an 18-year-old second-tier novice genius, primarily cultivates the Dao of slavery. Notably, he commands 4 second-tier novice Wolf Kings and 1 peak first-tier Wolf King, leading 3,000 wolves of varying tiers from novice to advanced. Additionally, he possesses an unknown Dao, speculated to be the Sword Dao, which addresses the execution tactics that all slavery Dao practitioners fear. His comprehensive strength secures him a commendable 76th position on the Day Province Genius Leaderboard. Excitedly, Su Jushi exclaimed, "Chen Qing, you are incredible. This Genius Leaderboard encompasses all the young talents in our Day Province. Those in the top 100 are all from prominent families, and you are the only one who has risen through sheer merit without a powerful background, directly claiming the 76th spot." The internet is ablaze with chatter. At this point, Su Jushi seemed to remember something, pouting slightly in mock anger, "And you, who are so formidable in the Dao of slavery, kept this from me." With a playful huff, Su Jushi feigned indignation, her cheeks puffed out, as if accusing Chen Qing of dishonesty. Chen Qing retorted, "Are we that familiar?" Su Jushi was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Chen Qing. Stammering, "Chen Qing, you?" Chen Qing, perplexed, countered, "What about me?" In a fit of frustration, Su Jushi raised her small fist and playfully pounded it against Chen Qing's chest, stomping her foot. "I'm not talking to you anymore." With that, she tossed the tablet into Chen Qing's hands and stormed out. "Hey," Chen Qing said, bewildered, muttering to himself, "We really aren't that familiar, are we?" At that moment, a striking figure entered the room. This individual had flowing white hair and donned a white dress. Her pale blue eyes resembling clear lake water, unforgettable after a single glance. It was none other than Bai Yuner. She glanced at Su Jushi, who had just stormed out looking aggrieved, and as she walked in, she asked, "Chen Qing, did you bully her?" With a resigned shrug, Chen Qing replied, "How did I bully her? I simply said we're not familiar, and she ran off. Is there anything wrong with what I said?" Bai Yuner pondered for a moment and said, "Well, it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong. Perhaps she has something on her mind." With that, she proceeded into the room. Chen Qing, puzzled, inquired, "What brings you here all of a sudden?" Bai Yuner suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Chen Qing, you've been hiding quite a lot. 3,000 wolves, and 4 second-tier wolf kings to boot. Qin Shing remained indifferent, replying, "So?" Bai Yunar's gaze intensified. "Fight me." Qin Shing was left utterly bewildered, asking, "Why? Did I provoke you?" Bai Yunar retorted, "You've been hiding your strength in the Tao of slavery all this time. As an apology, you must fight me." Qin Shing waved his hand dismissively, "I'm not fighting." Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yunar dashed up to Qin Shing, declaring, "You must fight me today." She reached out to grab his hand. Qin Shing swiftly pulled away, reiterating, "I'm not fighting you." Unyielding, Bai Yunar rushed back to him, seizing his arm, "You have to fight me." Qin Shing, exasperated, exclaimed, "How can you be so lacking in emotional intelligence? Can't you say something nice?" "Perhaps if I was in a good mood, I might consider it," Bai Yunar stubbornly replied. "I won't say anything nice. You must fight me today." Qin Shing internally cursed her stubbornness, thinking, "I just consumed a qi gathering pill that cost 200 contribution points. If I don't seize the time to cultivate now, when will I? If I go out to fight her and get injured, I'll waste my cultivation time, making that pill useless." He had intended to use every moment to strive for advancement to the intermediate second tier before the upcoming major examination. Yet Bai Yunar had come demanding a fight. Qin Shing firmly stated, "I'm not fighting." Bai Yunar, furious, radiated an icy aura, while Qin Shing glared back, thinking, "Come on, if you dare. Just try to take me down today. If you can't, I won't fight you." Bai Yunar, enraged, chuckled darkly, "Fine, I'll take you down today." Before her words could fully register, she lunged at Qin Shing with all her might. Qin Shing, believing she was merely jesting, did not prepare any defensive measures. However, Bai Yunar leaped and collided with his chest, with a resounding thud, knocking him to the ground. She swiftly mounted him, pinning him down. "Are you going to fight me or not? If not, I'll take you down today." Just as they were embroiled in their heated exchange, a cough echoed from the doorway. Qin Shing looked up with delight. "Principal Director, what brings you here?" Bai Yunar turned her head, casting a frosty glance at the director before fixing her gaze back on Qin Shing, silent and unmoving. Qin Shing quickly implored, "Director, please don't leave. I finally have a savior. I can't miss this chance to escape Bai Yunar." "Look at her, Director. What kind of behavior is this? If this gets out, what will happen to her reputation as a young lady?" Cough, cough. "Yunar, young ladies should be modest. Let go of him." The director coughed awkwardly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, upon hearing this, Bai Yunar reluctantly released her grip, sitting up from Qin Shing. Qin Shing scrambled to his feet, unable to suppress his frustration, muttering, "Stubborn woman." Bai Yunar shot him a cold glare, her eyes blazing. Qin Shing turned to the director, asking, "Director, do you need something?" The director, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "Actually, it's nothing urgent. If you have something more pressing, I can wait." Qin Shing sighed, rubbing his forehead, and said to Bai Yunar, "Yunar, how about this? Once I finish my major exam, I'll fight you. Can you step outside for now?" Bai Yunar shot him a sidelong glance, coldly huffing, "You better keep your word." With that, she turned and exited Qin Shing's training room. Qin Shing was just about to explain himself to the director, saying, "Director, it's not what you think." But the director hastily waved his hand. "It's fine. I understand, and no need for explanations." Qin Shing's mind was in turmoil as he couldn't help but silently curse. "What do you know? What do you truly understand? What do you mean by saying you understand?" The dean, with a smile on his face, earnestly addressed Qin Shing. "You see, I too have been through this phase. It's quite normal to feel restless during one's youth. However, I must remind you that when it comes to matters of the heart, the most crucial element is unwavering dedication. If you genuinely have feelings for a certain girl, I won't stand in your way, but you must not try to pursue two paths at once." Upon hearing this, Qin Shing immediately thought of Su Jujing, who had just rushed out, and his head began to throb. He hastily interrupted, "Dean, please spare me the lecture. What is it that you need to tell me? Just get to the point." Unable to tolerate the dean's increasingly tangential discourse, he cut him off. The dean then composed himself and said earnestly, "Well, it's not a major issue. You can forego the grand examination, as several prestigious academies have extended invitations to you. I've received numerous calls from top institutions today, all expressing admiration for your abilities. If you find it troublesome, you need not participate in the grand examination." "Forgo the grand examination?" Qin Shing mused while stroking his chin, suddenly asking, if I were to participate and achieve a commendable ranking. What rewards might I receive? Would there be additional benefits? The dean nodded and replied, in fact, you could accept an admission offer from a certain academy and still take part in the grand examination. With your current standing at 76th on the Genius Leaderboard, you are already qualified for some of the most prestigious institutions in our homeland. However, if you believe you can achieve a better ranking, one higher than 76th, then once you enter the academy, both your rewards and overall treatment will see significant enhancement. Chunqing stroked his chin thoughtfully and inquired, what if I were to secure the top position in the examination? The dean shot him a bemused glance and said, Chunqing, please don't jest. You must understand that it's not just you who has concealed your strength. Many others are similarly discreet. Even if you do participate in the examination, there is no guarantee that you will consistently outperform those ranked lower than you. Remember, among the top 100, you are the sole underdog. Of course, there are others who possess untapped potential and have not made it onto the leaderboard. Take Bai Yuner, for instance. Her strength is formidable and she is fully qualified to be on the list. Thus, I share all this with you to caution you against arrogance. There are countless prodigies in this world. More than one can count. Chunqing raised an eyebrow and bluntly stated, Dean, just tell me directly what rewards await if I secure the top position. The dean chuckled and patted Chunqing on the shoulder, saying, the vigor of youth. If you manage to attain the top score, rest assured, upon entering a top-tier academy, you will be afforded the highest level of resources and privileges. You will have immediate access to the academy's premier martial arts techniques. In the cultivation chambers, your allocated training time each month will be at least 10 times that of an ordinary student. And this is merely the treatment provided by the academy. It does not even account for the generous offers from other institutions vying for you after you achieve the top score. Chunqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, I will participate. The dean laughed heartily, exclaiming, Youth is indeed wonderful, filled with spirit. I truly hope you take part in the grand examination. Although your abilities guarantee your place in a top academy, the grand examination occurs only once in a lifetime. Participating will serve as invaluable training for both your character and skills. Chapter 53. Chunqing is a lowly enthusiast. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid series of knocks echoed, prompting Chunqing to slowly open his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips as he murmured, Is the grand examination finally upon us? Chunqing had grossly underestimated the pace at which he could cultivate his two paths of Tao. With the triple reinforcement of elixirs, magical artifacts, and the training chamber, he had swiftly advanced to the second stage intermediate level within just 2 days, his realm firmly established. Given another week for cultivation, Chunqing was certain he could break through to the second stage advanced level. The mere thought of this filled his face with a broader smile, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. The school bus traversed steadily, carrying all students, including Chunqing, who were prepared to partake in the grand examination towards the venue. This grand examination was divided into 3 major components, the first being the testing of realm and Tao rhyme. In this world, where martial prowess is revered, the rules are stark and harsh. The higher the realm, the more Tao rhymes one possesses, the better the score. While this may seem unfair to those who awaken later with shallow Tao rhymes, in a world that values strength, having a platform for fair competition is already a rarity. The second examination involved hunting magical beasts to accumulate points. Each province would capture magical beasts throughout the year and release them into a designated space for the grand examination, allowing them to breed. Furthermore, some high-level magical beasts would be specifically captured and released to increase the difficulty and challenge for the candidates. This space was entirely controlled by the state, with every corner under tight surveillance. Ensuring high safety, candidates from various provinces gathered here to engage in an intense competition for points, with everything hinging on their scores. The third examination adhered to the principle that there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Since this was a martial examination, there had to be a clear distinction of ranks, determining the first and second places. While the points earned in the previous 2 examinations were significant, they undeniably carried an element of luck. Some might perceive this as inequitable. To mitigate such sentiments, the top 1,000 students from the cumulative scores of the first 2 examinations would be gathered to compete in a martial contest to determine the overall champion of this grand examination. At that moment, a teacher-like official was elaborating on the rules of the grand examination. In truth, he had already reiterated these rules numerous times before, yet he continued to emphasize them, to ensure the fairness that everyone desired. All candidates would receive standardized weapons and equipment provided by the examination venue. At that point, they would be transported to a vast, remote space arranged by Dao practitioners, where they would compete and hunt. Naturally, some students who were less adept in combat, such as those specializing in the paths of alchemy, wisdom, fortune, and formations, could bring the necessary materials or magical artifacts within specified limits due to their unique attributes. In contrast, candidates specializing in fire, water, strength, and thunder paths could only use the exclusive weapons distributed by the examination venue, prohibiting the carrying of any additional items. This was to ensure a fair and just testing environment, allowing candidates to showcase their true abilities during the grand examination. Before long, the vehicle safely delivered all candidates to the examination grounds. The first examination focused on realm and Dao rhyme testing. The candidates understood that this segment relied heavily on innate talent and prior accumulation. Cramming at the last minute would be futile. Therefore, everyone appeared relatively calm. Moreover, with nearly an hour remaining until the grand examination officially commenced, the atmosphere was lively. Students mingled, some gathered in small groups to chat, sharing insights on exam preparation or amusing anecdotes from their lives. Others seized the opportunity to eat, replenishing their energy in anticipation of the forthcoming examination. Each person absorbed in their own pursuits. Chen Qing, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor, sought a quiet corner and summoned the grayback Wolf King. The wolf affectionately nuzzled him, then lay down on the ground. Chen Qing comfortably reclined on the wolf's back, half closing his eyes and basking in the sunlight. The first segment of the grand examination posed little challenge for him. Achieving a perfect score was virtually guaranteed. Each Dao rhyme corresponding to a single path would earn 10 points. And with 2 paths of Dao rhyme, the score would be 20 points, and so forth. Chen Qing displayed 9 golden Dao rhymes, and according to the rules of the grand examination, as long as his second Dao rhyme reached 5 or more, he would secure a perfect score. Just then, as Chen Qing leisurely lay on the back of the grayback Wolf King, relishing the warmth of the sun, a series of familiar voices shattered his tranquility. He felt a shadow fall over him, blocking the sunlight. Before long, the familiar voice reached his ears. Chen Qing, so this is where you are. Chen Qing slowly opened his eyes, only to find Wang Didao before him. Chen Qing looked puzzled, his gaze shifting to Ying Qinger, and he asked, "Aren't you from Shishir? What brings you to Qing City?" Wang Didao's face was beaming with smiles as he hurriedly explained, "Oh, it doesn't matter where we take the exam. I heard you're from Qing City, and since we all have to go to the grand examination's designated space in the province anyway, I thought I would come and get closer to you. After all, you're my big brother." Chen Qing shrugged dismissively, a flash of light enveloping him as he summoned the howling void Wolf King. The wolf obediently lay down on the ground. Ying Qinger glanced at Chen Qing and softly said, "Hello, Chen Qing." Chen Qing waved his hand casually, replying, "Have a seat." Ying Qinger's gaze then fell upon the second stage howling void wolf, and a flicker of trepidation surged within her. Having been thoroughly overwhelmed by a pack of wolves in the 100 Beasts Garden, the haunting memory still lingered at that moment. Wang Didao too felt a twinge of fear, the overwhelming presence of the wolf pack led by the King of Misery in the 100 Beasts Garden leaving him with a psychological scar. However, he quickly composed himself and cautiously sat on the back of the howling void wolf. Seeing Wang Didao settle, Ying Qinger mustered her courage and followed suit. Ying Qinger was the type of girl with a sunny and sweet disposition. They were all quite young, barely 18 years old. Today, she donned a delicate pale yellow long dress, complemented by white shoes and socks, her hair styled in a ponytail adorned with a large sunflower hairpin. Radiating an exceptionally cheerful and adorable aura, shyly, she perched atop the majestic Shikong Wolf King, occasionally reaching out with timid fingers to caress the creature's enormous wolf head. Her fondness for pets was evident, as her home already housed a dog, and she felt utterly defenseless against the allure of fluffy animals. Despite the lingering shadows cast by her experiences in the 100 Demons Garden, the gentle presence of the obedient Shikong Wolf King lying at her feet compelled her to start petting it softly. At that moment, several figures hurriedly approached, accompanied by a chorus of calls. Chen Qing glanced up, surprised to see Bai Yuner and Su Jujio. Without thinking, he exclaimed, "What brings you here?" In truth, Chen Qing had been deliberately avoiding them, primarily due to Bai Yuner's propensity to challenge him to a fight. Bai Yuner retorted defiantly, "Why shouldn't I come? Don't forget the promise you made to me." Su Jujio, her small face adorned with confusion, glanced between Qin Qing and Bai Yuner, inquiring, "What did he promise you?" Qin Qing quickly interjected, "No, I didn't promise anything." Bai Yuner swiftly closed the distance, icy energy radiating from her as she demanded, "Qin Qing, you agreed to it just yesterday. Are you trying to back out today? How about we settle this right here and now?" With a sigh of resignation, Qin Qing replied, "All right, we can fight later, I promise." Bai Yuner snorted disdainfully and seated herself upon the back of the Shikong wolf king to Qin Qing's left. Just as he attempted to protest, "Hey, I was going to lie here," Su Jujio walked over and plopped down on his right side. At that moment, Ing Qinger stood up from the back of the Shikong wolf king and approached Qin Qing, saying, "Your Shikong wolf king is so well behaved and adorable. May I pet it?" Qin Qing casually replied, "Feel free." Ing Qinger took a few steps to sit beside Bai Yuner before shifting closer to Su Jujio, asking, "Could you move a bit?" "I want to stroke its head." Su Jujio obliged, shifting slightly, but inadvertently ended up right next to Qin Qing. With no choice, Qin Qing shuffled aside, only to bump into Bai Yuner, who coldly remarked, "Don't squeeze me." Suddenly, a throng of people surged from the distance, encircling Qin Qing and his companions. "Isn't that the genius ranked 76th, Qin Qing?" A voice exclaimed in astonishment. "Wow, did you see the Wolf King sitting beneath them? One is peak first tier, and the other is a beginner second tier. I can't even handle that wolf." Another person marveled. "I heard he is a genius of dual Dao." Someone whispered, "Is that so?" Others chimed in, their faces alight with curiosity and awe. "Look at all the beautiful girls sitting next to Qin Qing." Someone shouted from the crowd, "Wow, check out that girl with blue hair, long flowing locks, and a white dress. She is stunning. Her eyes are simply mesmerizing," a boy declared, eyes sparkling with admiration. "Pfft, what do you know? I am into that sunny girl next to her with the sunflower hairpin. She is so adorable and refreshing," another boy countered. "You all don't get it. Pure and innocent charm wins hearts. Just look at that girl petting the gray-backed wolf. Though she is in a school uniform with twin ponytails and little adornment, her purity is truly enchanting." The surrounding boys engaged in fervent debate. Suddenly, one boy smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh my! So Qin Qing is a lowly lover." The crowd gasped in surprise, their gazes shifting toward Qin Qing and the girls beside him. "Bro, you're onto something there," they murmured, pulling out their phones. On Qin Qing's genius ranking page, someone wrote that he was a lowly lover, accompanied by a photo of him sitting with 3 women in no time. This comment soared to the top, garnering over 99 replies. Chapter 54, The Great Examination Space. The grand market outside the examination hall, in a spacious room of a certain building, prominent figures of Qing City gathered. The heads of the 3 major families were present, along with several heads of medium-sized families, the deans of the city's 2 universities, and the mayor. At that moment, the large screen at the front of the room displayed the rankings from the Realm and Dao Rhyme tests clearly. Dean Bai's face beamed with joy as he beheld the screen, unable to contain his delight upon seeing Qin Qing's name at the top of the rankings in this test. Qin Qing showcased his Dao rhymes without reservation, although he cleverly concealed some key information. The Golden Dao and Slave Dao were disguised as 9 Dao rhymes, while the essences of Wood, Fire, and Wind Dao were suppressed, revealing only 3 Dao rhymes to the outside world. As for the Water Dao, there was no need for concealment. It was merely Wand, coupled with Qin Qing's intermediate second-tier realm cultivation. He comfortably secured the first position. In a tie for second place were Bai Yuner, who also possessed 9 Ice Dao rhymes and reached intermediate second tier, and a young man named Chu Tianba. Originally, Qing City boasted 3 individuals with 9 Dao rhymes, Qi Tian, Bai Yuner, and Chu Tianba, but with Qi Tian now slain by Qin Qing, he naturally took his place among the new trio of powerhouses. Qin Qing and Bai Yuner were both from the Bai Academy, while Chu Tianba hailed from a small family that had sent him to the imperial capital for education since childhood. Due to his household registration still being in Qing City, he returned to participate in this examination. Following the rankings, the next names belonged to Hao Rin and Wan Jie from the Qing Academy, followed by alternating appearances of students from Bai Academy and Qing Academy. For instance, Su Jujio, with her peak first-tier cultivation, ranked 56th. Once the test concluded, everyone was promptly summoned to a designated area. With Chu Tianba's presence as a 9 Dao rhyme wielder, the previously obscure Chu family, a small family in Qing City, suddenly gained parity with many medium-sized families. Earning their rightful place at this moment, all present stood in neat rows, with Chen Qing at the forefront, his stature tall and imposing, exuding an undeniable aura. Behind him stood Bai Yuner and Chu Tianba, the former radiating an extraordinary, ethereal vibe, while the latter exuded vigor and intensity. The head of the Chu family gazed at his son with pride and satisfaction, his smile blossoming from within, impossible to contain. Behind them, a sea of people stood, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. On the podium, the supervising teacher, with a serious demeanor, outlined the rules for entering the great demon space, his resonant voice echoing throughout the room. The teacher stood high above, casting an authoritative gaze over the throngs of students below, his voice booming as he instructed, "You will be randomly assigned to various corners of the great demon space. Remember, cheating is strictly prohibited, and any acts of severely injuring beasts to gain points will result in immediate disqualification from the examination and a 3-year ban on participating in future tests. Is that clear?" "Understood." The students chorused in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the venue. "Now, I officially declare the second round of the great examination open." Thus, this much-anticipated examination commenced, ushering in the commencement of practical combat. Chen Qing was the first to arrive at the storage area, where he deposited the ancient sword left by his parents before casually selecting another sword to wield. Just then, a voice called out, "Are you the Chen Qing ranked 76th? Chen Qing slowly turned to see a towering figure, a muscular man standing over 2 meters tall. This man, both robust and majestic, resembled a warrior holding a long spear, instantly reminding Chen Qing of Lu Bud. He recognized him as Chu Tianba. Chu Tianba approached Chen Qing and boomed, "I never expected Qing City to produce such a genius ranked 76th in the province. I am over 200 places behind." Chen Qing remained silent, picking up his sword as he joined the procession toward the great demon space. Chu Tianba followed closely, remarking, "I'm talking to you. Don't be so arrogant. While I may not be your match, I must warn you. While point boosting is prohibited in this examination, stealing points is not. We're both from Qing City. How about we team up?" Chen Qing replied coldly, not interested at that moment. Bai Yuner approached, and Chu Tianba persisted, "Let us form a trio. Others won't dare to target us. At least we won't be robbed of points. You see, with so many geniuses gathered, I might end up ranking over 300. We need to work together to avoid being bullied, understand?" Chen Qing turned to Bai Yuner, asking, "Are you interested?" Bai Yuner pouted and replied coolly, "Not at all." Chen Qing chuckled and asked her, "Do you want to team up with me?" To which Bai Yuner huffed, "Humph, who wants to team up with you?" Chen Qing shrugged helplessly and turned to Chu Tianba, saying, "See?" Chu Tianba quickly interjected, "Then just the two of us will do." Chen Qing shrugged again. "I'm not interested with that." He stepped into the light, vanishing from the venue. A multitude of prominent figures turned their gaze. And the mayor of Qing City, Wei Ting, furrowed his brow as he addressed Dean Bai. "Dean Bai, did you not clarify things with these two children?" Dean Bai hastily responded, "Mayor Wei, you are mistaken. I did advise them to team up with the students from Qing City, considering the point-stealing rules. Yet, as you know, geniuses are often proud. They agreed at the time, but who could have anticipated their change of heart? I can cultivate their abilities, but their character is truly unchangeable." Upon finishing his explanation, Dean Bai displayed a gesture of frustration, as if he were striking his chest in despair. In truth, he had not informed Chen Qing and Bai Yuner, for he understood their dispositions all too well. It would have been futile to mention it. It was better to conserve his breath. The dean of the Qing Academy scoffed derisively, "Humph! It has been ages since our Qing family produced such a plethora of 9-path rhythm geniuses. They are all gathered in your Bai Academy, and yet you cannot teach them properly. If they were in our Qing Academy, I assure you, Bai Yuner, Chen Qing, Chu Tianba, and Hao Rian, Wen Jie, and others would collaborate seamlessly." Chen Qing ranks 76th in the province, with 75 above him, and who knows how many more are hiding their strength below. Relying solely on individual prowess, he will face countless tribulations. Upon hearing this, Dean Bai immediately retorted, 50. Why would they go to your Qing Academy? What can your Qing Academy offer? Those like Hao Ren and Wen Jie were borrowed from elsewhere, weren't they? The dean of Qing Academy, now flustered, shot back, "How dare you say that? Chen Qing was originally ours, but he ended up in your Bai Academy, and I haven't said a word, yet you come at me." Dean Bai's fury surged. "You can't keep your own people. Why blame me?" Observing the escalating tension, Mayor Wei grasped his water cup and sharply tapped it against the table, declaring, "Enough! Stop the bickering. Once inside, the children will inevitably face challenges and will learn to cooperate." Dean Bai and the Qing Academy Dean continued to glare at each other, their tempers flaring as they turned their heads away. Finally, the scene shifted, and all the students successfully entered the vast expanse of the great demon space. This boundless realm was so immense that it surpassed imagination, encompassing thousands of square kilometers. Students from the entire Dai province gathered here, densely populating every corner. This specially designed arena for the grand examination was named the Great Market. The main space of the Great Market was vast, featuring mountains, rivers, and lakes galore. Surrounding this main area were 4 meticulously crafted subspaces, interconnected by the prowess of the Dao Masters. The grassland subspace, vibrant and teeming with life, was home to rare and peculiar demon beasts. The snowfield subspace, blanketed in pristine snow, was a frozen expanse where biting winds howled. The desert subspace, filled with swirling sands and scorching heat, was characterized by undulating dunes. And the ocean subspace, with its tumultuous waves, stretched into the horizon. These 5 spaces, guided by the Great Market, were interconnected yet distinct in their features. This highly anticipated grand examination spanned 7 days. During the first 3 days, candidates would gather in the main space of the Great Market to engage in fierce competition. On the 4th day, the 4 subspaces would open sequentially, allowing students to enter and hunt the formidable demons within the Great Demon Space. Once candidates entered a subspace, specialized evaluators and intelligent assessment machines would begin their work, scoring based on the candidate's performance in battle. Whether it concerned the display of combat prowess, the effort in teamwork, or the strategic input at critical moments, every aspect would be meticulously evaluated to ensure a fair and just measurement of each individual's contribution, with points allocated accordingly. Chapter 55. While others fight. You fish for opportunities. Chen Qing stood calmly atop a high mountain, the mountain breeze teasing the edges of his clothing. At the cliff's edge, he gazed around leisurely, ensuring he was alone in this place. Taking a deep breath, astonishment flickered across his face as he murmured, "Oh, I truly did not expect the spiritual energy in this great demon space to be so rich and formidable." He remained still, savoring the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him, suddenly realizing that the density of this energy far surpassed that of his academy's training room. Chen Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he calculated rapidly in his mind. The more he computed, the more thrilled he became. If he focused on cultivating here, his speed could potentially reach 3 times that of the academy's training room. With this thought, a flash of light appeared behind him, followed by a soft sound as 2 wolf kings emerged. One was the Howling Sky Wolf King, with pointed ears atop its head. The other was the Greyback Wolf King, its gray spine resembling armor. Exuding wild power, Chen Qing elegantly mounted the back of the Greyback Wolf King, settling comfortably before issuing commands with nonchalance. The Greyback Wolf King moved first, followed closely by the Howling Sky Wolf King, their forms vanishing like a gust of wind into the dense forest beyond the cliff. The Howling Sky Wolf King boldly forged ahead, each of its steps resonating with a solid thud that echoed throughout the surroundings. As a sound-based Wolf King, it possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to sound, which was precisely why Chen Qing had summoned it, utilizing it as an early warning system against unknown demon beasts lurking in the shadows. Poised to ambush, suddenly, the nearby grass rustled violently, and 3 figures sprang forth from the underbrush and trees. The Howling Sky Wolf King reacted swiftly, letting out a furious howl, its sound waves acting as sharp blades, instantly shattering the 3 figures into a mist of blood that dissipated into the air. Before Chen Qing could discern what the attackers were, the turmoil had already concluded. In the next moment, he felt his scoring device beep, and the system registered 3 points for him. Chen Qing hastily opened his system interface, only to find his contribution value had not budged an inch. He sighed, muttering to himself, "So, they were merely low-tier creatures, not even first-tier demons. They hardly qualify as demons, merely beasts at best. I never expected such trivial beasts could yield points. It seems the rules for earning points are rather straightforward." Meanwhile, within a spacious hall, a massive screen displaying real-time footage of hundreds of individuals captured the attention of the esteemed leaders and top practitioners of Dai Province, who were seated within a grand structure. Their expressions varied. Some were filled with anticipation, while others appeared contemplative and profound, creating a slightly chaotic atmosphere. One individual approached the leader and reported, "Commander, this is the real-time footage of all those ranked in the top 100 of this year's Day City Genius list." The leader nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the screen as those around him began to comment. "Look at Shun Songxing. He is truly impressive." Someone pointed at the screen, admiration evident in their eyes. Although he ranked 7th on the genius list, he had quickly risen to the top based solely on his demon hunting, showcasing remarkable momentum. Someone nearby chimed in, "Old Liu, you must understand that this second round of examinations evaluates more than just individual combat strength. While Shan Songxing currently leads due to his kills, the focus of this round is on comprehensive qualities. The truly astute ones, like Su Rong, who ranks 3rd on the genius list, are gathering the talents of the Star Academy and have partnered with Zhou Qian, who ranks 8th. Given this situation, it's possible that Shun Songxing could become their first target to be plundered at a critical moment, and his position at the top could be in jeopardy. The top 10 of the genius list: 1. Xiao Chun, Bone Path, Proud Bone Natural Body 2. Li Xian, Sword Path, Sword Heart Clarity Body 3. Su Rong, Wisdom Path 7 Rhythms, Star Path 8 Rhythms 4. Chu Feng, Wind Path, Wind Pillar Overarching Body 5. Ye 1, Poison Path 9 Rhythms, Wood Path 9 Rhythms 6. Zhao Qiankuan, Earth Path, Solid Earth Origin Body 7, Shun Songxing, Strength Path, True Strength Martial Body 8. Zhou Qian, Cloud Path 9 Rhythms, Rain Path 7 Rhythms, Thunder Path 5 Rhythms 9. Lin Mo, Sand Path 9 Rhythms, Unknown Point 10. Han Siya, Light Path 9 Rhythms, Wood Path 9 Rhythms, Water Path 5 Rhythms. At this moment, within the great market space, the atmosphere was charged with excitement and tension, as young talents from all corners were eager to showcase their abilities. The commander sat high above, his gaze piercing, imbued with the unique expectation and insight of an elder observing the younger generation. Taking in every performance, he slightly raised his hand and spoke with a voice that resonated like thunder. "This year's examination has truly opened my eyes." His gaze first fell upon Xiao Chun, filled with appreciation and commendation as he remarked, "Xiao Qian is indeed our Dai province's top genius. His innate pride is truly remarkable. He boldly ventured into a demon lair alone. Such courage and confidence are rare, indeed." The crowd gasped in awe, whispering amongst themselves, their eyes reflecting admiration for Xiao Qian. The commander then shifted his attention to Su Rong. Nodding slightly and speaking gently, Su Rong also has her own ideas. She has gathered all the talents of the Star Academy and partnered with Zhou Qian. With her possession of 7 rhythms in the Wisdom Path, she is a strong contender for victory in this grand examination. At this point, a hint of amusement flickered in the commander's eyes as he looked at Yiwen's projection, especially this young lad. Yiwen, who set a trap at the entrance to the subspace. His creativity is commendable. Whichever academy he joins in the future must hone his talents carefully, lest he misdirect his cleverness. Nevertheless, in this trial, it is indeed a clever surprise. The commander paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Chu Feng, Zhao Qiankuan, and the others, a smile gracing his lips as he encouraged, "Chu Feng, Yiwen, Zhao Qiankuan, and the rest have not been idle. Each is doing their utmost, truly commendable children." After observing the screen, the commander turned his attention to the crowd seated beside him, beaming as he declared in a resonant voice, "Esteemed leaders of the academy. This year's youth from Dai province exhibit exceptional qualities, significantly surpassing those of previous years." Ha ha ha. A middle-aged man chuckled heartily in agreement. "The commander speaks the truth. Our children from Dai province have always had a solid foundation. However, this year's cohort certainly boasts a number of intriguing talents. Take Xiao Qian, for instance. He practices the rather obscure Bone Dao. Who would have imagined he would dominate the genius rankings, outshining his peers, even surpassing Li Xian, who wields the Sword Dao and possesses a Sword Dao physique? His innate talent is truly extraordinary. The Taiha Institute is particularly attentive to this child." Another individual seized the conversation, his eyes brimming with admiration, stating, "Indeed, this year's rankings are quite astonishing, with 6 non-Dao physiques firmly securing top positions. Remarkable, considering such occurrences have been rare in the past." He shook his head slightly, seemingly lost in wonder. Before continuing, it appears that the practice of multiple Dao paths does not pale in comparison to the ultimate Dao physique. Perhaps it is the heavens responding to the increased pressures faced by humanity. Given the frequent emergence of great demons in recent years, resulting in the birth of so many prodigious children. Like celestial harbingers of hope, destined to uplift humanity. At this juncture, he turned to the commander and remarked, "Our institute places considerable emphasis on Su Rong, Yiwan, Zhou Qian, and Han Xie.as." The atmosphere filled with waves of admiration. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the audience. What is the 76th place doing? Is he perhaps fishing in the water? Instantly, all eyes shifted toward the screen indicating the position of the 76th place. The image revealed a young man serenely seated amidst the rippling waters of a lake. An invisible force seemed to emanate from him, creating tumultuous waves, causing the small fish and shrimp that had been swimming freely to be jolted out of the water, floating on the surface. This youth, with fair skin, sharp brows, and deep-set features, exuded an aura of vitality and strength. Although his visage bore a hint of youthfulness, his physique was robust, radiating with the vigor of youth. Upon closer inspection, one could discern 5 vividly depicted wolf tattoos adorning his body, bestowing him an air of wildness and defiance. Who could this be but Chen Qing? Upon witnessing this scene, the commander furrowed his brow slightly and commanded. Pointing at the screen where Chen Qing was located, enlarge that image. The staff promptly obeyed, skillfully adjusting the display until Chen Qing's image dominated the largest screen. The commander fixed his gaze upon the screen and slowly remarked, "It seems this child is in the midst of cultivation." As soon as the words left his lips, a chorus of confusion erupted around him, followed by murmurs of speculation. Among the crowd, someone exclaimed in bewilderment, "Cultivating?" The atmosphere, charged with this unexpected revelation, grew lively. The commander then instructed, "Retrieve this child's information for me." Before long, Chen Qing's profile appeared on the commander's computer screen. With a swish of his hand, the commander projected the details onto the large screen. The display read, Chen Qing, age, 18. Dao rhythms, 9 gold Dao, 9 slave Dao, 3 wood Dao, 3 fire Dao, 3 wind Dao, 1 water Dao.at. The moment Chen Qing's Dao rhythm information surfaced, a collective gasp resonated throughout the assembly. A leader from one of the academies couldn't help but exclaim, "This child's Dao rhythms are astoundingly excessive." Others joined in the astonishment. The information continued to scroll down, revealing that Chen Qing awakened his Dao rhythms a month prior, starting at a mid-level first stage, and had since advanced to a mid-level second stage. His experiences were nothing short of remarkable, having teamed up to slay a third-stage initial-level sunflower demon with his mid-level first-stage strength. The display then revealed that Chen Qing, within the 100 Demon Garden Hall, had single-handedly slain 3 peak third-stage demons with his initial second-stage prowess, leaving the audience in awe once more. Someone gasped. Astonished, the familial background indicated. Unknown parental identities, relatives, distant kin with whom he had lost contact for many years. Unknown? A ripple of surprise coursed through the crowd, followed by an analytical realization. If the parental section indicated missing or deceased, it would typically be noted. The label unknown evidently suggested that his parents' identities could not be disclosed in public. Listeners nodded in agreement, while others speculated, perhaps it was some means left by his parents that enabled him to slay those 3 peak third-stage demons. The crowd fell into hushed discussions once more. At that moment, another voice chimed in, "Nonetheless, this child's potential remains boundless." It is said that his ranking at 76 was due to incomplete information, merely relying on his slave Dao techniques and an unknown Dao ability. He managed to secure that position. It seems his strength could easily place him within the top 20, and he might even contend with those among the top 10. Another voice, filled with confusion, echoed, "I truly cannot comprehend why this child chooses to cultivate during the examination period. Everyone else is scrambling for points, yet he appears to be slacking off. Surely he doesn't intend to snatch points from others? But then again, if he aimed to steal points, he should first align himself with his companions. If memory serves, this time around, 3 Dao rhythm prodigies emerged from Qing City, and he is one of them. He ought to meet with the other 2 before embarking on any point-gathering endeavors. After all, the longer he delays, the more likely the ordinary students will unite. Once they form a collective force, it would be exceedingly difficult for Chen Qing to seize points alone." Chapter 56. Where are my points? At this moment, Chen Qing, like a meditating monk, remained calm, gradually sitting cross-legged within the lake. His raging wave step was, in fact, an extension of Luo Qi's self-created martial technique. When executed, It could instantaneously awaken his physical potential, providing a temporary surge of vitality for combat or cultivation. The essence of this technique lay in its ability to concentrate the immense pressure of the entire lake, or even the vast ocean, upon oneself, forging the body through relentless trials. Presently, with the subspace of the ocean yet to open, Chen Qing had no other choice but to fortify his physique within this lake. He moved lightly, akin to a drifting autumn leaf, slowly descending towards the lake's center. As a cultivator, once he successfully opened his meridians, spiritual energy would circulate within him, partially substituting for oxygen. Thus, even if he submerged into the depths of this unfathomable lake, he would not need to surface frequently for air in the short term. Soon, Chen Qing reached the central region of the lake, where he calmly settled into a lotus position beneath the water's surface. Here, the pressure exerted by the water reached its zenith. He estimated the lake's depth to be a staggering 1,000 meters, with the pressure resembling an invisible giant hand pressing heavily upon him. Steadily seated within the lake, Chen Qing's expression was focused and resolute as he began to execute the raging wave step. The moment he initiated the technique, the surrounding water pressure seemed to compress dramatically, doubling in intensity. This sudden change transformed the aquatic environment into a veritable prison of pressure. If an ordinary human were nearby, merely being close to Chen Qing would likely result in their blood vessels bursting from the overwhelming force. Yet, Chen Qing inwardly mused that this pressure was still insufficiently potent. Without hesitation, he activated the raging wave step once more, and in an instant, the surrounding water pressure surged like a wild beast, escalating uncontrollably. Chen Qing did not pause, repeatedly employing the technique. With each execution, the pressure continued to rise like cascading waves. When he finally settled on the number 5, an overwhelming weight suddenly bore down upon him, striking every bone and muscle as if hammered by a relentless force. This was the maximum his body could endure at that moment. Thus, Chen Qing remained an indefatigable seeker, immersing himself in cultivation with unwavering determination. Time slipped away quietly, from that afternoon until the following dawn. An entire night passing as Chen Qing seemed to meld with the waters. Throughout this period, he surfaced only 3 times for air, dedicating the remainder of his time to profound practice at the lake's bottom. His diligent efforts bore remarkable fruit. At this moment, Chen Qing had elevated his physical limits to the 6th level of pressure. He was delighted to discover that his physical strength had undergone a transformative leap, his already robust physique now as unyielding as granite. Moreover, under the tempering of this lake, aided by the formidable force of the raging waves, his rate of absorbing the world's spiritual energy had significantly accelerated. In Chen Qing's heart, a quiet contemplation arose. If he possessed the waterway body, he could unleash the formidable technique of angry waves treading the waves within this lake. And perhaps within a mere 2 days, he might ascend directly from the intermediate 2nd tier to the advanced 2nd tier. With this thought, Chen Qing slowly opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. Unable to suppress his admiration for Luo Qi, the creator of angry waves treading the waves. Indeed, Luo Qi was a genius. At last, Chen Qing distinctly sensed his urgent need for air. Unperturbed, he gently kicked his legs, his form gliding through the water like a nimble fish, gradually swimming towards the surface. With a splash, he broke through the water, greedily gasping for breath. Although spiritual energy could, to some extent, substitute for oxygen, it could not entirely replace it. Thus, breathing remained an indispensable necessity at this moment. The instant he surfaced, Chen Qing felt a dramatic shift in the scenery before him. Looking up, he beheld the sky rapidly enveloped by a massive black curtain, dark clouds gathering in thick layers, flickering with lightning and rumbling with thunder, the deep growl of thunder seeming to threaten to shatter the heavens. This moment of awe, the tranquil lake suddenly erupted in tumultuous waves. As 2 enormous 2nd-tier peak dragons, radiating an icy aura, burst forth from the water, their colossal bodies churning the surface into towering waves, their cold, fierce vertical pupils fixed on the sky as if challenging the heavens. Simultaneously, above in the sky, a lithe man stood upon the clouds, his garments billowing, exuding a powerful presence. Chen Qing instantly recognized that this individual was at least of advanced 2nd-tier cultivation. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the roaring waves, the massive serpents, leveraging their innate affinity for water, engaged in a fierce battle with the man in the clouds. neither side willing to yield. Observing this, Chun-Ching exerted a slight force in his legs. Stabilizing himself in the water, his gaze fixed with keen interest on the intense confrontation, the waves crashing against his body, yet he remained oblivious. Casually, his eyes drifted towards the shore, where he noticed a dozen figures standing with solemn expressions, all intently watching the battle. Among the crowd, one woman stood out, her eyes sparkling like brilliant stars, clear and bright, quietly watching the fierce struggle between the man in the clouds and the two second-tier peak monsters. Showing no intention of intervening in the midst of the fierce battle, the man on the clouds suddenly threw his head back and unleashed a thunderous roar. "I have come with the storm?" Bringing the wrath of the gods, Chun-Ching felt as if an invisible question mark had appeared above his head, his face a mask of confusion as he muttered, "Wait, why does that line sound so familiar?" As he spoke, the ominous clouds above seemed to respond, swirling violently as thick bolts of lightning, bearing an apocalyptic force, crashed down. Although the two colossal monsters fought valiantly, they were unable to withstand the raging power of the thunder, their bodies emitting clouds of black smoke as they howled in agony. Unexpectedly, as a particularly thick bolt of lightning struck down, Chun-Ching, situated 1,000 meters away, felt a sudden jolt, a powerful current coursing through his body, leaving him stunned. Unable to contain himself, he cursed aloud, "Damn it! I was just watching the show. How did this misfortune strike me?" Chun-Ching fumed, cursing this unwarranted disaster while rubbing his tingling body. As time flowed slowly, the battle became increasingly clear. Observing coldly, Chun-Ching noted that the man on the clouds was gradually gaining the upper hand, skillfully pressuring the two second-tier peak serpents, rendering them nearly immobile. Though the great serpents struggled fiercely, they could not turn the tide. Each counterattack met with even greater force, leaving the lake in disarray, water splashing high into the air before cascading down. Pondering thoughtfully, Chun-Ching stroked his chin, nodding slightly as he murmured, "Ah, it seems this fierce battle is nearing its conclusion. However, since you took the liberty to strike me first, do not blame me for seizing your points." With a sinister smile, Chun-Ching's lips curled upward. At this moment, the man in the sky exuded an even more formidable aura, standing tall and addressing the great serpents below with a booming voice. "Monsters, today I, Zhou Qian, shall demonstrate to you what it means to wield the power of the human race, to showcase the genius of mankind. Ha ha ha, to die at my hands is your honor. Receive my ultimate strike." As he spoke, Zhou Qian became enveloped in layers of mist that spiraled upwards, merging with the clouds above, causing a tumult of fog to engulf the heavens, obscuring the sun. "Behold my cloud technique. Clouds gather in the sky," he shouted, and the clouds whirled violently, transforming into colossal whirlpools, as if to draw all worldly things into their depths. Following this, he declared, "Behold my rain technique, torrential downpour." The raindrops fell like arrows, crashing into the lake and striking the two great serpents, shattering their tough scales. "Behold my thunder technique, thunder that destroys the world." Zhou Qian bellowed, unleashing a torrent of thunderous power, purple lightning entwined with raindrops, crashing down like a cataclysmic judgment. At that moment, numerous leaders within the Great River Province were fixated on the large screen displaying the awe-inspiring scene of Zhou Qian unleashing his ultimate techniques. One could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Zhou Qian truly possesses formidable strength, able to amalgamate 3 ultimate techniques. Such exceptional talent would have made him a contender for the top in previous years. Yet, he currently ranks only 8th. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhou Qian's prowess. The commander, too, wore a smile, expressing his satisfaction. Indeed, he is a remarkable young man, with extraordinary abilities. At that moment, someone in the crowd who had initially spotted Chun-Ching slacking off shouted, "Hey, look, number 76, Chun-Ching, seems to be in the lake too." Instantly, the crowd turned their gaze to a small corner of the screen. Upon seeing this, the commander gently swiped across the control panel, enlarging the images of both Chun-Ching and Zhou Qian to fill the entire screen. However, as Chun-Ching's image was amplified, he immediately erupted in a furious exclamation. "Damn you!" In the next moment, Chun-Ching's legs propelled him forcefully, launching him out of the water. The crowd was left bewildered. How do we defend against a zero-frame start? He just opened with a curse. In an instant, Chun Qing's aura suddenly coalesced, his hands moving swiftly to summon 6 flying swords that appeared in his palms. With a light tap on one of the swords, he soared into the air, firmly grasping the pale blue sword of unity of 10,000 paths, a fierce expression on his face. "You brat? You dare to strike me? Watch me snatch your kill with that." He raised his sword and bellowed, "Unity of 10,000 paths, sword." The crowd finally grasped that Chun Qing was not cursing them, but rather targeting Zhou Qian. In an instant, they recalled the earlier scene of Zhou Qian's lightning striking the lake, deducing that Chen Qing must have been nearby, likely caught in the collateral damage, which led to his outburst. With this realization, the crowd's expression softened somewhat. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Oh no, is he trying to steal points?" Someone nearby retorted with irritation, "Is that not obvious? He just said he would snatch your kill." Concern flashed across another's face as they questioned, "But Su Rong is right there. She's the third-rank powerhouse, and with Zhou Qian, who is 8th, not to mention the dozen others with them, Chen Qing is all alone facing so many. Does he really dare to steal?" This line of questioning left the crowd momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Just as everyone exchanged glances, another person suddenly shouted in excitement, "But look at him. He clearly intends to steal a kill." At that moment, from her position observing the battle, Su Rong suddenly turned to face Chen Qing, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, radiating directly into Chen Qing's mind. In an instant, Chen Qing's head throbbed painfully, a wave of agony washing over him, leaving his thoughts muddled. Not only that, but his eyes were also stung, and he silently mused, "If I hadn't cultivated the Scarlet Radiance sword eyes, I would have surely been blinded by this." As Chen Qing pressed his hands to his forehead, struggling through the confusion in his mind, the surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. Someone exclaimed, "Su Rong has made her move." Although she is an adept at direct combat, she wouldn't hold the third position without formidable offensive capabilities. Chen Qing's mind must be in disarray now. It seems he won't be able to claim those points. However, in the next moment, Chen Qing's reaction sharply contradicted this expectation. He roared, "Damn it! I am absolutely going to steal your kill." With a flurry of finger movements, her flying swords shot forth, pairing into 2 beams of dazzling sword light that shot like meteors directly at the 2 great serpents, which were already exhausted and gravely injured from Zhou Qian's furious lightning, storm clouds, and torrential rain. With 2 muffled thuds, Chen Qing's 2 precise strikes of the unity of 10,000 paths pierced through the foreheads of the great serpents. In an instant, the 2 colossal beasts, as if struck by lightning, collapsed heavily onto the lake surface, sending waves soaring high into the air. Chen Qing shook his head, steadying himself, and only then did he feel his mind clear significantly. At this moment, the numerous influential figures observing the battle were left in astonishment, as were the many clan leaders, officials, and principals in Qing City, all witnessing this remarkable scene. One of them stammered, "Oh my goodness." He really managed to catch him. Almost simultaneously, a timer on Chen Qing's body beeped, indicating an increase of 1,000 points. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chen Qing's mouth. In the next moment, a furious roar echoed from the horizon. "What the hell? Where are my points?" Chapter 57. Battle with Zhou Qian. In the sky, dark clouds roiled, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured down. Zhou Qian stood atop the clouds, his expression grim. In the next instant, the swirling mass of clouds slowly dissipated, transforming into small fragments that merged with the vast sea of clouds above. Delicate raindrops fell like a gentle shower, swiftly drenching Chen Qing. Every drop that fell within Zhou Qian's sensing range registered in his awareness. At that moment, Zhou Qian's expression tightened, and he swiftly turned, instantly spotting Chen Qing on the distant flying sword. "Ha ha ha!" Zhou Qian laughed heartily, tilting his head back in unrestrained mirth. His medium-length hair danced with a carefree elegance, just grazing his ears, styled into vibrant waves, with several streaks dyed a striking white and blue, fluttering wildly in the storm. Raising a hand to shield his forehead, he stood upon the clouds, his laughter growing louder. "How interesting! How interesting! My brother is right. One must not underestimate anyone in this grand examination. Knowing I, Zhou Qian, am present, you dare to seize my points. Ha ha ha!" At this moment, as the rain fell heavily from the sky, Zhou Qian, who previously could not allow a single drop to approach him, seemed to have lowered his defenses entirely. Letting the large raindrops splatter against him before long, he was soaked to the skin. His damp hair clung to the side of his face, droplets cascading from the ends, yet he appeared oblivious, still holding his forehead and laughing uncontrollably while exclaiming, "How amusing! I never expected to encounter someone bold enough to provoke me here. I hope you can bring me some entertainment." With that, a look of extreme excitement graced his face, revealing a spirit that was both untamed and audacious. In the next instant, he moved, summoning the clouds from the horizon, racing towards Chun Qing like a bolt of lightning. Observing this, Chun Qing remained unfazed, raising a hand to beckon. The 4 swords that had pierced through the foreheads of 2 colossal serpents shot back with a whoosh, and he deftly maneuvered them to charge towards the cloud-riding Zhou Qian. Seeing the swords approach, Zhou Qian's eyes flashed with lightning, and with a swift gesture, a thick bolt of lightning surged from his palm. Striking directly at the swiftly approaching swords, a thunderous crack echoed as the lightning collided with the swords, the powerful impact momentarily halting them, the lightning exploding with brilliant radiance. However, this lightning only served to obstruct for a brief moment before being scattered by Chun Qing's unified sword technique. Yet, Zhou Qian displayed no trace of anger. Instead, his eyes sparkled with delight. "How interesting! You dare to seize my points. You indeed possess some skill with that." He stood atop the clouds, his hands beginning to dance. One hand rose high while the other positioned below, forming a cradling gesture, as lightning gathered wildly between his palms, radiating with brilliance in the blink of an eye. The lightning transformed into bright lines, connecting his hands, resembling a vast net woven from electricity. Then, with a sudden outward motion of his arms, that colossal lightning net expanded instantaneously, enveloping Chun Qing's flying swords as soon as the swords touched the net. They were ensnared with a crack, firmly bound. A powerful magnetic force surged from the lightning, causing the 4 swords to rattle helplessly within the net. Not only that, but Zhou Qian also surged forward like a tempest, pointing at a patch of pristine white clouds above. With his spiritual energy activated, the white clouds seemed to respond, twisting and transforming into dark, dense storm clouds. With a fierce shout, he forcefully pointed downwards towards Chun Qing. Bellowing, "Rain curtain, conceal the heavens!" In an instant, a crack resounded through the sky as countless raindrops seemed to gain life, converging in the air, coalescing into sharp arrows, hurtling down towards Chun Qing with overwhelming force. Standing upon his flying sword, Chun Qing's gaze was cold and piercing, akin to a chilling star. Remarkably, he showed no signs of immediate retaliation. Instead, he forcefully flicked the blue unified sword beside him, then crossed his arms. Standing firm atop the flying sword, facing the torrential downpour of arrow-like raindrops, from a distance, Zhou Qian observed Chun Qing's stance, his expression of madness intensifying, evident on his face. He laughed loudly. "My rain curtain conceals the heavens. Ha ha ha! You actually intend to endure it with your body? Ha ha ha! Madman, madman." Soon after, the raindrops became denser, pattering down rapidly. As they fell, they transformed into fine, needle-like droplets, swiftly piercing towards Chun Qing. Standing tall, his muscles taut, he remained composed with his arms crossed. The frenzied raindrops struck against his clothing, instantly shredding it into tatters that danced in the wind. However, when the raindrops pounded against his body, they merely produced a sound without leaving a single mark. As if these formidable droplets were no more than a gentle breeze to him. At this moment, the numerous onlookers, all esteemed figures, held their breath, silently observing the fierce battle between these 2 prodigies. Among the crowd, one person could not help but exclaim, "I never expected that just a night later, the 2 geniuses on the leaderboard would collide." As soon as the words left his mouth, another chimed in, "Indeed. I wonder who will emerge victorious?" A nearby individual nodded repeatedly, agreeing, "That is Zhou Qian, the 8th ranked on the leaderboard." It's worth noting that while some individuals outside the top 100 may choose to conceal their strength, leading to occasional surprises, the top 10 of the talent leaderboard is undeniably credible. Historically, most of the top 10 in past examinations have originated from the top 10 of the talent rankings. How intriguing! Since you wield a sword, I shall indulge you in a swordplay as well. Zhou Qian's eyes ignited with fervent combat spirit. In the next moment, he extended his right hand, lightly sweeping through the air before him as if doodling. Remarkably, the surrounding raindrops seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gathering in swirling patterns, gradually coalescing before him. Ultimately, a massive sword radiating a chilling water glow took form, its blade shimmering with crackling electricity and wreathed in clouds. Zhou Qian gripped this water giant sword tightly, lightly tapping the clouds beneath him, propelling himself into a rapid spin in the sky. After several rotations, he exerted force with his legs, launching himself like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Chen Qing with the momentum of clouds, rain, and thunder. Seeing this, Chen Qing's lips curled into a faint smile. "Come at me with that." He calmly reached for the blue unified sword that had been cast aside. Muscles taut as he summoned his strength. With a resounding boom, he steadied himself against Zhou Qian's powerful strike, the two swords clashing, a shockwave rippling through the AT that moment. Zhou Qian's face was alight with ecstasy, nearly delirious, muttering, "Such tremendous force." Thus, Chen Qing and Zhou Qian found themselves locked in a stalemate, neither able to move. In the next instant, the electric energy coursing through Zhou Qian's sword intensified, emitting a shrill hissing sound as the electricity slithered towards Chen Qing's body like serpents. Unfazed, Chen Qing's bare chest suddenly glowed, revealing a sword mark that materialized, followed by several ethereal swordfish appearing around him. As they swam, their sword intent radiated, swiftly expelling the invading lightning energy from his body. Chen Qing's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a deep breath, gripping the sword hilt tightly, then bellowed, raging waves treading the surf. As his words fell, he took a decisive step forward, causing the flying sword beneath him to vibrate violently as if struck by a powerful force. The energy contained in that step surged forth like a boulder crashing into a lake, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently, waves crashing in every direction. Following this, Chen Qing took another step, then a second. His energy and blood surged like boiling magma, swelling dramatically. In the next moment, he wielded the sword, muscles tensed, channeling his power as an unmatched force erupted forth. With a thunderous crack, Zhou Qian could not withstand such a terrifying force. Losing his balance and spinning uncontrol as the immense sword in Zhou Qian's hand gradually dimmed, it ultimately transformed into a stream of fleeting light, dissipating into the ether. He exhaled heavily, a sense of regret filling his heart as he pondered. It was such a rare opportunity to encounter such a formidable opponent. Yet it was unfortunate that I was not in optimal condition. Last night, I had hunted demon beasts tirelessly, and today I had engaged in a prolonged battle against two colossal serpents, resulting in a significant depletion of my spiritual energy. Already exhausted, I had not anticipated the immediate confrontation with Chen Qing, which had proven to be quite overwhelming. In the next moment, he snapped his fingers, and a cloud drifted lazily from his form towards Chen Qing. Chen Qing raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Zhou Qian nodded subtly in his direction, and Chen Qing, understanding his intent, smiled faintly as he gracefully stepped onto the cloud. The cloud seemed to be imbued with sentience, gently carrying the two of them towards the location of Su Rong. Meanwhile, in the distance, for swords, once ensnared within a lightning net, had already broken free from its constraints. However, Chen Qing did not command them to ambush Zhou Qian. Instead, they remained quietly suspended in place after their liberation. That moment, Chen Qing raised his hand and gestured lightly, prompting the flying swords to respond immediately, swiftly returning to hover steadily behind him, their blades gleaming ominously. Just as Chen Qing lightly descended from the cloud, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures emerged behind Su Rong, moving like phantoms, encircling Chen Qing in a tightly knit formation. One of them, bearing a fierce expression, stepped forward and snarled, "Humph, Lilacan Chen Qing, you're merely ranked 76th on the genius leaderboard. How audacious of you to dare seize our points." Upon hearing the term Lilacan, a dark vein appeared on Chen Qing's forehead. All right. So you prefer to outnumber your opponents, do you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant light erupted behind him, followed by a series of thunderous roars. 5 Imposing wolf kings materialized instantaneously, their eyes glowing an eerie green, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Baring their fangs, they stood protectively behind Chen Qing. Subsequently, he gently caressed the beast pouch at his side, and in an instant, it radiated a brilliant golden light. With a whoosh, 3,000 wolf shadows surged forth from the pouch, reminiscent of a tumultuous tide. The howls of the wolves echoed throughout the area, and the densely packed pack, fur bristling, appeared ready to pounce, unleashing a fierce energy that made those surrounding Chun Qing shudder involuntarily, swallowing hard. Chapter 58. By Yuner versus Genius, ranking number 5. When Chun Qing's gaze was cold and measured as it swept over the crowd, finally landing on Su Rong, who stood behind them. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "The paths of wisdom and stars converge. It seems this grand examination is indeed a gathering of exceptional talents, if I am not mistaken. You are quite likely a frontrunner for the championship in this examination." Hearing this, Su Rong's lips curled into a faint smile, warm like the sun in spring, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed an air of aloofness. She glided gracefully towards the group encircling Chen Qing and softly spoke, "Everyone, return." You cannot contain him. At that moment, Su Rong was clad in a long, elegant coat that draped down to her legs, the fabric stiff and structured, glimmering subtly in the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, intricate dark patterns wove through the material, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky, understated yet luxurious. Beneath the coat, she wore a fitted gray shirt that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, exuding an effortless sense of grace. Young yet radiant, her complexion was fair, her elongated eyes bright and expressive, slightly upturned at the corners, embodying the quintessential mature woman's face, though occasionally betraying a hint of youthful innocence. Akin to flowers blossoming in spring, vibrant yet retaining a trace of naivety. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, adorned with an antique jade hairpin, which lent her an air of classical charm. Every movement she made exuded the refined elegance of a well-educated lady, a poise that could only be cultivated through profound knowledge and experience. Were it not for the grand examination, Chen Qing would find it hard to believe that Su Rong was merely 18 or 19 years old. At this moment, Zhou Qian's voice drifted into Chen Qing's ears. "Chen Qing, you're a Lacan. Surely, you wouldn't be fond of someone like Su Rong. Why do you keep staring at her?" Chen Qing replied, bewildered. "I only looked for 2 seconds. How is that staring?" He turned to Zhou Qian, about to defend himself, but hesitated. Frustrated, he mused, "Who spread the rumor about me being a Lilicon? If I find out, I'll unleash 3,000 wolves to ensure they pay dearly." Suppressing his anger, Chun Qing turned back and said nonchalantly, "Now that I am here among you, what are your intentions? How do you plan to deal with me?" Zhou Qian remained calm, replying, "I fought fiercely to injure these 2 demon beasts. Yet you seized their heads. How about we each take a step back and split the points?" Upon hearing this, someone beside him immediately chimed in, "Brother Qian, Sister Rong is right here. He has only ranked 76. We need not fear him." However, Su Rong suddenly interjected coldly, "Silence." The individual flinched at her command, instinctively stepping back and falling silent. She then turned her gaze to Chen Qing, extending a hand as she softly said, "Of course, we can actually cooperate. With your participation, our chances of winning this grand examination could rise to 50%. Chen Qing raised an eyebrow, retorting, "We? Only 50%? Su Rong's lips curled into a faintly resigned smile as she explained, "Indeed, in previous years, our trio's combined strength would have given us a 90% chance of victory, but this year is different, Dotto?" A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Chen Qing's eyes. He instantly grasped Su Rong's implication and inquired, "Are you suggesting that an extraordinary figure has emerged this year?" Su Rong gently shook her head, clarifying, "No." Chen Qing's brow furrowed in confusion. She continued to elucidate, "I am referring to not 1, but 2. After a brief pause, she elaborated, "I am ranked 3rd on the Genius leaderboard. In past years, I was confident I could secure the top position. However, this year is markedly different. The 2 individuals ahead of me are exceedingly powerful, and as someone not particularly adept in combat, I must concede that I am indeed somewhat inferior in comparison to them." At that moment, Zhou Qian strode up to Chen Qing, astonished, and remarked, "I find it puzzling that you do not keep an eye on the Genius leaderboard." Chen Qing threw his head back and laughed heartily, showing indifference as he responded, "What is so remarkable about it? It's merely a superficial ranking, whether 1st or 100th or even 10,000th. Only through combat can one ascertain true strength." Zhou Qian shook his head helplessly, his expression turning serious as he said, "You do not understand. The 1st place is held by a prodigy with a natural talent for the bone transformation body. The cultivation method he practices is extraordinarily fearsome. allowing his bone spear to absorb the blood of demon beasts. In this vast virtual realm, with countless demon beasts, the more blood he absorbs, the stronger he becomes. Once this space opens, his strength will undoubtedly reach an alarming level. Therefore, what we must do next is to join forces to impede his growth. If we do not, in the end, none of us will stand a chance against him. Hearing this, Chun Qing swore vehemently, "Damn it! Even before the battle, you're already diminishing his momentum. Teaming up with you would only undermine my own prestige. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Su Rong quickly interjected. "Wait, the points." Chun Qing snorted. "If you have the strength, come and seize them from me. If you win, they are yours." Su Rong fixed a cold gaze upon Chun Qing, and Zhou Qian inhaled deeply. She then said, "Very well, you may go point one of the subordinates." Hearing Su Rong's words and realizing they were not even going to fight for the points, exclaimed urgently, "Sister Rong." This, Su Rong waved her hand firmly, stating, "Our target is Xiao Qian and Li Xian. There is no need to waste time here and incur unnecessary losses. Since you do not wish to cooperate, you may leave. I hope you do not regret it by the end." A faint smile graced Chun Qing's lips, and then he beckoned lightly with his finger, causing 5 flying swords to glide towards the corpse of a massive python floating in the lake. The surrounding subordinates erupted in protest. "Chun Qing, what are you doing?" Chun Qing remained calm and unhurried, replying, "Oh, I forgot to mention, I have many wolves under my command. They need to eat. I'll take one. And you can keep the other." Just as one subordinate was about to erupt in anger, Su Rong stepped forward and gently patted the subordinate's shoulder, saying, "Let it be. One is sufficient for us." The subordinate, still seething, retreated reluctantly, unable to comprehend why Sister Rong was so tolerant of Chun Qing. Meanwhile, the 5 flying swords steadily lifted the enormous serpent, measuring a full 40 meters in length, and slowly brought it to Chun Qing's side. He mounted the gray-backed Wolf King, gently patting its head. The gray-backed Wolf King let out a mighty howl, leading Chun Qing and the throng of 3,000 wolves away from Su Rong and her companions, disappearing from their sight. Once Chun Qing had completely vanished from view, one subordinate could not help but voice, "Sister Rong, with so many of us, why should we fear just him? Even if Li Xian and Xiao Qian were to arrive, we would not necessarily be afraid of them. Why should we be so lenient towards a mere lowly enthusiast?" Su Rong's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile as she remarked, "There is no need to waste time and energy on him. We only require the corpse of a formidable demon. What harm is there in giving him one?" Another person nearby chimed in, "Then why not take the points as well? If this matter were to spread, wouldn't it inadvertently enhance his reputation?" Su Rong shook her head gently, letting out a cold chuckle. "Humph, my possessions are not so easily obtained. Keeping him around will undoubtedly prove advantageous. Is he not arrogant? Indeed, he is quite strong, and thus he can serve as our pawn to test and wear down Xiao Qian and Li Xian." Her subordinate suddenly realized, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes as he expressed admiration. As expected of Sister Rong, the strategy of luring the tiger out of its lair. Su Rong's gaze shifted, and she instructed her subordinate, "Make sure to spread word of the fierce battle between Chun Qing and Zhou Qian," emphasizing Chun Qing's reputation. "Let it be known that he is a once-in-a-century genius of the sword, who has repeatedly bested Zhou Qian, maintaining a firm upper hand throughout their confrontation." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian's subordinate tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at Zhou Qian, his eyes filled with confusion. Zhou Qian, however, waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "No matter, just do as Sister Rong says. I care not for such empty fame." The others nodded in agreement. Then, Su Rong turned her attention to the direction in which Chun Qing had departed, a meaningful smile gracing her lips as she said softly, "My invitation for collaboration is not something he can simply refuse." Zhou Qian, arms crossed, replied with an indifferent expression, "Even if he does not join us, he will still serve our purposes." As he spoke, he raised his gaze toward the distance, a hint of calculation evident in his eyes, as if he could already envision Chun Qing's role within their plans. At this moment, the audience before the enormous screen erupted into a chorus of hearty laughter. Someone remarked, "Ah, this year's major examination is indeed far more thrilling than in previous years. The battles of these young individuals are truly exhilarating." The commander, swept up in the fervor, laughed heartily. "These youngsters are certainly far more formidable than we were in our day." Surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. Whispering amongst themselves, having observed this battle, we can almost conclude that Chen Qing's strength is on par with Zhou Qian's. Given the abilities he has displayed, he is undoubtedly destined for the top 10. The leader, having spoken, deliberately cast a look towards the head of the admissions office, adding with a hint of suggestion, "Leaders, you must ensure that such a talent does not slip through your fingers." The Academy's leaders exchanged knowing smiles, responding, "This year, Dai Province is indeed brimming with exceptional talent. We shall not let such promising prospects pass us by." Just then, the NPC who had been closely monitoring Chen Qing suddenly exclaimed. As if he had uncovered a startling secret, "Leaders, quickly look. It seems another extraordinarily powerful, yet deeply concealed young talent has emerged." The previously jovial leaders and great cultivators turned their piercing gazes toward the screen. At that moment, the hidden figure was revealed. She had hair as white as snow, cascading gracefully over her shoulders, shimmering softly under the light. Her azure eyes resembled the depths of a tranquil ocean, serene and enigmatic, gently closed as if harboring untold power yet to be unleashed. Her skin was fair and smooth, akin to exquisite jade, radiating a gentle luminescence, with features so delicately sculpted they seemed to have been crafted by the most masterful artisan. Each aspect was harmoniously proportioned, culminating in a breathtakingly beautiful visage. As the scene on the screen shifted, it became apparent that the white-haired, blue-eyed maiden was trapped within a vast wooden cage. Outside, a robust vine served as the perch for a man. He possessed green hair and emerald eyes, dressed in green attire, his skin as pale as snow, exuding an aura of extreme femininity. A wicked smile played on his lips as he slowly spoke. "I never anticipated my first prey would be such a beauty. Ha 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 though. Your beauty has a unique charm that rivals Su Rong and Han Siya. TSK, white hair and blue eyes, you are truly stunning." The two individuals in confrontation were none other than Bai Yuner and Yi-Wan, the fifth on the genius rankings. In a dim, damp corner stood a wooden cage, adorned with sharp thorns, with tendrils of eerie green poison slowly wafting through the air. Bai Yuner, confined within the cage, maintained an upright posture, surrounded by an icy green aura that effectively warded off the acrid poison and decay. "Little beauty, why not submit to me and become my woman? With my strength, I can surely lead you into a top-tier academy this year." Yi-Wan, perched atop a massive vine, looked down at Bai Yuner, his voice soft and feminine, tinged with a distasteful frivolity. Bai Yuner's beautiful eyes glimmered with frost as she coldly spat, "Spare me your nonsense. Daring to scheme against me today will be your undoing." With that, an overwhelming chill radiated from her. As if the very air around her froze in an instant, the wooden cage became encased in a layer of solid ice, cracking ominously, and then, with a mighty force, Bai Yuner erupted, shattering the cage into splinters and shards of ice. Yi-Wan, far from being intimidated, burst into laughter. "Little lady, you may appear cool and aloof, yet your temperament is quite fiery. It seems you do not recognize me. Allow me to introduce myself, Yi-Wan, the fifth on the genius rankings." He lifted his chin slightly, a glimmer of self-satisfaction in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuner's initial fury faded to be replaced by a subtle smirk of derision. Observing her change in expression, Yi-Wan clicked his tongue in admiration. "Come, let me, Yi-Wan, savor the fragrance of your beauty." As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, his face adorned with an expression of rapture and anticipation. As if he were lost in an imagined bouquet of scents, if anyone were to witness this peculiar display, they would surely deem him to be extraordinarily odd in a modern societal context. He might resemble a pervert, sneaking into a neighbor's house to steal undergarments while indulging in his depraved fantasies. Bai Yuner's eyes glinted with cold fury as she raised her delicate hand. And in an instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze solid. Yi-Wan found himself encased in a thick layer of ice, his expression forever etched in a state of blissful intoxication, one hand entwined in his hair, the other poised at his nose. Seeing this, Bai Yuner scoffed coldly and, with a graceful turn, prepared to leave. However, an eerie occurrence transpired in the next moment. Within the ice, Yi-Wan's complexion rapidly deteriorated, his skin losing its luster. Turning rough and ashen, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a lifeless wooden figure, standing rigidly in the ice, devoid of any semblance of life. Simultaneously, the trunk of a massive tree beside Bai Yuner began to swell. As if something were striving to emerge from within, with a resounding crack, a verdant head burst forth from the trunk, followed by the neck, upper body, and lower body, ultimately revealing a fully formed Yuan stepping out from the tree. He approached Bai Yuner step by step, and when he drew near, he pressed his face gently against her silken tresses, inhaling deeply with a sound of delight, as if relishing something, before finally murmuring, "You smell absolutely divine." A look of utter revulsion washed over Bai Yuner's face, her eyes radiating an even deeper chill. In the next instant, she summoned her strength, and as she did so, faint blue rings of light appeared around her legs, allowing her to leap gracefully into the air like a soaring swallow, landing upon a nearby ancient tree. Upon touching down, she waved her hand, conjuring a massive ice trap that snapped shut with a chilling swiftness, aimed precisely at Yuan in the center. Caught unawares, Yuan was violently ensnared, the trap's jagged teeth piercing through his body. Yet, astonishingly, the fluid seeping from his wound was not the deep crimson of blood, but rather a faint, translucent sap. Bai Yuner landed steadily on a nearby branch, casting a cold glance at the ensnared Yuan. Remarkably, Yuan seemed unperturbed by the pain, his face still adorned with that loathsome smirk, as he murmured, "Little beauty, why must you treat me this way? I adore you so." Before he could finish, the bizarre scene unfolded once more. Yuan's complexion rapidly faded, his skin lost its sheen, darkened and dulled, and in an instant, he reverted to a lifeless wooden effigy. A sense of weariness surged within Bai Yuner, and before she could react, the branches beneath her began to writhe, two tendrils transforming into rough, serpentine hands that lunged toward her slender waist. "Got you now, little darling," as the echoes of his voice faded. The arms that embraced Bai Yuner froze momentarily. The skin of the one ensnared began to take on a translucent chill, ultimately transforming into a statue of ice. With a sharp crack, the ice sculpture shattered into countless shards. At that moment, from the nearby thicket, a noxious mist permeated the air, coiling like a tangible fog of pale green. The girl with white hair and emerald eyes emerged slowly from within, her delicate hand waving gently, dispersing the surrounding cloud and poison. With an icy demeanor and indifferent tone, she inquired, "Have you had your fun? I have no time to play hide and seek. Let us settle this swiftly. Well, little beauty, you indeed possess some measure of strength. How could your name not appear on the heavenly ranking? Are you attempting to conceal your power for a dramatic revelation?" A flicker of malevolence flashed in Yuan's narrow eyes, swiftly followed by a twisted smile that crept upon his lips. "Very well. Today, I shall first render you incapacitated, and then claim you as my own." With that proclamation, he threw back his head and roared, "Would path-killing move, poem of withering." The moment his words fell, the tranquil forest transformed into a hellish battleground. The trees around began to wither and decay, as if awakened from a millennia-long slumber, twisting and contorting in a frenzy, emitting an eerie creaking sound. In an instant, these once lifeless trees came to life, their stout trunks swinging like the arms of giants, sharp branches resembling spears and blades, while the yellowed leaves rustled ominously, embodying a rotting yet ferocious force, all rushing towards Bai Yuner with lethal intent. Seeing this, Bai Yuner exhibited no fear in her beautiful eyes. Instead, she let out a light, cold chuckle, her ruby lips parting to utter four words, "Spear of Frostbite." In the next moment, her form became as agile as a specter, her slender hand darting toward the void beside her. With a swift grasp, a long spear of shimmering ice materialized in her palm. Bai Yuner, with her brows furrowed, uttered a fierce cry and spun the icy spear rapidly before her. In an instant, a frigid aura radiated from her, as if the very air were being cleaved. Centered around her, she forged an impenetrable barrier of ice, its chilling presence palpable. The oncoming branches and trunks, upon contact with this icy shield, were instantly coated in a thick layer of frost, shattering into fragments under the sweeping strikes of her spear, scattering debris in every direction. Even the giant tree that charged like a hill was sliced into countless pieces by her relentless assault, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. "Would path-killing move, no gratitude," Yuan howled, and as his words echoed, a strange passage seemed to open in the sky, releasing a flurry of fallen leaves. These leaves floated down gracefully, imbued with a decayed yet sinister aura. Descending upon Bai Yun'er like a torrential storm, Bai Yun'er, observing the seemingly weightless leaves, tightened her grip on the gleaming spear of frostbite, her figure pivoting swiftly. The spear twirled before her, creating a gust of wind and a series of crisp sounds as it shattered the falling leaves into powder. However, an eerie spectacle unfolded. Those shattered leaves began to coalesce once more, as if guided by invisible hands, leisurely drifting toward Bai Yun'er. A frown crossed her brow as she sensed the dire situation. She swiftly turned, employing her agility to leap backward, attempting to evade the relentless onslaught of leaves. Yet the multitude of leaves raining down from the sky resembled an autumnal plague, rendering her unable to escape. As the yellowed leaves gently settled upon her, a sudden chill enveloped her, and she felt her vitality being siphoned away, leaving her weakened and feeble. To her astonishment, those once withered leaves regained their vibrant green hue upon contact with her. As if infused with new life, Bai Yun'er's heart sank as she grasped the terrifying nature of this wood-path-killing move. It absorbed the enemy's essence and blood vitality through contact, thereby strengthening itself to strike back. This bizarre technique left her at a loss for effective defense or countermeasure. Ha ha ha, little beauty, do tell me your name. Yuan grinned, his face radiating smug satisfaction as if victory was already within his grasp. Bai Yun'er snorted coldly, biting her lip, fully aware of her precarious predicament. Without hesitation, she summoned her defensive and healing martial skills, a soft halo swirling around her in an attempt to withstand the impending storm from Yuan. Yuan, witnessing this, smirked icily, his eyes glinting with malice and mockery. Very well, today I shall let you witness my composite killing move. No resentment in falling with that, he rapidly gestured with his hands, forming a series of intricate seals while chanting incantations. In an instant, the leaves scattered on the ground seemed awakened by a mysterious force, swirling upward in a flurry, then disintegrating into powder that mingled with the surrounding mist. This strange mist appeared to possess a life of its own. Disregarding the protective glow surrounding Bai Yun'er, seeping into her mouth, nose, and pores, Bai Yun'er felt a chilling aura invade her body with each breath, as if her internal organs were being pierced by countless icy needles. Her exquisite face contorted in agony, and a surge of black poisonous blood erupted uncontrollably from her lips, splattering onto the ground in a gruesome display. My no resentment in falling is a killing move I have cultivated over many years. Embodying the essence of leaves falling to the ground, nurturing silently, Yuan proclaimed, tilting his head back in raucous laughter, the sound echoing through the forest with increasingly brazen arrogance. Before it enters your body, it masquerades as nourishing essence to deceive most of your defensive techniques. But once inside, it transforms into lethal poison, eroding your internal organs and ravaging your very being. Without my antidote, you shall await your demise slowly.